William Hinton was born in Chicago in 1919. He first visited China in 1937 and in 1945 served as a propaganda analyst for the United States Army Office of War Information in Kunming, Chongqing, Hankou, and Shanghai. In 1947 he served as a tractor technician for the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, and began to teach English at a rural university. Hinton soon found himself engulfed in the growing land reform movement sweeping through China. He accompanied a Communist Party work team to the village of Changshuang, Longbao, in central Shaanxi province, to observe and record this extraordinary process of social reform. When he returned to the United States in 1953, McCarthyism was running rampant, and Hinton's notes and diaries were seized by U.S. Customs officers. It would take 3 years of legal maneuvering by the United States Senate Internal Security Committee. After another lawsuit lasting nearly 2 years and costing over $6,000, Hinton finally won possession of his papers in 1958, but was denied a passport and forbidden to leave U.S. soil. In 1968 his passport was returned, but Hinton was unable to visit China due to the turmoil of Mao's Cultural Revolution. Beginning in 1971, Hinton returned to China frequently as an agricultural consultant with local and international agencies, including the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, where he helped bring mechanization and farm equipment to selected villages. He has authored numerous books, including 100-Day War, The Cultural Revolution at Tsinghua University, 1972, Turning Point in China, An Essay on the Cultural Revolution, 1972, Shenfan, 1983, and The Great Reversal, The Privatization of China, 1978 to 1989, 1989. His final book, Through a Glass Darkly, U.S. Views of the Chinese Revolution, 2006, was published posthumously. William Hinton died in 2004. FANSHEN. A documentary of revolution in a Chinese village. William Hinton. FANSHEN. Every revolution creates new words. The Chinese Revolution created a whole new vocabulary. A most important word in this vocabulary was FANSHEN. Literally, it means to turn the body, or to turn over. To China's hundreds of millions of landless and land-poor peasants it meant to stand up, to throw off the landlord yoke, to gain land, stock, implements, and houses. But it meant much more than this. It meant to throw off superstition and study science, to abolish word blindness and learn to read, to cease considering women as chattels and establish equality between the sexes, to do away with appointed village magistrates and replace them with elected councils. It meant to enter a new world. That is why this book is called FANSHEN. It is the story of how the peasants of Longbao village built a new world. Preface. This book is based on extensive notes gathered in the village of Longbao, Luqiang County, Shanxi Province, China, during the spring and summer of 1948. At that time, local land reform, which had already been in progress for 2 years, was under investigation by a work team dispatched jointly by the People's Government and the Communist Party Committee of Luqiang County. I was attached to this work team as an observer. The main focus of the book is on the conditions which the members of the work team found and the actions which they subsequently led the people of the village to take. But since it would be impossible to understand these conditions or these actions without a review of the revolutionary upheaval that led up to them, and since this upheaval in turn could hardly be understood without some knowledge of the traditional society which brought on and was itself transformed by revolution, a large section of the book, parts I and II, is devoted to a history of the village. This history was not easily assembled. The past was reviewed for me by a multitude of people whose memories of what had happened differed somewhat and whose stories contained both contradictions and gaps. Where contradictions could not be resolved or gaps filled in through careful checking and cross-checking, I have had to adopt such interpretations and solutions as seemed most consistent with other known facts. If the history that has thus emerged is not accurate in every detail, its main content and spirit nevertheless portray the truth about Longbao. What I have tried to do in the book as a whole is to reveal, through the microcosm of Longbao village, something of the essence of the great anti-imperialist, anti-feudal revolution which transformed China in the first half of the 20th century and unleashed political and social forces so tremendous that they continue to shake not only China but the world. The question naturally arises as to whether Longbao can be considered a microcosm typical enough to reveal the essence of the Chinese Revolution. Was Longbao's development universal or unique? The answer can only be that it was something of both. Throughout rural China, the social forces in conflict, the basic problems, the goals, and the final outcome of the revolution were the same. In Longbao, the same classes stood in opposition to each other as stood opposed nationally. United action of all laboring people was as vital to revolutionary victory in Longbao as it was in the country as a whole. The petty producer mentality of Longbao's peasants did not differ in quality from that which characterized the peasants countrywide, and the tendency toward extremism, which in Longbao grew to alarming proportions, had to be checked wherever peasants moved to divide the land. At the same time, certain external circumstances, certain internal characteristics, and the specific course of events which shaped Longbao were unique. For one thing, the village had a sizable Catholic minority in a country where only 1 or 2 million people out of 600 million were Catholics. For another, it contained many families without ancestral roots or ancestral graves in the region. This meant a weak clan structure in a country where clans have traditionally played a very important role. Furthermore, on the edge of an area that was surrounded but never conquered by the Japanese, Longbao was one of the few villages which the Japanese invaders occupied and fortified. As a consequence, Longbao had a very different history from that of the average North China community lying within the wide net of Japanese encirclement during the years 1937 to 1945. At the same time, its history was very different from that of the great majority of Chinese villages which had never been cut off by Japanese armies and were wrested from Kuomintang rather than Japanese control by the revolutionary armies after 1949. As an occupied village, Longbao did not benefit at all from that long period of united resistance, democratic rule, and moderate reform which laid the groundwork for basic changes throughout the communist-led base areas of North China once the Japanese War was over. Nor did Longbao benefit from that extended period of internal peace that enabled communities in South, Central, and West China to carry out land reform calmly, step by step, in orderly fashion after the Civil War was over. Freed from Japanese control at a turning point in history, 1945, Longbao leaped perforce from reactionary bastion to revolutionary storm center in the course of a few days. All the changes that subsequently occurred were not only compressed into a relatively short space of time, they were also warped by the intense pressures of all-out civil war as wave after wave of nationalist attacks swept across the highlands of southeast Shanxi. Longbao was not the only village in China to be transformed under forced draft, but such villages were the exception, not the rule. In Longbao, the sudden destruction of the power and privileges of the gentry led to rapid social advances, to the release of unprecedented popular energy, to burgeoning enthusiasm, optimism, and popular confidence. It also led to excesses and tragedies. At least a dozen people were beaten to death by angry crowds, some hard-working smallholders were wrongly dispossessed, revolutionary leaders at times rode roughshod over their followers. When the land reform team to which I was attached came to the village in 1948, its main job turned out to be righting the wrongs of the immediate past. Before these wrongs could be righted, they had to be exposed. The work team, the village officers, and the majority of the population concentrated for an extended period on what was wrong with past policies and the conduct of individual leaders. They did this, not because the wrongs of the situation outweighed the rights. On the contrary, quite the reverse was true, but because the wrongs constituted a serious obstacle to further progress, an illness that if not cured could become lethal. This book, by reflecting this concentration, gives crimes, mistakes, detours and discouragement more weight than they deserve in any overall evaluation of Longbao's development. It thus tips the scale even further toward the exceptional and away from the typical. When it comes to telling the story of the Chinese Revolution, however, all of these exceptional factors, far from creating obstacles, present very definite advantages. Because contradictions arose in especially acute form in Longbao and problems tended to etch themselves in very sharp relief, I felt able to observe the revolutionary process more fully and to understand it more deeply than I would have been able to do under more average circumstances and in more average surroundings. But the reader should keep in mind that not many villages in China followed such a tortuous path to liberation or experienced so much pain on the way. Everyone in the revolutionary ranks learned from the kind of mistakes made in Longbao at the height of the Civil War and when, in 1949, land reform workers went out from the Taihang Mountains by the tens of thousands to lead the revolution in South and West China. They were far wiser men and women than they had been when they challenged the local gentry for control of the future at the end of the Japanese War. The revolutionary process as it unfolded in China included advances and retreats, swings to the right and swings to the left, daily, hourly, minute-by-minute accretions and sudden, qualitative changes of state. Above all, the process went deep. It remade not only the material life of the people, but also their consciousness. It was this latter aspect that constituted the special strength of the revolution and ensured, insofar as anything could, that the changes which it wrought would be both profound and lasting. Because I have tried to delineate not only dramatic leaps in the life of the people, but also that slow accumulation of small changes without which no leaps could have occurred, I have written a book of considerable length. Along the way I borrowed from the literary arsenal of the novelist, the journalist, the social scientist, and the historian. What I have produced, finally, seems to me to resemble, in spirit and in content, a documentary film. I call it, then, a documentary of revolution in a Chinese village. In the last analysis, what made such a documentary possible was the involvement of hundreds of people in its creation. Collectively the people of Longbao, the members of the work team, and the two interpreters who helped me, delved into the past of the community and revealed it in its dynamic, many-faceted complexity. Hence, the reader will find here, not one man's analysis of a small community in transition, but the community's own self-examination, its own estimate of what happened during the most crucial years of its existence. That examination was characterized by honesty, thoroughness, and depth, because on it would be based not only understanding but action, not only theory but practice that must vitally affect the lives of millions. The relevance of Longbao's history to the present day can hardly be overemphasized. The story revolves around the land question. Without understanding the land question one cannot understand the revolution in China, and without understanding the revolution in China one cannot understand today's world. But the impact of the land question on world affairs is not a function of China's specific gravity alone. Who shall own the land? Who shall rule the countryside? These are primary questions in the revolution that is sweeping the whole of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. That revolution, far from dying away, is intensifying. Sooner or later, all those countries where agricultural production is a main source of wealth and the relation between owners and producers a main source of social conflict will undergo great transformations. An understanding of the issues involved and the solution already applied by one great nation is therefore important. In countries that stand on the verge of land revolution, people are eager to study such lessons. In countries like our own, whose leaders have the capacity to hasten or delay though not forever to prevent such transformations in other lands, people ought to study them. Because of these facts, I believe that this book is at least as timely today as it would have been had it come out 18 years ago when I first gathered the raw notes for it in Longbao village. What happened in China yesterday may well happen in Brazil, Nigeria, or India tomorrow. Land reform is on the agenda of mankind. William Hinton. Fleetwood, Pa. May, 1966. West and away the wheels of darkness roll. Day's beamy banner up the east is borne. Spectres and fears, the nightmare, and her foal, drown in the golden deluge of the morn. A. E. Houseman. Prologue. China is a vast country. When night falls in the east, the west is still lit up, When darkness covers the south, the north remains bright. Hence, one need not worry about whether there is room to move around. Mao Zedong. All through the spring season the Earth's canted axis swings ever closer into line with the Sun. Each day more heat is concentrated on the crust of the northern hemisphere until, with the arrival of the summer solstice, the full force of the solar fire is turned on the seas and mountains, the deserts and the plains of the temperate zone. This heat bakes the rocks until they flake, sets forest and tundra steaming, vaporizes the surface of the lakes and oceans. In the vast turbulence of the atmosphere thus created, gigantic mushrooms of hot air push skyward from the heart of continents and suck inland beneath them the cool, rain-laden sea winds that break the spring drought. So vast is the continent of Asia, so immense the winter-stilled and frozen wastes of Mongolia, Xinjiang, Kazakhstan, and Tibet, so chilled the deserts of the Gobi and Taklamakan that the solstice has come and gone, the Arctic pole has already turned from the sun, and the days have already begun to grow shorter before the accumulated heat of Central Asian sand and rock can reverse the seasons and bring on the monsoon. This ancient lag, this ever-recurring cosmic overlap of heat and cold, cold and heat, brings a violence to the climate of all North China that is incalculable in its effect. From February to June cold winds blow from Mongolia outward toward the sea, gripping all the land from the Yangtze to the Amur in drought. Then, after weeks of hot and pregnant calm, the skies reverse themselves. Fierce torrential rains sweep in from the Pacific, flash floods carve up the earthen hills of Shanxi and Zhenzi, swell the rivers with mud-clogged water, and inundate the flat plains bordering the sea. These plains are, in fact, a creation of this cycle. But for the silt flung into the rivers and deposited over the millenniums on the ocean floor, the Yellow Sea would still lap the Taihang Mountains on Shanxi's border and Shantung's hills would still be, as they were in ancient times, an island range. The great coastal plain of China, mother to a tenth part of the human race, is thus herself the child of a monsoon which never ceases to harass the world it has created. The very winds, upon which all rains and hence all life depend, periodically threaten the very existence of that life. Drought and flood, flood and drought, alternating in perpetual procession, yearly call the Chinese people to battle against the waters that sustain them. The year 1947 was no exception. If anything, the rains that summer came earlier and fell more heavily than usual. Even before the end of June the drought-cracked fields of Hopi and the sun-baked soil of Shanxi's mountain valleys had lost their structure completely and dissolved into mud. Carts bogged to the axles. Mules, their sweating flanks stained red from the earth thrown up by their churning hooves, strained in the harness, lurched forward and fell back panting. Along a million once solid tracks connecting village to village, field to field, in a network that covered the countryside like a filigree of lace, the battle between the carters and the husbandmen spread with ever-increasing intensity. At each mudhole the carters tried to detour onto the more solid, crop-firmed soil of the fields themselves. But the peasants, determined to defend their developing harvests, countered with deep pits dug beside the road to keep the carts in line. As the season wore on, these pits grew into a system of interconnected moats and trenches until the countryside took on the appearance of a plain prepared for war. This contest, as old as the will itself, never slackened as long as the rains continued to fall. Nor could there be, by nature of the combat, any final victory or defeat but only an infinite series of minor catastrophes, here a cart overturned in a water-filled trap, there a field of green corn mangled in the mud. And while this persistent battle between man and man intensified, a larger struggle between man and nature unfolded week by week. With each succeeding rain the hollows and the low spots of the land filled up with water. The muddy overflow spilled onto the crops. Small gullies that 10 months of the year lay dry and dusty suddenly bulged with flowing water. Whole villages were threatened. Between and around all this the rivers, the Yangting, the Ying, the Qin, the Hutu, and the Wei, rose and swelled and rose some more to menace whole counties. Meanwhile to the south, from the gap in the mountains called San Men, the great Yellow River itself, China's sorrow, lapped at the top of its dikes, and spread fear throughout 3 provinces. Throughout the liberated areas of the North Country the Battle of the Rivers was joined. Along threatened dikes vast armies of men, women, and children toiled day and night, carrying earth in wicker baskets, firming it down with rope-flung tamping stones, and fixing in place the rock-laden mats that could halt a breakthrough. At night one could follow the course of the waters by observing the fires set at intervals by flood watchers who huddled in mat shelters to keep out of the weather. They constantly filled and lit their pipes in order to stay awake, and every hour measured the height of the dark waters that glided so silently, so menacingly past their emergency stations. As with the Battle of the Fields, there was in this struggle neither ultimate victory nor final defeat, but only an endless series of tactical gains and losses. Here a dike that held, a whole county saved, there a river run riot, 1,000,000 people left homeless and hungry. But even this battle, gigantic and far-flung as it was dwarfed that year by yet another conflict, a civil war almost as cosmic in scale as the monsoon itself. From the borders of Siberia to the mouth of the Red River in the South China Sea, armies red and white marched and counter-marched, encircled and counter-encircled, besieged and broke siege in turn until over vast areas of countryside every nursing child, every worried mother, every grandfather filling his pipe by the village gate, every young man with a hoe on his shoulder and every young woman with a needle in her hand had experienced this war. Top-level squires and rural bullies fled for safety to Peking, Tientsin, Mukden, Shanghai, and even New York. Second-ranking gentlemen ran to such provincial towns as Taiyuan, Xinan, Baoding, and Kaifeng. Those of third rank took refuge behind the thick fortress walls of county seats such as Anyang, Yongnian, Kalgan, and Tadung. Lesser fry, lacking the means to get away, threw themselves on the mercy of the newly empowered peasants' associations and village congresses, and lived for the day when the Home Return Corps, organized in the cities by their fleeing brethren, would sally forth to wreak vengeance. These brethren in turn, fully controlling the coastal cities and still able to deploy the manpower of vast areas in South and West China, placed their hopes for victory on supply lines that reached out across the wide Pacific into the streets and workshops of America, where hundreds of thousands toiled to make the weapons with which Chinese might slaughter Chinese. In this, the Armageddon of Chinese feudalism, the terrible many-layered war of the land revolution, no weapon was overlooked. The very floods of the monsoon became swords in the hands of opposing armies, and silt-swollen rivers were unleashed by both sides in an effort to annihilate the enemy or split his forces asunder. At Yongnian, a black-walled fortress city halfway between Peking and the Yellow River, a Kuomintang warlord named Yang entrenched himself with flour, wine, and women for a 3-year siege. Communist-led militia, driven back when they tried to storm the battlements by frontal assault, raised a dike around the town and turned the waters of the Wei River upon it. Just before the rising flood burst open the city's massive gates, bombers, summoned by radio from Peking, blasted the dike and loosed a torrent that spread havoc through 3 counties. Farther north, in central Hopi, American-equipped troops under General Fu Tisoyi drove south out of Tientsin in the middle of the rainy season and cut the dikes of the Grand Canal just as the crest of the flood rolled down. 5 counties west of the canal were inundated, hundreds of people drowned, tens of thousands lost their homes and harvests. By this action General Fu's armies won a respite of several weeks from partisan attacks in the famed Peking-Shenzhen-Baoding Triangle, an area the Japanese, in 8 long years, had never been able to pacify. Devastating as these hydraulic thrusts proved to be, they were mere horseplay compared to the return of that fearsome dragon, the Yellow River, to the course from which it had been blasted 10 years before in a vain attempt to stop Japan's headlong drive southward. The rediversion was carried out in March, 1947, by the Kuomintang Army with the aid of United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration technicians, funds, and supplies, and on orders from Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek himself. The river, rushing back into its pre-war bed, cut the liberated area of Shantung in half, placed half a mile of water between the Shanxi-based revolutionary armies of One-Eyed General Lupo Cheng in the west and the Shantung-based revolutionary armies of General Cheng in the east. The artificial flood disrupted the economy of a whole region. Some 500 villages that had housed 100,000 people for more than a decade were submerged within a few days. The high water that followed the summer rains threatened a plain inhabited by 5 million. When the peasants, by the hundreds of thousands, gathered to repair the long-abandoned dikes, Generalissimo Chang sent bombers to blast the renovated earthworks and fighter planes to straf the dike workers. Thus did the war grow in ferocity and ruthlessness. As both sides girded for increasingly decisive battle, the possibility of compromise receded swiftly into the background. Each day brought new evidence that 1947 would be a year of decision in China's modern history. In 1947 the Chinese Communist Party, confident of the strength of the 100 million people in the guerrilla base areas of the north, moved from the defensive to the offensive in the war against the Kuomintang. Its military forces, completely encircled on land and without a single plane in the air, confounded friend and foe alike by suddenly thrusting 3 complete armies southward into the nationalist rear. In the center, General Liu's men drove all the way from the north bank of the Yellow River to the Taipei Mountains on the banks of the Yangtze overlooking Nanking. In the east, General Chen Yi filed down into North Jiangsu and Anhui to outflank the strategic railway town of Kaifeng. In the west, General Chen Keng forded the Yellow River and swept to the Hebei border, thus isolating Luoyang. By re-establishing 3 important guerrilla bases in East, Central, and West China, these 3 armies turned the war inside out, converted encirclement into counter-encirclement and disrupted Jiang's plan to strangle the revolution in its war-devastated North China redoubt. The military offensive of 1947 was accompanied by an equally important political offensive. The heart of this second offensive was the draft agrarian law, formulated in the fall of 1947 and announced to the world on December 28 of that year. With sentences as abrupt as the strokes of a fodder-chopping knife, the new law proclaimed the death of landlordism. Article I: The agrarian system of feudal and semi-feudal exploitation is abolished. The agrarian system of land to the tiller is to be realized. Article 2: Land ownership rights of all landlords are abolished. Article 3: Land ownership rights of all ancestral shrines, temples, monasteries, schools, institutions, and organizations are abolished. Article 4: All debts incurred in the countryside prior to the reform of the agrarian system are cancelled. With these provisions of the law, the revolutionaries of China once again threw down the gauntlet to Chiang Kai-shek and his American backers. They now demanded, not some modified relationship between the classes such as had served to unite the nation against Japan, not a settling of accounts with profiteers and collaborators such as had stirred the liberated areas after Japan's surrender, but the abolition of the rural class system itself, complete, unequivocal, universal. From the Amur to Hainan, from Shanghai to Qingqiu, the land must be distributed to those who worked it. The manner of the distribution was set forth in Articles 6 and 8. Article 6. All land of landlords in the village, all public land, shall be taken over by the village peasants' associations, and together with the other village lands, in accordance with the total population of the village, irrespective of male or female, young or old, shall be unifiedly and equally distributed. With regard to the quantity of land, surplus shall be taken to relieve dearth, and with regard to the quality of land, fertile land shall be taken to supplement infertile, so that all the people of the village shall obtain land equally, and it shall be the individual property of each person. Article 8: Village peasants' associations shall take over the landlord's animals, agricultural implements, houses, grain, and other properties, shall further expropriate the surplus animals, agricultural implements, houses, grain, and other properties of rich peasants, and these shall be distributed to peasants lacking these properties, and to other poor people, and furthermore an equal portion shall be distributed to the landlords. The property distributed to each person shall be his personal property, thus enabling all village people to obtain proper materials for production and for livelihood. This new draft agrarian law was destined to play as important a role in China's Civil War of 1946 to 1950 as the Emancipation Proclamation played in the American Civil War of 1861 to 1865. Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation confiscated without compensation $3 billion worth of property in slaves, put an end to the possibility of compromise between the industrial North and the slave-holding South in the military contest then raging, made the slave system itself, rather than regional autonomy, the nub of the conflict, cleared the way for the recruitment of hundreds of thousands of emancipated black men into the Union Army, and spread the war into every corner of Confederate territory with devastating effect. Mao's draft agrarian law confiscated without compensation $20 billion worth of property in land, put an end to all possible compromise between the Communist Party and the Kuomintang, made countrywide overthrow of the landlords and the compradors, rather than the defense of the liberated areas, the main aim of the war, facilitated the capitulation and recruitment of huge blocks of Jiang soldiers into the People's Liberation Army, inspired peasant unrest in the far corners of China, and gave impetus to demonstrations of workers, students, merchants, and professional people in urban centers throughout the Kuomintang rear. Nor was the impact of the new draft law confined, as one might suppose, to territories as yet unconquered by the revolution. Inside the old liberated areas, where land reform in one form or another had begun the day the Japanese surrendered, the draft law inaugurated a new stage in the continuing struggle. Its provisions served as a yardstick by which to measure the achievements of 3 years, 1945-1947, of more moderate reforms in an area as large as France and Germany combined. Had the land been equally divided? Had the political power of the gentry been broken? Had the poor peasants and hired laborers taken control of village affairs? If not, why not? The new draft law also served as a yardstick by which to measure the political position of every revolutionary, of every Communist Party member, of every government functionary, every leader of a mass organization, and every individual teacher, peasant, student, peddler, worker, soldier, tradesman, or intellectual who opted for progress and a new, democratic China. On which side do you stand? Do you stand with the poor peasants and hired laborers, the most oppressed and exploited people in the nation, or do you stand with the landlords, the rich peasants, and the feudal exploiters? Do you intend to carry the revolution through to its end by creating a new system of land tenure, or do you intend to stand in the way, to act as a brake, to stop things halfway? With the promulgation of the new draft law, a thunder and lightning, drum and cymbal attack was launched on the remnants of traditional exploitation and on the residues of landlord and rich peasant thinking in the revolutionary ranks throughout the liberated areas of North China. In honor of the campaign, red flags, which had entirely disappeared during the years of the Japanese War, suddenly blossomed over streets, courtyards, and village gates. The Chinese sun on a blue field, symbol of the anti-Japanese United Front, vanished from the badges that adorned many caps and lapels, and in its place the red star and hammer and sickle emblem reminiscent of the Red Army of the 1930s reappeared. Down from the compound walls came the 6-feet-high slogans of moderation and defense, and up in their place went the flaming words of the offensive, equally divide the land and drive to Nanking, capture Chiang alive. The Lunar New Year, traditionally an occasion for week-long feasting, relaxation and Chinese opera, was transformed that winter into a mass demonstration of support for the Chinese Communist Party, the draft agrarian law, and the leadership of Mao Zedong. In Changchi City, the main urban center of the South Shanxi Highlands, local residents and peasants from the surrounding villages turned out by the thousands to celebrate 1948. The city was decorated from one end to the other. In front of every shop a bright red flag, replete with gold hammer and sickle, proudly waved. Across the streets and alleys on all but invisible strings fluttered countless pennants of colored paper. Each bore a slogan supporting the new land law or denouncing Chiang Kai-shek and his bandit gang. From a distance these pennants looked like red and blue confetti dancing in the sun. Along 3 of the 4 main streets, north, south, and west, stages large enough for full-scale theatrical performances were set up on heavy timbers and hung with red silk. Peasants, pouring through the recently leveled gates of the walled town, jammed the roadways with their animals and vehicles. From the valleys came mule carts with iron-shod wooden wheels 4 feet in diameter. From the mountain heights came ridiculous little donkey-drawn vehicles with platforms 3 feet across and wheels the size of cooking pots. On the wooden framework of these carts, large and small, sat mothers, grandmothers, and children of all ages, dressed in bright silks and many-colored cottons. Among the attractions which drew them to the town was the Yanko dancing. A small parade preceded the performance of each Yanko team. In the lead came young men with red banners bearing the name of the club, block committee, or peasants' association which they represented. Behind them came the musicians with their drums, cymbals, gongs, and pipes. Next came the acting group and then a long column of dancers. When the group arrived at a likely spot, any place where large numbers of people stood around waiting for something to happen, the dancers started to form a big circle doing the Yanko rock, 3 steps forward, 1 step back, the body swaying in time to the music, the arms swinging gracefully. The girls all carried wide scarves of silk that were tied to their waists with large red bows. They held the 2 free ends in their hands so that the silk waved and fluttered with each movement of the arms. Like shimmering butterflies they wove figure eights and clover leaves and other intricate patterns and finally formed a circle inside of which the actors assembled to perform the plays and skits which they themselves had written. The most popular theme of these many plays was land reform. The 2 points which most of them hammered home were the need to depend on the poor and hired peasants and the importance of uniting with the middle peasants. Many groups portrayed a villainous landlord who tried to sabotage all land division, a rich peasant who schemed with him, a middle peasant who worried lest the new land law be used against him, and a village political worker who sold out the poor for favors from the rich. But a hired laborer with the help of a Communist Party member always won the confidence of the people in the end. The landlord and his running dog cowered in disgrace, the poor peasant danced a merry jig with the middle peasant, while the boys and girls of the dancing brigade burst into joyous song and began their Yanko all over again. Other skits had to do with the national and international scene. Chiang Kai-shek came in for much buffeting about, as did the Seungs, the Keungs, and the Chns, China's 3 other ruling families. These men were represented in typical fashion, Seung always with a Western-style hat, Chn in a black landlord's gown, Chiang in preposterous military regalia, and Keung, the banker, always clutching a large briefcase stuffed with money. Adding to the merriment and confusion of sound were other groups performing stick dances. The participants carried bamboo rods about 3 feet long that were decorated at each end with bells and tassels. To a very fast beat these sticks were struck against different parts of the body and with each blow the bells jingled. When 20 or 30 people did this in perfect unison, the rhythmic effect stirred the feet of every bystander. The streets overflowed with Yanko and stick dancers, each orchestra trying to play louder than the last, each group of dancers striving to step out more vigorously than the one in front of it, each actor attempting to outdo in gesture and voice the others in the cast. Add to this the thousands upon thousands of country people milling about, the peddlers vending hot mutton soup, candy, peanuts, and pears, the hundreds of carts going and coming, the red banners and the colored paper spinning and twirling in the air. It was a scene of immense vigor and public rejoicing such as that ancient county town had rarely if ever witnessed. And, as if all this were not enough, the 3 great stages on the 3 main streets presented a continuous succession of plays, each to an enormous changing crowd. Farther on, at the fairgrounds on the east side of the town, a commercial circus displayed the talents of trained monkeys and trick riders, while, from the platform of an abandoned temple, a traditional opera troupe sang to an audience of thousands. For 2 days and nights the festivities continued without let-up. I observed the tumultuous New Year activity in Changchi as a member of the faculty of Northern University, the educational and cultural center of the Shanxi Hopi Honan Shantung border region. I had come to China 1 year earlier as a tractor technician with the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, UNRWA, and had been sent to the communist-led area of South Hopi to supervise a project there. When UNRWA closed down all over the world in the fall of 1947, the tractors under my care were put in storage for lack of gasoline, and I accepted an invitation from Northern University to teach English in South Shanxi. The university was a guerrilla institution which moved according to the dictates of war. It was housed at that time in a huge expropriated mission compound at Cow Settlement, a village in the 5th district of Lukang County, 10 miles north of Changchi. I had no sooner settled down to teach there than half the faculty and students of the institution departed to join the land reform movement, an exodus that occurred a few days after the New Year celebrations. Hundreds of volunteers from the university joined an equal number of local county and sub-county, district, cadres to make up work teams that were assigned to key villages throughout the region. In groups of 10 or 12 these cadres went out to survey the true condition of the peasant population and carry the land reform through to completion. The excitement generated by the departure of so many of its students and staff members electrified the whole university. Young men and women in blue ran back and forth tying up belongings, rolling their quilts into tight bundles, fastening shoulder straps to improvised bedrolls, singing snatches of song and talking excitedly to one another. Many who had not been chosen to go stood around with wistful expressions, revealing how much they too would have liked to be on their way to the countryside. When, at last, all the volunteers were ready, they assembled in the street with their bundles on their backs and a bright red flag flying over them. The president of the university, the famous historian FANSHEN, lean, slightly stooped, peering with failing eyes through thick glasses, gave them a gentle, scholarly farewell talk. Then, to the accompaniment of rolling drums and clashing cymbals, the adventurous brigade strode off. At the first crossroad it split into 2 columns, one marching east, the other south. Last farewells were said and handshakes quickly concluded. One student grabbed the staff of the red flag and waved it high in the air. Others put their caps on their walking sticks and whirled them triumphantly overhead. The swiftly moving volunteers gradually merged into the landscape, leaving only 2 streaks of wind-whipped dust hanging over the paths they had taken. In the wide, bright sky, clouds like puffs of cotton sped southward on the wind. The mountains in the distance were white with the year's last snow. At least it seemed to be the last, for the breath of spring in the air that day made one forget winter. Soon the peasants would be out plowing, and before the time to plant arrived, 10 million ragged, landless families would join that vast army of those who already owned their own good earth. Standing in the road, watching the dust kicked up by the students' departure gradually settle, I was overcome with longing to join the great adventure. My job at the university was to teach English, but how could the teaching of English compare with the remolding of the world through land reform? I walked directly from the edge of the village to President Fan's office on the 2nd floor of the enormous Cow Settlement Monastery. The president was in. Quietly, with sympathetic attention, he listened to my plea. "Here is one of history's great moments," I said. "I want to see and take part in it more than I have ever wanted to do anything in my life. Can't I join one of the teams, at least as an observer, and learn at first hand what the land reform is all about?" President Fan could not give me an immediate answer. He had to consult with the sub-regional and county authorities. 3 days later he called me in and said that I could go to one of the nearby villages where a land reform work team was already stationed, on condition that I continue to teach a few English classes each week. He assigned a young woman instructor, Chyun, to accompany me and to act as my interpreter. The village nearest to Cow Settlement that had been chosen as a base for the work of a land reform team was a community named Longbao. It lay approximately 1 mile to the south. I had already walked through it several times, had even had a bowl of hot soup at the village inn there on one occasion, but had heretofore paid very little attention to the place. It was, outwardly at least, no different from 1,000 other hamlets that dotted the valleys of South Shanxi. As a matter of fact, I was a little disappointed that the land reform which I was to observe was to take place right at the doorstep of the university. It would be more adventurous to walk to some distant place, to work in some isolated valley that I had not yet seen. But I had no alternative. Since both Chyun and I had to teach, we either had to choose the nearest village or not go at all. On the morning of March 6, 1948, the two of us finally set off for the first time on the road to Longbao and began the long process of getting to know its people, their history, their progress, their mistakes, and their complex current problems. Part I. Sowing the Wind. O masters, lords and rulers in all lands! How will the future reckon with this man? How answer his brute question in that hour? When whirlwinds of rebellion shake all shores? How will it be with kingdoms and with kings? With those who shaped him to the thing he is? When this dumb terror shall rise to judge the world? After the silence of the centuries. From Edwin Markham's The Man with the Hoe. 1. Longbao Village. Times and seasons, what things are you bringing to my life ceaseless change? I will lodge forever in this hollow, where springs and autumns unheeded pass. Tao Yun. Longbao village lies in the southeast quarter of Shanxi province on the high plateau country that butts against the back of the Taihang Mountains. It is 400 miles southwest of Peking and 100 miles from the gap in the mountains directly to the south, through which the Yellow River flows out onto the North China Plain. The South Shanxi Plateau, known as the Shangtang, associated with heaven, because of its elevation, is itself creased with barren mountains, but between the ranges are wide valleys containing considerable areas of fertile soil. In the heart of one of these valleys lies the old county town of Changchi. The road running north from Changchi proceeds on the level for 7 miles, through and past numerous mud villages, and then climbs gently over a long hill. Just beyond the hill, where the land levels out again, is the village of Longbao. The land revolution in Longbao began with the retreat and surrender of the Japanese army and its Chinese puppet forces in 1945. For how many centuries prior to that year this village had endured in this place almost without change I do not know. Certainly for hundreds of years, any tired traveler who paused to rest at the crest of the hill and looked out over the flat to the north saw substantially the same sight: a complex of adobe walls under a canopy of trees set in the middle of a large expanse of fields. These fields were barren, brown, and desolate in winter, while in summer they were green, yellow, and clothed with diverse crops. To look down on this valley in January was to look upon a world of frozen immobility. Through most of each day not even a wisp of smoke could be seen curling up from the squat mud chimneys that poked above the gently sloping roofs marking the settlement. The rich, who kept their fires burning day and night, burned a coal and earth mixture that gave off no smoke, and the poor, who burned roots, straw, and wild dry grasses, lit their fires only at mealtime, and then only long enough to boil a few handfuls of millet. In the depths of winter the temperature often went below zero. Rich and poor alike stayed indoors. Only on the main north-south road could any sign of human activity be seen. This was the route taken by the carters who hauled freight out of the mountains regardless of weather. In the stillness of the cold mountain air the crashing of their iron-shod wheels against the frozen ruts could be heard at a great distance. From the top of the hill it sounded like the rumbling of distant drums or the busy pounding of some tireless carpenter knocking together a hollow barrel. With the coming of warm weather this all but lifeless scene was transformed. From the first cock crow in the semi-darkness before dawn until the red sun went down behind the western mountains at night, peasants by the hundreds came and went on the land, plowing, hauling manure, planting, harvesting. There were always so many people in the fields that they could talk to one another as they worked without leaving their own plots. From the hill the scene took on the likeness of some slow-motion ritual dance of man and nature that completely obscured the painful, back-breaking labor that was in progress. The stage never seemed to be crowded. Yet everywhere the eye rested something was sure to move: here a donkey strained at the plow, there a man, stripped to the waist, raked together corn stubble, nearby a barefoot boy spread night's oil, 3 women on their knees thinned millet, a child, naked as the day he entered this world, played with some sticks in a ditch. Over the traveler's head the warm, motionless air hummed and whistled as a flight of swallows swooped low. Birds, people, oxen, sheep, children, dogs — it was like one of Brupel's marvelously crowded paintings, and always in the background, the heavily laden carts moved in both directions, their iron thunder muffled now by the long-thawed resilience of the loess-like soil. If the traveler, rested at last, walked on down the hill, he found that the village street was but the continuation of the long gully that had brought him from the heights. During the heavy July rains the run-off from all the higher ground to the south rushed down the gully, poured along the village street and emptied into the village pond, a large natural basin conveniently located at the center of the community. In this way the supply of soft water for washing clothes was periodically replenished, and in the shade of the willows by the water's edge a few women and girls could always be found scrubbing away on the flat rocks that served as washboards. Both sides of this gully-like main street were lined with mud walls 6 to 8 feet high, broken here and there by covered gateways that led into the courtyards of the people. Beside each gate was the family privy, hopefully placed at the edge of the public road in anticipation of a contribution to the domestic store of fertilizer from any traveler who might be in need of relief. Running off at right angles from the main road were several smaller lanes, also lined with walls set at intervals with courtyard gates. From these lanes, still smaller alleys ran off in turn to other entrances so that the whole village was rather like a maze, regular in outline, yet haphazardly filled in with lanes, alleys, walls enclosing courtyards, and low mud houses built against these walls. Over the centuries, in spite of much new construction, the village persisted in presenting a crumbled look. Built of adobe from the earth underfoot, any neglected wall, any unattended roof soon returned, under the hammering of summer rains, to the soil from whence it came. Always there were walls that had collapsed, gates that had fallen down, roofs that had buckled. In places one could wander into courtyards directly from the street through great gaps in the adobe, and people continually found new shortcuts and created new paths along which to move from house to house. Only the rich could afford to keep their walls standing sharp and clean, capped with the lime and straw mixture that alone could withstand a few seasons of weather. Some of the gentry even built with fired brick. Such houses stood through many generations, while the peasants' huts washed out, were rebuilt, and washed out again and again. Beside the village pond, whose banks served as a social center as well as a laundry for the women, was an open space large enough to park many carts and still leave the main road free. Day and night there were always carts in this square, for while the most heavily traveled route skirted the village to the east, many a driver, on reaching Longbow, was hungry enough, tired enough, or lonely enough to direct his animals into the village street and pull up in the square in search of refreshment, rest, and companionship. All three were offered by the village inn, which served hot water to all comers, and to the hungry steamed bread, noodles, or unleavened pancakes chopped up in order to be fried or boiled together with whatever vegetables were in season. Owned at different times by various prosperous gentry and run by one or another of their agents or dependents, this inn was nothing more than an adobe hut with a canopy of reed matting built out over the street in front to shelter a table or two. Behind the hut a long shed contained a platform for the carters to sleep on and, at the far end, a set of feed troughs from which their animals could dine on chopped straw and kaoliang stalks. Beside the inn was a little store that had also changed hands many times. It was a down-at-the-heels adobe structure with a squeaking door and tattered paper on the windows. Out front, sheltered from the sun by a reed mat similar to that which adorned the inn, the storekeeper could usually be found sipping hot water from a cracked teapot as he concentrated on a game of Chinese chess. Inside he sold tobacco, soap, towels, needles, wine, bean oil, salt, sugar, biscuits, a little cloth, and other assorted articles necessary to daily life that could not be made at home. There was no hurry about such sales. Customers, as often as not, joined the storekeeper in a game of chess before going inside to make their purchases. Soldiers could usually be seen loitering about the store and inn. In earlier times they were the troops of the imperial garrison commanded by Manchu officers. In 1911 these were replaced by the conscripts of Yan Shishan, warlord governor of Shanxi, who were ousted in turn by the Japanese in 1938. These soldiers, regardless of their allegiance, were quartered on the people, lived a dissolute and corrupt life, and took whatever they wanted for their pleasure, including the wives and daughters of the poor peasants. Their officers, wined and dined by the gentry, pursued the same pleasures in more genteel surroundings and by more subtle means. In this they had the tacit consent of their hosts, who found in the troops a guarantee of their personal safety and the continued smooth collection of land rents. Just to the north of the store and also on the edge of the square was a solid brick and timber Buddhist temple, whose upturned roof corners might well remind the traveler of the propped-up flap of a Mongolian tent. This temple was built by the Shen clan and was managed through the years by leading gentry of that name. There the people came to burn incense and offer prayers for good fortune, abundant crops, and many children. At several other points in and around the village there were small mud temples or shrines adorned with the clay likenesses of various minor gods, the god of agriculture, the god of fertility, and the god of health. At these temples also the people burned incense, murmured prayers, and left the offerings of steamed bread and sweet cakes that enabled many a poor beggar to survive. In the southern part of the village, a second clan temple sat in the center of a large courtyard. It was surrounded by numerous outbuildings, all of which, along with the temple itself, had long been abandoned to rats, dogs, and mischievous children. The only other points of interest in Longbao outside the village homes themselves were the distilleries and hole-in-the-wall craft establishments manned by peasants skilled at different trades. The number of distilleries varied over the years, depending on the prosperity of the landlord families that owned and ran them, but all of them made the same thing, a hard white liquor called piker that was distilled from fermented sorghum or corn. The craft shops included a blacksmith's forge, a drug dispensary that carried in stock a few hundred of the many thousand drugs and herbs sold by Chinese apothecaries, a number of carpentry shops that made everything from wooden shovels to cartwheels, and several weaving establishments with looms capable of turning out rough cloth about 2 feet in width. No matter what these craftsmen did, in the summer they also worked on the land. It took every able-bodied person in the village to plant, hoe, and harvest the crops. Every able-bodied person, that is, save the landlords, who, with their inch-long fingernails and ankle-length gowns, never dreamed of soiling their hands with labor of any sort. The population of the village varied drastically in size. A poor crop year could easily cut the number of residents in half, a part of the poor dying in the huts where they lived and the rest fleeing to other regions in a desperate gamble for survival. By and large, however, the 1,000 acres of land that encircled the village could support between 200 and 300 families, and no sooner did famine on the Shangtang Plateau cut down the number of Longbao people and drive them to other places than famine in other parts of North China drove new people to the plateau to settle in their place. The erratic nature of the weather was thus responsible for a very heterogeneous population. There are many villages in China where the majority of the inhabitants have the same surname, consider themselves to be of one family, and are in fact related by common descent from the original settlers. Not so in Longbao. The various families living there often bore as many as 40 different surnames. Even though the village itself was called Changchuang or Chang settlement by its inhabitants, often only a small minority of families bore that name. They were at times outnumbered 2 to 1 by the Wangs, and even the Kuos surpassed them in households more than once. Other names common in the village were Shen, Li, and Shi, to mention but a few. Counting noses among the 200-odd families, one could ordinarily tally up about 1,000 persons altogether. This meant that on the average there was 1 acre of land for every man, woman, and child. The crops from this 1 acre, in a good year, were ample for the support of a single person, considering the very low standard of living that prevailed. But the poor who rented land or worked out as hired laborers got less than half the crops they tilled, while the rich got the surplus from many acres. That is why some were able to build enormous underground tombs marked for eternity, or so they thought, with stone tortoises bearing obelisks inscribed with the family name, while others when they died were thrown into a hole in the ground with only a reed mat wrapped around them and a few shovelfuls of earth to mark the place. Graves large and small dotted the land around Longbao. As if this were not enough obstruction to tillage, the fields were divided into countless narrow strips and plots, each one owned by a different family. Even on the level there were few fields larger than half an acre, while on the hill, where the land was terraced, there were strips only a few yards wide that ran in great S-curves around the slopes, and small triangles at the top end of gullies that contained but a few square yards of ground. Land was so valuable in the Shangtang that the peasants found it necessary to build stone walls as high as 15 feet to hold back a few feet of earth and make it level. Where the hills were too steep to terrace, they plowed anyway and cropped the ground for a year or two until the soil washed away completely. In the mountains to the east of Longbao village, men plowed hills so steep that an extra person was needed to stand on the slope above and keep tension on a rope tied around the ox lest he slip and roll away. Although on level ground roads and paths led out through the fields, no hill fields could be reached with a cart, and farm implements had to be light enough for one man to carry. The plows, harrows, seeders, and other equipment used were all light enough to be picked up with one hand and were made entirely of wood except for the point of the plow itself. All of these implements, although in use for centuries, were still only supplementary to the main tool, the hoe, handed down almost unchanged since prehistoric times. The hoe used in Longbao was a great iron blade weighing several pounds and fastened to the end of a stick as large as a man's wrist. This tool, which was designed to turn soil and sod, was also used for the delicate work of thinning millet and weeding corn. By hard work a man could hoe 1/6 of an acre a day. Since all the peasants aspired to hoe their crops at least 3 times, a great part of every growing season was spent in hoeing. The crops grew only on what was put into the soil each year, hence manure was the foundation of the whole economy. The chief source of supply was the family privy, and this became, in a sense, the center of the household. Longbao privies were built in the form of a deep cistern, topped with timber or stone, and provided with a single narrow slot at ground level for both deposition and extraction. Here night soil in liquid form accumulated all winter. Legendary in the region were the landlords so stingy that they would not allow their hired men to defecate in the fields but made them walk all the way back to the ancestral home to deposit their precious burden. Other landlords would not hire local people on a long-term basis because local people were wont to use their own privies while a man from outside used that of his employer. Animal manure, together with any straw, stalks, or other waste matter, was composted in the yard. So highly was it valued that old people and children constantly combed the roads and cart tracks for droppings which they scooped up and carried home in baskets. This need to conserve every kind of waste and return it to the land was responsible for the tidy appearance of the streets and courtyards even though the walls were crumbling and the roofs falling in. Nothing, absolutely nothing, was left lying around. Even the dust of the street was swept up and thrown on the compost heap or into the privy, for village dust was more fertile, by far, than the soil in the fields. The clothes that people wore and the food that they ate were all products of the village land. Even the gentry, who possessed for festive occasions silks and satins imported from the south, donned for everyday wear the same homespun cottons that served to clothe their servants and their tenants. Though styles did evolve over the centuries, the basic workday clothing changed little. In summer everyone wore thin jackets and pants of natural cotton bleached white or dyed blue or black with indigo. Longbao women liked to wear white jackets and black pants, but this was by no means universal. In cold weather everyone wore clothes padded with cotton. These made people look twice as big as they really were and provided warmth in 2 ways, first by the insulation of the thick layer of cotton and second by the lice which made themselves at home in the seams. Since the padded clothes could not be washed without taking the lining out, a major operation, it was almost impossible to get rid of lice from day to day. Their constant biting and the interminable scratching that accompanied it generated a fair amount of heat. On any warm day in winter a large number of people could always be found sitting in various sunlit corners with their padded jackets across their knees. There they hunted the lice, picked them out, and crushed them expertly between their thumbnails. Children under 5 were exposed from below in all weather because their padded clothes were not sewn together at the crotch. The slit, which ran upward from just above the knees to a point a little below the tip of the backbone, was very convenient when nature called but was drafty in winter. It must be said, however, that the children didn't seem to mind at all and ran about in the bitterest weather just as if they were all sewn in like their elders. Shangtang shoes were also made of cotton cloth but, because the solace consisted of many layers sewn through and through with hemp thread, they were as tough as any leather and lasted from 4 to 6 months even with hard wear on the mountain roads. Only the women had no need for such heavy shoes. Their feet were bound, the toes bent under, and the bones stunted so that they formed a crushed stump not more than 2 or 3 inches in length. Women walked as if on stilts. They could not run at all. Yet widowed women among the poor often had to work in the fields from dawn until dark. Footbinding came to an end almost everywhere in the period between the 2 world wars, but even in 1945 young girls with crippled feet could still be found in the mountain counties of Shanxi. The food eaten in Longbao was very simple. Since maize was the major crop, everyone ate corn dumplings, called kita, in the morning, and cornmeal mush, or noodles made of corn at noon. At night they ate millet porridge with a few noodles in it. After the wheat harvest in July everyone ate noodles for several days, but this was considered quite a luxury and only the most fortunate carried the custom on into August. These same families were the only ones who ate 3 meals a day throughout the year. Most people cut down to 2 meals, or even 1 when winter set in. Thus undernourished they moved about as little as possible and tried to conserve their strength until spring. In addition to the cereal grains, people ate salt turnip all year round, cabbage when they had it, and other vegetables such as eggplant, scallions, chives, and wild herbs in season. But these were simply garnishment to the main dish, which was always corn, millet, or wheat. The big problem facing the peasants over the years was not to obtain some variety in their diet, but to find anything to eat at all. They often had to piece out their meager harvest of grain with bran, chaff, wild herbs from the hills, or even the leaves from the trees or tree bark as the Chunhuang, spring hunger, set in. Each day that one survived was a day to be thankful for, and so, throughout the region, in fat years and in lean, the common greeting came to be not hello or how are you, but a simple, heartfelt have you eaten? 2. Can the sun rise in the west? Dirty frogs want to feed on crane. Poor scum hope for great happenings in vain. Look at yourself in some ditch water, do. What great deeds can be done by the likes of you? Can snow fall in mid-July? Can the sun rise in the western sky? Landlord tease ui. From the opera. Wang Ki and Li Shang Shang. Longbao village shared in the turbulent history of feudal China. Over the centuries the empire was many times invaded and twice conquered from without. From within the body politic was rocked by violent rebellion no less than 18 times. Province-wide and county-wide revolts were too numerous to record. But neither conquest nor rebellion altered the basic contours of society. The invaders were pastoral nomads who grafted themselves onto the apex of the country's power structure without modifying its base. The rebels were most of them peasants. Even though these peasants several times brought dynasties low, they proved historically unable to establish any alternative to the emperor-ruled, landlord-tenant system. After each upheaval, life returned once again to the old way. Even the century of mounting crisis and change that began for China with the British-imposed Opium War of 1840 failed to shatter, though it certainly weakened, the hold of the gentry over China's good earth and the peasants who tilled it. As late as 1945 many gentry in the interior still could not conceive of basic change as possible. Families might rise and fall, rebel armies advance or retreat, new gods challenge old, machine textiles replace hand-woven goods, steam and electricity replace man and mule in distant ports, but in the quiet countryside landlords continued to don long gowns, collect exorbitant rents, pay off the soldiery, manicure their fingernails, and eat white flour made from wheat. Tenants continued to wear dirt-stained trousers, sweat in the fields, render up the major part of what they raised in taxes and rent, and shiver through the winter on coarse millet, chaff, and bran. When anyone mentioned change, the gentry asked confident, "Can the sun rise in the west?" This confidence of the gentry was based on the stability of the land system and the culture it engendered, a system and a culture that had survived and often flourished since before the time of Christ. Under this system, which in one decade abruptly disappeared forever from mainland China, a typical community was made up of a small number of landlords and rich peasants and a large number of hired laborers, poor peasants and middle peasants. The landlords and rich peasants, who made up less than 10% of the rural population, owned from 70 to 80% of the land, most of the draft animals and the bulk of the carts and implements. The hired laborers, the poor peasants, and the middle peasants, who made up more than 90% of the population, held less than 30% of the land, only a few draft animals, and a scattering of implements and carts, a condition which placed them perennially at the mercy of the more well-to-do and condemned them to a life of veritable serfdom. If one takes the percentages above as a yardstick, one finds that the people of Longbao were more fortunate than the average, for the concentration of land ownership there, in the early 1940s, was not nearly as high as was general in other parts of China, or even in other parts of the Shantung region. On the eve of the land revolution, the landlords and the rich peasants together made up about 7% of the population and owned directly 164 acres, or 18% of the land. Through religious and clan associations they controlled another 114 acres, bringing the total land under their control to 278 acres, or 31%. They also owned 18 oxen, mules, and donkeys, or about 33% of the draft animals. These were low figures compared to many other Chinese communities. If the landlords and rich peasants held less than was usual, the middle peasants held much more. They made up 40% of the population, held 45% of the land, and 66% of the draft animals. Even so, they were not the largest group in the village. The poor peasants outnumbered all others with 47% of the population. They held only 24% of the land. 6% of the people were hired laborers. The two most exploited groups thus made up more than half of the population, owned less than a quarter of the land, and only 5% of the draft animals. Very interesting and significant was the factor of family size. The landlords and the rich peasants averaged more than 5 persons per household, the middle peasants fewer than 5, the poor peasants between 3 and 3.5, and the hired laborers about 3. There was thus a direct correlation between the size of the family and its basic economic security measured in terms of productive property. Although the birth rate in all established families was approximately the same, those with land, tools, and stock were able to maintain larger families and prosper. Those without land or with very small holdings were often unable even to marry. If they did marry, they were unable to hold their families together, lost more children to disease and famine, had to sell children, or even sell wives, and thus had households about half the size. If the land holdings of the pre-evolutionary period were calculated on the basis of the number of families, rather than per capita, the concentration of wealth in the hands of the landlords and rich peasants was more marked. On that basis, a very realistic one for China, where the traditional emphasis has always been on the family rather than on the individual, the landlords and rich peasants, with only 5% of the families, controlled 31% of the land, the middle peasants, with less than a third of the families, held 45% of the land, and the poor peasants and hired laborers together, with 62% of the families, held only 24% of the land. Even on this basis, the concentration of land ownership in Longbao was not high, the landlords and rich peasants were relatively poor, and the middle peasant group was unusually large, a factor which was to have considerable influence on the whole future of the community. One reason for the comparative dispersion of land ownership was the poor quality of the land. Whereas in many parts of China it took only half an acre or less to support one person, in the southern districts of Lekeng County it took about 1 acre. Irrigation easily could have doubled yields, but without large-scale engineering projects no general irrigation was possible, even on the flat that surrounded the village. In addition, a good part of the land, at least 1/3, was on the hill and therefore impossible to irrigate. The whole region, located at the very end of Shanxi's fertile central valley only a few miles from high, often rocky mountains, was extremely high and cold and hence a peripheral area agriculturally. In general, in every country in the world the highest concentration of land holding is to be found in the richest, most fertile valleys, and the lowest concentration in the poorest mountain regions where the surplus possible from one man's labor is least, and hence the rate of exploitation is the lowest. The mountainous regions of southeastern Shanxi were no exception to this rule. The land held by the landlords and rich peasants, while ample, was not enough in itself to make them the dominant group in the village. It served primarily as a solid foundation for other forms of open and concealed exploitation which taken together raised a handful of families far above the rest of the inhabitants economically and hence politically and socially as well. Usurious interest rates on loans, profits from commercial and industrial ventures, the spoils of public office and graft or commissions from the management of temple, church, and clan affairs when added to the revenues from land ownership and land management gave these families an influence in gross disproportion to their numbers or to the acreage which they held. Longbao's richest family, the 7-member household of the landlord Sheng Qingho tapped every one of these income sources. Sheng Qingho was a healthy, able-bodied man, but he never engaged in any form of manual labor. He did not have to. His income was many times that of the most prosperous middle peasant family. He cultivated long fingernails, wore a long gown that made manual work impossible and considered it beneath his dignity even to lift his bag onto his cart when he went on a trip. The heart of Qingho's empire consisted of 23 acres of fertile land, the largest holding in the village if one excludes the land of the Carry-On Society of the Catholic Church. To work these acres he hired 2 year-round laborers plus extra hands at harvest time. In livestock, the second most important category of rural wealth, he owned 2 draft animals, a flock of sheep, and several hogs. He employed 2 boys full-time to look after the sheep. His industrial enterprise was a small distillery where piker was made from kaoliang grain. The wine cost about 20 cents a catty to make and sold for about 30 cents a catty. When in full production this distillery turned out over 100 catties a day. In this plant Qingho employed 2 men for about 7 months every year. The distiller's grains left over from the process were fed to fattening hogs. The income from these enterprises was fairly large, and since the family lived very frugally, Sheng Qingho had a yearly surplus. Some of this surplus he converted into silver coin which he buried in the back part of his courtyard. Another part he invested in a distillery owned by another landlord, Fan Piyudza. The rest he loaned out to peasants in desperate need and, by charging exorbitant interest rates, up to 50% a month, often doubled or tripled his principal in one season. Those who were unable to pay lost their land to him. If they had no land, they lost their livestock, their carts, their implements. This loan business was actually run by his wife, a woman with a very sharp business head who kept careful track of every copper coin. With his wife in command of the loans, Qingho himself had plenty of time for such equally lucrative operations as managing the affairs of the Pei-Lao-Shi or North Temple Society, a charitable organization set up to help support the village school, lend money to members in distress, give insurance-type benefits, and placate the gods. This was a Buddhist religious group to which many peasants contributed money and grain. The society owned about 5 acres of land which Qingho managed. He also ran the group's annual fair and hired the traveling players who staged the opera, without which no fair could be called a success. Since Qingho was in charge of all the funds, it was a simple matter for him to deduct a suitable commission. It was also a simple matter for him to arrange the accounts in such a way that the amount written down as the cost of the entertainment was always greatly in excess of the sum actually spent. He pocketed the difference. Once every 40 years the North Temple Society sponsored an especially grand fair. On such occasions much more money was spent, and Qingho's share, when this fate finally fell to him, was proportionately greater. He himself confessed that he made more than $500 silver on this one big fair alone. As a fertility and good luck offering to the gods, Each member of the North Temple Society had to pay annually a certain amount of grain per acre. All this grain went to Ching Ho's home and eventually found its way to his distillery. No accounting for this wealth was ever made to the people. Concerning the manager of a similar temple society in South China, the well-known sociologist, Fei Xiaodong, has this to say. He is theoretically selected by common consent. In practice, the position is held in rotation by influential men of the village by their common consent. The invariable practice of ignoring the poor in questions of administration is justified by the statement that their poverty disqualified them, since they could not reimburse the public coffers were they to make mistakes. It is impossible to say how much profit accrues to the treasurer, for, since the only concern of the people is that the traditional functions be performed, there is no system of auditing or making public his accounts. By no means a man to place all his eggs in one basket, Ching Ho also headed the Keongzi Tao, Confucian Association, of the whole 5th district. The Confucians of 30 villages were under his leadership. In Longbao the overwhelming majority of the people belonged to the Confucian Association. Periodically Ching Ho held a banquet for its members and collected contributions to pay for the food and the entertainment. The contributions were usually greater than the cost of the banquet, and Ching Ho kept the difference. Since the Confucians of the whole district contributed, the income was large. This association undertook another service to members from which the income was also considerable. This was spirit talking. For a sum of money or grain one could talk, with the aid of a medium, to a parent long dead. This was called Yuan Kuang, the distant view. For an equivalent sum one could talk to one who had just died. This was called Hui Yin, the return impression. Payments for both types of messages were paid to Ching Ho, who managed the whole procedure. The ability to arrange these conversations with the dead gave him awesome power over that wide cross-section of the people who believed in this occult practice. To round out his career, Ching Ho was active in politics. He served for many years as village head under the administration of Shanxi's governor, Yan Shishan. This office carried with it no salary, but it put the incumbent in a position to receive all kinds of emoluments, gifts and invitations to feasts on holidays, favors in return for the arbitration of disputes between families, graft in the collection of taxes and the assembling of materials for public works, commissions on the handling of public funds of all kinds. By far the largest source of Ching Ho's administrative take came from the cut he took of all taxes. If the county magistrate demanded 2 bushels of grain per family, he demanded 5 and kept 3. He accepted no excuse for failure to pay. People had to deliver their tax grains even if they had to sell their children to do it. In fairness to Ching Ho, it must be added that of the 3 bushels he held back, only a portion went into his own granary. He had to split the taxes many ways with subordinate officials, soldiers, etc. Since Longbao was the district seat and a garrison town, in addition to the frequent tax collections, the population had to bear the burden of feeding soldiers and officers who walked in and demanded meals. If anyone offered them coarse food such as millet, they threw it in the privy. They wanted good things to eat. They often went to the village inn, ate their fill and made the people pay, but they never bothered Ching Ho in such petty ways. They depended on him for tax gathering, public administration, and the adjustment of community disputes. It was Ching Ho himself who invited officers to his home, entertained them lavishly, fed them wheat dumplings, and gave them the finest tobacco to smoke. He, of course, paid for all this with public funds. As village head, Ching Ho was also a member of the Kuomintang party. Although, out of prudence, he resigned from village office just before the Japanese conquerors arrived, he kept up his Kuomintang membership throughout the occupation and the subsequent surrender in 1945. The power which Ching Ho wielded by means of these various connections was enormous in terms of village life. He used it to acquire wealth and more wealth. He was especially vigorous in taking over other people's land and houses. FANSHEN was an old man who owned half an acre of very good land just to the east of the village. In a crisis he once borrowed $13 from Ching Ho. 3 years later the principal plus interest amounted to a very large sum. Though Han Sheng paid off some of it, he couldn't pay it all. Qing Ho then seized the half-acre and the summer harvest that had just been reaped on it. Because he did not want the millet, he plowed it under and planted wheat in the fall. Han Sheng was left with nothing. The middle peasant Chi Suhar borrowed $125 from the North Temple Society managed by Qing Ho. 2 years later, when Suhar was unable to pay, he lost his land, all 6 acres, his 11-section house, his donkey, and his cart. The whole family, including several very young children, were driven outside to live in the open. Luckily Suhar had both loyal friends and skill as a carpenter. He found shelter and work and was able to save his family from starvation. At the time when Qing Ho took possession of Suhar's land, it had just been planted. The young millet shoots were pushing through the soil and they had been hoed once. Qing Ho put the land up for sale, but the price he asked was so high that no one could afford to buy it. Though weeds smothered the young millet, Qing Ho would not allow Suhar to go on the field and the crop was lost. A poor peasant named Shen borrowed $4 from Qing Ho in order to buy medicine for his sick wife. As a guarantee for the loan, he indentured his son Faliang to Qing Ho for 7 years. At the end of 7 years, because of illness, deductions for broken tools, and outright cheating on the part of Qing Ho, Faliang owed many times the original debt and had to tear down part of his house and sell the roof timbers to win his freedom. The landless and the land poor were not the only victims of Sheng Qing Ho. A prosperous rich peasant, Pei Ho Yi, owned 13 acres and a fine house of 20 sections. This house adjoined Qing Ho's and the landlord wanted very much to add it to his own. In order to do so, he first had to bankrupt Ho Yi. He encouraged Ho Yi to smoke opium, and when Ho Yi could no longer afford to buy opium, he loaned him the money with which to keep the supply coming. When Ho Yi's debt had grown to alarming proportions, Qing Ho decided to form a revolving loan society by means of which, in the course of several years, Ho Yi could pay off his debt. Quite a few peasants were drawn into the scheme. Each contributed 3 or 4 silver dollars to a fund which each in turn could use interest-free for a year. Ho Yi was made secretary of the society and got the first year's pot. Since he was floating in an opium trance most of the time, Ho Yi easily lost track of the exact standing of the shares, and, when Qing Ho suddenly announced that $50 was missing, he had no way to refute it. Qing Ho came forward with a solution. He took Ho Yi's house and 3 acres of his land in return for paying off the other partners. To settle the rest of the debt to Qing Ho, Ho Yi had to sell what remained of his land. Completely bankrupt, he and his family were driven into the street and forced to leave Longbao. Next to Sheng Qing Ho, the most important landlord in Longbao village was the Catholic, Fan Piyudza. He owned 14 acres of land, a flock of sheep, several hogs, a distillery larger than the one run by Qing Ho, and a liquor store in Horse Square, 1 mile to the north. He employed 2 full-time laborers, 2 shepherds, 3 distillery workers, 2 clerks, and seasonal help when needed. His household was notorious for the bad treatment meted out to laborers and servants. He paid one youthful worker in the distillery $7 a year, called him off the straw in the cow shed at 3 o'clock in the morning and set him to grinding grain. At noon, when the whole family took a nap, this boy was not allowed to rest but had to carry water. In the afternoon the family ate an extra meal of noodles, but the laborers got only the 2 regular meals of coarse millet and corn dumplings. Among the rich peasants, men who themselves labored on the land but earned more through exploitation than they did by their own labor, Kuo Fu Wang and his brother Chun Wang were the best known. In fact, they were considered to be the meanest employers in the whole village. The brothers owned 22 acres that yielded each year close to 8 tons of grain, 2 draft animals, and all such necessary farm tools and equipment as carts, plows, harrows, and seeders. Part of their land they worked themselves with the help of hired labor. The rest they rented out to tenants. During the famine years of 1942 to 1943, Chun Wang had no mercy on his tenants. The Miao brothers had been paying rent to him for many years, but in 1942 they did not harvest enough of a crop to live on. Chung Wang insisted on payment in full. They offered him some of their own land. He refused it. In order to settle up with him, they were then forced to borrow grain from others. After paying the rent, they had nothing to eat. Both of them died of starvation before spring. Pei Mang Wen's mother, another of Chung Wang's debtors, also died after paying him back $1.50. A third peasant, Ho Piang, lost crop, clothes, and household furniture to Chung Wang. At the height of the famine, with the people dying of starvation on every side, Chung Wang collected all the grain he could and held it for speculative prices in an underground vault that served as the family tomb. He held it so long that much of it rotted. Chung Wang also evaded taxes for more than 20 years on 3 acres of land that were not registered with the county. His official deeds called for 3 acres less than he actually owned, and the evasion of taxes on this land threw an extra burden on the middle peasants who had to bear the brunt of all grain levies. This type of tax evasion was common among those gentry with wealth or influence enough to bribe or otherwise pressure the makers of deeds and the collectors of taxes. The acres so held were called black lands. The wealth accumulated by Chung Wang, Fan Piuzza, Sheng Qingho and the other gentry through usury, land rent, and the exploitation of hired labor could not easily be converted into capital, that is, it could not easily be invested where it would yield a profit and reproduce itself with certainty. The returns from money lending were large, but the risks were also great. There was no limit to the number of poor peasants in desperate need of grain and funds, but few could offer anything by way of security. All the possessions of many a family could not realize $5 on the market. Children could be seized in lieu of property, but in a bad crop year teen-aged girls sold for less than 100 weight of grain, and they had to be fed. A profit could be turned by making liquor, but there was a limit to the amount of grain available for mash and a very restricted market. People were willing enough to drink liquor, but they had nothing with which to pay for it. There were no savings banks, there was little commerce and less industry. The only thing left to invest in was land. Land was safe, but the returns were small when compared with those from usury because scarcity drove land prices ever upward. The amount of good land on the market in Longbao and the surrounding villages was never large, while prospective buyers were numerous. Improving the land was out of the question. Irrigation would have doubled yields, but the water table was too low for the donkey-powered bucket pumps so common on the plains of Hopi 100 miles to the east. In order to bring water, a canal several miles long was required, a project that was beyond the power of any one landlord or even of the whole village. For such a project county-wide cooperation and support was necessary, but the bureaucrats of the Yamen, county government, were not interested. So the land remained dry while the waters that drained from the ranges to the east flowed untapped to the North China Plain. Money could have been spent on indigenous fertilizers, better seed, and improved implements, but there was no guarantee of any immediate return. A dry year could make fertilizer useless. Should the yield by chance go up, taxes claimed the increase. Under such conditions no one developed fertilizers, seeds, or implements. The landlord's surplus grain was converted instead into coinage and buried in the ground. The loans that were made to the peasants went mainly to cover emergency expenses such as funerals, illnesses, weddings, and the food consumed during the spring hunger, rather than for productive improvements such as wells, plows, or stock. Once the money was spent, neither the borrower nor the economy had anything to show for it. Money spent on land likewise added nothing to the productive forces. It only gave the purchaser the right to demand whatever share of the tenant's meager crop current social relations allowed. It in no way increased that crop. Hoarding the remainder of the surplus only deepened and perpetuated the stagnation. A community in desperate need of development could not use the only capital at hand. While a fortune in gold and silver lay in secret caches underground, peasants for whom an ox or a plow might mean prosperity were condemned to starvation. At least half the population sat idle 5 months of the year because they lacked the resources for handicraft production, for small local industries, even for the mules and carts with which to do transport work once the crops were harvested in the fall. The iron ore in the hills south of Longbao and the coal in the mountain north of Lekeng were never mined for lack of funds, while thousands of people in the villages between roughed it through the winter like cattle, doing nothing and eating as little as possible in order to make their grain last until spring. Unused resources, wasted manpower, declining production, these were the fruits of a system that in the long run could only bring disaster on its victims and beneficiaries alike. 3. Eating bitterness. In spring seeds are sown and for each grain planted. Many are harvested, no land is left uncultivated. Yet still do many peasants die of hunger. Working with their hoes under the hottest sun. Their sweat drips down and mingles with the earth. Who will understand that the food we eat has been paid for with such bitter toil? Li Shen. The gentry of Longbao, the landlords, the rich peasants, the clan elders, the overseers of temple property and the managers of religious societies would not have been considered well off in any Western land. Their lives were luxurious only in contrast to the absolute poverty and near starvation of the great mass of the people. They did not live in palaces. They enjoyed none of the conveniences of modern life. In most cases, the only difference between their homes and those of the rest of the population was in the construction materials used. The prosperous built with brick, the poor with adobe. Both materials came from the earth underfoot, and the interior plan and conveniences of a brick home differed little from those of a house built of adobe. What made the lives of the gentry so enviable to the working peasants was the security they enjoyed from hunger and cold. They at least had a roof over their heads. They had warm clothes to wear. They had some silk finery for feast days, wedding celebrations, and funerals. They had quilts to sleep under. They even had fuel for their stoves and for their kayangs. They had a little variety in their diet. They could eat wheat often and even meat once in a while. The true landlords among them did no manual labor either in the field or in the home. Hired laborers or tenants tilled the fields, servant girls and domestic slaves cooked the meals, sewed, washed and swept up. The menfolk of these families busied themselves with managerial affairs, money lending, and religious and clan functions. They amused themselves with women, opium smoking, and gambling. Education was another great advantage which the gentry enjoyed. They often hired special tutors to live in the home and had set up a village school for their progeny. When their young people grew older, they were sent on to middle school, high school, at the county seat, and even to college in Taiyuan or Peking. As college graduates, they had a chance to move into the higher bureaucracy, the officer corps of the army, or one of the larger commercial or banking establishments in the provincial capital. This world of security, relative comfort, influence, position, and leisure was maintained amidst a sea of the most dismal and frightening poverty and hunger, a poverty and hunger which at all times threatened to engulf any family which relaxed its vigilance, took pity on its poor neighbors, failed to extract the last copper of rent and interest, or ceased for an instant the incessant accumulation of grain and money. Those who did not go up went down, and those who went down often went to their deaths or at least to the dissolution and dispersal of their families. The extremes to which never-ending vigilance had to be carried was demonstrated most clearly when the crops began to ripen. Then every family, whether landlord, middle peasant, or tenant, had to maintain guards in the fields day and night. Toothless old grandmothers and children in split pants hardly big enough to carry a stick stood eternal watch against thieves. To protect these pitiful sentries from the sun at noon and the dew before dawn, little shelters of kaolayang stalks or mud bricks mushroomed suddenly on every plot and strip. For weeks at a time almost half the population of every community lodged overnight in the fields, each family keeping an eye on all the rest. Thus both prosperous and poor peasants were forced to expend their often exhausted energies on a guard duty that was sheer waste from the point of view of society, but that meant the difference between life and death to every cropper. Any strip left unwatched was almost sure to be looted by some half-starved family trying to stay alive just a few more days until its own poor crops matured. To have no crops at all was the worst fate that any peasant could imagine, yet 6% of the population was in exactly such straits. Here is the story told to me by Shen Faliang, the boy indentured to Sheng Qingho for 7 years in order to pay off his father's $4 debt. When I first went to work for Sheng Qingho I was only 14. All the same I had to do chores around the house. I was too small to carry full buckets, but I had to carry water from the well. I filled the buckets half full and brought them in that way. All the years I worked for Qingho I never had a full stomach. I was hungry all the time. Every day he ate solid enough food but he gave me only a little soup with millet in it. You could count the grains that were floating around in the water. Twice I got sick worn out with work. And I was always cold. I never had food or clothes enough to keep warm. When one got sick I couldn't work. Then the landlord was very angry. He got 2 men to carry me home so that he wouldn't have to feed me while I was sick. And he made my father pay for the laborer that took my place. My sickness cost him nothing. My own family had to bear the entire burden. No matter how hard I worked I couldn't begin to pay off that debt. By the time I had been there several years we owed him $15 instead of $4. I told him, it's no use working for you. No matter what I do the debts get bigger. I want to leave. But he wouldn't let me. The contract said 7 years, and he held us to it. By that time I had grown up. I could do a man's work. He finally promised to pay me $10 a year instead of $8. I said I wouldn't ask for more money and he said he wouldn't jump the interest on the debt. But even so, it was no use. Whenever I broke anything he made me pay a high price for it. Once there was a long drought. The soil was very hard. He pushed us to finish the hoeing quickly. In my hurry I cracked the handle of the hoe. When he saw it, he was very angry. He knocked several dollars off my year's wages, enough to buy 2 new handles even though that one could still be used. In fact, I did use the hoe for a long time after that. At the end of the year I didn't get enough wages to buy a pair of pants. Any small mistake and he blew up. One had to carry water through the gate. There was a threshold there and a sharp turn. If I spilled some water on the ground, he cursed me for messing up the courtyard. Once I tore the horse's collar. He cursed me and my ancestors. I didn't dare answer back. I think that was worse than the food and the filthy quarters not being able to talk back. In those days the landlord's word was law. They had their way. When it was really hot and they said it was not, we dared not say it was hot. When it really was cold and they said it wasn't, we dared not say it was cold. Whatever happened we had to listen to them. You could never finish telling of the abuse the landlords gave us. At the end of each year Qingho subtracted all the things he claimed I broke, the time I was sick, and such things. What was left was never enough to pay off the interest on the money, so he kept everything. I got no wage at all. When the 7 years were up, I had to tear down 2 sections of my house, sell the wood and the bricks, and only then was I able to pay Qingho off. Then I went to work for Wang Lisun. I took it for granted that perhaps some other family treated people better, but I soon found out that all the crows in the world are black. Lisun's household was no better. In the famine year I had to sell the rest of my house to live at all. I sold it to Sheng Qingho, but the money came too late to save my wife. She was so sick with hunger that she died a few days later. The money did no good at all. I used some of it to bury her. We bought millet with the rest of it. But the millet wasn't enough to live on, and we had to go out in the hills to dig wild herbs. Before the year was up all we had left to eat was herbs and weeds and the leaves off the trees. Even so, the worst days of my life were when I was a child. I often had nothing to eat. In the winter I had no padded clothes to wear. One suit of padded clothes had to last for many years. It was patched over and over again. It wore so thin that it was no better than a summer jacket. How then could I pass the winter? I can't imagine how we got through. I can't even remember. When we didn't have any millet, we drank hot water. If we had any money we bought coal, but most of the time we had none. What was the happiest day of my life? I haven't passed any happy days. But if you want to compare, the days since liberation have been good. Another story that demonstrates with painful clarity what had to be endured by families of landless peasants is that of Wang Xiechunglai's wife. Wang Xiechunglai was the brother by adoption of Wang Lisun, the second largest landholder in Longbao. Lisun inherited the Wang family land and wealth but never prospered because he was a hopeless drug addict. In fact, neither he nor his brother, Xiechunglai, were true sons of old man Wang. Both were bought as children by the landlord and raised in his home as sons because he had no progeny. When the old man died, his shrewd wife did not fancy dividing the property between two heirs, neither of whom had a legitimate claim. One son was enough to carry out the duties of ancestor worship and produce a new generation. She therefore treated one boy, Lai Sun, as a son, and the other, Xiechunglai, as a servant and hired laborer. To ensure help in the house, the old lady bought Xiechunglai a wife. The girl was 9 years old at the time, cost the family 9 strings of cash, and lived in the home as a servant for 6 years before she was actually wed to Xiechunglai. Being a child wife, I was often beaten and cursed by everyone in the family, she said when telling her life story years later. At the beginning, since I was only 9, I took care of some sheep and pigs. Every day I went out on the hill to watch the sheep, and when I came back I fed the pigs. At that time Lisun's first wife was alive and she cooked for the family. The first wife was not so bad, and besides I was out all day. Still, I was beaten by the old lady. It was for no reason except that she thought I didn't work hard. I was married at 15. After that it was worse, much worse. That was because Lisun married again and the second wife was most terrible. She never beat me herself, she just complained to the old lady and let her beat me. I was beaten too many times to remember. I was beaten almost every day, so it is hard to remember anything special about it. They ate mean noodles. I cooked for them but I was not allowed to eat even the leftover noodles. Xiechunglai and I ate millet, broth made of screenings, and ground corn. At that time I thought to myself, because I have no parents and these people are so terrible, there is no way out for me. I often wandered beside the well, but no one wants to jump into the well, so finally I thought it was better to lead a beggar's life than to kill oneself by one's own hand, so my hope was to go out and work for others. One day the mother-in-law broke my arm. The water in the pot was boiling. I asked her what I should cook and how much millet was in the pot. She did not answer. So I asked her again. Then she got angry and beat me. She said I annoyed her and was too stupid. That was the way it usually was. But that time she took up an iron poker and broke my arm with it. My arm hurt, so I lay on the kayang for a fortnight and couldn't work or even move. Then Lisun took a knife and threatened us. He said that unless we left he would kill us both. I wanted to go away and find work somewhere else, but Xiechunglai was afraid. He feared death from hunger, for once we left the family we would never get a thing. But in the end we were driven out anyway, they drove us out barehanded. Xiechunglai went to Taiyuan to pull a rickshaw. He sent back money when he could. I myself cooked for a landlord in Futi Sun. Life there was better than at home. Anyway, I got enough to eat, and when I asked them what to cook they answered me. Sometimes they even gave me old clothes or rags to wear, and I earned about $1 a month. After 6 years we saved enough to buy an acre of land. Then came the famine year. Xiechunglai had to come home from Taiyuan, but he was sick. From the land we got 2 bags of grain. After paying the tax there was nothing left. Hunger made Xiechunglai sicker. By that time I had 2 children, a boy and a girl. We 3 went out to beg. Sometimes we had to go very far away and couldn't get back at night. So often we slept in temples, and often we couldn't find a temple to stay in and had to sleep outdoors. Once I asked the children, "Are you frightened?" They said, We are not afraid as long as we can find something to eat. But because it was a famine year, it was very hard to find food. We had to sell the land. We got 6 bushels of millet and lived a whole year on it. We added whatever we could find to go with it. But it was hard to find anything. There weren't even any leaves left on the trees. We went back to Longbao to beg from Wang Lai Soon. His whole family still ate well. We knelt down before them and begged for something to eat. We asked pity for the children. We do not ask things from you. We know there is no hope for us, but we wish you would have some pity on the children, for they are your own grandson and granddaughter. But they took sticks and beat the children. We stayed there past noon but could not even get a bowl of water from them. So we took the children to other villages and got something. Strangers treated us better than our own relatives. After the famine year there was a good summer harvest, but then we had no land. Chung Lai went to work as a hired laborer, and I cooked out for others as before. We had to leave the children at home alone. Every few days I returned home and gave them a little millet or corn. They themselves went out to beg. At the end of the year I saw that every family had prepared noodles and other good things to eat. I asked the mistress to give me a little corn to take to the children so that they too could pass the new year. But she only cursed and drove me out. So I had no job and returned home with a little corn flour that I bought with my wages. When the children saw me they wept. We 3 wept the whole day. My children said to me, "We will beg together and die together rather than live apart." So we went out to beg again. After the summer harvest we all went out to glean wheat in the fields. One day I looked up. There was a wolf. He just stood and stared at me. I was frightened. I dared not move. I stared right back at him. My daughter saw the wolf and ran, but the wolf chased her and caught her. I couldn't move. I only stood there and watched the wolf open his great mouth and bite my daughter. My son cried, "See how big the mouth is and the terrible red tongue." At this moment a cart passed on the road. The men in the cart jumped out and began to beat the wolf. Still I stood frozen to the spot. The men drove the wolf away. They called me. My daughter was still alive. When I went up to her, I saw that the wolf had bitten a big piece of flesh from her leg and slashed her cheeks, but her eyes were clear and stared at me. I clasped her to my breast and tried to carry her home, but after a little while she died. Still I held her dead body. Then I fainted and the carters put me in the cart with the boy. They left her little body in the field and carried me home. When I recovered consciousness, I was in a stupor. Every day I just sat behind closed doors and said, "The wolf is coming. The wolf is coming." The neighbors pitied me and sent a little food. These life stories reflect but a small fraction of the chronic social tragedy that permeated the community and the society at large. The extreme hardship borne by Shen Faoliang and Wang Chung Lai and his wife did not surpass in degree the sufferings endured by many other poor peasants in Longbao, in the neighboring villages, and in thousands of similar villages scattered throughout China. The following are only a few incidents culled at random from the life stories of peasants with whom I talked. There were 3 famine years in a row. The whole family went out to beg things to eat. In Xinjiang city conditions were very bad. Many mothers threw newborn children into the river. Many children wandered about on the streets and couldn't find their parents. We had to sell our eldest daughter. She was then already 14. Better to move than to die, we thought. We sold what few things we had. We took our patched quilt on a carrying pole and set out for Changchi with the little boy in the basket on the other end. He cried all the way from hunger. We rested before a gate. Because the boy wept so bitterly, a woman came out. We stayed there 3 days. On the 4th morning the woman said she wanted to buy the boy. We put him on the kayang. He fell asleep. In the next room we were paid $5 silver. Then they drove us out. They were afraid when the boy woke up he would cry for his mother. My heart was so bitter. To sell one's own child was such a painful thing. We wept all day on the road. I almost starved to death. One day I lay on the street. A cart came along. The driver yelled at me to move. I was too weak. I didn't care if he drove over me or not. He finally had to drive around me. During the famine we ate leaves and the remnants from vinegar making. We were so weak and hungry we couldn't walk. I went out to the hills to get leaves and there the people were fighting each other over the leaves on the trees. My little sister starved to death. My brother's wife couldn't bear the hunger and ran away and never came back. My cousin was forced to become a landlord's concubine. I and the children worked for others thinning millet. We got only half a quart of grain. For each meal we cooked only a fistful with some weeds in it. The children's stomachs were swollen and every bone in their bodies stuck through their skin. After a while the little boy couldn't get up. He just lay on the kayang sick with dysentery and many worms, a whole basin full of worms crawled out from his behind. Even after he was dead the worms kept coming out. The little girl had no milk from me, for I had nothing to eat myself, so, of course, she died. People could not speak of the past without weeping. Nor could one listen to their stories dry-eyed. Yet, as the details piled up, horror on horror, one's senses became dulled. The barbarity, the cruelty, the terror of the old life was so overwhelming that in time it ceased to shock. One began to take for granted that worms crawled from dying children, that women and children were bought and sold like cattle, that people were beaten to death, they fought each other for the leaves on the trees. The impossible took on the aura of the commonplace. The most terrible thing about the conditions of life in Longbao in those days was not any single aspect of the all but universal misery, it was that there was no hope of change. The fearful tragedy played and replayed itself without end. Insofar as things did change, they changed for the worse as the crisis of China's social system deepened. For the majority of the peasants who, like Shen Faoliang and Xie Chunglai's wife, were caught in the downward drift, conditions became more and more intolerable as time went on. Some of the decline can be attributed to the economic dislocations and social disorders generic to periods of dynastic decay. More important was the unprecedented intervention from abroad which began around 1840. One immediate consequence of intervention was a whole series of wars which sapped the country's reserves. These wars, defensive in nature as the Western powers invaded, became fratricidal as these same powers backed one warlord against another for spheres of influence, or their favorite of the moment against popular resistance. The trading and investment concessions accruing to the victors enabled foreigners to transfer substantial quantities of real wealth from the underdeveloped East to the advanced industrial West and Japan. This bleeding away of sorely needed capital was aggravated by the simultaneous destruction of capital formation in important handicraft industries. Large-scale importation of cheap, machine-made goods undermined one sector of the economy after the other. This was especially true of the textile trades. Millions of weavers, unable to compete with the power-driven looms of Lancaster, Tokyo, and later Shanghai, lost their main means of livelihood and were thrown into the swelling stream of those bidding for the scarce and already depleted land. The rising tide of landless and destitute people enabled landowners to stiffen the terms of tenancy, to raise rents and jack up interest rates. It enabled grain dealers to force harvest time prices lower and winter and spring prices higher. It enabled merchants to widen the gap between farm produce and industrial products. Not only the laborers and tenants but also the land-owning middle peasants felt the squeeze more and more. To maintain bare subsistence they had to increase working hours, get up earlier, finish later, and work harder on the job. Even then they could not make ends meet. They had to go ever more frequently to the moneylender and, once saddled with debt, found it impossible to break free. It was an exceptional family in Longbao that did not owe the equivalent of several years' earnings. People said, the debts of the poor begin at birth. When a boy is a month old the family wishes to celebrate, but they have to borrow money in order to make dumplings and so, before the child can sit up, he is already in debt to the landlord. As he grows the interest mounts until the burden is too great to bear. Weighed down by high interest rates, harassed by heavy taxes, caught in the snares of a rigged market, many landowning peasants went bankrupt, sold out their holdings strip by strip, and ended up with the yoke of rent around their necks, or left for the city hoping to find some work in industry or transport that would keep them alive. Others became soldiers in the armies of the warlords or joined local bandit gangs. There are districts in which the position of the rural population is that of a man standing permanently up to the neck in water, so that even a ripple is sufficient to drown him, wrote R. H. Tawney in 1932. The 5th district of Lacane County was such a district and Longbao such a place. 4. 3 pillars of heaven. A man is poor. Ever thinner, ever blacker. Goes to borrow 50 coins. Is asked 100 in return. Turns to go. Knows he's taken for a thief. A man is rich. Ever fatter, ever whiter. Goes to borrow 50 pieces. Has 100 pressed upon him. Turns to go. Is urged to stay and drink. Shantung chant. Drowning men are prone to violence. With so many of Longbao's peasants on the verge of ruin, how did a handful of landlord and rich peasant families maintain their system of exploitation? How did they enforce the payment of rent and interest through years of famine and war? How did they protect their hoarded wealth from looting and seizure by their tenants and hired laborers who, after all, needed only to join together to bring the whole system down? To answer this question one would have to examine the whole superstructure of China, political, military, religious, and cultural, and beyond that, the policies of the imperialist powers who propped that superstructure up with loans and arms, even while they attacked with modern industry and commerce the economic foundation upon which it rested. There is no space here for such an exhaustive study. I can only try to describe in brief how a small group of gentry dominated Longbao village itself. The reader must keep in mind that at all times much greater power than could possibly be mustered locally hovered in the background in the shape of county, provincial, and national officials and the armed forces under their control. Helpless as they proved to be in defending the country against external attack, they were usually adequate to the task of crushing internal revolt and could always be called upon to protect the interests of those few families who stood to gain from the preservation of the old agrarian system. That a few families ran the affairs of Longbao village was well known to the whole population. In the 1920s, the village even achieved a certain notoriety because of the 8 squires who cooperated with a group of foreign priests in an effort to make converts to Catholicism. These 8 were Yang, Li, Wang, Cao, Shen, Lu, and the 2 Fans. By the early 1940s Cao and Lu were no longer influential, having been replaced by Shi, Cheng, and Kuo, but there were still 8 or 10 powerful families and they still dominated the village. By consulting together, by acting in unison when that counted most, and by the backing they gave to whomever they chose to openly manage affairs, this group maintained a virtual monopoly of power. This is not to imply that they were all equally active, that they acted without friction and jealousy among themselves, or that they ruled without allies among other strata of the population. 4 families took the lead. These were Shen, Fan, Shi, and Kuo. They had the backing of the other families of means and brought certain middle peasants and even poor peasants into the ruling circle to carry out routine tasks and to share, to some extent, in the spoils. As for the rest of the population, they occupied the position of the mighty stone tortoises who stood in front of the grave mounds of the gentry, bearing forever on their backs the stone obelisks which the wealthy loved to erect for their dead. The policy of the gentry toward them was to deceive, intimidate, divide, and rule. The rule exercised by this group of gentry rested on several pillars, not the least of which was tradition. Several thousand years of Confucian teachings had established a climate of opinion in which no one, or at best only a few persons in the whole village, questioned the system as such. Rich and poor alike looked on land ownership as the most important form of property, the foundation of family life, and the basis for the proper observance of ancestral rights, as well as the security of future generations. The more land the better. Everyone wanted to own land, bought additional land when he could, and if he succeeded in buying more than he could work, saw nothing wrong in renting it out. Success in this scramble for land was regarded as a reward for virtuous living and right thinking. Viewed in this frame of reference, the expropriation of a large part of the wealth of Longbao by a few families, which was in essence a form of armed plunder, presented itself as a demonstration of moral law. And if this was too hard for the land poor to swallow, the virtue of the gentry was often most conspicuous by its absence. They could always blame the fates. The rich were rich, so their tenants were taught to reason, because they were born under a lucky star, and the poor were poor because the heavens were out of joint when they emerged from the womb. This could be determined by an examination of the 8 characters. An even more potent variation on this theme was belief in geomancy, or the magical influence of burial grounds. The rich prospered, it was said, because their fathers were buried in auspicious places in relation to flanking hills, flowing water, and the prevailing winds. The poor were poor because their fathers were buried in the wrong places. Since the rich, with the help of professional geomancers, could often pick their spot, while the poor had to be content with whatever sorry ditch they were thrown into, this fate had an inevitability that was hard to beat. The squires of Longbao did not leave the propagation of such attitudes to chance. They actively supported all the various ways and means by which right thinking could be impressed upon the people. A village school for that small minority able to attend emphasized the study of the 4 books and the 5 classics of Confucius. Operas at New Year's drove home the theme of the contrasting rewards of virtue and vice. A Confucian association promoted ancestor worship and provided mediums who could converse with the spirits of the dead. A temple society kept Buddhism, with its passive acceptance of fate, alive. In later years, the Catholic Church, with its centuries of experience in the defense of European feudalism and feudal remnants, became a most stalwart bulwark against social change. At the same time, Shen Qingho and his peers in Longbao were not so naive as to believe that the cultivation of right thinking alone was sufficient guarantee of their position and property. Sanctions more concrete than the teachings of the sages were needed to maintain the collection of rents and the settlement of debts in Longbao. A more practical pillar on which the rule of the gentry rested was thus the village government, with its power to tax, arrest, flog, fine, and ultimately to execute. The structure of this government was not complicated. At its apex stood the village head, or Tsun Chang. He was assisted by several staff members, a village secretary who kept accounts, handled correspondence, and issued licenses and documents, a public affairs officer who allocated labor service, and a village constable who made arrests, administered punishments, and kept the local lockup. None of these positions carried any regular salary, but they placed a man in a position to make a silver dollar by one means or another. In Longbao, with its population of close to 1,000, intermediate levels of organization were also deemed necessary. There were 3 or 4 luchang or neighborhood leaders and 20-odd chiachang or heads of 10 family groups. As a guarantee that the orders of these officials would be carried out, the village maintained a peace preservation corps boasting several dozen rifles shouldered on a part-time basis by chronically underemployed young men who, for a little millet, a few personal favors, perhaps a fix of heroin, and a chance to bully, loot, and rape, could be depended on to do the will of the gentry. From the village head to the 10 family leaders, all of the officials were locally chosen, but they were by no means chosen by universal suffrage. As a matter of fact, insofar as I could determine, no general election had ever been held at any time for any position in the whole history of the village. The office of village head was simply assumed by one or another of the gentry after consultation with the rest, or was parceled out, after similar consultation, to some person of lesser means who had earned their esteem. The same method was used in filling the rest of the posts. Once the personnel had been selected, they were usually confirmed in office by the district head or the county magistrate, who cared not one kaoliang stalk as to their fitness for the work, so long as the local gentry were satisfied with them. To qualify as a village official, one had to be fluent, unscrupulous, ingratiating when dealing with those of superior station, and threatening when dealing with poorer and weaker persons. Above all, one had to be willing to submit to the whims of the gentry and not feel humiliated when ordered to carry out some business for them. The peasants had their own less than flattering title for such people. They called them cow tuidza, which means leg of the dog. It can be readily understood that such an administration did not serve people impartially. As far as the higher authorities were concerned, the main purpose of the village government was the collection of taxes, the supply of manpower for public works, and the conscription of soldiers. As long as the extremely heavy quotas in these three spheres were met, no one cared how they were distributed. The gentry saw to it that their own obligations were as light as possible. They avoided taxes whenever they could and made up the difference with extra levies on the rest of the population. They sent middle and poor peasants to move earth, build roads, and repair the fortress-like walls of important villages and towns, while they themselves stayed at home. They conscripted their tenants and laborers for the army, while their own sons went to school. These evasions of public duty were all dividends that came with control over the village administration. More important in the long run was the leverage over the peasants which the power to distribute the quotas at lower levels gave to those in control. There were many ways in which an obstinate peasant could be taught to bow his head. He could be ordered to haul grain for some warlord in the middle of the planting season. His only son could be tied up and dragged off to the army. His deeds could be doctored to cheat him of land. Taxes could be piled on taxes until he went under. The Peace Preservation Corps could accidentally march through his crops. He could be entered in the special register reserved for criminals and thieves. He could be discriminated against in the arbitration of disputes. There were always bitter quarrels among the peasants over the use of privies, the ownership of trees, the exact boundaries of fields, the possession of women, and many other matters. A peasant who was out of favor with the authorities could easily get the worst of any settlement. A minor case, picked at random from the life of Longbao village, will serve to show how this worked. One day a fairly prosperous middle peasant and cloth peddler, Li Paoyu, found out that his neighbor Xiaotseng often slept with his wife while he himself was away buying cloth. Since he was older and much less solidly put together than Xiaotseng, Paoyu complained to the village office. An investigation proved the truth of the complaint. The village head thereupon ordered both the wife and her lover flogged. After the flogging, the two were hung by the arms from the gable of the village office for 8 hours. Then the village head fined them both several silver dollars. Since his wife had no money of her own, Paoyu had to pay the fine. Even though Xiaotseng continued to consort with the woman, poor Paoyu never complained again. He didn't want to part with more silver dollars. To the extent that Paoyu's wife was actually to blame, a certain rough justice was meted out in this case, but Paoyu certainly felt that he had been cheated, and so, almost invariably, did other peasants who went with complaints to the village office. Without influence one might as well appeal to a mud wall. And so, when disputes arose among the poor, they were usually settled by force. The strong won the day and the weak ate bitterness. Just so long as the quarrel did not affect the revenue of the gentry, no one in authority cared how unjust the settlement was. If one peasant could be discriminated against, another could be favored. As a reward for loyal service and good behavior, a man could be given light labor service at convenient times. Lucrative contracts for the supply of materials, such as kaoliang stalks for flood control, could be thrown his way. His sons could be passed over as conscripts and left to help with the field work at home, or recommended for good positions at the county seat. He could be assured of a sympathetic hearing in case he had a dispute with anyone else. But even such a system of favors and penalties did not guarantee permanent control of village life. There was always the danger that the patient tortoise might upset the obelisk altogether. Physical force, naked and unadorned, was therefore the third important pedestal on which the power of the gentry in Longbao rested. Violence was chronic at all levels of human relationship. Husbands beat their wives, mothers-in-law beat their daughters-in-law, peasants beat their children, landlords beat their tenants, and the Peace Preservation Corps beat anyone who got in the way. The only living creatures that could hope to avoid beatings, it seemed, were adult male gentry and draft animals, the donkeys, mules, horses, oxen, and cows that were the basis of Longbao's agriculture. Violence reached its zenith in relations between landlord and tenant, creditor and debtor. The gentry literally held the power of life and death over the peasants and personally carried out whatever punitive measures they deemed necessary when their interests were damaged or threatened. If they caught a thief, he was dealt with on the spot. One famine year a Longbao peasant child, only 6 years old, stole some leaves from a tree belonging to his father's employer. The landlord caught the boy, beat him black and blue with a stout stick, and docked his father $12. This amounted to the father's earnings for the entire year. He had to borrow money from a relative to get through the winter and was still paying off the debt a decade later. In the village of Sandbank, not far to the west of Longbao, a poor peasant named Ho took a few ears of ripe corn from the field of a rich relative named Ho Yufu. Ho Yufu caught the culprit, dragged him into an open yard in the village, had him strung to a tree, and personally flogged him until he lost consciousness. Not long afterwards this man died of internal injuries. Similar direct action was taken when rent fell in arrears or interest went unpaid. Then the landlord went in person to the home of his tenant and demanded the grain due him. If it was not forthcoming, he drove the peasant off the land or out of the house. If the peasant resisted, the landlord or one of his retainers beat him. Should a peasant attempt to defend himself, affairs could easily take a very ugly turn. One Taihang peasant struck back at a landlord who raped his wife. He was hung by the hair of his head and beaten until his scalp separated from his skull. He fell to the ground and bled to death. Only if the landlord found it impossible to cope with the peasant did he go to the village government for help. Then the constable, who carried a revolver, and a few stalwarts from the Peace Preservation Corps armed with rifles, soon straightened out the matter. Should the local forces prove inadequate, the rifles of the whole district could easily be concentrated on one village, and if this was not enough, the county magistrate had at his disposal a standing force of several score armed men in permanent garrison. Little wonder that the peasants seldom resisted the demands of the gentry. They knew only too well what would happen to them if they struck back. In their own experience and in the history of the region there was no lack of precedents. In most cases involving disputes with peasants, direct action by the gentry, backed up when necessary by the armed forces of the village government, was enough to preserve law and order. But this was not so when the gentry themselves fell out. Since the village head was only their servant, or at best their peer, the most he could do was mediate. He could not impose a solution. When mediation failed, there was no recourse but to enter a lawsuit at the county court or yamen. Their cases were fought out with a full regalia of lawyers, briefs, counter-briefs, witnesses, and liberal handouts to all and sundry. Public morality being what it was, the family with the most resources, the best connections, and the least scruples usually won. The loser was often punished with a public flogging and, in addition, was required to throw a banquet for the entertainment of all involved, at which time the public apologies were offered that wound up the case. So ruinous were court cases that most families avoided them like the plague. If they were unable to settle matters out of court, their quarrels could harden into feuds in the course of which each family in the dispute tried to damage the persons and property of the other. To repay an insult or avenge an injury, gangs were organized, beatings administered, crops fired, wells plugged, carts and implements broken, trees cut down, women and children kidnapped, and men murdered. The impassive mud walls of Longbao thus harbored a never-ending war of all against all, which absorbed a great part of the energy of the people and tended to conceal that basic conflict, the struggle between the gentry and the peasants over the fruits of the land, which would eventually overwhelm everything else. It was this background of corruption, favoritism, influence peddling, and violence that drove many a young peasant into the gangster-type secret societies such as the Red Rifles that were endemic in the region. It was this same background that made it possible for certain powerful gentry to organize their own private armed forces, oppress and rob people at will, loot and rape and murder without fear of reprisal, and, when successful, build themselves up into local warlords with power over whole districts, whole counties, and even provinces. Between raids and debaucheries their rifles were always available for the suppression of revolt, and many an adventurer built a career and fortune looting and killing under the guise of hunting rebels and, in later years, communists. Yang Husheng, for many years the warlord of neighboring Shenzi province, and one of the men who kidnapped Chiang Kai-shek in Xi'an in 1936, started out as a soldier bandit in command of a small armed detachment. The gentry who operated gangs on a village or district level were known as OPA or local despots. In the 1940s Longbao had its own local despot, Fan Tungshi, son of Fan Piyudza, but since his exploits more properly belong to the period of the Japanese War, they will be dealt with in a later chapter. When agrarian revolt flared in isolated parts of China after the suppression of the Great Revolution in 1927, neither the legitimate gangs of the village politicians nor the illegitimate gangs of the local despots were enough to suppress them. Then Chiang Kai-shek introduced additional forms of control into every village reached by his power: the Paochia system of mutual responsibility, and the Kuomintang party organization. The Paochia system was a variant of the traditional Lu, neighborhood, and Chia, 10-family group, system already described. The 10 families of the Chia and the 100 families of the Pao, the Lu was an intermediate level, were held collectively responsible for the activities of each and every one of their members. Key individuals were expected to report their neighbors' every move, and everyone was punished when any member of the group was suspected of involvement in revolutionary activity. Mass executions were carried out under the slogan, "Better to kill 100 innocent people than to allow one communist to escape." Shanxi was one of the provinces where a reign of terror was instituted along these lines in the 1930s. Many peasants were seized and killed in Lekeng County, and young men dared not leave home to look for work for fear of being picked up as agitators. Taking a defiant attitude or wearing a red scarf was enough to cause suspicion. Since family and class loyalties tended to be far stronger than any loyalty to national or local government, it is doubtful if the Paochia system was very effective in rooting out subversion. A much better instrument for this purpose was the Kuomintang party, which recruited as members young gentry such as Fan Tungshi and built with their aid a counter-revolutionary political force able to gather intelligence, expose suspects, and coordinate activities over a wide area. Around this hardcore of die-hard gentry were gathered teachers, students, officials, and persons of normal ambition in public life. For such people as these a Kuomintang membership card was obligatory. In Longbao most of the leading gentry and their dogs' legs were Kuomintang members. They agitated in favor of that peculiar blend of nationalism, fascism, and Confucianism immortalized by Chiang Kai-shek in his book, China's Destiny, maintained strict thought control over all village life, and mobilized the landlord class for a showdown with the rising peasant revolution. The ruthless way in which the slightest defiance on the part of tenants and laborers was suppressed over the years created in the peasants a deep, almost instinctive, reluctance to mount an attack against the power of the gentry. Revolt after revolt had been crushed during 20 centuries of gentry rule. Those who raised their heads to lead them had either been bought off or had had their heads severed. Their followers had been cut to pieces, burned, flayed, or buried alive. Gentry in the Taihang proudly showed foreign visitors leather articles made from human skin. Such events and such mementos were a part of the cultural heritage of every peasant in China. Traditions of ruthless suppression were handed down in song and legend, and memorialized in the operas which were so popular everywhere. It is no wonder, then, that only the most severe provocation could overcome the peasants' great reluctance to act, and set them in motion. But once in motion they tended to extremes of cruelty and violence. If they struck to kill, for common sense and millenniums of painful experience told them that if they did not, their enemies would inevitably return another day to kill them. The extreme and often misdirected violence of peasant uprisings in China was an indication of certain basic weaknesses in the peasants as a political force, weaknesses which were cultivated anew in each generation by the very nature of the fragmented, small-holding, peddlers' economy in which they were all reared. The first of these weaknesses was an all-pervading individualism engendered by the endless, personal struggle to acquire a little land and to beat out the other fellow in the marketplace. Peasants individually driven to bankruptcy viewed economic disaster not as a social but as a personal matter, to be solved in isolation by whatever means came to hand. This essentially divisive and selfish approach made cooperation between peasants on any level other than the family extremely difficult, greatly increased the leverage of the gentry's divide and rule tactics, and made inevitable the corruption of a certain percentage of peasant leaders who, when they found a way out themselves, abandoned their brothers. A second crucial weakness was the lack of vision that arose directly out of small-scale production with its rudimentary division of labor and indirectly out of the cultural isolation which this type of economy, with its limited market, imposed on the community. Of the great waves of political, cultural, and scientific thought that broke on China's shores in the early 20th century, scarcely a ripple reached such inland villages as Longba. The peasants heard little provincial, less national, and almost no world news. Less than 1 person in 10 could read. Completely absorbed in crop production, family life, and the desperate battle for daily survival, they were true victims of the idiocy of village life. As victims of village idiocy, the peasants had little opportunity to learn of large-scale production and the potential abundance that it offered mankind. Their idea of the good society was one in which everyone had a plot of land, a roof overhead, clothes to wear, and wheat dumplings to eat. The equalitarian they dreamed of was noble, but it was also utopian, there being no conceivable way in which every family could enjoy a prosperous life on a long-term basis as long as production was atomized by small private holdings and cursed with primitive technique. Even if all the means of production could be equally divided, what was to prevent the old process of differentiation which had originally produced landlord and tenant from producing them all over again? Only a new set of social and productive relations could break through the vicious circle, release China's productive power, and open the road to a prosperous future. But of new sets of social relations, of other modes of production, the peasants knew nothing, could imagine nothing, and hence had no beacons to guide them in any search for liberation. They were in the position of a man trying to survey the sky while imprisoned at the bottom of a well. The despair of men standing up to their necks in water, coupled with the ignorance engendered by a well-bottomed view of social relations, led inevitably to impetuosity in action, a third great weakness of the peasants. Because they so desperately wanted a way out, they deluded themselves about the difficulties involved. They thought in terms of short, drastic action to divide existing wealth rather than the 100-year great task of releasing and creating new productive forces through a fundamental transformation of society. Therefore, when they did act, they were not prepared for 2 or 3 years, not to mention decades, of bitter struggle, and were easily discouraged when revolt did not quickly bring any improvement in their situation. Armed uprisings almost always ended in a self-defeating, Robin Hood-type banditry because the peasants did not see the need for, or were unwilling to undertake, the long hard mobilization of the whole laboring population that alone could transform society and bring about their liberation. A temporary, partial victory could elate these roving insurgents, but a minor defeat could plunge them into black despair, and even cause them to abandon the campaign altogether. Mao Zedong, long before he became chairman of the Chinese Communist Party, catalogued the weaknesses exhibited by peasants as revolutionary soldiers. Among them were 1. The purely military viewpoint, a tendency to regard fighting as the only task of the army, avoidance of such political tasks as educating and organizing the mass of the people, arming them, and helping them to establish their own political power. Without this political work the whole fight lost its meaning and the revolutionary his reason for existence. 2. Extreme democracy, aversion to discipline, each commander and each soldier going his own way in a carefree manner. 3. Absolute equalitarian, a demand that everyone be treated alike regardless of circumstances, opposition to extra rations for wounded soldiers, horses for officers who had to travel, lighter loads for older persons and the sick, etc. 4. Subjectivism, holding opinions and voicing criticisms without a realistic examination of the facts and without regard for political principle, basing opinions on random talk and wishful thinking, focusing criticism on minor issues, petty defects, and personal quirks. All of these could only lead to mutual suspicion and unprincipled quarreling between people. 5. individualism, vindictiveness, cliquism, the mercenary viewpoint, holding oneself responsible to individual leaders rather than to the revolution as a whole, hedonism, an urgent desire for personal comfort and pleasure, a longing to leave the hard life of struggle and find some softer spot. 6. The idea of roving insurgents, military opportunism, avoidance of hard political organizing in favor of hiring men and buying horses, living off the land like any ordinary bandit. 7. Adventurism, acting blindly regardless of conditions and the state of mind of one's forces, slack discipline on the one hand but corporal punishment and the execution of deserters on the other, attempting to enforce rather than to inspire loyalty to the cause. The gentry of Longbao were well aware of these weaknesses of the peasants. They played on them to prevent any challenge to their rule before the revolution began and counted on them to disrupt the revolution once it got underway. 5. The teaching of the Lord of Heaven. What would you say if I sent bonzes and lamas to preach in your country? Emperor Chen Lung. In 1916 the outward calm of Longbao village was disrupted by unprecedented activity. Long lines of carts hauled grey bricks from kilns in many parts of the county and unloaded them in the village square. Local contractors hired masons from as far away as Wuhan and Hinton, at the edge of the Hopi plain, to lay the brick. Slowly, in the very center of the community, a large Gothic-style church arose, the first architectural innovation in 1,000 years. A tall, square tower that thrust above every other structure in the neighborhood topped the church and served as a landmark that could be seen for miles around. This tower would have made Longbao unique had it not been for the fact that even taller, more ostentatious towers were constructed in other nearby villages at about the same time at Cow Settlement, Horse Square, and South Temple, to name but a few. These churches were built under the direction of Catholic missionaries from Europe who established a firm base in Lukang County in the late 19th and early 20th centuries and converted a significant minority of the peasants to their faith. No analysis of the dominant forces in Longbao in the decades preceding the revolution would be complete, therefore, without a description of the Tian Chu Tiao or Lord of Heaven teaching brought by these fathers. Though the church did nothing to modify the land system or the landlord-tenant relationship based on it, on the contrary, it reinforced them by its teachings, and by becoming a landholder in its own right it did serve as the opening wedge for Western influence. By disrupting and dividing the community, demanding special privileges for its converts, engendering cliques and counter-cliques, imposing humiliations on civil and religious leaders alike, it won for itself the bitter hatred of the majority outside the church. Its influence, even after it disappeared as an organized force, was deep and lasting. The first missionaries arrived in the Taihang Mountains in the decade after 1840, following the defeat of China in the First Opium War. They were Italian Franciscans. In the latter part of the 19th century these Italians were reinforced by French and Dutch priests of the same order. From all that I could learn in Longbao, it was the Dutch who concentrated in the Shangtang region and built the mission in Changchi, to which the church in Longbao was a satellite. The Franciscan fathers, once they gained admission to the region, went vigorously to work. They bought land, built buildings, brought in Catholic converts from other areas, and set up small Christian communities. Through the Chinese Christians as intermediaries, rather than through preaching or evangelism, they hoped to reach out to the local people and eventually establish entire Catholic villages and even Catholic counties. With each defeat suffered by the Qing dynasty at the hands of the Western powers, greater and greater concessions were granted to the Catholic missionaries, all of whom, regardless of nationality, were under French protection. The French government lost no opportunity to win special privileges and powers for foreign priests, which enabled them to influence the population around them more effectively and to gain converts. The treaties forced on the Chinese government by the Second Opium War, 1856 to 1860, placed not only missionaries, but Chinese Christians under the aegis of foreign powers. This gave to the converts a certain assurance of protection and stimulated the numerical growth of the church. The provision had, however, implications and results which were, to say the least, unfortunate. It tended to remove Chinese Christians from the jurisdiction of their government and make of Christian communities imperia in imperio, widely scattered enclaves under the defense of aliens. Missionaries usurped the powers of civil officials over their converts, and it was not surprising to find that Catholic missionaries interfered from time to time in lawsuits in which Christians were one of the parties. Sometimes a mere gesture from a missionary, a visit or his card was enough to obtain a decision in favor of a convert, for the official did not wish to become embroiled with foreigners who, through their consuls and ministers, could make trouble for him with his superiors. It is not strange, then, that individuals and families and even entire clans and villages professed conversion in the hope of obtaining support against an adversary. Nor was it so strange that by the end of the 19th century the confusion between the Christian religion and European politics had become inextricable. The missionaries profit from Europe's armed might and suffer from the hatred it arouses. In 1899, under French pressure, an imperial rescript was issued which granted to Catholic bishops, all of whom were foreigners, equal rank with regional viceroys and provincial governors, and to foreign priests equal rank with provincial treasurers, provincial judges, and county magistrates. This only confirmed and made official a practice which had been growing since 1860. Bishops had long flaunted official buttons, caused cannons to be fired when they arrived in town, had an umbrella, a Chinese sign of rank, carried ahead of them, and issued proclamations in forms similar to those used by officials. Such factors as these, at a time when the great powers were quite openly preparing to divide up China, led the peasant rebels of 1900, the Boxers, into anti-foreign and anti-missionary action. Shanxi province, under Governor Yu Xian, was one of the storm centers of this revolt. In the Shangtang area Catholic churches were sacked, Catholic priests and their Christian converts killed, and Catholic property seized. Due in part to the treachery of the Empress Dowager, who pretended to back the movement while at the same time encouraging foreign intervention to crush it, and in part to the spontaneous, poorly organized nature of the Boxers themselves, the rebellion failed. A joint expedition of 8 powers marched to Peking, sacked the city, and forced on the government a treaty which demanded, among other things, the execution of various leaders of the rebellion, 450 million silver dollars in indemnities, and the death penalty for any Chinese who joined an anti-foreign society in the future. Overnight the situation in the Shangtang was reversed. From almost complete rout, the Catholic missions came back stronger than ever. Over $2 million of the indemnity money was turned over to the Franciscans in Changchi, and they began to build churches, settle Catholic believers, and win converts on an increasingly large scale. In the 2 decades that followed the Boxer Rebellion, 57 churches were built in Lukang County alone, along with rectories, nunneries, seminaries, and orphanages. Enormous compounds of brick and stone rose from the ground. With this renaissance the church threatened to become the dominant community organization in the region. For many years people dared not openly oppose what the church initiated, carried on their Buddhist rites in secret, and lived in fear of exposure to the priests. It was during this period that the huge church in Longbao was built. Even before the structure itself was completed, a concerted drive for new membership was launched by the Dutch fathers. This drive, as it was described to me by villagers who remembered it, took many forms. First, the church brought in Catholic families from villages where larger Christian communities existed. Some of these families were recruited locally, and some came from as far away as the Hopi Plain. These immigrants were settled on land belonging to the church or its auxiliary organizations, or on land of local gentry who had been converted. Thus the nucleus of Catholics in Longbao was greatly enlarged. Second, the church used charity to attract new members. Reliable Catholics who had stood by the church during the rebellion received 4 ounces of silver per person from the Boxer indemnity funds. Similar favors in the form of money and grain were handed out, especially in poor crop years, to those who would agree to enter the church and study its doctrines. In this way many poor people in desperate need were drawn into the fold. A third great source of recruits was the orphanage that was housed in an extensive complex of buildings adjoining the church. Because the peasants lived from year to year on the verge of starvation and in bad years often died themselves, it was impossible for them to raise all their children. Boys, when they grew up, stayed home to help support their parents. Therefore every effort was made to save them. But girls, after 12 years of feeding, could only be sold for a few bags of grain, or given in marriage for the equivalent of a few dollars. Therefore in times of distress girl children were sometimes abandoned or even killed at birth. The orphanage in Longbao was built specifically to care for such abandoned children. From picking up babies in the streets and fields, the custom developed of accepting babies directly from their parents, or even of paying modest sums for girl children in order to encourage their mothers to part with them. Once they become the property of the orphanage, the infants were farmed out to wet nurses, in some cases their own mothers, until old enough to eat millet. They were then reclaimed by the church to be raised as Catholics. At a very early age these girls were put to work cleaning, cooking, and sewing. Certain products of their labor were sold on the market to provide a source of income for the orphanage and the church. Having paid their way by long hours of toil, the older girls often worked up to 12 or even 14 hours a day. The young women were betrothed in their early teens to local peddlers, traders, peasants, or soldiers in return for a substantial remuneration. This not only helped the church financially, but also ensured new converts and a younger generation brought up as Catholics. For in order to obtain a wife from the orphanage the husband had to promise to become a Catholic, and any children resulting from the union were automatically pledged to the faith. Since the orphanage was the main source of unpromised brides, and since its prices were about 1/3 lower than the average in the region, many poor peasants who wanted to get married had little alternative but to buy a Catholic wife. If the operation of the orphanage created ill will and distrust, the economic activities of the church sharply aggravated this feeling. The institution through which the financial affairs of the church in Longbao were handled was called the Qinxinghui, or Carry-On Society. This was ostensibly a charitable organization set up after the 1911 revolution to help fellow Christians in distress. The Catholic peasants were taught that by contributing to it they would earn merit in the eyes of God and get to heaven faster after death. When members of the group died, all the Catholics in the village prayed for their souls. Those who did not join got no such support in the afterlife. Many poor peasants contributed a coin or half a coin to this venture. In the beginning the total capital was about 3 yuan, altogether about 1/3 of a silver dollar. By loaning this money out at high interest rates amounting to 30% a month, the society made money, bought land, and acquired land through default on loans. By the late 1930s the society owned 30 acres of land, collected rent from 25 tenant families, and extracted interest from another 32. It was the largest single landholder in the village. Loans from the society were given out with a written contract that was standard for the whole region and included many oppressive clauses not ordinarily stipulated by landlord usurers. Article 6 of this contract forced any debtor who was in default to pay the travel fees of the collectors who came to demand the money. The fee demanded was 10 cents for every 10 li, 3 miles, traveled, plus room and board if the trip involved an overnight journey. Lest anyone wonder why there should be travel fees for collecting Longbao loans, it should be explained that this was for loans made from the central office at the cathedral in Changchi. The 7th article called for an additional 5% per month interest on all defaulted debts, and this interest was compounded. Of the 32 families in Longbao who owed money to the society in its last years, 3 were forced to sell all the land they had in order to clear their debts. Another 3 sold their houses. The society occupied by force the land of another 3. Other families sold sons, daughters, and draft animals to pay off their debts. Since the society, as a religious institution, paid no taxes on the land it owned, the tenants had to pay all levies demanded by the various government bodies in addition to the heavy rents. Rents to the society varied over the years, but ran as high as a bushel of wheat for each mao, something like 50% of the crop. Catholics could rent land more cheaply than non-Catholics. They paid 1/8 of a bushel less per mao per year. Tremendous pressure was exerted on all tenants and borrowers to become members of the church. For the wealthy landlords and rich peasants of the village, the society served as a sort of bank. They could put funds into it and draw 15% a month in interest. The advantage of this was that they could get their money out at any time instead of only after the harvest or at the approach of the new year, as was the case when loans were made to individual peasants. Sheng Qingho, Fan Piyudza, and the other leading landlords all had sums invested in the carry-on society. It thus had the backing of the landlord group as a whole. The peasants, for their part, had a different name for it. They called it the Peel and Pear Society. Peel and Pear is the literal translation of the word exploit in Chinese. Charity was the professed aim of the society, and charity it always practiced. For one thing, it gave 10 bags of grain each year for the support of the church orphanage. This was by no means enough to keep the orphanage going, but as we have seen, it had other sources of income. Various Catholic laymen managed the affairs of this profitable charitable society over the years. In the decade prior to 1945, the manager was a man named Wang Kai-ching. He began life as a poor laborer, but from the day he took over the affairs of the carry-on society, with the backing of the leading gentry, he prospered mightily. The foreign fathers dealt with no outsider directly. Whenever they had any business to do, they called in Wang Kai-ching. All they knew about the village and the community they learned through him. Thus, Wang became a power to be reckoned with and a man to be feared. He himself tilled the best land owned by the society. It was rumored that he got 50% of all interest on loans. Whether this was true or not, he most certainly got a commission on all transactions that passed through his hands, and this included not only the business of the carry-on society but all the financial affairs of the church as well. He was the business manager for the whole institution, holding the key to the safe and letting the contracts for new construction. It was common knowledge that he kept 8% of the wages of those who built the church buildings. But this was not enough for him. When the construction was over, he managed to carry home such valuable items as the steel cable used on the hoist. Society Chairman Wang made use of his key position in the church to extend his influence both inside the hierarchy and in the realm of politics. His eldest son, Wang Anpao, was early recruited into the Kuomintang party and in the 1940s became its district secretary. A second son became a Catholic priest. A daughter became a nun. In handling the financial affairs of the society and the church, Wang Kai-ching was ruthless. Hu Shuai-chen, a poor peasant woman, was allowed to borrow 100 weight of grain from the society in the spring, for which she had to pay 1.200 weight in the fall. It was a dry year and her whole crop amounted to less than she borrowed. Society Chairman Wang seized everything that she had grown, including the poor beans she had planted between the rows of corn, and left her without any food at all. She had to go into the streets to beg soon after the harvest. During the famine year, this same woman went to Chairman Wang's door and asked for something to eat. "I am poorer than you," he said as he picked bits of his last meal from between his teeth with an ivory toothpick. "You had better get out of here." With that, he kicked her from his entry and closed the gate in her face. Wang was as hard on his poor relatives as he was on everyone else who had too little to invest in his society. A cousin named Xiao Feng worked for many years in his household as a maid-servant. He cheated her of her wages and gave her very little to eat. During the famine year she was forced to sell her own children and look for work as a wet nurse in another village. But Society Chairman Wang told everyone that he fed and cared for her over the years out of the kindness of his heart. Wang knew all the traditional methods for cheating the peasants and was noted far and wide for the practice of them. When he loaned out millet it was full of dirt and chaff, but when, after the harvest, he came to collect the rent or interest due, he asked for pure, clean millet. He winnowed and rewinnowed it until only the big, full kernels were left. The millet he loaned out he measured with a small bushel measure, but the millet he took in he measured with a large measure. When Wang loaned out money he first subtracted a month's interest so that if one borrowed $30 one actually received $20, but paid interest, after the first month, on 30. Emergency loans were more expensive. Wang charged as high as 10% per day compounded. He never loaned money to landless persons. He invariably demanded land as security, and when, because of the high interest rates, the poor borrower defaulted, the land changed hands as surely as autumn gave way to winter. The Carry-On Society was not above using the special legal power and privilege possessed by the mission to add to its holdings. For decades half an acre of irrigated land adjacent to the church had been tilled as public property and the proceeds used for education, charity, and other community needs. In 1925 the society tried to buy this land for the church and turn it into a vegetable garden. The people of the village refused to sell. Then FANSHEN, a landlord and leader of the Catholic minority, began a campaign of slander against the non-Catholic majority. He persuaded a young co-religionist named Chang Kuo-chi to claim the land as his inheritance. One night Chang's father was found cutting a tree on the land. A crowd gathered to stop him. The Catholics turned out in force to protect him and a pitched battle ensued. Into the fray stepped FANSHEN as mediator. His solution, presented a few days later, was to sell the land to the church. This so angered the people that 900 of them walked all the way to the yamen at Lekeng to protest and petition for the return of the land to the village. Under pressure from the mission and fearful of repercussions should the foreigners be angered, the county magistrate ordered soldiers to drive the petitioners away. Deserted by their own government, they had nowhere to turn. The church took the land without payment. As far as the mission was concerned, the incident was closed, but the people did not forget so easily. Nor did peasants like Wang Chnu forget the long years of abuse they suffered at the hands of the church and its Carry-On Society. The story this land-poor peasant told me was certainly very one-sided, but I report it here as he remembered it. His memory was bitter. Before the turn of the century, Wang Chnu's father rented land in Horse Square, 1 mile north of Longbao. He was a Buddhist in a village that boasted a large Catholic mission and a Catholic majority. He may well have taken part in the attack on the church that marked the Boxer uprising. In any case, when the rebellion was crushed, he fled to avoid persecution at the hands of vengeful Catholics. Hunger finally drove him back to Horse Square. The priest ordered him arrested. He was strung up and beaten. He decided to move to Longbao where the church was not so powerful. But the priest in Longbao called him in and said, "Wherever you go you must be a Christian, for if you do not join the church you will be taken for a Boxer and you will suffer for it." In the end, without food, land, or house, he accepted relief from the church and was listed thereafter on its roster of members. The relief during this period consisted of $1 silver a month, a fair sum in those days. This peasant had 4 sons. His brother had 4 daughters. He swapped with his brother a son for a daughter. Both he and his wife became very fond of the baby girl but found it difficult to support 4 children. The church orphanage then stepped in with an offer of aid. The parents turned the girl over to the orphanage. The orphanage, in turn, left the little girl with her mother to be nursed, fed, and cared for, and paid a small subsidy for her support. There was one condition that had to be met: the arrangement was valid only as long as the girl's parents faithfully followed the teachings of the church. Summer that year came in hot and dry. People brought large offerings to the church and the priest said many masses to bring rain, but no rain fell. Then Wang Chnu's father sought out the Buddhists. He wore a green willow branch on his cap and took part in the Buddhist rites that were supposed to bring rain. When the priest of the church found out about this, he cut off all relief from the family and took the girl back to the orphanage. Her mother wept bitterly and pleaded with the priest, but he said they had broken the agreement and could no longer be trusted with the girl. The mother believed that her daughter was mistreated in the orphanage, grieved a great deal over her loss, and died soon afterwards. Her sons were convinced that she died of grief. When Wang Chnu grew up, he managed to save a little money. With it he bought some land. This land was mortgaged to the Carry-On Society as security for a $35 loan that enabled him to marry. Crops were bad that year. In order to pay the $15 of interest on the loan, he had to sell his wife's wedding ornaments, all her clothes, and the winter's supply of grain. Hardship and grief finally drove his wife insane. The priest said many masses for her, but it did no good. All the neighbors said she was haunted by the spirit of a monkey. When Chnu finally managed to save up a little money again, he gave it to the Buddhist group in return for rites which were supposed to drive the monkey spirit out of his wife. The rites were no more effective than the masses. The priest heard about the attempt and sent Society Chairman Wang to punish Chnu for his breach of faith. "You have betrayed Christianity," said Chairman Wang. "By calling on the Buddhists you betray God himself." Wang Chnu was dragged into the churchyard and beaten. He thought, "My wife has been driven mad and now I am beaten by the church. I don't want to live any longer." But since he didn't want to commit suicide either, he lived on to pay many a tithe to the church. Although the kind of fear and persecution which Chnu suffered gradually simmered down as the memory of the Boxer Rebellion faded, the church became so powerful that Buddhist leaders like Sheng Qingho, men who in their own right lorded it over the rest of the village, found it expedient to curry favor with it. This landlord and political boss cultivated good relations with the Catholic fathers, dined with them often, invested money in the Carry-On Society, and cooperated in many projects initiated by the church. All the power of the church and all its efforts to convert Longbao to Catholicism failed in the end. The Catholics remained a minority group, never numbering more than a quarter of the population. In 1940, after 100 years of missionary work in the region and approximately 40 years in the village, there were altogether 64 Catholic families out of a total of 257. This was slightly more than a fifth of all the households. It should not be concluded that these 64 families were all Catholics against their will, or that they remained in the church simply out of expediency, because of pressure, favors, the right to rent church land, or to buy a wife from the orphanage. Regardless of how they originally entered the Christian fold, many became sincere believers and passed on to their children as devout a faith as any existing in the world. By its impressive ritual, by its forceful doctrine, by dispensing a certain amount of charity, by raising a loyal younger generation in its own orphanage, and by emphasizing its precarious minority position, the Church built up in its converts a cohesion, a unity of interest and purpose that deeply affected many of its members. It also set them apart from the rest of the community and thereby won them the scorn and often the hatred of the majority of their countrymen. Because Catholic privilege was built and maintained under the protection of foreign gunboats, because Catholic construction was paid for out of funds extracted from all the people by armed aggression, because Catholic converts were exempt from collections to support local religious rites and age-old customs, Catholicism had been known as the agent's religion for a long time. During the course of the next decade, the Church in the Shangtang further consolidated this reputation and set the stage for its own demise. Important as the Catholic Church became in its heyday, it was never more than one facet in that complex of social relations and natural conditions which fashioned the reality of the times for Longbao. By the second quarter of the 20th century, these relations and conditions had reduced southern Shanxi to a nadir of rapacious exploitation, structural decay, chronic violence, and recurring famine which has few parallels in history. They had also rendered the region and the country of which it was a part all but incapable of effective defense against aggression from without, a circumstance that was duly noted by the warlords of Japan. 6. Invasion. And now lies burnt. Our eastern capital. No use saying 2. Can defend the pass against 100. For everywhere there is wavering. As for our northern defenses, built in the time of ancient kings, who dares ask if they have been maintained? Tufu. Suddenly all the dogs in Longbao began to bark. The fierce cacophony startled the young mother Hu Shuechen. She sat in the dilapidated shed where her husband had abandoned her and wondered where she could go that day to beg enough food for herself and her 2 children. Why do the dogs make such a row? Shuechen called out to her neighbor, Chou Har's wife. Through the doorless aperture that was the only entrance to her home, The answer came clearly back. The Japanese devils have come. Xue Chen ran to the courtyard gate to see if the alley was still free. If so, she would call her children and flee to the open fields until nightfall. She was too late. The Japanese column had already turned the corner. No sooner did she step into the street than a soldier looked up, broke ranks and started after her. Xue Chen fled inside her own hovel and ducked to the left. The soldier ran past her into the room. He knocked down her 6-year-old son, stepped squarely on the little boy's hunger-swollen stomach, then plunged on into the back room hoping to catch his mother. Xue Chen did not wait for him to come out. She ran to the next house and hid. When the soldier, cursing his luck, left the courtyard, neighbors found Xue Chen's boy lying unconscious on the floor. He regained his senses, but on the next day fell ill with fever. 4 days later he died. On his deathbed he cried out over and over again, "Mother, the devils are coming, the devils are coming." The all-out drive that brought the Japanese army into the hamlet of Longbao in the summer of 1938 began in July 1937 at Luqiao, just outside Peking. There a detachment of Chinese soldiers had the temerity to resist some Japanese on maneuver who demanded the right to search a village for a missing compatriot. This violation of the Peace of Greater East Asia provided the pretext which Hirohito's legions had been waiting for. When Chiang Kai-shek refused to accept Japan's conditions for settlement of the dispute, the Japanese army confidently resumed the conquest of all China which it had begun in the northeast in 1932. Discounting the possibility of massive popular resistance, the Japanese generals determined on classic blitzkrieg tactics. With the overwhelming forces already gathered in East Hopi, where they had earlier wrung from Chiang the right to station troops, they quickly smashed the poorly armed and too often traitorously led armies that stood in their way and drove south and west down the main trunk railroads into the heart of the country. For a year all went well. They occupied most of the Chinese cities well known in the West: Peking, Tientsin, Tsingtao, Shanghai, Nanking, Hankow, and Canton, and, with the exception of the Hankow-Canton line, most of the railroads and highways that connected these cities. Japanese strategists took it for granted that control of the cities, the railways, the whole modern communications network, would bring them control of the countryside, thus enmeshed and surrounded. This was a serious error. While their mechanized armies pushed on triumphantly into central China, a resistance movement grew up behind them. This resistance soon confined the conquerors' effective control to the cities and the narrow railroad corridors between them. Before any further conquests could be made, before any real plums could be plucked from the conquest of the north, Japan had to wipe out the guerrilla fighters in her rear. Large numbers of combat troops had therefore to be recalled from far-flung battlefronts to pacify rural areas already conquered. Thus began a fierce and prolonged military struggle, the famous stalemate stage of China's protracted war, 1939 to 1944. In this fierce contest, the Taihang Mountains inevitably became a most savagely contested region, for the Taihang Mountains dominate the North China Plain, which in turn provides the main base, marshalling ground, and granary for any drive southward. As long as the Japanese were unable to clear the mountains, their hold was never secure in the lowlands, and all their efforts in other parts of the country, even in other parts of the world, were greatly hampered. Chinese armed groups from bases in the mountains went down into the flat country, crossed the Peking-Hankow Railway and set up new bases in the swamps and lakes of Hokkien and the roadless cotton lands of South Hopi. When hard pressed, the regular forces withdrew behind the Taihang's formidable ranges while the plains people carried on their resistance underground. It became a matter of life and death, therefore, for the Japanese to clear the mountains. The first major effort to do this consisted of a drive to cut the Taihang Range in half. After taking Taiyuan, warlord Governor Yan Shishan's provincial capital in 1938, a part of the Japanese army pushed through the mountains to Changchi and then drove eastward through Lekeng and Liken toward Hantan on the plain. But even though a second column simultaneously marched westward into the mountains from Hantan by way of Wuhan, the two forces were never able to link up. A guerrilla offensive destroyed one motorized column in a deep mountain gorge. Ambushes and man-made landslides slowed down the other column. Snipers took a continuous toll both of the marching troops and of the garrisons they left behind. In the end the drive bogged down. The remnants of both columns withdrew in the east to Wuhan, in the west to Lekang. The latter small walled city thus became the last garrison point on the western flank of the Taihang Mountains to be held by the invaders. Even though the Japanese army garrisoned Lekang and with the help of a series of blockhouses, controlled the highway leading out to the county town of Changchi, they did not control more than a fraction of Lekang County's rural villages. A guerrilla government operated throughout the highlands. Guerrilla troops and their supporting militia moved at will through occupied territory, and even into occupied villages at night. In order to protect the Chinchilakeng highway, flanking villages such as Longbao had to be occupied and fortified. Longbao itself thus became the last permanently garrisoned outpost on the road to Yellow Mill, a mining town at the base of the mountains. Outside the village one stepped into no man's land, and only a few miles away Chinese-controlled guerrilla territory began. Longbao was thus established as a fortified point on one side of a narrow finger of occupied territory thrust across the flat from Changchi toward the higher ranges of the Taihang. Having failed in their efforts to cut the mountain bases in half, the Japanese used their occupied salient as a jumping-off point for punitive raids against the regions they were unable to conquer. 3 times they launched major kill all, burn all, loot all campaigns. Throughout whole counties dwellings were razed or burned, livestock slaughtered, implements smashed, wells plugged, and people driven back and forth across the hills and plains like hunted herds. Tens of thousands were killed outright, hundreds of thousands starved. Only those who had buried their grain in advance and who hid in secluded mountain gorges or caves until the enemy left survived. When on top of this man-made carnage, drought and flood unleashed the silent killer famine, the suffering became indescribable. Even the Japanese found it hard to live. They increased their pressure on the occupied villages, wrung the last peck of grain from already starving peasants, slaughtered the draft cattle for meat, and dismantled houses for the fuel in the timbers of the roofs and doorways. In desperate need of garrison forces and fortifications, they press-ganged the able-bodied into puppet units and labor gangs. If the guerrilla areas suffered the flames of hell, the occupied areas suffered the tortures of purgatory. In these times of terrible trial, every person and every human institution was put on the rack, and the quality of the metal from which they were made was ruthlessly tested. Under this stress 2 main political trends developed: resistance and collaboration. 7. Collaborators. Even the dung beetles are arrayed with beautiful wings of gauze. So think I in sadness when one see our officials decked out in such splendor, with our country in imminent danger. Where shall we find refuge? The Book of Odes. When the Japanese army drove into the rural districts of the hinterland, the most conspicuous men in every community were, of course, the leading gentry who headed the village administrations and ran the economic, social, and religious institutions. The Japanese took it for granted that these people would not resist, and for the most part they were not disappointed. After all, the leading gentry had the most property to lose in any annihilation campaign. They dared not mobilize and arm the peasantry for fear that these armies would someday turn against them. When the chips were down, when they were forced to choose between collaboration and resistance, they often found that they had more in common with the invaders than they had with their own tenants. At least the Japanese officers shared their own respect for private property, the sanctity of land rents, and the importance of orthodox religious worship. The resulting collaboration, to be sure, was not always straightforward and direct. The people of the Taihang region had a saying about the occupation politics of landlords: hang tou shio, chung chien chu, or thin at the ends and wide in the middle. As the Japanese moved in, the gentry retired from public life, not knowing how long the enemy would stay and therefore not wanting to identify too closely with them. During the middle period they collaborated actively and openly, believing that the Japanese would be around for a long time, if not forever. At the end, with Russia's armies driving Hitler back to Berlin, with America winning victories in the Pacific, and the popular forces in the mountains growing stronger day by day, they retired behind the scenes again, aware that a change was in the making. As soon as the Japanese surrendered, they came out of retirement, reorganized village affairs, and applied the name anti-Japanese village government to their administrations in an effort to cash in on the fruits of victory. The gentry of Longbao were no exception to this rule. When the Japanese troops were still beyond the hill, Sheng Qingho relinquished public control of the village office. The Catholic landlords, Fan Piyudza, Shi Laming, and Wang Lisun, then set up a new administration using as a front man one Zhou Meisheng, a capable and clever middle peasant who was willing to play their game and turn a tidy penny in the process. Zhou Meisheng was appointed secretary to the village government and became notorious as the chief of staff of the whole puppet regime, a position which he held for 7 long years. Meisheng, in turn, picked a poor peasant, Shang Shitou, as village head and staffed his office with 2 more poor peasants, Kuo Fukai as head of the police, and his brother Kuo Teu as head of public affairs. All these positions continued to pay off handsomely with graft and loot. The gentry were openly represented in the setup only by Wang Lisun, who served as a street captain for 4 years, and Kuo Cheng Wang, the rich peasant who worked closely with Zhou Meisheng in the village office. No serious decisions were taken, however, without consultation between the members of the ruling clique as before. In Longbao village the duties of this government were the same as those of any previous administration to collect taxes, organize labor service, conscript soldiers, and maintain law and order. The chief difference was that this time the demands were heavier and the enforcement more brutal. Now when the village officials went to collect grain, Japanese or puppet soldiers went with them. Entering each courtyard in turn they threw bags on the ground and demanded that the peasants fill them up. If they brought along 2 bags, the family had to fill 2, if they brought 3 bags, the family had to fill 3. The collections were not based on how much land or how big a crop the family had harvested, but on how much grain the enemy wanted to collect. Anyone who had no grain had to run away before the collection began or face serious punishment. Labor service, made many times heavier by the demands of war, became a burden no less onerous than taxes. Whenever there was work to be done, a road to be built, a fortification to be constructed, supplies to be transported, the word went out to the village office and the peasants were ordered to report for service no matter what urgent task they themselves were engaged in. The only ones who never went were the gentry and the village officialdom. In 1943 a fort was built by conscript labor at the north end of Longbao on the edge of no man's land. Every able-bodied male in the village had to go and dig. One poor peasant, Wu Kui, was just at that time putting a new roof on his own hut. He did not want to stop while he had no roof overhead, so he hired a young boy to go in his place. For this he was arrested, beaten until an arm and a leg were broken, and left lying in the newly dug moat that surrounded the fort. A group of his neighbors had to beg for permission to carry him home. The fortification was so large that Longbao village labor was not enough to complete it. People were ordered there from other villages as well, some from 2, 3, or even 10 miles away. They had to get up before dawn in order to get there on time. They had to feed themselves. Anyone who worked slowly or made mistakes was beaten and thrown in the moat. Since the water was not deep, they did not risk drowning, but it was nevertheless a cruel punishment because the weather was cold. Victims had to climb out and go on working in a wind that froze their clothes and brought pneumonia and death to many. The labor service demanded by the Japanese was not always so close to home that the conscripts could walk back and forth each day. When the enemy decided to build a railroad from Taiyuan to Changchi, young men were rounded up from many counties. From hundreds of villages each family had to send one person. Landlords, however, sent their hired laborers instead of their own sons. This was the first time any of these wage workers had ever been considered a part of the family. The conscripts, quartered in huts behind barbed wire, were marched to the building site under guard, and made to work 14 or 16 hours a day. Every detail of their lives was regulated, even the length of time for passing water. The men soon learned to wet as large an area as possible, whenever they had to urinate, for a small spot on the ground was regarded as proof of malingering and could lead to a beating. If anyone slowed up the pace while at work, he was tortured in ways invented on the spot by the guards. One of these was to make two men stand face to face and strike each other. Anyone who didn't strike out with all his strength was promptly beaten by the guards. Chinese guerrillas sometimes came near. Whenever the guards heard shots, they swept the whole countryside with machine gun fire. In their panic they killed more than one of the laborers who happened to get in the way. In the evening when we returned to our huts we laughed and congratulated ourselves that we still lived, said one survivor as he told me of those days. But every morning as we went to work before dawn we trembled for what might happen that day. The wholesale terror of the labor gangs, calculated as it was to strike fear into the heart of every peasant, sowed hatred of the conqueror far and wide. The offhand brutalities such as the wanton killing of Hu Xuechen's little son and the incidental havoc wrought by the occupation burned this hatred even deeper. One such incidental cruelty accompanied the expropriation of the land on which the fort at Longbao was built. It was confiscated from an old man named Wen Tuichin, called Lao, Old Tuichin by everyone in the village. He had inherited part of his meager holdings from his father. Another part, on which stood a house of 12 sections, he had bought only 2 years earlier with the savings of a lifetime of labor in Sheng Qingho's distillery. In the enclosure around the house he had planted 30 trees. One day in July 1942, Shang Shi Tou, the puppet village head, called old Tuichin in and told him his house had to be removed to make way for the fort. He gave him a week to tear down the structure or to sell it to someone who would. Before Tuichin had time to do anything about the house, the labor gangs were ordered to begin work on the moat. He had to offer the structure to whoever would buy it at whatever price he was willing to pay. At that point, was it quite by coincidence, 3 members of the puppet administration and the landlord Sheng Qingho suddenly stepped in, offered him $50 per section, and tore down the house. But after they had hauled away the bricks and the timbers they paid him only half the price. They took his fruit trees for nothing. Old Tuichin did not dare complain. The site of the fort included his half-acre of crop land. On it he had planted millet that was already ripe for harvesting. He never had a chance to reap it. Puppet soldiers came in the evening, staked out the lines of the fort, and trampled his ripe grain into the mud. He begged them to wait until morning so that he could rescue his coming winter's food, but they asked him, "Can you guarantee our safety tonight?" Afraid of the 8th Route Army, they wasted no time digging in. Old Tuichin received not 1 coin of compensation for all the land and the grain that he lost. He had to flee to his nephew's home in South Temple to avoid starvation. The village administration of Longbao was more than usually effective as a recruiting office for the puppet armed forces. This was because several Longbao men with long-standing ties to the dominant faction were among the commanders of the local puppet forces. Shi Zhenpao, a son of the landlord Shi Laming, was an officer of the 4th column of the puppet garrison of Lekeng County. Shen Chi Mei, a middle peasant and erstwhile henchman of the Dog's Leg Zhou Mei Sheng, commanded the puppet security police of the 5th district. Ching Tien Xing, also of Longbao, assisted him. Between them they were able to impress about 50 young men into the puppet forces as rank-and-file soldiers and policemen. These forces were used not only to garrison Longbao itself, but also to hold down several nearby communities. The above-named puppet leaders did not enter the service of the enemy in the first days of the occupation. On the contrary, when the Japanese entered Shanxi, they were officers of a nationalist army detachment commanded by Fan Piyudzi's son, Fan Tungshi. Fan Tungshi and Shi Zhenpao were brothers-in-law by parental arrangement. They were also schoolmates. Together they graduated from middle school in Taiyuan, won a reputation as intellectuals, and, what was more lucrative, commissions in the provincial armed forces under the overall command of Governor Yan Shishan. Since every ambitious officer who wanted to advance his career had to build around himself a loyal group of supporters, they naturally recruited Longbao men as assistants. When Yan's old-style provincial armies crumbled before the Japanese advance in 1937, many units remained more or less intact and retreated into the hinterland. The unit officered by Fan Tungshi and Shi Zhenpao found its way back to Liuqiang County and made the 5th District its main base. As long as Yan himself kept fighting, they carried on a resistance of sorts, but when Yan shifted his policy to one of limited collaboration with the Japanese in return for aid in fighting the guerrillas who were carrying through social reforms and successfully organizing and arming the people for all-out war, his erstwhile officers had to make a choice. They either joined the guerrillas and accepted their program, or they worked out a modus vivendi with the Japanese. Fan Tungshi chose the latter course. Being no match for the Japanese army that moved into the valley behind him, he avoided battle, was allowed to hold certain hilly areas unmolested, and set himself up there as a petty tyrant. His unit gradually disintegrated into a band of armed marauders living off the land, robbing, looting, killing, and raping in the best tradition of Chinese militarism. When Fan Tungshi's troops needed grain, they descended on the villages in the valley and made collections in the name of the central government. In the famine year of 1942, when the puppet administration had already squeezed out all the grain that could be found in Longbao and many people were already near death from hunger, Shi Zhenpao and Shen Qimei led over 100 men into the village. Under cover of darkness they went from house to house, searched every courtyard and seized much grain that had until then been successfully hidden. They made off that night with many cartloads of corn and millet. Almost a third of the people later died of starvation. When not looting villages, Fan Tungshi's men preyed on commerce. They considered merchants on the highway fair game. One day they attacked 13 freight-laden carts traveling the road from Liuqiang to Changchi. They threw the carters into a mountain gully, killed them with stones, and made off with their goods and mules. They also had their way with local women, courting all who took their fancy. Those whom they could not win over with gifts and favors they forced into submission with threats and beatings. If their men resisted they dispatched them without mercy. In midwinter Fan Tungshi raped a young woman in Li Village Gulch, a settlement 3 miles south of Longbao. The girl's fiancé enlisted in the Japanese military police in order to get arms for revenge, but before he could carry out his plan he was ambushed in Longbao, thrown into a dry well, and buried with rocks. In Tungshi's command was a man named Mao Tan who secretly courted the leader's own favorite of the moment. Tungshi shot him in the back for his temerity. Shi Zhenpao was equally ruthless. He seduced the wife of one village leader and later tracked the man himself into the mountains and killed him. He fired at, but missed, another man whose wife he had raped. He beat his own sister-in-law so brutally that everyone said he was responsible for her death. Fan Tungshi, Shi Zhenpao and their henchman Shen Qimei were particularly ruthless in dealing with their political enemies, the underground resistance forces that had progressive leanings. Many times they attacked small groups of guerrilla fighters when the latter were under the most severe pressure from the Japanese and least able to fight back. When they sacked a village for loot, their excuse always was that the place had been infiltrated by communists. By such acts as these the Longbao trio won a well-deserved reputation as local despots. Had the Sino-Japanese War been a conflict of the traditional type, Fan Tungshi might well have become a powerful warlord in his own right, but in this war new social forces, forged in the fires of national resistance, made a traditional warlord career difficult, if not impossible. Fan Tungshi himself was killed by a detachment of guerrilla troops that included Longbao men. Soon thereafter the group he had commanded took the final step to complete betrayal by going over, lock, stock, and barrel to the Japanese. With this move they sealed their fate. When the ex-soldiers turned bandit went over to the enemy, they were reorganized as part of the 4th column of the Liuqiang County garrison, with Shi Zhenpao as commander. Simultaneously, Shen Qimei was appointed head of the district security police. He specialized thereafter in hunting down resistance leaders, responsible for the death of many people. He grew to be one of the most hated men in the valley. The defection at Luken was by no means an isolated incident. In the later years of the anti-Japanese war, years that were characterized by a stalemate on the regular battle fronts, the surrender to the Japanese of whole units intact with their arms was arranged over and over again by high-ranking nationalist officers. The number of Kuomintang commanders above the rank of Major General who put their troops under Japanese command was 12 in 1941, 15 in 1942, and 42 in the peak year, 1943. By early 1944 more than 60% of the puppet armies, then numbering about 425,000, was composed of former Kuomintang elements. In the Taihang Mountains, General Piang Ping-soon, commander of the 24th Group Army, went over with all his troops in May 1943, and was appointed commander-in-chief of the Shanxi Hopi, Honan Shantung Communist Extermination Army as well as of the 24th Group Army of Peace and National Salvation. These shocking defections, which increased as worldwide victory over fascism approached, were part of a planned Trojan horse strategy conceived by Chiang Kai-shek's High Command as the only means by which the Kuomintang could regain control of North China and the Yangtze Valley from the resistance forces when the war ended. Certain that victory would eventually be won by the hard fighting and sacrifices of the Allied forces, particularly the Americans, Chiang and his clique turned their attention to the question of post-war control of China. With the approval of their own high command, unit after unit of the Nationalist Army went over to the enemy and took up garrison duty at strategic points where they would be in a position to take over control of all the occupied areas once the Japanese were finally brought to their knees by forces outside China. This was euphemistically called national salvation by a curved path. As far as Jiang's strategists were concerned, the fourth column was but a small pawn in this devil's chess match, but in Luken County the men of the fourth column made up a formidable force. With their knowledge of the terrain and their intimate ties with the local people, especially the gentry who ran the occupied villages, they made the occupation many times more oppressive and ruthless than it might otherwise have been. The whole collaboration apparatus in Luken County and in Longbao, the commanders of the Kuomintang irregulars turned puppet, the gentry who stood behind the puppet village government, and the middle and poor peasants who staffed it and did the dirty work was made up of Catholics. From the time that the Japanese arrived until they were finally routed in August 1945, Longbao village had a solidly Catholic administration under the dictatorship of the Japanese. This makeup of the village administration and the puppet forces was not unusual. There seemed to be a definite correlation between collaboration and Catholicism throughout the Taihang and in the Catholic strongholds of central Hopi. This, after all, was only the continuation of a situation long prepared by the methods through which these Catholic missions spread their influence and established their position in the first place. From the very beginning, as we have seen, Catholicism had advanced in China under the protection of foreign powers. During the Japanese War, the tone for collaboration was set by the highest church authorities, the hierarchy of the cathedral in Changchi, the largest town in the area, and the hierarchy in Qingtai, the largest city on the plain at the foot of the mountains. To cite but one example, a leading priest, Father Kuo Lo Tsai, on his return trip from America in 1938, stopped off in Japan and obtained a letter of introduction to the Japanese ambassador in China from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This letter carried instructions to all whom it might concern to give special care and attention to the bearer. It was apparently effective for, upon his arrival in China, Father Kuo received a universal travel permit from the Japanese military headquarters and was permitted to move freely all over North China. After the Japanese surrender, more than 100 travel blanks of the kind issued only to top Japanese military personnel and civilian administrators were found in his effects, together with many snapshots of his venerable personage standing with leading Japanese officials and the chief puppet of the Qingtai area, one Cao Ti-ling. One reason for the shift to a Catholic administration in small centers such as Longbao was the universal belief that the invaders would respect the sanctity of the Church, if not from fear of God, then at least from respect for the foreign powers that stood behind that Christian institution. A measure of safety was thus seen in church membership and in good relations with the local priest and his entourage. Events confirmed this presumption. As they moved into the interior, the Japanese troops did not, as a rule, enter churches. Therefore, on the eve of the arrival of the Japanese soldiers in Longbao, most of the wealthy of the village and many of the poor took their valuable possessions to the church for safekeeping. Many of them asked for personal protection as well. The local priest, quick to sense the full potential of the situation, coined the slogan, "Protection for those who are members, no protection for those who are not." To save themselves and their property, quite a few families joined the church within a few days. Even so, the protection afforded the poor was minimal. Landlords and rich peasants and their families occupied all the available shelter, and most of the poor who crowded into the open courtyard, whether they were Catholic or not, were finally turned back into the street. Those who remained did not get protection for nothing. While landlords and officials found the facilities of the church open to them as a matter of course, it was understood that as a token of gratitude the poor would give 20% of all the property they brought with them to God. After Pearl Harbor, the Dutch fathers of the mission all left, or were removed from the occupied regions. Then Father Sun, the Chinese priest who took over in their place, tried once more to swing the whole village into the Catholic fold. One day all the gentry of the village were invited to a Western-style banquet in the rectory. At the end of the feast the father called on his guests to help make every peasant a church member. He argued that since the church had given sanctuary when the Japanese came, they should show their gratitude and faith in God by joining it themselves and recruiting others. Members of the Carry-On Society then went from house to house, smashed all the ancestral tablets and clay idols that they found, threw their remains into the deep outdoor toilets, and hung up pictures of the Virgin Mary. In one day every house in the village took on the trappings of Catholicism. Those who protested were scolded and told, "If the Japanese return in force you will not be allowed into the church, and if you are killed that is your fault. We shall not care and we shall not come to your rescue." Many of the pictures were later torn down without dire consequences, but the people never forgot this attempt at religious coercion. 8. Seeds of Change. Taihang Mountains, high, oh high. 100 times 10,000 men. Take up the cry. Young men of the soil. Fear not shell or knife. Each shot we fire takes an enemy life. Song of the Taihang Militia. Shang Shi Tou, the figurehead of the puppet administration, did not sleep easily at night. In spite of the 100-strong Japanese garrison so close at hand, in spite of the expanded Peace Preservation Corps pledge to support his regime, in spite of the efficient police work of his henchman Kuo Fukai, he was afraid of the people. Someone in the village he had no idea who was in touch with the resistance forces in the mountains. Every so often Shang Shi Tou found a stone lying in his courtyard with a letter wrapped around it. The letter described everything he had done in the previous few weeks, warned of swift and terrible retribution unless he changed his ways, and advised him to go to a designated spot for a conference with a certain Commander Lu to discuss ways of helping his country and atoning for his treason. Shang Shi Tou never went to the suggested rendezvous. He had no intention of risking his lucrative career as village head by contact with harebrained patriots who were probably atheistic communists. To be on the safe side, however, he never slept at home at night, nor did he ever sleep in the same place twice in a row. Should guerrilla fighters raid the village looking for him, they would have a hard time finding him. This plan worked well enough until his wife became suspicious. She refused to believe that he never came home at night because he was afraid of assassination. An aunt of hers had told her that Shang spent his nights gambling, drinking, and carousing. The aunt mentioned at least 3 mistresses that Shi Tou had been known to sleep with and hinted that there were several more in other villages. This information so infuriated Shi Tou's wife that she went to the village office and denounced him in public. She also denounced him to her pastor, Father Sun. She told everyone she met on the street that her husband never came home because he spent his nights with broken shoes, prostitutes. There was, of course, some truth to these rumors. In order to silence his wife, Shang Shi Tou was forced to stay at home several nights in a row. On his own kayang he slept hardly at all. He started at each sound. He rose and looked around several times each night. Each time he found nothing. The village lay absolutely still under the stars. Everyone, including the Japanese soldiers and their sentries, was asleep. On the third night, worn out with fear and taut nerves, he finally fell asleep in spite of himself. He woke as he was dragged from his wife's side by several strong hands. When he tried to scream, a piece of cotton was jammed into his mouth. He fell to the floor, felt a gun barrel in his back, and dared not move while his assailants bound him tight. He heard a stifled scream as they also bound and gagged his wife. Then he was half dragged, half carried through the courtyard to the street. Someone ordered him to kneel down. He knelt. A single shot rang out in the stillness, followed by the muffled sound of cloth-shod feet running up the street. The footsteps gradually receded. But Shang Shi-tou did not hear them fade out. He was already dead. The execution of Shang Shi-tou paralyzed the puppet regime for several weeks. All the leading officials knew that such a bold raid could never have been carried out without an underground organization in the village itself. Even in broad daylight they hardly dared step outside Japanese headquarters for many days thereafter. The arrogant Japanese feigned unshaken confidence, but belied it by doubling the men on guard duty and carrying out extra security checks at night. The peasants, on the other hand, could hardly conceal their delight. Had it not been for the fact that the least sign of jubilation could bring arrests, beatings, perhaps even executions, they would have demonstrated in the streets. The landlords and their running dogs had shamed the whole village by taking the road of collaboration for whatever security, comfort, or profit this despicable path had to offer. Here now was dramatic proof that there were patriots in Longbao who chose instead the path of resistance in spite of all the dangers and hardships that guerrilla war and underground activity made inevitable. The execution of Shang Shi-tou redeemed the village not only in the eyes of its own inhabitants, but before the whole county, and with this act the process of revolutionary transformation in Longbao began. It is one of the great ironies of history that the warlords of Japan, who insisted ad nauseum that they were intervening in China only to build prosperity in Greater East Asia and save the Chinese people from a fate worse than death, communism greatly hastened by that very intervention the triumph of the communist-led revolution. The Japanese conquerors cleared the ground for revolution in many ways by the extreme brutality of their tactics, which left not only the peasants but many gentry as well no choice but to fight, by driving the higher levels of the Kuomintang bureaucracy and army out of North China, by enticing the lower levels of this same bureaucracy and army into collaboration in the occupied zones, thereby compromising them permanently in the eyes of the people, and by leaving in the wake of their conquering armies extensive areas of countryside which they were unable to garrison. Into the political and military vacuum thus created, the Communist Party and the armed forces under its direction were able to move. Within a very short period of time, they mobilized tens of millions of hard-pressed peasants for resistance, and that resistance, by reaching out to all strata of society, laid the groundwork for the social revolution to come. Within a few days after the Japanese began their attack at Lukuakiao in 1937, detachments of seasoned troops from the communist-led Workers' and Peasants' Red Army, known as the 8th Route Army from the time of the United Front Agreement with Chiang Kai-shek in 1937, left Yan'an in North Shanxi, crossed the Yellow River, and took up positions in both the Taihang and the Wutai ranges of eastern Shanxi. These detachments, small as they were, did not cluster in one place but split into numerous armed working groups that filtered through the advancing enemy lines and spread out into the valleys, the plains, and the villages of every region to organize, train, and direct the great influx of peasant recruits that soon came seeking weapons and instructions. Each working group thus surrounded itself with detachments of peasant militia who lived at home, tilled their fields during the daytime and the summer season, and fought during the night and the off-season. From among the best fighters and leaders of the militia, recruits were drawn to replace those killed and wounded and to expand the growing regular forces. The mushroom-like growth of the Eighth Route Army and its supporting militia was paralleled by the growth of the Chinese Communist Party, which counted among its members most of the army commanders and recruited steadily among the most active of the rank-and-file soldiers. But the Communist Party did not confine itself to military mobilization alone. When the veterans of the 10-year Civil War crossed the Yellow River, hundreds of civilian organizers came with them to do political work. Under the protection of the Eighth Route Army, they too fanned out into the rural villages and organized the peasants' associations, the women's associations, the consumer cooperatives and the village councils that became the mass civilian base for a military effort that could not succeed without the support of the overwhelming majority of the population. The best, the most active leaders of these groups were recruited into the Communist Party to form local branches made up, in the main, of working peasants. Into the party also were drawn many students, intellectuals, and professionals from the cities who crossed the battle lines by the thousands to join the resistance. Wherever the Eighth Route Army and the Communist Party found a foothold, the disintegration resulting from defeat, panic, and the flight of the old officialdom was stopped. Out of chaos, order was gradually restored. Wherever possible, the remnant armed forces of the Kuomintang were regrouped and brought under unified leadership. Most important of all, as a result of these measures, the Japanese were driven from or denied access to the area unless they came in great strength, in which case the resistance forces temporarily retreated, only to flow back again when the Japanese wave receded. From the first small pockets, these resistance bases reached out to encompass whole counties. These counties in turn were linked into chains and systems to form extensive liberated areas, or border regions. In the liberated areas, new anti-Japanese resistance governments were set up by a coalition of parties and social forces that included patriotic Kuomintang elements and many outstanding individuals who belonged to no party. These governments were staffed by people from all walks of life, including landlords. Democratic elections were held to choose representative assemblies at the district, the county, and the regional level, and these assemblies, in turn, chose executive officers to carry out their will. Even though the Communist Party was the main organizer and leader of this movement, it limited its own members to 1/3 of all elective and appointive posts. The leaders of the liberated areas' governments, communist and non-communist alike, set as their task the full mobilization of the Chinese people's potential for resistance against Japan. This potential could only be realized if the peasants were given an alternative to the exploitation and oppression of the past. Without real improvement in the conditions of tenure, rates of interest, distribution of taxes, and the right to bear arms, and without a voice in the making of policy, the peasants could not be mobilized to fight effectively. Nevertheless, to advocate at that time a thorough revolution in social relations, the expropriation of the landlords, and a new system of land tenure would have led to disaster. For such a revolution could only mean civil war, could only drive the landlords wholesale into the arms of the Japanese and split the nation at a time when unity alone could save it. The Communist Party therefore abandoned the land to the tiller program which had prevailed in its old South China bases and joined with other parties and groups in a program of reforms designed to win the support of all factions and classes. The heart of this program was the double reduction of rents and reduction of interest rates. The landlords were asked to reduce rents by at least 25% and to scale down interest rates on loans from 30% or even up to 100% a year to not more than 10%. These requests were based on a law passed by the Kuomintang government in 1933. The peasants, who by virtue of the arms in their possession, could have stopped payment of rent altogether and repudiated their debts, were asked to pay these reduced rents and interest charges and to produce as much as possible in support of the war. According to the principle, he who can give labor should give labor and he who can give money should give money, a system of differential taxes was introduced exempting those with the lowest income from any taxes at all and scaling the rates upward for each income level to reach a maximum of 30% for the large landowners. These policies were effective in arousing the enthusiasm of the peasants and were accepted by the majority of the gentry in the interest of national salvation. On the basis of such policies, the Communist Party, the Eighth Route Army, and the liberated areas expanded year by year. By 1942, they became such a threat to Japanese control that the enemy concentrated most of its expeditionary force in an attempt to wipe out the North China bases. The annihilation drives of that year and the following year reduced the liberated areas and destroyed part of the 8th Route Army, but not all of it. Japan was unable to keep up the pressure, and as soon as it was relaxed the process of growth began again. By 1945 the Taihang region, which surrounded Longbao village, was but half of a larger entity known as the Shanxi Hopi Honan Liberated Area, and this in turn was but one of 8 liberated areas in North China. To these must be added the 11 smaller areas in Central and South China created by the new 4th Army and the South China Anti-Japanese Brigade, making a grand total of 19 liberated areas containing approximately 100 million people, defended by a regular army of 1 million troops, a militia of more than 2 million, and a self-defense corps of 10 million. The morale, the fighting experience, and the organizing ability which the 8th Route Army and the Communist Party brought to Liuqiang County in 1937 met an immediate response. Within a few days after the first detachments reached the area, dozens of recruits showed up. At least 2 of them were from Longbao village. 19-year-old Shi Tzayun, son of a prosperous middle peasant, and 18-year-old Chao Yinkai, a landless hired laborer. In the short period that remained before the Japanese army arrived, Communist political organizers joined local leaders of the Dare to Die Corps, a progressive resistance movement sponsored, during United Front days, by Yan Xishan, in setting up an anti-Japanese county government. By the time the Japanese troops marched into the county seat, the walled town of Liuqiang, units of the 8th Route Army were already well established in the highlands, and the new government had already mobilized a large number of villages for resistance. When the enemy moved in, the leading personnel of the administration simply moved out into the countryside, set up offices in whatever village proved safest at the moment, and kept on working. A district leader was appointed for each of the 5 districts of the county. Like the county government, the district offices were mobile and were popularly said to reside in the district leader's dispatch cases as they walked from village to village. Longbao village lay in the 5th and southernmost district, the most heavily garrisoned part of the county. There the enemy garrisons were a serious obstacle to organization, but while their rule was supreme during the daylight hours, the foreign soldiers and their puppets withdrew to their headquarters after dark, afraid of snipers and sudden ambush. It was then possible for other forces to come and go. By organizing at night, the people of the 5th district, like those of the other 4, were able to build up a resistance government, and maintain a district leader, a secret Communist Party committee, and a militia. In certain occupied villages such as Little Gully, only 3 miles from Longbao, the puppet village chairman was in touch with the resistance movement, worked under the direction of the 5th district leader, and did what he could to support the war against Japan. He served the puppet government in name only. Through such men, contacts were made with courageous peasants in other occupied villages, thus establishing and maintaining an underground network under the very noses of the Japanese. Longbao village, with its 7-sided blockhouse, its garrison of 100 men and its Catholic-staffed puppet administration, was the most dangerous spot of all in which to work, yet Longbao too developed an active corps of underground workers. The first of these was Chang Tianming, the poor nephew of the village head of Little Gully. Though 20 years old and eligible, he was still a bachelor and lived alone. His father, a Peking blacksmith, was dead. His mother had left home in a famine year and settled with her other son, a carpenter, in Hungtung, 40 miles to the west. Left behind in Longbao, Tianming cultivated the lone family acre, hired out to his landlord neighbors for seasonal work, and did a little carpentry on the side. With nothing to keep him at home after sunset, he often visited his uncle in Little Gully and there met the district leader, learned about the anti-Japanese work that was being done, and volunteered to do some himself. At about the same time, another Longbao peasant, the hired laborer Shen Sodza, got in touch with the district leader through a relative who headed the resistance government of Kuyi, an unoccupied village 5 miles to the north. Shen Sodza, in turn, enlisted the help of his close friend Kung Lipao, a youth as destitute and as eager to strike a blow for liberation as he was. A fourth man was contacted by still another means. This was Shi Fuyuan, younger brother of Tzayuan, who had enlisted in the 8th Route Army when its 1st Brigade appeared. As a regular soldier, Tzayuan roamed far afield with his unit, but he always returned to his Lukeng base, and when he had a chance, came home to visit his father, his mother, his 2 brothers, and their wives and children, altogether a family of 10. They shared a courtyard that boasted 25 sections of housing, farmed 8 acres of land, and were considered to be one of the most prosperous laboring families in the village. Since they had no connection with the dominant clique, their prosperity made them the victim of every looting soldier and every hungry official. The taxes they paid were endless in number and suffocating in amount. The whole family hated the old regime and doubly hated the puppet apparatus that succeeded it. Before he returned to his unit, Tzayuan told Fuyuan how to reach him in the mountains in case of need. Several times Fuyuan made the trip, and it was while visiting his brother at 8th Route Divisional Headquarters that Fuyuan met the district leader. A few talks with the latter were enough to convince him that he should work actively against the Japanese. Put in touch with Shen Sodza, he soon joined the other 3 who were already at work. At first the underground group performed modest tasks, running errands for the district office, delivering messages, and helping transport supplies, but in 1942, the year of the Great Famine and the most terrible mopping up campaigns, the 5th district leader decided to strengthen the work in Longbao by organizing a regular underground administration. The group met and chose Shen Sodza as village head, Kung Lipao as vice leader, Fuyuan as public affairs director, and Tien Ming as director of public security, i.e., police and counterintelligence. This group of young men, all of them under 25, worked in the strictest secrecy. They told no one that a resistance government had actually been organized. Only their most trusted friends and relatives were mobilized to carry out the various tasks which they set themselves or which the district set for them. Nevertheless, they did too much not to attract attention, were eventually betrayed, and did not all survive the war. What inspired them to take such risks? Why did they remain in the village where they could be seized and killed at any moment when they might with equal honor have joined the regulars in the mountains and fought with guns in hand? There at least a man had a chance to fight and run and live to fight another day. I never discovered the answer to this question. The survivors of the Longbao underground who afterwards told me of its exploits seemed to regard it as the most normal thing in the world for them to have done. People were needed for the work in the occupied villages. They lived there and did the work. If things got too hot, they could always leave for the hills if they could get away. If they needed help, they could always call on the 8th Route Army if there was time. There is no doubt that the enthusiasm of a resistance movement nationwide in scope inspired them to acts which they would not otherwise have undertaken. That they passionately believed in the liberation of China and in the new society which they saw coming was proven by their deeds. But they were reticent about such things and much preferred action to talking of it afterward. A most important aspect of their work was the collection of food and clothes for the 8th Route Army. Once, after weeks of careful preparation, they collected 60 hundredweight of grain from sympathetic families and carted it all away in one night. They followed this up with repeated collections of clothing and shoes, articles made especially for the front by women of the village who sat sewing in the open street day after day. The strutting sentries in the pay of the Japanese never knew that the shoes put together within reach of their hands were destined for the feet of their enemies. An equally important task was the collection of intelligence. This was Tien Ming's specialty. He kept close watch on all the activities of the enemy troops and the puppet government. Every few days he met with an 8th Route liaison man either at his uncle's home in Little Gully or on Great Ridge Mountain south of Longbao village. There he had a small plot of land that he could visit without suspicion. When he had something to report, he made a little pile of stones, and one day later at an agreed time the army man always appeared. Tien Ming passed on to him whatever he or the others learned about troop movements, the numbers in the fort, how many horses they had, how much grain, whether they could be easily taken, who came to Longbao from other places, what they did there, who were the important collaborators, and whether they could be won over. He took back with him to the village news of the resistance in other places, reports of victories on far-flung battlefronts and of the extension of liberated areas to new regions, and news of the outside world where, according to the puppet press, all trends pointed toward victory for the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. He also delivered the letters which the puppet village head, Shang Shi Tou, found lying in his courtyard. It was the hope of the 5th district leader that Shang Shi Tou could be persuaded to cooperate with the anti-Japanese government just as Tian Ming's uncle was doing in Little Gully. But the letters, as we have seen, elicited no response. When the 5th district leader found that Shang Shi Tou could not be weaned from his treasonous course, he reported the matter to the county government. The Longbao puppet leader was tried in absentia and sentenced to death. A detachment of 8th Route soldiers was assigned to carry out the sentence. Several times they entered the village at night, but were unable to find where the condemned man slept. Tian Ming then thought of a way to bring him home, at least for a while. He personally got in touch with Shang Shi Tou's wife's aunt and encouraged her to spread the rumor about Shi Tou's nocturnal doings that led to his capture. A tip from Tian Ming also brought to an end the career of the marauding Kuomintang commander, Fan Shi. Not wishing to foment civil war, the 8th Route commanders had left Fan Shi's forces more or less to themselves. They hoped eventually to persuade them to join the liberation struggle. But as time went on and Tung Shi's crimes increased, the peasants of many communities demanded that something be done. One evening Tung Shi brought 10 men into Longbao for a night of carousal. Word was quickly passed to the hills. The 8th Route Army sent a squad on the double. In the early hours of the morning they surrounded the house where the men were staying. When Fan Tung Shi refused to surrender, they fired the whole courtyard. Fan Tung Shi and his 10 colleagues burned to death. It was shortly after this that the rest of the detachment, under Shi Zhenpao, surrendered to the Japanese and were incorporated into the puppet 4th column. In between collections of grain and clothing, the gathering of intelligence, the frequent trips to the hills, and the backbreaking work of making a living from Longbao's hard soil, the young men of the underground took what time they could to study politics. The county leaders regarded them as the nucleus for the future transformation of the village and hoped to develop in them a revolutionary consciousness. In the liberation areas beyond the reach of the enemy this was done by daily study in every armed unit, every government office, and every mass organization. Regular schools were also set up where outstanding fighters and workers were sent to learn political theory. For underground workers such organized instruction was much more difficult. The best they could do was talk with the district leader whenever there was an opportunity and learn from him about the protracted war they were fighting, the united front of all classes that made it possible, and the new democracy which Mao Zedong predicted once victory was won. The district leader also gave them the writings of Mao Zedong on these subjects. None of them was able to read well, but they worked through them as best they could. In this way they made their first acquaintance with such basic concepts as classes, the importance of labor as the source of wealth, stages in the development of society, and the necessity of land reform as the key to China's future. The development of the peasants' political consciousness did not proceed very far. The war intervened. In 1943 the village leader of Kuyi, their main contact, was killed. So was the underground leader of the 5th district. Such a strict blockade was set up north of Longbao that it was all but impossible to get through to the liberated areas. For a while the Longbao underground lost touch with the county and district government altogether. To make matters worse, Sodza and Liepao had no food to carry them through the winter and had to leave to look for work in Taiyuan. They took with them a few dollars that had been collected for the support of the resistance front. This left a bad impression with those villagers who had contributed it. When the 2 men returned in the spring they refunded the money, re-established contact with the district government and set to work once again, but this time underground activity was more dangerous than ever and the people were more afraid to act. The enemy had not been idle. Kuo Teu, former head of public affairs, had replaced Shang Shi Tou as village head. He made exposure of the underground his main task. Afraid, like his predecessor, to sleep at home, he made a practice of lodging in the homes of those whom he suspected of resistance activity. He and his brother, Kuo Fukai, the new head of the police, spent many a night on Fuyuan's Kayang hoping to surprise and kill the 8th router Tzayuan, should he arrive from the hills for a visit. During the day they hauled one peasant after another into the village office for questioning and did not hesitate to beat half to death those who were slow in answering. Thus they spread a net to take advantage of any break that could lead them to their quarry. The 8th Root Army, decimated by the 3 all campaigns of the 2 previous years, was too hard-pressed to intervene. Under such conditions the slightest slip could lead to disaster. A cousin's illicit love affair in another village almost cost Tien Ming his life. This cousin, who lived in Little Gully, got involved in an affair with a girl from Li Village Gulch, the first village to the south of Longbao. He was wont to climb over her compound wall and stay all night, much to the distress of her family, who spread a rumor that he was a member of the 8th Root Army. They had no idea that this was really so, but said it for revenge. Their revenge was not long in coming and must surely have satisfied the most macabre sense of injury. The troops in the fort in Longbao, having heard the rumor, conducted a search for the young man and found him in Tien Ming's home. Both he and Tien Ming were arrested, taken to the fort, and tortured when they refused to talk. The next morning Tien Ming's cousin was beheaded with a fodder-chopping knife. Tien Ming would have suffered the same fate but for the fact that the soldiers had no real information about him. All the men in the village insisted that he was nothing but a hard-working peasant who meant no harm to anyone. They put their thumbprints to a document guaranteeing his behavior. This, plus a sum of money realized through the sale of Tien Ming's half-interest in a donkey, secured his release. Without the donkey it was difficult to see how he could survive the next crop season, but at least he walked the streets alive. Shen Sozu and Kung Lipao were not so lucky. A drug addict named Tseng Tung Shi, who made a practice of smoking heroin with the commander of the puppet troops, somehow learned the details of the underground village government. He passed the information on. Sozu, Lipao, and Fuyuan were immediately arrested. 18 days of torture and near starvation failed to break them down. Sozu was shot, Lipao cut to pieces with a samurai sword, and Fuyuan finally released. Fuyuan was released because the puppet forces were afraid his brother Tzayuan would bring the 8th Root Army back for revenge and because his family was in a position to pay a handsome ransom. The puppet commander Wen Chi Young demanded and got $7,000 in puppet currency, probably worth about $70 in US currency at that time, a large quantity of heroin, a guarantee of Fuyuan's good behavior from the whole village and a promise from Fuyuan that he would entice his brother into a village ambush within 6 months. This condition almost drove Fuyuan to suicide. "The demand that I betray my brother frightened me," he said years later. "I was determined to do no such thing. Every time I heard the puppet soldiers' boots pounding the wooden bridge as they crossed the moat, I thought they were coming for me. I ran to the well and sat beside it. I was determined that they should never take me alive again. Whenever our dog barked at night, people thought my brother had come. I killed the dog. When I got a little better and was able to walk, I tried to leave for the mountains, but the rest of the family would not let me go. Their thumbprints were on the guarantee. They said that if I disappeared they would all be killed and the whole village punished. Finally I went to stay with some poor relatives in another village. These tragic events occurred only a few weeks before the war ended. The 2 leaders of the Longbao underground, too poor to buy their way out, died rather than betray their comrades. They thus saved the lives of half a dozen young men whom they had had time to organize and educate. On this half dozen devolved the task of Longbao's reconstruction. 9. The whirlwind. If the sharp sword be not in your hand, how can you hope your friends will remain many? The Liberator. Emperor Wu Ti. The Emperor of Japan surrendered to the Allies on August 10, 1945. Longbao village was liberated by the 8th Root Army and the People's Militia of Lukeng County on August 14, 1945, after 3 days of fighting. Why, if the war was over on August 10, should there have been a bitter battle for Longbao that lasted until the 14th? Research into this question throws considerable light on subsequent events in China. The local resistance forces had to fight their way into Longbao village because, within a few hours after the Japanese surrender, Chiang Kai-shek issued 2 orders which brought his Trojan horse strategy to its infamous fruition. The first commanded the 8th Route Army to stop where it was and to take no action against the Japanese or puppet troops which it confronted. The second directed the puppet troops, over 400,000 of whom garrisoned the north, to maintain law and order, resist any advance on the part of the 8th Route Army, and hold all occupied territory pending the arrival of representatives from Chungking. Within a very short time, leading puppet politicians and generals were appointed officials of the Nationalist administration and officers of the Nationalist Army. The Japanese were ordered to surrender to them and to them alone. General MacArthur, Supreme Commander for the Allied Powers, gave full American backing to this move by issuing a general order making Chiang Kai-shek's forces sole agent for receiving the surrender of the Japanese forces in China proper. By this extraordinary maneuver, Chiang attempted, without firing a shot, to re-establish traditional gentry power throughout those vast areas of China where for 8 long years of war the communist-led 8th Route Army, New 4th Army, South China Anti-Japanese Brigade, with the aid of the People's Militia had held at bay 69% of the Japanese forces in China and 95% of the puppet troops. From the military point of view this was an audacious strategy. When viewed in terms of troop numbers, firepower, and the strategic location of forces, it looked like a sure formula for victory. At a minimum Chiang expected the puppet forces to hold their own until, by massive airlift and naval ferry, the Americans helped him shoehorn into the north the newly equipped and trained divisions which he had been holding in reserve in the hinterland. Then with his most modern armies in position, Chiang expected to liquidate the liberated areas in a matter of months. Politically the maneuver was disastrous. The destiny of nations is rarely determined by manpower or firepower alone. Chiang and his American advisers reckoned, as usual, without the people of China. What to them seemed a brilliant coup appeared to the vast majority of the Chinese people a ghastly betrayal of everything for which they had fought and suffered. This was particularly true in the liberated areas where the population had borne the full fury of the Japanese assault and hated the puppet troops with a hatred more bitter than that which they nursed against the Japanese themselves. When Commander-in-Chief Chu Tai ordered the 8th Route Army and the new 4th Army to take the offensive and force the surrender of the troops that faced them, millions of militiamen and tens of millions of ordinary people gave them the most enthusiastic support. Within a few days several 100,000 square miles of territory with a population of over 50 million people were liberated. Finding himself unable to stem the popular tide by the use of puppet troops turned patriot by decree, Chiang made a further desperate move. He ordered the Japanese army back into battle. On August 23, 1945, Ho Ying-Chin, Commander-in-Chief of the Nationalist Armies, directed Yasuji Okamura, Commander-in-Chief of Japan's forces in China, to defend the positions they already held and to recover the territories recently lost to the liberated areas. Simultaneously, the American military, by no means confident of Jiang's strength, and fearful lest neither his Trojan horse puppets nor the demoralized Japanese could hold out against the communist-led offensive, dumped 50,000 Marines into the port of Tientsin and deployed them rapidly north and west along the main trunk railroads. The Marines paid special attention to the line to Mukden. Fanning out along the railroads, ostensibly to help take over from the Japanese, American forces became involved in skirmishes with 8th Route guerrillas whose survival depended on smashing the tracks. More than once American Marines and ex-puppet Kuomintang forces conducted joint operations against the Red Bandits who were disrupting communications. No more damaging coalition of forces could possibly have been assembled in a planned and conscious effort to dissipate the reservoir of goodwill which American wartime policy had built up in China. The attack on the liberated areas brought China to the brink of all-out civil war, and made the United States an aggressor in the eyes of millions of Chinese. Such were the events taking place on a national and world scale which made a battle for Longbao village necessary. The village was not surrendered to the popular forces that surrounded it. It had to be taken. Even though the Japanese contingent of the garrison had been withdrawn sometime in July, the forces in the Longbao blockhouse were still formidable. 100 men of the puppet 4th column, well equipped with modern Japanese weapons, were entrenched there. Additional manpower was provided by several dozen new recruits who made up the Ai Shangtuan or Love the Village Corps, a creation of the Shanxi provincial Kuomintang working through the puppet administration. The Love the Village Corps was a last-minute attempt to give collaborators and running dogs the status of patriots and provide some framework in occupied territory for the return of the Kuomintang to power. The Longbao youths who joined this corps were young men who had collaborated in one way or another with the Japanese during the years of the occupation. They were the street captains, self-defense corps rank and file, and minor village officials who had been conscripted or appointed, often against their will, to posts in the apparatus of oppression. Fearing revenge at the hands of the victorious 8th Route Army, they asked for protection in the fort and many took an active part in its defense. But all the remnant puppet forces and the last-minute irregulars organized by the Kuomintang were no match for the 8th Route Army and its supporting militia. The seasoned anti-Japanese troops surrounded all the strong points that flanked the Chinchilukeng Highway simultaneously and still had several hundred regulars to spare for the biggest blockhouse of them all, at Longbao. They did not immediately storm its stake-lined moats and mud walls but moved quietly into position, probed the defenses, and exchanged scattered shots in order to play on the nerves of the defenders while their own Trojan horse tactic had time to bear fruit. The Trojan horse in this case was Tien Ming. He had joined the Love the Village Corps and gone inside the fort to feel out sentiment, count the defenders, and estimate their weapons and ammunition. After 3 days on the inside, Tien Ming came out with a report that food supplies were almost gone and morale close to zero. By that time the militiamen from all over the county had been brought up. The fields were alive with armed men. They clogged every strip of corn and tall kaoliang that served as cover in the open countryside and overflowed into the cotton and potato patches. Peasants in the village estimated their number at well over 1,000. When, in the dead of night, the bugle sounded the call to attack, militiamen and regulars swarmed over the walls from all sides. The battle was soon over. The 4th column surrendered unconditionally. Like a string of Chinese firecrackers exploding on New Year's Day, the attacks followed one another down the valley. Dozens of occupied villages were liberated within a few hours. Leaving the militia to mop up the rear, the main attack units then moved southward to surround the walled city of Changchi where the Japanese troops still held out in force. Part 2. Sunrise in the West, the year of expropriation. There were 2 reigns of terror if we would but remember it and consider it, the one wrought murder in hot passion, the other in heartless cold blood, the one lasted mere months, the other lasted 1,000 years, the one inflicted death upon 1,000 persons, the other upon 100 millions, but our shudders are all for the horrors of the minor terror, the momentary terror, so to speak, whereas, what is the horror of swift death by the axe compared with lifelong death from hunger, cold, insult, cruelty, and heartbreak? What is swift death by lightning compared with slow death by fire at the stake? A city cemetery could contain the coffins filled by the brief terror which we have all been so diligently taught to shiver and mourn over, but all France could hardly contain the coffins filled by the older and real terror, that unspeakably bitter and awful terror which none of us has been taught to see in its vastness or pity as it deserves. Mark Twain. 10. Which road? If you Americans, sated with bread and sleep, want to curse people and back Chiang Kai-shek, that's your business and I won't interfere. What we have now is millet plus rifles, what you have is bread plus cannon. If you like to back Chiang Kai-shek, back him as long as you want. But remember one thing. To whom does China belong? China definitely does not belong to Chiang Kai-shek, China belongs to the Chinese people. The day will surely come when you will find it impossible to back him any longer. Mao Zedong, 1945. In Longbao, The 8-year-long anti-Japanese war had come to a sudden end. With the surrender of the Fourth Column, not only the Japanese occupation but centuries of landlord rule were also terminated. The end of an era carried in its wake the end of a millennium. It happened so quickly that neither the new forces nor the old were able to grasp the profound significance of the change. It was to take at least 3 years before the shift wrought in the course of one night of battle could be consolidated by popular action, before a new pattern of life based on the equal ownership of the land could be created. In China as a whole, a much longer period would be needed before the forces left in command of China's destiny by the destruction of Japan's overriding threat established a new balance. In August 1945, a resistance so prolonged that it had become a way of life suddenly gave way to reconstruction. But what kind of China would the Chinese people reconstruct? Would it be the China of the past, stagnant, all but helpless, its great potential strangled by the weight of domestic reaction and foreign intervention and investment, or would it be a new, vigorous, revolutionary China, a China fundamentally remade, a China that stood on her own feet? Mao Zedong compared the victory won by the people of the liberated areas to the liberation of a peach tree heavy with fruit. Who should be allowed to pick the fruit? Those who had tended and watered the tree with their sweat and their blood, or those who had sat far away with folded arms? Mao's answer was clear. Only those who had tended the tree had the right to pick the fruit. Jiang's answer was also clear. The logic of his Trojan horse surrender strategy left no room for doubt. He who from distant Chungking had preached and practiced victory through a curved road intended to pick the fruit himself. With some 3 million troops, with hundreds of thousands of puppet soldiers, with the Japanese army itself under his command, with the support of a huge American military establishment, with a great rear encompassing some 300 million people ravaged very little by war at his disposal, and with the ultimate sanction of the bomb behind him, he felt strong enough to conquer the liberated areas and restore their traditional rulers. What about the people, the 100 million who lived in the anti-Japanese bases in the plains and mountains of North, Northeast, and Central China, the myriad progressives who lived in the Great Rear, all the people who had learned to look to the Communist Party for leadership? They wanted peace, they demanded peace, they were willing to make concessions for peace, but in the long run the question of peace or war was not entirely in their hands. Chiang, with American backing, meant to enforce his own peace terms. Did they have the strength to defend themselves? Did they dare? This was the crucial question that faced the Communists and all other revolutionary leaders at that fateful moment. Many people, including many Communists in responsible positions, were afraid. They did not see how the war-ravaged guerrilla areas of the North could survive the kind of attack that Chiang Kai-shek was mounting. It had taken the resources of much of the world to defeat Japan. Could a fraction of the Chinese people hope to defeat a Kuomintang backed by the resources of the United States? And if they did indeed have some initial success, would the Americans not use the dread bomb which had ravaged Hiroshima and Nagasaki rather than lose influence over a continent? These leaders could hardly help reflecting on various forms of compromise, could hardly refrain from cautioning against actions which they thought might provoke a showdown. Among the compromisers were many people of landlord or middle-class origin. They had come to the support of the Communist Party during the period of the National United Front. They were not prepared for the sharp break in this front that followed Japan's surrender. Without close ties or deep sympathy with the common people, they lacked faith in the ability and determination of workers and peasants to fight on and win. Other equally sincere people of similar background were confused by the political climate. Talk of a negotiated settlement, talk of a coalition government, Marshall's peace mission, promises of a national assembly, all these generated illusions. People were so tired of war, so exhausted by 8 years of horror, so desirous of a peaceful settlement that they could not believe anyone could contemplate the invasion of the liberated areas and demand the surrender of the heroic anti-Japanese bases as the price for peace. As the guns, tanks, planes, and ammunition left over from the war in the Pacific poured into armed Jiang's many-millioned legions, they looked the other way, placed their hopes entirely on negotiations, and refused to face the prospect of open armed conflict. In this situation Mao Zedong and the other leaders of the Chinese Communist Central Committee found it necessary to carry out a dual policy. On the one hand they made serious efforts to bring about a peaceful settlement. To this end they agreed to reduce the size of the 8th Route Army and ordered abandoned 8 liberated areas in South and Central China. On the other hand, they prepared the 100 million people under their administrative control for the attack on the liberated areas of North China which they expected Chiang Kai-shek to mount. A most critical part of this preparation consisted in refuting the capitulationist ideas outlined above. Mao undertook this task in good time. Patiently but firmly he insisted that the people of the liberated areas could defend themselves, and that the people of all China possessed sufficient strength to bring about fundamental changes in the country as a whole. The strength of Chiang and his Western backers, Mao said, was more apparent than real. Money they had, resources they had, arms they had, but the hearts of the people they could never win. In the long run people, not weapons, would be decisive. The people, said Mao, will destroy the bomb will not destroy the people. This strategic concept was summed up in the phrase, imperialism and all reactionaries are paper tigers. This was Mao's paraphrase, in August 1946, of Lenin's famous dictum that imperialism is a colossus with feet of clay. Imperialism and all reactionaries are paper tigers, said Mao, in the sense that they can be defeated by an aroused people. At the same time they are real tigers in the sense that they are capable of inflicting serious damage, terrible wounds. Therefore, said Mao, the Chinese people should slight the enemy strategically, but take full cognizance of him tactically. On the one hand they should dare to defend themselves, dare to struggle, dare to win. On the other hand, they should take the struggle seriously, i.e., devote full attention to each campaign and to each battle, seek out all possible allies and mobilize as much support from the people of the whole world as possible. Not to struggle was to surrender to right opportunism. Not to take the struggle seriously, to ignore allies, to go it alone meant to surrender to left sectarianism. First and foremost, however, was the decision to struggle, to dare to fight, to dare to win. Unless this basic decision was made, defeat was certain. In Longbao those who were for transforming the village gave full support to the Communist Party, to the 8th Route Army, to the People's Militia that had liberated them, and to the program which these forces brought to the village. Those who were undecided, those who were worried about the possibility of a change of sky. They feared that the Communist Party, the 8th Route Army, and the People's Militia would not be strong enough to hold what they had taken, that a counter-offensive from the nationalist areas, backed by the enormous strength of the United States might well succeed in bringing back the old sky, the old way of life, the old oppression. To go all out, to fight and struggle, or to hang back, to wait and see, to hold a finger in the wind, this was the big question that the people of the village, like the people of the liberated areas as a whole, debated in the days that followed the surrender of the fourth column. For the young activists who had fought in the underground the answer had never been in doubt. They were for struggle. 11. Beat the dog's leg. All actions labeled as going too far had a revolutionary significance. To put it bluntly, it was necessary to bring about a brief reign of terror in every rural area, otherwise one could never suppress the activities of the counter-revolutionaries in the countryside or overthrow the authority of the gentry. To right a wrong it is necessary to exceed the proper limits, and wrong cannot be righted without the proper limits being exceeded. Mao Zedong, 1927. The victory celebrations that followed the surrender of the fourth column lasted several days and nights. They had hardly subsided when the peasants of Longbao in their huts and hovels, on their clay brick kayangs, and in their packed earth courtyards, on streets and in alleys made muddy by the monsoon rains, and even in the crop-laden fields far beyond the last adobe walls that marked the settlement, heard a strange sound that many at first mistook for the hoarse braying of a donkey. It came, so it seemed, from the heavens. Looking upward all eyes were drawn to the highest point around them, the square tower of the Catholic Church. There they saw, not some skyborne donkey, but the figure of a young man silhouetted against outer space and holding to his face a megaphone which he directed first toward one quarter of the earth and then toward another, shouting all the while at the top of his voice. There will be a meeting today in the square after the noon meal, an anti-traitor meeting, everybody out there will be a meeting today. Whichever way the young man turned his body, the people directly in front of him heard the words distinctly, while those to the right and the left and the rear heard only an unintelligible roaring, but since, before he finished, he boxed the compass with his megaphone, the people in each quarter of the village were alerted in turn. A meeting. Not since the quarrel with the church over the ownership of the vegetable garden 20 years before had there been a public meeting in Longba. The call, coming just before noon, aroused the whole population and set the village buzzing like a hornet's nest that has been struck. It had always been a mealtime custom for both men and women to take their bowls of steaming millet or corn dumplings outdoors, there to gather in congenial groups for random talk and gossip. On this day the groups eating in the larger courtyards and in the streets were double or triple their normal size, as every person able to walk and carry a bowl gathered outside to talk over the news. Old women leaning on sticks and canes hobbled out on their bound feet. Young mothers, holding their babies to their breasts with one hand and wielding chopsticks with the other, balanced their bowls on their knees and strained to hear what the neighbors had to say. Barefoot, half-naked boys and girls ran from group to group and alley to alley, helping spread the rumors that flew in a matter of minutes from one end of the village to the other. Only the notorious traitors and their families made themselves conspicuous by their absence, but even they, consumed with curiosity and fear, sent relatives and friends to circulate among the people in order to pick up what incidental intelligence they could. What puppet leader would be accused first? Would he be shot? How much property did he own? Who would get it? Had there been a victory at Changchi? Were the Japanese coming back under Yan Shishan's command? Did the 8th Route Army seize conscripts? These and 100 other questions were on every tongue. Long before the usual noon siesta had run its course, the people began to gather in the square. Animated small knots grew and merged until the whole open area beside the village pond was filled with ragged, soiled, work-worn humanity. The predominant color of the gathering was dark blue merging into black, for this was the hue of the cheap, machine-made cloth from which wives and mothers had cut the majority of their clothes. This dark background was leavened, however, with dashes of white or dirty gray, for this was the color of the hand towels which both men and women wore on their heads. It was also the head-to-foot color displayed by those few peasants who could afford neither dye nor machine-made cloth. They wore bleached homespun. To this somber black and gray a brilliant flash of color was added here and there by the bright red tunic of an unmarried girl, or the dragon cap in blue, green, or yellow of some precious boy child held tightly in his mother's arms. The men of the village naturally gathered toward the front of the crowd. They faced the inn. Before it a slight rise in the ground made a convenient platform for those who would lead the meeting. The women, reticent and shy, hung back in clusters of their own. Milling about in front of the men and shoving each other right up the slope to the door of the inn itself were scores of children, laughing, shouting, and pushing, each intent on finding a place in the very front row so that he or she would miss nothing. The men talked quietly among themselves and smoked. Laboriously they took small pinches of shredded tobacco from the leather pouches that hung at their waists, pressed them into the pea-sized brass bowls of their long-stemmed pipes, and struck flint against steel to get a spark with which to light up. A pipe, once lit up, was passed from hand to hand so that from each effort 4 or 5 peasants had at least a taste of smoke before the tobacco burned itself out and the process had to be repeated. While the men smoked and talked, many of the women busied themselves with work brought from home. The children had to have clothes to wear even if the sky should fall, and the days were too short to allow a single moment to go to waste. Some of them spun the small blocks of wood that twisted hemp into thread. Others used the thread already made to sew together the many layers of cloth that made up the solace of the shoes worn in the Taihang Mountains. Tempted by the prospect of sales to such a large gathering, a few peddlers had even appeared, as if out of nowhere. They made their way among the people hawking dried thorn dates, roasted peanuts, and fresh-baked, unleavened cakes. Mingled throughout the crowd but conspicuous only on its fringes were the militiamen, organized only a day or two earlier. A few had rifles. The rest carried red-tasseled spears. Regardless of the weapon, each stood proud, erect, watchful. All were conscious of the sidelong glances of the young women, both married and unmarried, who, because they were rarely allowed to leave home at all, now looked about wide-eyed and curious. The mood of the gathering was expectant, yet skeptical. The peasants were full of hatred for traitors, yet afraid of the revenge traitors might inflict. They were ready to believe in the Eighth Route Army and in the liberated area's government, but doubtful that either would act in the end. And if action were taken, who could foresee what the final result would be? After all, everyone knew that the puppet-running dogs had powerful connections. Had not the priest himself wined and dined the Japanese? Had not Sheng Qingho, the richest man in Longbao, backed up Chief of Staff Zhou Meisheng? All talk stopped abruptly as a man, hands bound behind his back, body twisted slightly, head lowered, walked slowly into the square from the south. He was urged on from behind by a heavy-set militiaman who carried his rifle as if it were a hoe. The bound man was Kuo Teu, who had replaced the executed Shang Shi Tou as puppet village head, a position he had held until 3 days before. "So they're going to begin with the Turtle's Egg village head," said an old peasant at the edge of the crowd. "It's the village head, rape his mother," said another. This word spread through the gathering. Behind Teu and his awkward guard came several young peasants. They immediately took charge of the meeting. To the astonishment of all, one of these peasants was Chang Tianming. Another was the underground district leader, Kuo Huankao or Yellow Dog Kuo, about whose exploits many had heard, but a man whom few had actually seen. A young cotter of local peasant origin still in his early 20s, Huankao had taken the steps that made this meeting possible. On that night in August 1945 when the fourth column surrendered, neither Yellow Dog Kuo nor anyone else in Longbao had any conception of the scale of the revolutionary changes to come. One thing was clear, however: if the political and military vacuum left by the surrender of the garrison and the collapse of the puppet village government was not quickly filled by the resistance forces, the gentry would fill it themselves by reshuffling their old political machine and varnishing it with a resounding new title such as anti-Japanese patriotic government. Such maneuvers had already taken place in other areas. Determined that no such thing should happen in Longbao, the young district leader moved to set up a new administration while the battle for the village still raged. Since the whole puppet organization, including the important civilian leaders, had fled to the fort for protection, the village itself was already free. Setting up his headquarters in the abandoned village office, Yellow Dog Kuo called together all those who had been active in the struggle against the Japanese and, in addition, a few poor peasants untainted by collaboration, the most oppressed, the most lousy young leaders that he could find. About a dozen men, all of them in their early 20s, met that evening. As the Eighth Route Army and the massed militia began their final assault on the fort, these 12 established a new people's government. District leader Kuo asked Tianming to assume the post of village chairman. Tianming, who had just returned from his dangerous mission inside the fort, felt himself too handicapped by illiteracy for such a big job. He declined and asked to be allowed to continue the work he had done in the underground, that of public security officer. Kuo himself temporarily assumed the post of village chairman. Kitsai, a lifelong hired laborer who had arrived in Longbao 20 years before, suspended from his father's carrying pole, became vice chairman. Chang Sanxiaching, a young man who had worked as a clerk in a drug shop in occupied Taiyuan and knew how to write and to figure on an abacus, became secretary for the group. Chang Changzi, a very brave and steadfast peasant, was appointed captain of the militia and head of military affairs. Shi Fuyuan, who, next to Tianming, had the longest underground record of them all, missed that first meeting. he was still staying with relatives in the faraway village where he had gone to avoid having to betray his brother, Tzun, to the puppet forces. By the time the puppet garrison walked out of the fort as captives, the new people's government had already taken full control of the village. The young men asked nobody's permission. They were not elected or appointed. They took power on the assumption that the underground work of their key leaders had earned them the right to administer the liberated village. A large majority of the people held them in high regard. With an armed force of militiamen hastily organized and the moral support of most of the peasants, no one was in a position to challenge their de facto rule. Recognition by the 5th District Office and consequently by the People's Government of Luqing County, now in its 8th year, made this rule de jure as well. Under Yellow Dog Kuo's guidance, the group proceeded at once to tackle two great tasks: the mobilization of the whole community in support of the drive on Changchi and a settling of accounts with the personnel of the puppet administration. To accomplish the first task, grain was collected, loaded in carts, and dispatched to the front. A large group of men followed, armed with shovels and hoes. They went to do whatever labor the army found necessary. Even the militia were no sooner organized than a group was sent south to join in the battle. Most of them had no firearms, some had never even handled a rifle. But numbers were needed, so they marched off with spirit enough to make up, at least in part, for the deficiencies of their equipment and training. As for the puppet administration, none of the leading collaborators had run very far. Some of them were captured in the fort as they fought alongside the fourth column, others were picked up on the road to Changchi as they tried to escape and were escorted back to the village by the 5th District militiamen. As soon as they found guarantors who pledged that they would not leave the village, they were set free to await trial. The People's Government of Luqing County, now permanently housed in the Yamen at the county seat, launched its first post-war campaign with two slogans: "Down with traitors, down with Kuomintang agents, down with local despots, and liquidate the bloody 8 years debt." These slogans were directed at the puppet officials, but since, in many cases, the actual officials were but fronts for the real rulers who operated behind the scenes, they also raised a third slogan: "Beat down the dog's legs to find his head, beat down the little fellows to find the leaders." At Yellow Dog Kuo's suggestion, Ming called all the active young cotters and militiamen of Longbao together and announced to them the policy of the county government, which was to confront all enemy collaborators and their backers at public meetings, expose their crimes, and turn them over to the county authorities for punishment. He proposed that they start with Kuo Teu, the puppet village head. Having moved the group to anger with a description of Teu's crimes, Ming reviewed the painful life led by the poor peasants during the occupation and recalled how hard they had all worked, and how as soon as they harvested a little grain the puppet officials, backed by army bayonets, took what they wanted, turned over huge quantities to the Japanese devils, forced the peasants to haul it away, and flogged those who refused. The young men agreed to conduct a public meeting of the whole population the very next day. And so it was that Kuo Teu, running dog of the landlords, informer, torturer, grafter, and enemy stooge, found himself standing before a crowd of several hundred stolid peasants whom he had betrayed. His face was ashen, his tunic shabby and soiled. A stranger might well have taken him for a thief caught stealing melons, hardly for a village tyrant. As the silent crowd contracted toward the spot where the accused man stood, Ming stepped forward. "Comrades, countrymen," he began. Immediately his short, handsome figure became the center of attention. Was this dark, assured young man with the quick, piercing eyes the same Ming they had seen running barefoot and ragged in the streets only a few bitter years ago? Was this the reticent laborer they had all stood guarantor for? Who would have thought a few days earlier that he could speak before a crowd? Yet now his words came naturally, passionately: "This is our chance. Remember how we were oppressed. The traitors seized our property. They beat us and kicked us. Now the whole world is ours. The government and the 8th Root Army stand behind us. Let us speak out the bitter memories of the past. Let us see that the blood debt is repaid." He paused for a moment. The peasants were listening to every word but gave no sign as to how they felt. In the past we were despised. Who did not feel it every day? Only now can we hold our heads up and speak like men. Look, the village is ours. He swept his arm in a wide arc that took in the crowd clad in dark cloth all patched and faded, the crumbling compound walls that bounded the square, the pond green with slime, the sagging doors on the weathered brick church, the partly caved-in roof of the Buddhist temple, the rutted street leading out to the fields, and the fields themselves with their crops trampled in the rainy season mud as a result of the battle, a vista of neglect, collapse, and decay universal enough to discourage even the stoutest heart, the most optimistic spirit. What is there to be afraid of? When we beat down the traitors, we can stand up. We can divide the fruits of their corruption and start a new life. He spoke plainly. His language and his accent were well understood by the people among whom he had been raised, but no one moved and no one spoke. Come now, who has evidence against this man? Again there was silence. Kitsai, the new vice-chairman of the village, found it intolerable. He jumped up, struck Kuo-Teu on the jaw with the flat of his hand. Tell the meeting how much you stole, he demanded. The blow jarred the ragged crowd. It was as if an electric spark had tensed every muscle. Not in living memory had any peasant ever struck an official. A gasp, involuntary and barely audible, came from the people, and above it a clear sharp ah from an old man's throat. Teu, in a spasm of fear, could utter only a few incoherent sentences. This so angered Kitsai that he struck him again. One bag of tax grain, only those who were standing very close could hear Teu's hoarse whisper. One bag. You took only one bag, shouted Kitsai. But it was not my fault. There were 7 pecks. Now you deny it? Not even one bag. It was not my fault. Kitsai strode back and forth in front of Teu and mimicked his words. Kitsai, like T'ien-ming, was short and husky, but he could not be called handsome. He had a heavy brow, and a high-bridged nose that made his eyes appear extraordinarily deep-set. Now his whole face was contorted with anger like the head of a war god on a New Year's poster. Don't lie to us, he shouted, shaking his fist in the cringing man's face. The cry was taken up by the rest of the militiamen who had moved in behind Teu, don't lie to us. This frightened the village head still more. Words gagged in his throat. Further blows only made him cringe. He bowed his head low before the meeting but revealed nothing of the graft he had wallowed in. The people in the square waited fascinated, as if watching a play. They did not realize that in order for the plot to unfold they themselves had to mount the stage and speak out what was on their minds. No one moved to carry forward what Kitsai had begun. T'ien-ming was upset. Without the participation of hundreds the record could never be set straight. He called a hasty conference of his fellow village officers. They decided to put off the meeting until the next day. In the interim they hoped to mobilize at least a dozen people who would speak out and lead the way. When T'ien-ming announced the postponement a murmur went through the crowd, but it was difficult to say whether it was a murmur of approval or a murmur of disappointment. Kuo-Teu was led away to the village lockup, a crowd of small boys following closely on his heels. Slowly the people in the square dispersed until only a small knot of cotters and militiamen remained in front of the inn. There they vigorously discussed the failure of the people to step forward, until their children came to call them home for supper. That evening T'ien-ming and Kitsai called together small groups of poor peasants from various parts of the village and sought to learn what it was that was really holding them back. They soon found that the root of the trouble was fear. The landlords and the Kuomintang party organization of the district, headed by Wang Enpao, son of the Carry-On Society's chairman, Wang Kai-ching, already had a fairly clear idea of what was coming and had taken vigorous steps to forestall and divert the attack. They spread rumors to the effect that Yan Shishan, with the help of the Japanese army, would soon be back. That this was no idle boast had been made clear by Yan's acts. The old warlord had no sooner re-entered his old capital, Taiyuan, than he ordered General Rashiro Sumita, commander of all the Japanese forces in Shanxi, to reoccupy his imposing wartime headquarters and mastermind the campaign for the recovery of the liberated areas. General Sumita threw 40,000 men into the battle. Lest anyone have the nerve to act in the face of this offensive, the gentry also let it be known that lists were being drawn up of active revolutionaries who were to be dispatched by firing squads when Yen's troops returned. Along with these threats went a campaign to discredit the resistance movement. Rumors were spread that women were nationalized in the liberated areas, ancestral graves violated, and all peasants forced to eat takuo fan or food out of one big pot. The other side of this coin was the claim that collaboration had really been resistance, that by bending temporarily to Japan's will the puppets had worked for national salvation along a curved path. Was not the final surrender of the Japanese proof of this? All this activity was not without effect. Many peasants who might have been eager to strike a blow against collaborators hesitated. They were afraid to act. They had little confidence that the 8th Route Army, soldiers without boots, without helmets, and without heavy weapons could hold the region. Fighting was still heavy around Changchi, only 10 miles away. Who could tell? Perhaps the sky would change again and the old regime would return with fire and sword. Was it not better to lie low and see how things turned out? The old reluctance to move against the power of the gentry, the fear of ultimate defeat and terrible reprisal that had been seared into the consciousness of so many generations lay like a cloud over their minds and hearts. The mere collapse of the fort and the arrest of the puppet leaders were clearly not enough to bring the peasants of Longbao into action. The mobilization of the population could spread only slowly and in concentric circles like the waves on the surface of a pond when a stone is thrown in. The stone in this case was the small group of Chi Fentse or activists, as the cadres of the new administration and the core of its militia were called. That evening they talked plain facts to the selected people in the small groups that they had called together. They discussed change of sky. Could the Kuomintang troops or the Japanese ever come back? Even if they do, Tien Ming said, we younger men can go off to the higher mountains with the 8th Route Army, so why be afraid? If we don't move now, the chance will be lost. He reviewed again the evil record of the traitor clique, the death of Sodza and Lipao, and the beatings suffered by himself, Fu Yuan, and countless others, the seized grain, the forced labor. Emboldened by Tien Ming's words, other peasants began to speak out. They recalled what Teu had done to them personally. Several vowed to speak up and accuse him in the morning. After the meetings broke up, the passage of time worked its own leaven. In many a hovel and tumble-down house talk continued well past midnight. Some people were so excited they did not sleep at all. As the village cocks began to crow they found themselves still discussing whether or not to act, and if so, how. On the following day the meeting was livelier by far. It began with a sharp argument as to who would make the first accusation and Tien Ming found it difficult to keep order. Before Teu had a chance to reply to any questions a crowd of young men, among whom were several militiamen, surged forward ready to beat him. At this crucial moment the district leader, Yellow Dog Kuo, strode between the young men and their victim. He blocked the assault with his own body and then explained to the crowd that the puppet leader was but a dog's leg, a poor peasant who had been used. To kill him would gain them nothing. It was the manipulators behind him who had to be exposed. Let him tell what he knows, Kuo urged. Let him expose the others. Once again Tien Ming demanded that the prisoner talk. This time Teu finally found his tongue and spoke out so that the whole gathering could hear him, but he rambled so much in his explanation, and went into such detail making clear the extenuating circumstances of his every act that no coherent account of money and grain emerged. Furthermore, his own statements and the memory of his accusers conflicted. The cadres decided to charge him with 10 hundredweight of grain for good measure and set his case aside for the time being. They searched his home for the grain that same afternoon and swapped it in Lekeng for 4 rifles for the militia. With this inconclusive action, the local struggle was called off for a few days while the more important and notorious puppet leaders of the district were brought before large representative meetings. Shi Zhenpao, of the fourth column, had unfortunately escaped, but when Chi Young, commander of the puppet garrison in Longbao Fort, Shen Qimei, head of the 5th District Police, and Ching Tien Xing, his assistant, were brought face to face with 190 peasants from all over the district, more than 10 from each village, who came together in Longbao Square as delegates from their respective communities. These were the people who had suffered the most from puppet depredations, whose homes had been looted, whose sons and husbands had been killed, whose wives and daughters had been seduced or raped. Hundreds of accusations were made that day against the leading traders and all those who worked with them. A Longbao woman told how her son, Qin Mao, had been killed. When she came to the part where the police threw him, gagged and bound, into a well, she broke down weeping and could not go on. Many in the crowd wept with her. Shen Chuan Te, also of Longbao, charged the puppet regime with the death of his brother. "My brother was killed by the 8th Route soldiers," he said, "but they killed him because he was carrying a message for the traders. The traders forced him to carry it. Why didn't they carry their own messages? They are the real killers." Yellow Dog Kuo finally asked, "What is the origin of these murders? Who stood back of these puppets? How was it possible for their puny troops to have such power? Who served as their eyes and ears? Who informed on the peasants and exposed them to attack?" Many then spoke out and said it was Shen Qimei and the landlords who backed him that lay at the root of the disaster that had befallen them. Before the meeting ended, Commander Wen and Police Officer Shen were condemned to death. They were taken to an empty field at the edge of the village, and there, inside of the fort they had done so much to build and to defend, they were shot. While the dead Shen Qimei lay still warm on the ground where he fell, a Longbao militiaman, Yu Xing, stripped a sweater off his corpse. Someone else took off his shoes. They left the body to his relatives to bury as they would. Ching Tien Xing, the third prisoner, was not sentenced that day. He was handed over to the county court at Lekeng for investigation. He escaped from the lockup in the middle of the night, but the militiamen from Longbao who had taken him to Lekeng the day before, hunted him down, caught him in Horse Square, and killed him on the spot. During the next few days the militia led thousands of people in a search for all the property that the soldiers of the 4th column had stolen. The loot had been placed in various village homes for safekeeping. Many families volunteered information that led to its discovery. Several hundred suits of clothes, several thousand feet of cloth, and many other valuable household articles were recovered and returned to their rightful owners. A large cache of this looted property was found in landlord Wang Lisun's home. The land, tools, stock, and household effects of the executed men were confiscated. 12. Find the leaders. How was the question of Toryism dealt with by the Revolutionary Fathers? Up to the time of Lexington, the main resort of the Patriots was persuasion and exhortation, liberally spiced with extra-legal pressures ranging from boycott to physical assault. After Lexington, persuasion gave way to compulsion, which took 5 main forms. These were: 1. Deprivation of all civil and some social rights, 2. Confiscation of property, 3. Exile, 4. Confinement, 5. Execution. Herbert Aptheker. The death of the 2 most notorious puppet leaders of the 5th District dispersed some of the fear that still hung over the village. Victories on the battlefront dissipated it further. The 8th Route Army took Changchi early in September and drove the front back another 30 miles. The offensive launched by Yan Xishan towards Shanjiayuan, Tungliu, and Lekeng later in the month was also smashed. With an army made up of some 38,000 Japanese, former puppet, and regular nationalist troops, Yan tried to subdue the Shangtang Plateau and seize the autumn harvest. But in October this whole force was surrounded, and 35,000 of the invaders were killed, wounded, or captured. The rest ran away. Peasants who went to help the army with shovels and mattocks saw with their own eyes how shoeless fighters struck fear into the hearts of heavily armed troops who had nothing to fight for. The militiamen who joined the battle with spears even brought back some rifles as their share of the spoils. In this triumphant atmosphere, peasants who had attended the district-wide meeting in Longbao and had seen the traitors shot went back to their villages in every part of the territory and sparked a fierce campaign against collaborators. Important leaders who had gone into hiding were found, arrested, and tried. Several men, as much hated by the people as Shen Qimei, were shot. In Lu village a list of Kuomintang party members was unearthed. This led to the arrest of many collaborators hiding out in parts of the district never occupied by the enemy. They had secretly gathered information that enabled the puppet troops to ambush and kill resistance leaders and fighters. As this mass anti-traitor campaign got underway, the 5th district leader, Yellow Dog Kuo, was transferred by the county government to the 1st district. An experienced organizer named Liang was sent to Longbao to take his place. Liang had no desire to be both 5th district leader and village head of Longbao as Kuo had been, so he looked around for someone to fill this latter post. By that time Shi Fuyuan was back in the village and already deeply involved in the campaign against the puppets who had caused him such suffering. The new district leader picked Fuyuan as head of Longbao village. Under Fuyuan's leadership the village office brought Kuo Teu, Kuo Fukai, Li Tiongzhen and many other active collaborators before new village-wide meetings. Each time more people stepped forward to accuse than had dared to do so before. When the damages brought out by these accusations were totaled, all the property owned by the collaborators was not enough to repay their victims. It was not a question of graft alone. The collaborators had seized outright many valuable things and had avoided terms of labor service that added up to many months of labor. This last item was figured as grain now owed to those who had been forced to go in their stead. From dogs' legs such as Teu the movement spread out in both directions, attacking, on the one hand, those who had only been street or block leaders, and on the other, those who had been the real pillars of the puppet regime, men such as Zhou Meisheng, secretary and key organizer of the village administration throughout the occupation, and Father Sun, the priest of the church, whose liaison with both the Japanese and the group of Catholic landlords who were the real power behind the puppet office, was notorious. A special meeting was called to confront Chief of Staff Zhou with his crimes. Particularly bitter were the complaints about salt. Throughout the occupation salt could not be bought or sold freely. It was handled as a government monopoly and was supposed to be rationed on a per capita basis. Zhou Meisheng got the salt ration from the county office and then passed it out, not according to need, but according to political expediency. Relatives and friends got an extra share. Those who quarreled with him got less or none. By controlling the salt, a necessity of life, he wielded tremendous power and rewarded or punished people according to his whim. Zhou Meisheng was also responsible for many tax abuses and for discrimination in the allocation of labor service. He dispensed forced labor as freely as he withheld salt, and to the same end to punish his enemies and reward his friends. Those who resisted were beaten. Of those who went off to work, some never returned. When the cottars figured out how much he had grafted, it came to over 100 large bags of grain. To settle this debt to the people he had to give up all his land and houses, all his grain and property. They left him but one room to live in and grain enough to last only until winter. In the course of this struggle no one came to Zhou Meisheng's defense. As soon as the new cottars led the village against him, the landlords who had backed him disowned him without hesitation. To clear their own skirts they pretended that they had had nothing to do with him. But Father Sun was not so easily isolated. As the one remaining priest of the church, he was the leader of more than 200 people in the village. Most of them believed strongly in his teachings even if they disapproved of his pro-Japanese views and activities. Some backed both his politics and his religion. With their support Father Sun felt secure enough to openly denounce the 8th Root Army, the liberation of the village from puppet and consequently from Kuomintang control, and the anti-traitor movement itself. When the 8th Route Army soldiers entered the village and moved on down the valley, he told everyone he met that misfortune had fallen upon the church and the faithful. His sermons predicted a change of sky. The 8th Route Army is nothing but a bandit rabble, he declared. The 8th Route soldiers do not believe in God. They oppose Catholicism, they tear down temples, they smash Buddhas. They don't even wear shoes. How can they long remain? Surely the troops of the central government will soon return. When the village government punished collaborators by the confiscation of their land and property and distributed this wealth among the landless and the land poor, he scathingly denounced the practice in his sermon. He said, "Man was created by God, food is given by God, everything in the world happens by God's will. We must obey God's orders. God determined that the poor should be poor. They should not aspire to be rich. Only those who can endure pain and suffering in this life can hope to enter heaven after death. The more patient you are, the more suffering you bear, the sooner you will enter heaven and see God." When Shen Chi-mei, the traitor, was executed, Father Sun went out of his way to say Mass for the salvation of his soul and soon thereafter announced that this man's spirit had entered heaven from purgatory. These acts and statements invited retaliation. Tianming, who was responsible for public security, ordered Father Sun arrested. All the cadres of the village office then began to mobilize the people against him. They went among the Catholics and found several who were already disillusioned with the religion and were eager to attack the church. Among them was one potential leader, a former hired laborer named Kuo Chengke Yuan. He had worked many years for the Catholic landlord Fan Piyudza, and later had hired out as a mule driver to the cathedral in Changchi. All his life he had suffered nothing but abuse from the church. With Chengke Yuan's help, the cadres called the Catholics of the village together to discuss the case of Father Sun. Experience in other villages had already shown that a direct attack on the Catholic religion was not an effective tactic. While a few were ready to repudiate their faith, most believers were not. Whenever the teachings of the church were attacked, the majority of the faithful only rallied more strongly around the institution itself. For this reason the Longbao cadres did not challenge Father Sun's theology, but concentrated their fire on his secular activities. District leader Liang adopted a selective approach when he opened the meeting. After all, he said, no one knows about God. No one has seen him. Whether or not God exists, whether there is one God or whether there are many, is not the question before us here. The question before us is Father Sun, his collaboration with the Japanese, the heavy charges he made for giving protection to your property, the way he tried to force the whole village into the church, his discrimination against the poor in all things. This speech moved even some of the most faithful believers. They began to recall one instance after another of injustice at the hands of Father Sun. Within a few hours more than 60 grievances were registered against him. The next day the whole population of the village was called together. When the cadres asked the people if they dared accuse the priest, everyone kept silent at first. Then district leader Liang spoke again. He reviewed Father Sun's record and this time stressed the exploitation he had practiced. For every mass the father read he spent but a few minutes, but for that few minutes he charged a whole quarter bushel of millet. He wouldn't take a quart, he had to have a quarter bushel. At this point Chen Kai-ting, a former secretary of the Carry-On Society, a man who had managed the finances of the church before the job fell to Wan Kai-ching, stood up. I will be the first to accuse, he said. I know in detail how the whole system worked. I myself was peeled and pared, and he told all he knew about the income and the expenditures of the father, the church, and the Carry-On Society. When he had finished, many others volunteered, saying to one another, if you will speak out, I will follow. If you are not afraid of God, then neither am I. As the meeting progressed, Father Sun was brought from the lockup and made to stand before the crowd. One after another his own parishioners accused him to his face. You preach suffering and hardship for the people, shouted Chengke Yuan. You say the poor should eat plain food and endure cold, never get angry and never do bad things. Then why should you eat meat and white flour every day? And if the taste doesn't suit you, you order the cook to make it over again. And every night you sleep with the nuns. It's suffering and virtue for others, but for yourself, it's comfort and sin. Father-son did not deign to answer this. He stood before them defiantly and kept his mouth shut. And as for the mass, continued Chen Ke-yuan, if anyone gave you a lot of money, you said it for him very quickly. If anyone gave you a little money, you did the mass after a while, but if anyone had no money at all, there was no mass at all either. Is your mass a service to the people, or is it just a business to earn some money? This brought the peasant Chiusu to his feet. You told us a lot of lies, he said, walking straight up to the priest and shaking his fist in his face. You said that no one must bite the wafer you handed out. You said that if we bit it with our teeth, blood would flow from it and we would be punished by God. But I didn't believe it. One morning I took the wafer to the privy behind the church and I broke it with my teeth and crumbled it up. I found nothing but wheat flour. Not a drop of blood flowed out of it. Your words are nothing but lies. All you do is deceive people. That's right, all you do is deceive, said Chen Ke-yuan, joining Chiusu in front of the priest. The Carry-on Society is supposed to help people, but the best land is farmed by the head of the society and the landlord Fan Piyudza. When the Japanese came, we all asked for shelter in the church. You found room for the landlords, but we poor Catholics could only wander about the yard until we were finally driven back onto the street. And of everything we brought to you for protection, you took 20%. Is that the way you help people? Help people? Help people? They never help people, said Wang Chnu. I have been a Catholic all my life and all I ever got for it was beatings. The words poured from him in a torrent as he told how his little sister was taken into the orphanage and how he himself was beaten for joining the Buddhist rites. When the Japanese came, I was a match peddler, he sobbed. I was afraid they would seize my stock. I brought 70 boxes of matches to the church for safekeeping. Society chairman Wang put them in a drawer, but 3 days later when I returned there were only 3 boxes left. When I asked him what became of the matches, he said, better ask the drawer. When I asked him again, he beat me up. By the time Chnu had finished, other people were angry enough to speak out. A storm of accusations followed, many of them somewhat wide of the target, which was supposed to be the priest and his relations with the enemy. The fire tended to concentrate, instead, on the many-sided exploitation practiced by the church and its leaders, a portent of the hurricane to come. A non-Catholic, Pei Chen Ke-yuan, said that he owed $50 to a church member. When he was unable to pay, Society Chairman Wang stepped in with an offer to mediate. He suggested that Pei sell 1.5 acres of land to the church and then remain on it as a tenant. I sold the land to the church, said the unhappy Pei, pointing a finger at father-son, but my creditor got nothing. It went to the church as a contribution to God. When I asked to rent the land, I was told that I myself must join the church. I refused, and to this day I have not been allowed on that land. A Catholic, Yin Chun, said, now I know that Catholic or not makes little difference. In the famine year I had nothing to eat. My children were sick. I was forced to sell 4 mao. The land was worth $50 for each mao, but the church demanded that I sell at $20. I was told I could have the crop, but when harvest time came round, I got nothing. Altogether more than 100 grievances against the church and the Carry-on Society were voiced that day. Before the meeting was over, father-son was attacked by several angry peasants and badly beaten up. That night, with the help of persons still loyal to him, he escaped to Horse Square, and from there fled to Hinton, a city in the nationalist-held area to the west. Father-son fled with nothing but the clothes on his back. He left behind a gun, many vestments, a desk full of personal papers, and 5 acres of land that included an irrigated vegetable garden, one of a handful in the whole village. Among his papers were found a letter of introduction from Japanese headquarters in North China and instructions issued by the Puppet New People's Society for the improvement of the work of the rural church. Father-son's personal property was added to the wealth confiscated from 26 other families that had been brought before the village on charges of collaboration. Altogether, the people's government took 100 bags of grain from the accused as payment for grafted property and abuses of power made possible by their position as Japanese stooges. All of this property was divided among the poorest people of the village according to the losses of each made public at the meetings. Those who took an active part and spoke out about the damages they had suffered got compensation. Those who did not speak out got less or nothing. In the course of these early distributions, the leaders of the movement Fuyuan, Tianming, Kitsai, and the leading militiamen took nothing, on the advice of district leader Liang. They adopted this policy in order to demonstrate that the movement was for the benefit of all the people who had suffered from the occupation and not just for the leaders, a clean break with all the traditions of the past. These early distributions did not go smoothly by any means. One of the main problems was fear. Many people who should have been compensated with property were still afraid to accept it. This was particularly true of the valuable and conspicuous things which could easily brand a person as a participant in the struggle. If the counter-revolution should gather enough strength to strike back, those who had property that originally belonged to collaborators would be the first to suffer. No lists would be necessary. For several days 2 militiamen led one donkey all over the village begging household after household to accept it, but found no takers. A fine cart belonging to Wang Lisun, the landlord who had been a puppet street captain, also stood for days without a claimant, even though it was the best cart in the whole village. It was worth at least 1,000 pounds of grain. The cotters, who had agreed not to accept anything themselves, had to knock on doors and persuade someone to be brave enough to take it. Finally, a middle peasant named Chang Sun, a man with a village-wide reputation for greed and stinginess, found the cart too tempting to resist. His ingrained shrewdness overcame whatever fear he had and, even though he already had one cart, he bought the cart that had belonged to Wang Lisun for 300 weight of grain, a real bargain. Later, when others began to lose their fear of a counter-attack, they complained that he had no right to buy a cart when many families had no cart at all. Then Chang Sun offered to give the cart back to the village, but the cotters told him to keep it. To turn it back at such a time might lead some to think that he had lost confidence in the ability of the 8th Route Army to hold the region. The anti-trader movement in the whole 5th district was brought to a close in December 1945. In the course of the struggle, important gains were made, but serious shortcomings also marred the record. The gains, as seen by a leading district cotter who made a report to the county committee of the Communist Party, included the complete rout of the gentry Kuomintang attempt to set up a regime based on the old political machine and the wartime collaborators. In the course of this rout, half the landlords and rich peasants in the district were attacked and punished with the confiscation of some or all of their property, thus cutting back considerably the holdings on which the old system was based. Many people were mobilized, organized, and educated by these events and learned to see some connection between collaboration and the dominant feudal class. The shortcomings consisted of failure to draw the majority of the population into active participation. The cotters and militia did too much, the people as a whole too little, and lack of discrimination in the attack, little or no distinction having been made between collaborators on the basis of their class origin or motivation. While some communist leaders, at least on the county level, saw the anti-trader movement as an initial skirmish in an all-out war against the landlords as a class and tried to guide it in that direction, the majority of the active peasants saw it only as a movement of revenge for wartime injuries. They hated the traders and wanted to strike them down once and for all. But the traders, in Longbao at any rate, were drawn from all classes. When the gentry withdrew from open participation in the village government, they found others to carry on for them. Hence there were middle peasants, poor peasants, and even hired laborers among the puppets. The members of the village police or self-defense corps were all poor peasants, the block and street captains mostly middle peasants. Many of these people went along under economic pressure or were drafted into action under threat of violent reprisal. Some of them served the enemy only a few months, a few weeks, or even a few days. This latter group were known as the one meal of wheat traders. By striking them all down as if they were equally to blame, the village cotters and the active peasants took shadow for substance, confused puppet with master, and punished the poor as heavily as they did the rich, who were considered to be the real source and backbone of the collaboration. The poor were punished more heavily, in fact, for the main form of punishment was the confiscation of property, an effective and justifiable policy when applied to the gentry who had plenty of property to spare and had acquired most of it by exploitation past or present in the first place, but a disastrous policy when applied to poor working people who had very little to begin with, earned most of it by their own hard labor, and were reduced to beggary by the loss of it. The collective nature of the punishment was also unjust. The whole family had to pay for the collaboration of one leading member. Such a policy atomized the community, frightened many people, drove many middle peasants who were potential allies of the coming revolution toward, if not into, the arms of the opposition. In Longbao village alone, 16 middle peasant families and 6 poor peasant families were expropriated, in whole or in part, for collaboration. In the whole 5th district the figure reached 181. If the class question was obscured by the indiscriminate attacks of the anti-trader movement, the religious question was disastrously sharpened. Even though the charges centered on the activities rather than the religious beliefs of the collaborators, the fact that almost all of them were Catholics gave the movement a definite sectarian slant. This religious sectarianism reached a fever pitch with the escape of father-son. Since the father himself was suspected of being a Kuomintang agent, all those suspected of aiding him were arrested, beaten in an effort to extract confessions, and accused of being agents also. The landlord Fan Piyudza's second son, Fan Mingshi, and 2 poor Catholic peasants, Hu Sheng and Qian Pao, were held in the county jail for 8 months while the incident was investigated. Ho Chinming, a third poor peasant, was charged with actually opening the door for the father. He was badly beaten and ran away to Hungtung while he was still able to use his limbs. He left behind half an acre of land, 3 sections of house, and a young wife bought from the church orphanage a few years earlier. The indiscriminate attack on all collaborators and the sectarian overtones that accompanied it gave the real agent, Wang Enpao, and his followers, a lever in their counter-campaign. As secretary of the 5th District Kuomintang, Wang Enpao had organized a group of about 20 men, most of them landlords, in the various villages of the district. They attacked the new cotters for real abuses and spread rumors about imaginary ones. In Longbao Kitsai became a chief target. He was always in the lead when direct action was taken and had beaten many people. Wang Manshi, the man who tied up and led Kuo Teu into the first meeting, a 19-year-old of tremendous strength and enthusiasm, was another target. For the blows he meted out he was already admired by some and feared by others as the king of the devils. In Longbao these verbal attacks produced no incidents, but in other places the landlord clique managed to incite certain people to action. One South Market militiaman named Ming Chun was found one morning hanging on the limb of a tree. A group of angry peasants strung him there after hearing rumors that he had taken valuable property to his own home and had forced his attentions on several women, all of them wives and daughters of collaborators. In Li/Village Gulch, a strong Catholic center, the former district leader Yellow Dog Kuo, was thrown into a dry well and badly injured. The hesitancy of some middle peasants, the anger of many Catholics, and the occasional counterattacks that were the backlash of the sharp campaign could not halt or even delay the rising tide of struggle. A description of the reverse eddies should not be allowed to obscure the enormous enthusiasm which the punishment of the collaborators and the distribution of their property aroused in the great majority of the peasant families, whether or not they themselves had been active. When, in late December, the 8th Route Army called for volunteers to strengthen the region against attack, Chang Changzi, the conscientious young head of the militia, led 25 men to the recruiting office at the county seat. 5 were rejected for physical reasons, among them Chang Kitsai, the vice head of the village, who had syphilis, but 20 went on to join that army which alone could guarantee continued control of Longbao by the landless and the land poor. This was the first example the people had ever seen of a government in power that asked for volunteers. Under the Kuomintang the young men had been led off to war with ropes tied around their necks. Now an expensive banquet was spread for the volunteers before they departed from the village, and each was given some spending money as a token of appreciation. They marched off with red carnations pinned to their jackets in a cacophony of beating drums, clashing cymbals, and the gay shouting of a crowd of small children who followed them all the way to Horse Square. 13. Dig out the rotten root of feudalism. In a very short time, in China's central, southern, and northern provinces, several 100 million peasants will rise like a tornado or tempest, a force so extraordinarily swift and violent that no power, however great, will be able to suppress it. They will break all the trammels that now bind them and rush forward along the road to liberation. They will send all imperialists, warlords, corrupt officials, local bullies, and bad gentry to their graves. Mao Zedong. Out of the confusion and near anarchy of the tempestuous anti-trader movement that followed the Japanese surrender came an assault on the land system itself. From chaotic revenge against collaborators, the young men of the resistance were led by the District Communist Party to a conscious planned attack on the landlords as a class. With this shift in emphasis, China's 20-year-old land revolution, temporarily suspended by the war, began again in earnest and rapidly gathered a momentum too great to be checked by any political party or leader. The campaign in the 5th district of Lekeng County started with a famous meeting in Li Village Gulch, the first settlement south of Longbao on the road to Changchi. This meeting was held on January 16, 1946, in an effort to educate the young revolutionary cadres in the fundamentals of class relations and class consciousness so that they could, as they themselves said, get at the root of calamity. All the young men who had just led the anti-trader movement to completion were brought together by the district leaders. The meeting lasted 3 days and 3 major issues were discussed. 1. Who depends upon whom for a living? 2. Why are the poor poor and the rich rich? 3. Should rent be paid to landlords? The participants had no trouble voicing grievances against individual landlords. They protested all kinds of feudal services, such as the forcing of tenants to pick up and deliver landlords' relatives, carry sedan chairs at weddings, give gifts at the New Year. They condemned the gentry for having taken the peasants' wives and daughters to their beds almost at will, made concubines of them, or simply raped them and left them. They also catalogued the ways in which the landlords cheated when loans were given out or rents paid, the use of the small measure for passing out grain, but the substitution of the big measure when grain was collected, the adulteration of grain given out, but the thorough cleaning and winnowing of grain taken in. They pointed out how the landlords took advantage of the illiteracy of the peasants by keeping dishonest records. The cadres were all in favor of a reduction in rents and interest. They went further and demanded that past overcharges be paid back and that families who had avoided taxes, throwing all the burden on the poor and middle peasants, be charged with all the back taxes they had not paid over the years. But when it came to the land system itself, there was some confusion. Many thought that where the land belonged to the landlords, through legitimate purchase or inheritance, rents should be paid. If the landlords did not let us rent the land we would starve, they said. Others disagreed sharply with this. Can land be eaten? No. Land itself cannot produce food without labor, and only those who labor have the right to eat. Why should one man have the right to say, "This land is mine," and then, without lifting a hoe himself, demand half of what is grown on it? Rent itself is exploitation. But many still said, "When I worked for the landlord he fed me, and at the end of the year he paid me." That was the agreement. If he had cheated me of my pay or refused to feed me I could accuse him, but since he did feed and pay me there is nothing wrong. Hour after hour the discussion went on in small groups and large meetings where the district leaders made reports and explained to the cadres the economic basis of the old society. They figured up how much grain the labor of one man could produce and then calculated how much food and wages a hired laborer received from the landlord for a year's work. From these figures it became clear, not only that there was exploitation, but that the exploitation was heavy. The atrocities committed by the traders were open and vicious. Everybody could see them and oppose them. The open oppression of some landlords was equally cruel and vicious. Everyone could see that too and oppose it. But the janposueh, the hidden exploitation, of the average landlord, the exploitation inherent in land rent itself had to be pointed out and exposed, for was it not the root of all the other evils? When the meeting broke up on the third day, the three main questions had been settled in the minds of most. 1. The landlords depended on the labor of the peasants for their very life. 2. The rich were rich because they peeled and pared the poor. 3. Rent should not be paid to the landlords. With this conclusion, the peasant leaders of Liken County jumped beyond the official policy of the Communist Party of China and the liberated area's government as a whole. Official policy was still double reduction, reduce rents and reduce interest rates. This was the policy of the wartime United Front against Japan. Chairman Mao Zedong had proposed that this should continue to be the policy in the immediate post-war period because, although fighting had begun and had even developed on a large scale in some areas, it had not yet escalated into all-out civil war. It was incumbent on the Communist Party to explore every possible avenue of compromise that might bring peace while still preserving the basic gains won by the people of China. During such a period of exploration, the continuation of double reduction was mandatory. To have called for land expropriation at this time would have been provocative. The initial talks between the Communist Party and the Kuomintang seemed to make headway. With General Marshall, special representative of the United States, acting as intermediary, a truce was signed on January 13, 1946. The two parties agreed that all fighting should cease for a 6-month period while the possibility of a political settlement through some form of coalition government was explored. Pending such a settlement, the policy of the Communist Party Central Committee in Yan'an was to carry into effect all coalition agreements, including double reduction, and hold the gentry to them. However, demands for land kept coming from below. The arming of the people for resistance had placed the peasants in a position to challenge the landlords and usurers in the countryside, and not even the tremendous prestige of the Communist Party or the critical situation of the country and the world could prevent this challenge from breaking out in one form or another and carrying with it many lower echelon cadres and party committees. This increasingly explosive force was channeled for a time into forms of attack against the gentry that did not formally violate the provisions of double reduction, yet nevertheless transferred land from the gentry to the peasants. Conventional grievances concerning lower rents and lower interest rates were made retroactive to cover the war years in villages where the occupation had given the landlords a free hand not only to continue the collection of rent and interest but to increase the rate of both. Now the peasants demanded not only the correction of abuses but also the repayment of overcharges and the restoration of lands and property seized in default of debts which were, by double reduction standards, illegal. In practice, when the grievances were totaled up, the charges almost always mounted up to more than most gentry families could pay, and everything they owned was expropriated for distribution. The peasants even matched the excesses of the 1930s by a policy of "Sao Tichu men," or sweep the floor out the door, which meant to clean the family out of house and home and drive them from the area. They called this whole movement settling accounts. In Longbao the young men returned from the district meeting full of enthusiasm. Chang Sanxiaching, the secretary of the village government, who was one of the participants, later said, "I was very happy when I returned from Li Village Gulch. Up until that time I had been just a little afraid. I carried a burden on my back. I figured that if all those who had worked for the Japanese were to be struggled against, then I too would become a victim, for I had worked for a Japanese drug company for more than 1 year. But at that meeting we were told that the anti-trader movement was over. We decided that we would now struggle against the landlords who had oppressed us for so long. Everyone who had been oppressed or exploited, who had borrowed money or rented land could now make accusations and get revenge. I was very happy. I was no longer the least bit afraid, for I thought I too have been oppressed. From childhood my family suffered under loans at high interest, and I worked out as a hired laborer for so many years, and later, when I went out to work, I just served the master of the shop. So all my life I have been oppressed and exploited. Now my time has come. The first task faced by this group when they returned to the village was to organize a local peasants' association. This was a voluntary organization of all working peasants recognized by the liberated area's government of Shanxi Honan Hopi Shantung as the only legal organ for carrying out agrarian policy, conducting the struggle against the landlords, receiving confiscated property, and distributing it to the landless and land poor. Farm laborers, poor peasants, middle peasants, rural handicraftsmen, and impoverished intellectuals such as school teachers, letter writers, and clerks sympathetic to the new land policies were all entitled to join when approved by the elected committee of the association. All members had the right to speak, vote, elect, and be elected, and also the right to criticize and replace elected officers. They were obligated to abide by the rules of the association, carry out its decisions, and pay dues. These dues amounted to 1 kati of millet a year. 2 cotters from the old liberated area in the 2nd district, where village peasants' associations had existed for a long time, came to help organize the local group in Longbao. 30 of the poorest peasants in the village were first called together. They included women whose sons had been killed in the fort, peasant families whose able-bodied members had been forced into rear service far from home, and long-term hired helpers who owned nothing but the clothes on their backs. Some of these families had already received food and clothes as a result of the anti-trader movement. Fu Yuan and Tian Ming explained to them that the preceding distributions were only the beginning, that such a small amount of goods could not solve any real problems, that they should tackle the land question itself. Fu Yuan posed to them the question of who lives off whom. He urged each member to tell his or her life story and to figure out for himself the root of the problem. Once again Kitsai led off. In order to move the others, he told his own history. In the past, when I lived in Linxin, I stayed with my uncle, he said. In order to get married, my uncle borrowed $20 silver. Within a year, the interest plus the principal amounted to more than $300. We could not possibly repay this. The landlord seized all our lands and houses, and I became a migrant wandering through the province looking for work. This reminded poor peasant Shen Tianxi of the loss of his home. Once when we needed some money, we decided to sell our house. We made a bargain with a man who offered a reasonable price, but Shen Qingho, who lived next door, forced us to sell our house to him for almost nothing. Then poor peasant Ta Hung's wife spoke up. You had to sell your house, but my parents had to sell me. We lived in a prosperous valley, but we owned no land. In the famine year we were starving, and my parents sold me for a few bushels of grain. If we had had some land, I could have found a husband and been properly married. Instead, I was sold like a donkey or a cow. Story followed story. Many wept as they remembered the sale of children, the death of family members, the loss of property. The village cotters kept asking, what is the reason for this? Why did we all suffer so? Was it the 8 ideographs that determined our fate, or was it the land system and the rents we had to pay? Why shouldn't we now take on the landlords and right the wrongs of the past? Tian Ming finally challenged them to action. Now, the only question is, do we dare begin? The 8th Route Army and the liberated areas government stand behind us. Already in many places the landlords have been beaten down. We have only to follow the example of others. We have only to act with our own hands. Then we can all FANSHEN. There are not enough of us, said one. Then we have to find more members. Each one here should go out and find others. All the poor are brothers together. If we unite, no one can stand in our way. Each of the 30 went home, visited with neighbor and friend, and each found 2 or 3 more peasants who could be approved by the whole group. Soon over 100 families had joined the Peasants' Association. Most of them were poor, but among them were scattered a few middle peasants. Kuo Chenke Yuan, the poor Catholic who had led the attack on Father Sun, a man who had worked all his life as a laborer, and whose wife had died of starvation in the famine year, was elected chairman. Another Catholic, Wang Yulai, was elected vice chairman. He came originally from Lin County, high in the Taihang Range. He had once been a member of the local Kuomintang army, had later taken up banditry as a way of life, and was said to have joined the Red Rifle Secret Society as a young man. He had always been poor. Throughout the 10 years he had lived in Longbao he had worked as a hired laborer. During the anti-trader movement, and especially in the struggle against Father Sun, Yulai and his 18-year-old son, Wen Te, were noted for their courage and energy. Several days of intense activity followed the establishment of the new association. Many active members neglected all their regular work in order to mobilize the majority of the people for the struggle to come. And so, toward the end of January, the campaign to settle accounts with the landlords finally began. The committee of the Peasants' Association decided to tackle Kuo Chunwang first. He was not the richest man in the village, but he was one of the meanest. His close association with the puppet chief of staff Zhou Meisheng tarred him with the collaborationist brush. More important was the fact that while his tenants died of starvation during the famine year, he seized grain and hoarded it for speculation. The cotters, having learned from the failure of their first big meeting, held small group meetings ahead of time in order to gather opinions against Chunwang. Those with serious grievances were encouraged to make them known among their closest neighbors and were then mobilized to speak out at the village-wide meeting to come. While the small meetings were in progress, the militia arrested Kuo Chunwang, searched his house and unearthed tons of grain. Much of it was rotten. On the day of the big meeting, the grain, which could have saved the lives of dozens of people, lay in the courtyard in a stinking mildewed heap. The people who crowded in to accuse walked over the grain and, as the courtyard filled up, some of them sat down on it. The smell and the sight of it reminded them of those who had died for want of a few caddies and filled them with anger. Next to the grain stood 2 jars of salt water salt that had been hoarded so long it had undergone hydrolysis. While the landless and the land poor went weeks without salt, Chunwang had let salt go to waste. At this critical meeting, Fu Yuan, the village head, was the first to speak. Because he was a cousin of Chunwang, his words carried extra weight with the rest of the village. When a man was moved to accuse his own cousin, the provocation had to be serious. In the famine year, Fu Yuan began, talking directly to Chunwang, "My brother worked for your family. We were all hungry. We had nothing to eat. But you had no thought for us. Several times we tried to borrow grain from you. But it was all in vain. You watched us starve without pity." Then Ho Pang, a militiaman, spoke up. His voice shook as he told how he had rented land from Chunwang. "One year I could not pay the rent. You took the whole harvest. You took my clothes. You took everything." He broke down sobbing as a dozen others jumped up shouting. "What was in your mind? You took everything. Miao Le and his brother died. Yes, what were your thoughts? You had no pity. Didn't you hound Pei Mangwen's mother to her death? Speak. Yes, speak. Make him talk. Let's hear his answers." But Chunwang had no answers. He could not utter a word. When the peasants saw that he could not answer them, they realized that they had him cornered, that they had already won a victory. Many who had been afraid to open their mouths found themselves shouting in anger without thought of the consequences. The meeting lasted all day. In the evening, when the committee reckoned up all the charges against Chunwang, they found that he owed 100 bags of grain. That night, under a full moon, the militia went to the fields with measuring rods and measured Chunwang's land. They found that he had 3 acres more than were listed in his deeds, and that for 20 years he had evaded taxes on that land while others had paid and paid. When they added this to the other damages claimed against him, they realized that all his lands, all his houses, his grain, his clothes, his stock, and everything else that he owned would not be enough to settle the debt. Yet when they looked in his storeroom, they found not hundreds, but only a paltry 6 bags of grain that could be seized. The next morning, when the people met again to carry on the campaign against Cheng Wang, excitement ran high. Women even went so far as to bring food with them so that they and their families could stay right through the day and not miss a single minute. Liang, the district leader, opened the attack. He said, "This is our only chance to settle the blood and sweat debt of the landlord. Even if you take all his property, it will never be enough. Ask him where he has hidden his gold and silver. Make him give up his precious things. Yes, speak out. Where are the coins? Where have you buried the money?" came the shouts from the crowd. But Kuo refused to say anything beyond the fact that he had no silver and never had had any. Since nobody believed him, the militia were ordered into his house to make a search. They were joined by more than 60 peasant volunteers. They dug up the floors, ripped the mud bricks off the tops of the kyangs, tapped the walls. It was all in vain. They found nothing. When the search proved fruitless, a few of the cotters took Cheng Wang aside. They told him that it was no use trying to hide his wealth. Since all his ordinary property was not enough to settle his account with the people, they would surely find his hidden wealth sooner or later. It would therefore be much safer and wiser for him to hand this over voluntarily than to face their wrath once they found it on their own. After several people had talked to him in the same vein, Cheng Wang finally gave in. He told them where to dig. They found $50 silver in an earthen crock. When this money was brought before the people at the meeting, they became very angry. Here was proof that Cheng Wang had lied to them. Scores of people jumped up, ran forward, and began to beat him with whatever came to hand. "Tell us where the rest is." "You know that is not all," they shouted. Someone struck him a blow in the face. Cheng Wang held his bleeding mouth and tried to speak. "Don't hit me. I'll tell you. I'll tell you right away. There is another $80 in the back room." The meeting adjourned immediately while the militia and their enthusiastic helpers again went to search. They very soon found another cache of coins, but this only whetted their appetites and angered them still further. Cheng Wang was playing with them as a cat plays with a mouse, in spite of the fact that he was their prisoner. First grain, then salt, now silver dollars. The bastard was richer than they thought. When they got back to the courtyard, they beat him again. That day he gave up more than 200 silver dollars. In the evening they let him go home, but, unknown to him, set several militiamen to watch his house and listen in, if possible, on the conversations that went on inside it. Landlord Shen Qingho, the richest man in the village, sat at home all that day and listened to the angry shouts of the people as they accused Cheng Wang and swarmed over his house. After dark he crept out onto the street and stole to Cheng Wang's door, hoping to learn something about what had happened. Perhaps some plan could be worked out to counter this new offensive. He knocked quietly on the wooden door that was the sole entrance to Cheng Wang's courtyard, but before anyone appeared to open it he was seized from behind by several militiamen and dragged off to the village lockup. It was then 2 days before the Chinese New Year. The wealthy families had planned all sorts of good things to eat, and their wives and servants had been preparing and cooking for days. The leaders of the Peasants' Association decided not to let Qingho pass such a happy holiday. They set the attack on him for the next day, even though that meant they had no time to mobilize opinions against him. As it happened, a blunder on the part of Qingho's brother, Shen Qingcheng, aroused the people more than several days of mobilization could possibly have done. As soon as Shen Qingcheng heard that his brother Qingho had been detained, he took a bag of wheat flour on his shoulder and went calling. He found the assistant village head, Kitsai, at home talking with San Xiaching, the village secretary. He set his bag of flour by the door, greeted them both warmly, and sat himself down to have a friendly chat. It did not take him long to get to the point. "I know your life is hard," he said. "Since we are people of one village, please do not stand on ceremony but help yourselves to this flower and pass a happy new year. Later on, if you should meet with any difficulties, you should know that my door is always open and I am always ready to help." The two young cottars could hardly believe their eyes and ears. What did he take them for, rats who could be bought with a bag of flour? They drove him and his burden out of the house and went immediately to Tianming. The next afternoon Kitsai and San Xiaching told a village-wide meeting how Ching Chung had tried to bribe them. Their story aroused a storm of protest and a flood of accusations. "In the famine year he gave us nothing. He even drove beggars away from his door, but now suddenly he weeps for our hard life. Now we are people of one village," said one. "It is clear he only wants to buy off the leaders and undermine our ranks. We should never be taken in by such tricks," added another. "This should be a lesson to all of us," said Tianming. "Never trust a landlord, never protect a landlord. There is only one road, and that is to struggle against them." The cottars had been afraid that the people might hold back their accusations against Ching Ho, but Kitsai's report broke the dam. There was no holding back. Over 100 grievances were registered at that one meeting. So vicious had been Ching Ho's practices and so widespread his influence that more than half of the families in the village had scores to settle with him. What happened on the following day was told to me by Kuo Changke Yuan, chairman of the Peasants' Association. When the final struggle began, Ching Ho was faced not only with those 100 accusations but with many more. Old women who had never spoken in public before stood up to accuse him. Even Li Mao's wife, a woman so pitiable she hardly dared look anyone in the face, shook her fist before his nose and cried out, "Once I went to glean wheat on your land. But you cursed me and drove me away. Why did you curse and beat me? And why did you seize the wheat I had gleaned?" Altogether over 180 opinions were raised. Ching Ho had no answer to any of them. He stood there with his head bowed. We asked him whether the accusations were false or true. He said they were all true. When the committee of our association met to figure up what he owed, it came to 400 bags of milled grain, not coarse millet. That evening all the people went to Ching Ho's courtyard to help take over his property. It was very cold that night, so we built bonfires and the flames shot up toward the stars. It was very beautiful. We went in to register his grain and altogether found but 200 bags of unmilled millet, only a quarter of what he owed us. Right then and there we decided to call another meeting. People all said he must have a lot of silver dollars. They thought of the wine plant, and the pigs he raised on the distillers' grains, and the North Temple Society and the Confucius Association. We called him out of the house and asked him what he intended to do since the grain was not nearly enough. He said, "I have land and house." "But all this is not enough," shouted the people. So then we began to beat him. Finally he said, "I have 40 silver dollars under the Kayang." We went in and dug it up. The money stirred up everyone. We beat him again. He told us where to find another 100 after that. But no one believed that this was the end of his hoard. We beat him again and several militiamen began to heat an iron bar in one of the fires. Then Ching Ho admitted that he had hid 110 silver dollars in militiaman Man Shi's uncle's home. Man Shi was very hot-headed. When he heard that his uncle had helped Ching Ho, he got very angry. He ran home and began to beat his father's own brother. We stopped him. We told him, "Your uncle didn't know it was a crime." We asked the old man why he had hidden money for Ching Ho and he said, "No one ever told me anything. I didn't know there was anything wrong in it." You see, they were relatives and the money had been given to him for safekeeping years before. So Man Shi finally cooled down. It was a good thing, for he was angry enough to beat his uncle to death and he was strong enough to do it. Altogether we got $500 from Ching Ho that night. By that time the sun was already rising in the eastern sky. We were all tired and hungry, especially the militiamen who had called the people to the meeting, kept guard on Ching Ho's house, and taken an active part in beating Ching Ho and digging for the money. So we decided to eat all the things that Ching Ho had prepared to pass the new year, a whole crock of dumplings stuffed with pork and peppers and other delicacies. He even had shrimp. All said, in the past we never lived through a happy new year because he always asked for his rent and interest then and cleaned our houses bare. This time we'll eat what we like, and everyone ate his fill and didn't even notice the cold. That was one of the happiest days the people of Longbao ever experienced. They were in such a mellow mood that they released Ching Ho on the guarantee of a relative, let him remain at home unguarded, and called off the struggle for the rest of the holiday season. But Ching Ho did not wait around to see what would happen when action resumed. He ran away the very next day. So did Kuo Chiung Wang. He and his wife fled to another county where they found temporary employment as primary school teachers. Later they fled that school and disappeared altogether. Nobody in Longbao heard of their whereabouts thereafter. In Chiung Wang's absence, his brother and partner in business, Fu Wang, was brought before the Peasants' Association. He was beaten so severely that he died a few days later, but in spite of this violent treatment he gave no hint as to where any further wealth might be found. 14. Wang Lisun is next. A revolution is not the same as inviting people to dinner, or writing an essay, or painting a picture, or doing fancy needlework. It cannot be anything so restrained and magnanimous. A revolution is an uprising, an act of violence whereby one class overthrows another. Mao Zedong. Wang Chiung Lai's wife returned to Longbao late in 1945. Driven out by the family that bought her as a child wife and forced into beggary, she and her husband had lived in another village for 20 years. When they heard that the landlords would be brought to account and old debts repaid, they hurried home only to be met by a stone wall of hostility from the local cotters. Tianming, Fuyuan, Kitsai, and Chen Kayuan had never heard of the couple. They were reluctant to let them join the struggle for they didn't want to share the fruits with outsiders. When Chiung Lai's wife went to the district office and protested, Fuyuan was directed to call in Wang Lisun's mother for questioning. The old lady denied that Chiung Lai was her son. "I only borrowed him," she said. "He lived here half a year and then he ran away. I never ill-treated him." "Then why did you buy a wife for him?" cried Chiung Lai's wife in anger. "And why, if he was not your adopted son, did I live in your family and suffer 6 years of beatings? Everyone in this village knows how Chiung Lai worked hard for more than 10 years like a hired laborer in your family. Can you cover the sky with your hand?" Fuyuan believed her then, but since she and her husband were still strangers to most of the younger people, the Peasants' Association gave them no property. They were allowed to live in part of Lisun's house and to farm 1½ acres of Lisun's land, but nothing was turned over to them as their own. Chiung Lai and his wife had waited a long time, they could wait some more. They moved into their borrowed quarters and looked forward to the day when the struggle against Lisun would come. They did not have long to wait. Wang Lisun followed Kuo Fu Wang to the tribune. When he appeared before his tenants and laborers, Chiung Lai's wife was standing in the front row. She was the first to speak. "How was it that you stayed at home while we were driven out?" she asked, stepping in front of the astounded landlord on her small bound feet. "Because Chiung Lai had a grandfather. He had another place to live," said Lisun looking at the ground. "He did not have the courage to look her in the face. But you too had in-laws. You too had a place to go. Why did you drive us out and make beggars of us? During the famine year we came to beg from you, our own brother, but you gave us nothing. You drove us away with a stick and beat me and the children with an iron poker." "I remember that day," said Lisun. "Why?" shouted Chiung Lai's wife, tears rolling down her dirt-stained face. "Why? I was afraid if you returned you would ask to divide the property with me." This answer aroused the whole meeting. Beat him," shouted the crowd. Chiung Lai's wife then took a leather strap from around her wasting body and she and her son beat Lisun with the strap and with their fists. They beat him for more time than it takes to eat a meal, and as they beat him, Chung Lai's wife cried out, "I beat you in revenge for 6 years of beatings. In the past you never cared for us. Your eyes did not know us. Now my eyes do not know you either. Now it is my turn." Lai Soon cringed before them and whimpered as the blows fell on his back and neck, then he fainted, fell to the ground, and was carried to his home. After that meeting, Chung Lai and his family were given outright the 10 sections of house and the acre and a half of land that had only been loaned to them up until that time. Wang Laisoon's debt to the people added up to a very large sum, but the militia found very little wealth in his home. In addition to the land and the houses, he had only a few bags of grain. Even when beaten severely, he insisted that he had not hidden silver or gold. He was a heroin addict, he said. He had spent all his money on heroin. The peasants did not believe him, however, and, after getting nowhere by beating him, decided to carry the struggle to his wife. The meeting that day was held in the temple. When the people questioned Lai Soon's wife, she said that she did have some coins, but that she had given them to Chung Lai's wife for safekeeping. This angered everyone. The militia ran to find Chung Lai's wife. When they brought her to the temple, they asked her, "Why did you hide money for that landlord?" "I never did," said Chung Lai's wife. "Who told you that?" "She did," said the cotters, pointing to Lai Soon's wife. Chung Lai's wife went livid with rage and rushed at the woman who had been her bitterest enemy for so long. But the cotters tore her from her victim and questioned her further. They didn't believe her story. They thought she had fooled them. "Tell us where you have the money," they demanded. When she answered, "How could I do such a thing? She is my enemy," they started to beat her. Chinchu, one of the poor peasants who had been a hired laborer for Lai Soon, got out a pair of scissors and cut her flesh with them. Blood gushed out over her tunic. But Chung Lai's wife screamed and fought back. "She didn't even hide a needle in my home. She hates me because we moved back into the courtyard that she ruled for so long. She is accusing me to make trouble, and you believe her." At last the young men decided that Chung Lai's wife was telling the truth. They let her go. Wang Laisoon and his family were driven from the courtyard just as they themselves had driven out the other half of the family so long ago. Now it was their turn to go and live in abandoned temples and beg for food. But they could not stand such a life. After a few weeks they left Longbao altogether. All their land, property, houses, clothes, tools, and furniture were confiscated. Only the old lady, Lai Soon's, and Chung Lai's foster mother, remained in the village. She stayed in an abandoned hovel just off the main street. One day she came to Chung Lai's home to beg a little food. The boy, her grandson by adoption, remembered her. He ran into the street and beat her with a stick, saying, "I'll give you some of your own medicine." This old woman finally maimed herself badly trying to get warm in front of some burning straw. A gust of wind set her clothes on fire. Large areas of her skin were scorched. The pain was so great that she could no longer go out to beg. She died of starvation. Thus were old scores settled one by one. The brutality of the old system echoed again and again in the convulsions of its demise. As soon as the Peasants' Association finished settling accounts with Wang Laisoon, the other wealthy families were tackled one after the other. The landlords Li Tongsheng, Shi Laming, Fan Putsu, Hsu Chengpiang, and Cheng Linso were all dispossessed within a few days. Because Li Tongsheng had 2 adopted sons who had joined the 8th Route Army, he was at first treated leniently, allowed to retain some land, and left to live in his own home. But the hunt for buried treasure soon changed all this. When the peasants asked him where his silver was buried, he refused to tell them anything. Angered by his defiance, they beat him severely. They did not mean to inflict mortal blows, but he died nevertheless a few days later. His wife and child thereupon handed over $200. They were allowed to stay in their house. Shi Laming was beaten to death at a large public meeting by an aroused group of his accusers. His daughter-in-law died of starvation after she was driven out of the family home. Her husband, the puppet officer and local despot, Shi Jianpao, was already far away serving once again in the army of Yan Xishan. Fan Piyuzi died of illness after being driven from the village. His surviving son, Fan Mingshi, was beaten to death as a Kuomintang agent, and his 17-year-old grandson ran away. His two daughters-in-law remarried in the village. Cheng Linso had a brother who was a battalion commander in the Kuomintang army. The peasants took no chances with him. They drove him and his whole family out. Hsu Chengpiang, the Kuomintang general, was an absentee landlord and he never came back to the village to be tried. His sister and her husband lived in his enormous house and tilled half his land. A cousin paid rent and tilled the other half. The Peasants' Association took over all the land but took pity on the brother-in-law, who in fact had never been more than a hired laborer for HSU. They gave him 3 acres. The cousin also received land of his own to till. While the outright landlords reeled under this broad attack, other gentry whose status was not quite so clear also came under fire. Yang Kai-sheng, a prosperous landlord's son who himself labored on the land, was driven from the village with his whole family. Wang Changyi, professional livestock castrator and self-proclaimed veterinarian, whose savings had been invested in Longbao land, was deprived of 7 acres. Yuken Cheng, the owner of several large tracts, lost 8 of 9 acres. Only the widow, Yu Ho, who owned 8 acres, escaped expropriation. In the heat of the campaign even relatively minor exploiters were not safe. Families that rented out small plots of land, hired some labor, or loaned out modest sums at high interest were called rich peasants and attacked as such. To the 16 families of moderate means who were wholly or partly dispossessed in the anti-trader movement another half-dozen were added. Among them were Wang Chunle, who owned 6 acres and a mule, Kuo Chao Cheng, who owned 8 acres and an ox, Kang Chen Niu, who owned 10 acres and a donkey, and the 3 Tzui brothers, sons of a landlord, who between them owned 20 acres. While individuals who exploited others in some degree constituted the main target of the Peasants' Association, the various gentry-dominated institutions of the village were by no means forgotten. In these institutions the gentry had accumulated and effectively controlled more wealth than was privately possessed by all the landlords put together. All the assets of the North Temple Society, the Confucius Association, the village school, and several other religious, cultural, and clan organizations were liquidated. Over 30 acres of land were seized from such sources, not to mention grain, money, and buildings. All this was but a warm-up for the main assault, the attack on the Catholic Church itself, for the church was the primary center of wealth in the whole village and its financial arm, the Carry-on Society, was the largest single landholder. The campaign against the church in Longbao had begun, months before, with the arrest of Father Sun as a collaborator. Then it had died down, to flare up anew as the dispossession of the gentry aroused the population of the whole plateau region. The region-wide campaign reached its climax with a large mass meeting in Changchi where Catholics from 27 villages in 3 counties gathered to make accusations against their bishop, several foreign fathers, and the whole staff of the Great South Cathedral that was the heart and nerve center of the Catholic faith in the Shangtang. As a result of this huge meeting the property of the central institution was expropriated. Only the cathedral itself and its immediate grounds were left to the church. Everything else was distributed to the Catholics of the Tri-County area, for it was well known that it was their contributions, voluntary and otherwise, that had made possible its accumulation. Lukang County's share was taken to Horse Square and there divided up. Longbao alone got about $500,000 border region dollars worth of property, about $500. 52 Catholic families of the village shared 9 tons of grain, over 200 sets of fine clothes, and thousands of dollars among them. In cash alone, each person got $1,500 border region currency, $1.50 US. Taking the expropriation of the cathedral at Changchi as precedent, the cotters of Longbao and the leaders of its peasants' association moved against the local institution soon afterwards. From the church, the orphanage hospital, and the carry-on society they confiscated more than 40 acres of land for milk cows, large stores of wheat and corn, 100 new quilts, 15 sets of priestly vestments, many sets of new children's clothes, 2 bicycles, glassware, stocks of medicinal drugs, hundreds of candles, bronze crosses, bronze candelabras, 16 bronze lamps, and 2,000 silver dollars. This time the property was not distributed to the Catholics alone but was pooled together with the property seized from the rest of the gentry for use by public organizations and for distribution to all the village poor. As a final blow at Catholicism, the leading lay leader of the church, the manager of the carry-on society, Wang Kai-ching, was attacked as a landlord. Judged by his land holdings alone, this man was only a middle peasant, but in the eyes of the peasants he deserved a landlord's fate as one of those people who collected rent and managed landed property for the landlords and depended on the exploitation of the peasants by the landlord as his main means of livelihood. When Wang Kai-ching was brought before the village, feeling against him mounted to such a pitch that he was beaten to death then and there. The peasants might not have taken such drastic action had it not been for his 2 sons, Wang Anpao and Wang Xiaowen, both of whom had been exposed as leaders of the Kuomintang underground organization only a short while before, an exposure which revived all the open and latent suspicion of the Catholic community as a nest of agents and traitors. The man who cracked the secret Kuomintang organization was a former clerk in the puppet administration of the county, one Kang Tiansheng. Kang wanted to become a teacher in one of the new village schools. The new county administration sent him to a special school where old-style intellectuals received political instruction. There he began to question his past activities. He turned over a Kuomintang party membership card to the school office and said that he had received it from Wang Anpao of Longbao. The latter was immediately arrested. He admitted that he was the district secretary of the Kuomintang party, that he was the leader of a group dedicated to the destruction of the liberated area, and that he was in contact with Yan Shishan's organization in Taiyuan, the provincial capital. Tianming, who was responsible for police work, ordered Wang Anpao held for further investigation. That night the militiamen sent to guard him fell asleep. In the morning Wang Anpao had disappeared. After a thorough search the militia found his body at the bottom of a well. The Kuomintang leader's younger brother, Wang Xiaowen, accused the cotters of having killed Anpao. He publicly vowed to take revenge and was put under close surveillance by the militia. Xiaowen lived in a courtyard next to an old couple who could not see well. They were loyal supporters of the new government. One day they discovered some broken needles in a pan of millet that they planned to eat. They suspected their neighbor and warned Tianming. After that the militia kept an even closer watch on Xiaowen. They found that he had struck up a friendship with several former Kuomintang officers who were quartered in the village as part of the student body of the anti-Japanese political and military university, an institution housed at that time in the church compound. The officers were prisoners of war assigned to political training in anticipation that they could be won over to the side of the revolution. Within the confines of the village they came and went without supervision. Before Wang Anpao's arrest and suicide they often visited with him. Afterwards, they got in touch with his brother, Xiaowen. One day one of these officers escaped. Xiaowen was arrested and sharply questioned. Before the meeting he confessed that he had carried on the work interrupted by his brother's death, that he had gathered information about the struggle in Longbao, who had been attacked, who beaten, who killed, who were the leaders and who the active followers, that he had drawn up lists of names, given them to the captured officer, and helped him to escape. In this way he hoped to take revenge for the dispossession of the gentry and the death of his brother. This confession so aroused the people and especially the militia that Xiaowen was also beaten to death. They carried this anger with them into the struggle against his father, Wang Kai-ching, and this is why he suffered the same fate. Before the liberation there had been 15 members in society Chairman Wang's family. Now none were left. 2 had been killed, one committed suicide, and the rest ran away. Thus did the peasants settle accounts with the leading Catholic family of the village and at the same time erase an important center of counter-revolutionary activity. With the destruction of the Wang family, the church ceased to exist as an organized institution in Longbao. Although scores of believers remained, many of them bitter and angry over the struggle against the church, no services were held, no sacraments were administered, and no offerings were collected. The sanctuary itself was turned into a warehouse for government grain. The great tower, minus its bells, was used only as a platform for megaphone announcements of village meetings and news of the world. The rest of the extensive compound was borrowed by various government organizations as temporary headquarters. Among these were the anti-Japanese political and military university and the 5th District Office. The campaign to settle accounts, launched in January 1946, lasted about 4 weeks. The destruction of the feudal land system, well begun by the anti-trader movement, was almost completed in this 1 month of drastic action. As a result of these two movements together, 211 acres were seized from exploiters, large and small, and 55 acres from various institutions. This amounted to more than a quarter of the village's 931 acres. The situation was the same in regard to livestock, implements, stocks of grain, and housing. 26 draft animals were taken from their owners. This was more than half of all the large farm animals in the community. Of a total of around 800 sections of housing, 400 were confiscated. Over 100 tons of stored grain were seized. Hundreds of silver dollars, much jewelry, many rooms full of furniture, dozens of implements and tools, and hundreds of sets of clothes of all descriptions were also taken. It is difficult to make an estimate of the total value in US dollars of all this property, movable and otherwise. Assuming the land to be worth $200 an acre, the stock $100 a head, the housing $40 a section, the grain $50 a ton, and other goods in proportion, everything added together could not have exceeded $100,000 in value. In terms of the capitalist West, this was a ridiculously small figure. It was hardly enough to set up one large modern dairy farm in any fertile region of the United States in the late 1940s. But in terms of Longbao village, its prevailing standard of living and the productivity of its peasant labor, this was an enormous sum, representing approximately 5 years' average income for every man, woman, and child in the community. The peasants called the expropriated property Tou Changkuoshi, the fruits of struggle. On these fruits they based their hopes for a new life. 15. The fruits of struggle. How can republican institutions, free schools, free churches, free social intercourse, exist in a mingled community of nabobs and serfs, of the owners of 20,000-acre manors with lordly palaces and the occupants of narrow huts inhabited by low white trash? If the South is ever to be made a safe republic, let her land be cultivated by the toil of the owners or the free labor of intelligent citizens. This country will be well rid of the proud, bloated, and defiant rebels. The foundations of their institutions must be broken up and relaid, or all our blood and treasure have been spent in vain. Thaddeus Stevens at Lancaster, PA, 1865. March came in cold and clear. The sun moved in brilliant splendor across a cloudless sky, but cast so little heat upon the earth that it did not even begin to melt the light mantle of snow that had fallen in the night. The glistening snow miraculously transformed the dusty, crumbling, adobe village and turned it into a fairyland of black and white, as pure and clean as the day the world was born. In the reflected brightness of the open street that ran past the gate of South Temple stood 2 militiamen. As they shuffled their benumbed cloth-shod feet and blew on their frost-bitten fingers, an impatient crowd of peasants in tattered winter garments, frayed shoes, patched shawls, and worn-out quilts grew in size before them. Behind the massive wooden gates of the temple yard a dozen other militiamen ran to and fro, called to each other, carried out goods, led livestock back and forth, placed furniture in rows, and dumped clothes in neat piles as if preparing for a fair. As a result of these efforts, the ancient temple, with its heavy wooden columns and upturned tile roof, was soon surrounded by what amounted to a veritable exhibition of domestic artifacts, agricultural implements, and animal husbandry. On the street side of the yard stood the restless livestock section, its prime exhibit a yellow bullock with manure-caked flanks. Beside him stood a black mule, brushed until it glistened and decorated with strands of red yarn woven into its mane and forelock. Underfoot, tied by one hind leg, was a black sow, her dry shapeless teats dragging in the snow. Beside her romped two fat piglets from her fall litter. Close by, in a woven bamboo basket, crouched a dozen chickens, their feathers bright with all the colors of the rainbow. 6 long-haired sheep bad and milled about in a flimsy stockade of kaoliang stalks. On the right, behind the livestock, the farm implements were lined up. They included a large 2-wheeled cart with iron-rimmed wheels, a wooden plow with an iron-tipped point, a harrow made of woven wattles, 4 heavy mattock-like hoes, a dozen 3-pronged wooden pitchforks made from tree limbs that branched 3 ways, wooden shovels, rakes, seeders, manure buckets, a winch rope and a winch for raising water from a well, and many other useful things too numerous to mention. To the left stood the great crocks, jars, and tightly woven baskets that the gentry used for storing their grain. There were also reed mats that could be made into field shelters, storage bins, or sleeping covers for a kayang. In the very center of the yard, tastefully arranged, were several finely shaped yet sturdy hardwood chairs and stools. Behind them stood tables, dressers, sideboards, and carved chests of cherry and mahogany, the latter fitted with massive brass corner guards and locks. Here also were displayed 3 large mirrors, one a full-length glass free from a single blemish. On the tables and on boards laid across wooden horses sat dozens of household implements, a loom, several spinning wheels, reels for winding cotton yarn, round-bottomed iron pots, bamboo baskets for steaming bread, and a stout press for forcing specially treated cornmeal through holes in a steel plate to form corn noodles. Here also were needles, shuttles, a strong bow for fluffing cotton, and a flour sifter made of very fine mesh copper screen that was worth its weight in gold. Other makeshift tables, closer still to the temple steps, were laden with clothes of all shapes, sizes, colors, and styles, from crude homespun work cottons to silk gowns and satin caps, embroidered undergarments, embroidered slippers, silk handkerchiefs, and kerchiefs of lace. 3 great fleece-lined gowns for men lay at one end of the central table, and beside them several silk-padded undertunics highly prized for winter wear. Here also were babies' caps with silken dragon's jaws and ears sewn on, a silver rattle, several silver bracelets, some earrings, and other jeweled ornaments, bolts of machine-made cloth, odd bits of cotton, dyed and undyed, sleeve protectors for women who cooked, 2 alarm clocks, a chest full of rags useful for making shoe soles, and a whole table full of shoes, new and old, large and small, from satin shoes for the exquisite bound feet of a bride to coarse cotton and hemp work shoes already half worn through in the sole. Another whole table was piled high with cotton and silk quilts of every bright color, flowered, striped, and plain. Here on display was the whole domestic and agricultural wealth of several prosperous gentry families, all of which had been transformed by bitter struggle into fruits belonging to the people. Every item had been carefully recorded by a committee of poor peasants whose members, at that very moment, sat conferring at a table on the raised platform of the temple. Before them were scrolls of paper many feet in length, rolled up for convenience on round wooden sticks. On these scrolls, in black grass characters, were written the name and value in millet of every article in the yard. Several young peasants who knew how to write, even if it was only by means of a brand of phonetic shorthand that would have shocked a true scholar, were busy trimming their writing brushes and rubbing their ink tablets in water in preparation for recording the decisions of the crowd that now filled the street, growing noisier with each interval of delay. Finally everything was ready. The militiamen on the outside threw open the gates. People poured through waving in their hands the papers that showed they had been chosen, because of extreme poverty or proved grievances, for the privilege of first choice. The militiamen turned back all those without a paper and, after about 50 people had gone in, shut the gates entirely. The bustle that had characterized the preparations in the temple gave way to pandemonium as the excited peasants surged from table to table, from display to display. Large items such as the farm cart, the bullock, and the mule had already been allocated by the committee. The men of the households that were to share the animals gathered round to look them over, push, feel, examine, and discuss them. It seemed that they would never tire of leading the animals up and down, holding their mouths open to judge their age, patting their flanks, or just standing back to admire their shapes. These were the first livestock many of them had ever owned. Even if each individual share was one leg, they were proud that leg was so sound. While these lucky few looked over the livestock and the cart, the rest of the men and women, with all the enthusiasm of a crowd of country people at a big city fair, made the rounds of the courtyard, turned piles of clothes inside out and upside down, tried on gowns for size, paraded with silk tunics held up in front of them, put on the one large wolfskin hat and gesticulated with it before the full-length mirror. They spread out quilts, felt the texture of bolts of cloth, seated themselves in chairs, tested tables for steadiness, and all the while called to each other, joked, laughed, and carried on in the highest of spirits. Never since the world began had there been a day like this. Each peasant had the right to choose one item. Before making a final decision, all wanted plenty of time to look over the goods that were there, yet all hesitated to delay too long lest they lose their heart's desire to some more decisive soul. Before many minutes had passed, first one and then several more had made up their minds. With their chosen articles in hand, they walked up to the steps of the temple and showed the committee what they proposed to carry home. "Are you sure that's what you want?" asked San Xiang, the most skillful writer in the whole village, of old Tuichin the bachelor, who balanced on his shoulder a baked clay jar almost as large as himself. "That's it," said the old man cockily. "I haven't anything at all for my grain. Never had that much grain before. This is just the thing." After some searching through the list, San Xiang found the crock on the scroll where it was catalogued along with other storage items and entered Tuichin's name alongside it. "It's listed at 50 caddies," he said, a note of doubt in his voice. "That's all right with me," said old Tuichin. "It's worth all of that." Tuichin was given a slip of paper listing the item and its price. This he handed to the militiaman as he went out the gate. As he trudged home, he greeted all he met on the street with a broad grin. "FANSHEN le ma. Have you turned the body?" asked several. "Fan leik shen, I've turned an empty body," replied Tuichin, pointing to the huge jar and laughing heartily at his own pun. To turn an empty body meant to get nothing in the FANSHEN movement. Others did not find what they wanted as easily as old Tuichin. Or if they did, they were not alone in their choice. Two old women decided at the same time on one flowered quilt. They fell to quarreling over it and ended up in a tug of war, each pulling the quilt to her with all her might while shouting oaths and insults at the other at the top of her voice. Chen Kaiyuan, the chairman of the Peasants' Association, who was supervising the clerks at the table, had to rush down and step between them. "If you fight that way, you'll tear the quilt in half and no one will have it," he admonished good-humoredly. "Now tell me, why do you both want that one?" Both women started talking at once, but Chen Kaiyuan, who knew them well, hardly needed to listen. He decided that the quilt should go to the one with the largest family. He advised the loser to pick out a different quilt. "After all," he said, "there are plenty more, even if this one is the best." In less time than it took to cook a noon meal over a straw fire, the courtyard began to empty out, and soon thereafter in every lane and alley peasants could be seen trudging homeward with their newly acquired possessions. As soon as the first group had cleared the gate, the call went out for the second, the representatives of households just a little better off, who were to get second choice. Most of them had already been waiting their turn for a long time. When the gate was opened, they rushed in as eagerly as their poorest neighbors had done earlier. And so it went all morning and all afternoon until the snow in the temple yard had all been trampled into the dirt and the whole area took on once again an ancient, dilapidated look that matched the growing disarray of the much-handled goods on the tables and the ground. Before night fell, the last peasants had made their selections and carried or carted them away. Still there were quite a few things left behind. The militiamen, who had been on duty since before dawn and now had to clean up, decided that each of them had earned the right to pick out something and, though it was not strictly legal, each man set aside a small article before carrying the remaining wealth back to the storehouse. Such was a typical distribution in the course of the settling accounts movement. The system described above was arrived at only after much trial and error, many meetings of the cotters and the officers of the Peasants' Association, and several county-wide conferences at which the experiences of many villagers were pooled. When the first confiscated property was distributed in Longbao, it was handed out not according to need but according to the grievances expressed at the meetings. This was done under the slogan Shui Tou, Shui Fen, he who struggles gets a share. This was logical at the time and based on a rough measure of justice. Those who had been robbed and cheated should have their property restored, those who had been exploited most heavily should get supplementary wages and benefits. Also, since many did not yet dare attack the gentry for fear of reprisal, those who dared accuse should be rewarded. The actual distribution of property based on openly made accusations had a tremendous impact. People said, "Now we have proof that the Eighth Root Army really backs the poor. They take action and are not satisfied with empty talk. Yen's troops talked well but cared nothing for us. They only seized our property and dragged us off to the front." When they saw that active struggle actually paid off in land, houses, clothes, and grain, more people joined each succeeding movement. But even so, after several distributions it became clear that the more active peasants, the brave and the vocal, were getting more than their fair share of the fruits, while many a poor family that had suffered as much if not more, and needed land and chattels as much if not more, went without. It thus became obvious that active participation alone could not be the only criterion. Distribution on the basis of need had to be introduced. To handle such distribution, the Peasants' Association set up a special committee of 60. It was composed of the village cotters, the elected leaders of the Peasants' Association, and delegates elected by the working peasants of each village neighborhood. There were 3 such neighborhoods: southwest, southeast, and north. Where land was concerned, the task of fair distribution was not too difficult. Since the village as a whole possessed approximately an acre of land per capita, those families who had less than the average were given enough to make up the difference. Complications that arose by virtue of the fact that the plots varied in fertility and that all plots were not equally close to the peasants' homes were adjusted by painstaking calculation and juggling until most families were satisfied. The redistribution of housing was handled in the same way. The village as a whole had less than a section of house per capita. Families without this average were given additional sections wherever possible. Here complicating factors were personal prejudice. Some families would not share a courtyard with others whom they disliked, and the location of privies and wells. Privies were vital to every family's economy. They were also very expensive to construct. They were deep, stone-lined cisterns large enough to hold all the solid and liquid excrement of a large family for a whole year. From them came the night's oil, in semi-liquid form, on which almost the entire yield of the land was based. Since there were not enough privies to go around, families had to share them. If the families were on good terms, the sharing went well. If not, endless quarrels ensued. As for wells, no one expected that every family should own one, but it was important that no one should have to walk too far for water. Judicious allocation of housing sections solved this problem in the main. Draft animals and carts were even scarcer than privies and wells. Since there were only 50 animals in the whole village, and since no animals owned by working peasants could be expropriated, the available animals had to be shared. It was common to allocate 1 ox to as many as 4 families, each of which thus became the proud possessor of a leg. This led to quarrels, but it also solved problems. At least those with 1 leg were better off than those who had none, for even when the draft animals were shared 4, 6, and in some cases even 10 ways, there were still not enough to go around. Carts were distributed in about the same proportion as the livestock. The headaches encountered by the distribution committee in dividing land, houses, and stock were as nothing compared to those encountered in redistributing the miscellaneous property in a way to satisfy everyone. The village cotters and the delegates to the committee met for days on end to evaluate fairly all expropriated property in terms of millet, the standard grain, and to set up a system of grades which would properly classify all families on the basis of need. Various systems for making everything come out even were adopted, but in the end the most successful was a system that combined the direct adjustment of grievances with extra aid for the poorest and most needy. The system worked as follows: the total value of all the goods available, grain plus household articles, tools, implements, and livestock, was first figured as a grain equivalent. Then every family was put in a grade based on need. Those families who had serious grievances against a landlord or rich peasant also had the value of the damage due them figured as a grain equivalent. If the family was already comparatively well off and therefore in a high grade, its damages were then reduced by a certain percentage. For example, a grievance worth 100 weight of millet might be cut back to 70 pounds if the family had most of the things needed for carrying on production. The grain left over after the serious grievances were accounted for was then allocated to all the rest of the families based on their grade. As a result of all this figuring, each family was entitled to take home a certain amount of grain or its equivalent in other forms of property. When an article was chosen, its value was deducted from the total grain allowance for that family. The balance, if any, was paid in grain. Should the article chosen amount to more value than the grain allotted to them, the family had to pay the difference in money or grain according to the same scale. This was a very complex system, but so too was the problem. Since the movement had a dual purpose, the rewards had to be based on a dual principle: repayment for past injuries and damages, and the FANSHEN or economic turnover of every family in the village. That it worked at all was due to a very definite measure of correlation between the grievances and the poverty of the families that made them. It was those who had suffered the most who made the most charges in the long run and at the same time needed the most to put them on a par with the rest of the village. In order to ensure that no one should take advantage of his or her newly won power, the village cotters and militiamen did not share in the first few distributions. Wait until the people see that you are getting nothing and they themselves suggest that you should get a share, was the advice given to Fuyuan and Tianming by district leader Liang. But although the cotters were patient and waited unselfishly, no one suggested that they also should benefit from the struggle. Many militiamen decided that it was better to be a common peasant than a leading activist and asked to be mustered out. This brought the matter to a head and it was decided that everyone should be put in a grade according to his economic position and that everyone, cotters, militia, and ordinary citizens, should share and share alike. At the same time, in recognition of the special burden borne by the militiamen, a certain amount of property was turned over to the corps for the benefit of that organization as a whole. This property included several acres of wheat land that had belonged to the collaborator Wang Xiaonan. The militia harvested the wheat and used a portion of the harvest plus some millet from a later distribution to set up a little shop where cigarettes and other articles of daily use were sold. There the militiamen doing guard duty at night could gather for a cup of hot water and a chat. The little shop became a sort of militiaman's club. The militia corps was the first but not the only organized body to receive fruits for common use. The Peasants' Association took over the Western Inn from the Fan family and invested several hundredweight of expropriated grain as operating capital. Wang Yulai, vice chairman of the association, managed the inn and managed it so well that its capital increased several-fold in 1 year. From its profits came funds for the village school, oil for the lamps used at public meetings, and other incidental village expenses. The Western Inn grew into the same sort of center for the cotters that the little shop had become for the militia. Cotters gathered there for meetings, for figuring up accounts, and for pleasure. As a result, many a free meal was eaten there in the course of the next 2 years, an incipient form of corruption that boded no good for the future. The 2 confiscated distilleries also became public property. They were turned over to the border region government liquor monopoly and operated thereafter as part of a wide network of publicly owned distilleries, the revenue of which helped in great measure to finance the cost of the liberated area's government and the military effort necessary to defend it. Certain other fruits of struggle were turned over to the distilleries to help them maintain production. Other fruits were given to the consumer cooperative to put it on its feet. Most important among the latter were a cart and a mule which the co-op used to haul supplies. By the middle of March, when all the fruits had been distributed, the landless and land poor found themselves living in an entirely new world. 242 acres of land had been allocated to the families in this group, thereby doubling the acreage in their possession. Their holdings had jumped from an average of 0.44 acres per capita, to an average of 0.83 acres per capita. This amount of land did not make them wealthy by any means, but it was sufficient to maintain a minimum standard of living. It meant that they had moved from the ragged edge of starvation into relative security. Peasants who formerly grew only half enough to live on and had to work out or rent land for the remainder of their subsistence suddenly became peasants who could raise enough to live on their own land. What was true of land was also true of other means of production. Families who had not possessed adequate shelter, draft animals, implements, and seed grain became families who owned all these things in sufficient quantity to maintain life. This happened not to just a few individuals but to more than half the population of the village. 140 families with 517 members turned over economically in the course of this movement. The impact of this shift on the outlook and morale of the landless and land poor was tremendous. For the first time in their lives they felt some measure of control over their destiny. They slept under their own roofs, walked on their own land, planted their own seed, looked forward to harvesting their own crops and, what was perhaps best of all, owed neither grain nor money to any man. They were completely free of debt. Shen Faoliang, the former hired laborer in Sheng Qingho's household, said, "Life is much better than before. Now I have land and house and work to do. There is grain in my house. I work very hard but I enjoy the results of my work because I carry all the results of my work back home and put it in my own jars." But in the past it was just the opposite. I labored very hard regardless of rain or shine, but all that work was for others, not for me. All the crops were very beautiful, but all the crops I had to carry to someone else's granary. I couldn't even see them anymore, not to mention eating them. So in the past I worked for others. Now I work for myself and no longer suffer the painful life, the unhappy life of working for others. Chung Lai's wife felt the same way. In the old days I worked as a servant, I was busy every night until midnight, and I had to get up before dawn. Now I am very busy too, but now I work for myself. This is happy labor. No one oppresses me and the money that I earn is my own. My condition now is good. I've got house, land to till, clothes to wear, and the right to speak. Who dared speak before? In the past when I served in other families, even when they didn't beat or curse me, still, if I committed some trifling error their eyebrows and their eyes met. It is hard to eat with another's bowl. To live in one's own house and eat out of one's own bowl is the happiest life. Wu Kui's wife, a woman who had been forced to sell her son and who had been sold twice herself, summed up her feelings in one sentence. It seems as if I have moved from hell to heaven. Such feelings, when multiplied by 500, made for an atmosphere of extraordinary elation that soon changed even the everyday vocabulary of the village. The peasants all began to call one another comrade after the custom of the 8th Route Army, and in place of the age-old greeting, "Countryman, have you eaten?" many poor peasants asked one another, "Comrade, have you turned over?" To that question a large number could already answer, "I have turned." 16. Half of China. How sad it is to be a woman. Nothing on earth is held so cheap. Boys stand leaning at the door, like gods fallen out of heaven. Their hearts brave the 4 oceans, the wind and dust of 1,000 miles. No one is glad when a girl is born. By her the family sets no store. Fusuan. while the dramatic, violent, and often macabre scenes of the settlement of accounts and the exuberant, lively, often humorous incidents of the distribution of the fruits unfolded like the intricate plot of some day-long Chinese opera, another struggle began whose object was the liberation of women from the oppression of their husbands and from domestic seclusion. A few poor peasant women in Longbao, the wives of leading revolutionary cotters, early organized a women's association where brave wives and daughters-in-law, untrammeled by the presence of their menfolk, could voice their own bitterness against the traitors, encourage their poor sisters to do likewise, and thus eventually bring to the village-wide gatherings the strength of half of China, as the more enlightened women, very much in earnest, liked to call themselves. By speaking pains to recall pains, the women found that they had as many if not more grievances than the men, and that once given a chance to speak in public they were as good at it as their fathers and husbands, as had been proven by Qin Mao's mother in that first district-wide anti-traitor meeting. But the women found as they organized among themselves, attended meetings and entered into public life, that they met more and more opposition from the men, particularly from the men of their own households, most of whom regarded any activity by wives or daughters-in-law outside the home as steps leading directly to adultery. Family heads, having paid sound grain for their women, regarded them as their private property, expected them to work hard, bear children, serve their fathers, husbands, and mothers-in-law, and speak only when spoken to. In this atmosphere the activities of the Women's Association created a domestic crisis in many a family. Not only did the husbands object to their wives going out, the mothers-in-law and fathers-in-law objected even more strenuously. Many young wives who nevertheless insisted on going to meetings were badly beaten up when they got home. Among those who were beaten was poor peasant Man Tiesang's wife. When she came home from a women's association meeting, her husband beat her as a matter of course, shouting, "I'll teach you to stay home. I'll mend your rascal ways." But Man Tiesang's wife surprised her lord and master. Instead of staying home thereafter as a dutiful chattel, she went the very next day to the secretary of the Women's Association, Militiaman Ta Hung's wife, and registered a complaint against her husband. After a discussion with the members of the executive committee, the secretary called a meeting of the women of the whole village. At least a third, perhaps even half of them, showed up. In front of this unprecedented gathering of determined women a demand was made that Man Tiesang explain his actions. Man Tiesang, arrogant and unbowed, readily complied. He said that he beat his wife because she went to meetings, and the only reason women go to meetings is to gain a free hand for flirtation and seduction. This remark aroused a furious protest from the women assembled before him. Words soon led to deeds. They rushed at him from all sides, knocked him down, kicked him, tore his clothes, scratched his face, pulled his hair and pummeled him until he could no longer breathe. "Beat her, will you? Beat her, and slander us all, will you? Well, rape your mother. Maybe this will teach you." "Stop, I'll never beat her again," gasped the panic-stricken husband, who was on the verge of fainting under their blows. They stopped, let him up, and sent him home with a warning: let him so much as lay a finger on his wife again and he would receive more of the same cure. From that day onward Man Tiesang never dared beat his wife, and from that day onward his wife became known to the whole village by her maiden name, Chang Eileen, instead of simply by the title of Man Tiesang's wife, as had been the custom since time began. A few similar incidents, one of which resulted in an errant husband spending 2 days in the village lockup, soon taught the poor peasant men to be more circumspect in their treatment of their wives, even if it did not teach them to appreciate women in public life any more than they had before. The institution of wife-beating was, of course, not ended in a few weeks by such means. But having once shown their power, the women did not have to beat every man in order to make progress on this question. Thereafter, a serious talk with a strong-armed husband was often enough to make him change his ways, at least for the time being. Zhou Chengfu was a bare poor peasant who got land and house for the first time in the distribution that followed the settling of accounts. Land and house made possible the acquisition of a wife. Through a go-between he made a match with a puppet soldier's widow 10 years his junior. Perhaps because of the difference in their ages, Chang Fu proved to be a very jealous husband. He would not allow his wife out of his sight for even an instant. Over this issue they soon fell to quarreling. To settle the matter, he beat her, and she, being a woman of some spirit, went to the Women's Association as Chang Eileen had done before. Instead of retaliating against Zhou Changfu with sticks and kicks, the women sent a delegation to talk to him. They reminded him how hard it was for a poor peasant to get a wife at all. Once married, he ought to treat his woman with great respect, be patient with her, and help her to overcome her mistakes, especially since she was younger than he. If he beat her, she would only learn to hate him, their relations would steadily worsen, and in the end she might demand a divorce. In that case he would lose his wife completely. Since Zhou Changfu did not like the idea of a divorce, he decided to be gentle with his wife thereafter. Later, when he went away to do rear service at the battlefront, he got a literate companion to write a letter thanking the Women's Association for their help. The letter was written in the formal style used by scholars of the old school. After I left home I thought it over and realized that you were kind enough to try and help us. Now I know that it is only through mutual love and respect that husband and wife can live happily together and build a good life. When asked if, as a result of these actions, women had yet won equality, one of the leaders of the association said, "No, not yet. Things are a little better than before. Still, there are beating cases and most men still despise women's words and think women are no use. We have to struggle for a long time to win equality. When we have land of our own it will help a lot. In the past men always said, you depend on me for a living. You just stay home and eat the things I earn. But after women get their share they can say, I got this grain from my own land and I can live without you by my own labor." When it comes to labor on the land, women can work just as hard as men even if they are weaker. They can do everything except plowing. They can even hoe if they can't hoe so fast. But they cannot drive carts. Well, even this they can do, but some of the animals are pretty hard to handle. It was not long before the Women's Association in some parts of the county set up plowing classes for women, and the fame of those who mastered agricultural labor spread far and wide. A widow in Shen settlement startled everyone with her strength and skill. She could do everything a man could do and more. She could even push a loaded wheelbarrow on the highway and earn $12 a day, border region currency, transporting bricks. She was so skilled at planting that in the spring all the peasants in Shen settlement wanted her, and no one else, to plant their millet. In another village, only 5 miles from Longbao, a woman was elected as village head. Women such as these were rare, but as news of their exploits spread, others were greatly encouraged. It would be very one-sided to imply that the only goal of the Women's Association was equality for women. Without the successful transformation of society, without the completion of land reform, without a victorious defense of the liberated areas against the probing attacks of the nationalist armies, it was impossible to talk of liberation for women. Many women realized this as if by intuition, and they made the Women's Association an instrument for mobilizing the power of women behind the revolution in all its aspects, behind the settling of accounts, behind the drive for production, and behind the defense effort. Through the association, classes were organized for literacy and for the study of politics, cotton loans were made to stimulate spinning and weaving, the women were brought together to make uniforms and shoes for the soldiers, and wives and mothers were urged to encourage their husbands, sons, and brothers to enlist in the army. All of these activities were intimately linked up with the struggle for equality, with the demand on the part of women that they should no longer be treated as chattels. If this demand alarmed the men, the all-out support which the women gave to overall revolutionary goals disarmed them and won from them a grudging admiration. In their hearts they had to admit that they could not win without the help of half of China. 17. Countermeasures. Men revolted in earlier ages too. There's nothing rare about such an ado. Strange things pass on earth, as in the sky. How else can the heavenly dog eat the moon on high? In it goes at one side, and out it pops again. Brightly as ever the moon shines then. It's always the good who come out on top. The devil's disciples soon have to stop. Landlord tease ui in. Wang Kin Li Shang Shang. The reaction of the gentry to the devastating blows of the settling accounts movement was as drastic as those who remained behind could make it. As far as the privileged classes were concerned, permanent expropriation was unthinkable. If the peasants could enforce the confiscation of land and property or even double reduction, then life was not worth living. Therefore, even though their sword the local peace preservation corps had been broken, and their shield the provincial and central armies of the Kuomintang had been cast out, the landlords, the rich peasants, and their dogs' legs inside the liberated areas desperately contested the field. Those who ran away fled with the intention of returning to take revenge, and those who remained used all the resources at their command to disrupt the developing peasant power, neutralize as many people as possible, isolate the active young cotters, and preserve whatever was left of their power and prosperity. They hoped, at a minimum, to have something left to build on when the great offensive, being prepared in Chungking with American support, turned the tide of history, crushed the liberated areas, and put the traditional rulers back in power. It never entered their heads that this offensive too would be defeated in the long run. As an elementary precaution, the gentry concealed what valuable property they could in the homes of poor relatives, friends, tenants, and employees. Many peasant families who had little basic sympathy for the wealthy were cajoled, bribed, tricked, or threatened into helping them. Hsu Changpiang, the landlord who was a Kuomintang general, sent his cousin, who was a tenant on his land, 220 silver dollars for safekeeping. The puppet chief of staff Zhou Meisheng turned half an acre of his best soil over to a long-term hired laborer, Changfu Hsin. He also hid 80 silver dollars in a second laborer's house. The latter, Wang Chi-Kao, covered the silver coins with copper ones and set the jar on a shelf. In each case, when the leaders of the Peasants' Association found out about the concealed property, the poor peasants involved were beaten and wholly or partly expropriated themselves. General Hsu wrote a letter to his cousin asking about the silver dollars. When the letter was intercepted by the village office, it touched off an attack on the cousin himself. Changfu Hsin, the laborer, was arrested and beaten when the captain of the militia found him planting Zhou Meisheng's half-acre with his own seed. Wang Chi-Kao went himself to the Peasants' Association committee to report the jar full of coins but was beaten nevertheless for having concealed it. Families such as these were labeled air raid shelters by the other peasants and were mercilessly punished. As a result, persons who, by fair means or foul, had been persuaded to become air raid shelters tended to be passive, even antagonistic to further struggle because they feared, with reason, that if they were exposed they would be as fiercely attacked as the gentry themselves. They thought, the landlords have put their feudal tails in our homes. When the people come for their property the landlords may lose their tails, but we will lose our heads. The severe punishment meted out to those who were found out and the fear that this engendered among those already enmeshed suggested to the gentry a new tactic. They converted what began as a movement to hide property into a movement to divide the people. They hid property in others' homes in order to sow distrust and suspicion, in order to divert the attack from themselves and to set the peasants to fighting one another. They even went a step further and spread rumors that they had hidden property with others when in fact they had not. Since a negative is hard to prove, the victims of these rumors found it very difficult to clear their names. As had been demonstrated in the case of Ca Chung Lai's wife, one landlord's word that she had concealed money for Wang Lai soon led to a fearful beating and flesh-cutting torture. A false charge that could cause that much dissension was more valuable to the gentry than jars full of silver and gold. Coquetry and seduction were also powerful weapons. The women of the gentry were often very beautiful. After all, landlords and rich peasants had long had their pick of the most beautiful girls in the countryside for wives and concubines. In addition to their natural graces, these women were taught to dress and pamper themselves. They knew how to charm men. while the wives of the poor labored endlessly in their huts and in the fields, gathered manure by the roadside, dug herbs in the hills, and were burned black by the sun. The landlord's wives bathed, dressed in elegant clothes, spent hours combing their fine black hair, treated their fair skin with powder and oil, and developed the social graces necessary for entertaining important guests. As the settling accounts movement gathered momentum, the poor laborers who led it suddenly found themselves the objects of solicitous attention from women who had formerly never so much as glanced at them, much less spoken to them. In Longbao there was a young hired laborer named Chunshi who worked for a landlord in the neighboring cow settlement. The family treated him as one of their cattle, lodging him in the stable with the ox and the sheep, and giving him nothing but millet and chaff to eat. During the famine year his own mother appeared at the gate one day to beg for something to eat. When he slipped into the kitchen and took a bowl of millet for her, he was thoroughly beaten for his pains. When his mother came back again he was so afraid of another thrashing that he drove her away. After the liberation of the region, the landlord's daughter-in-law, who had formerly winced when he with his sheep-dung odor went by, suddenly began to flirt with him. She cooked meat dumplings and other delicacies for his dinner, mended his torn clothes, and ultimately invited him to sleep in her quarters. All this was not for nothing, however. As soon as Chunshi's head was well turned, she persuaded him to hide clothes and other valuable things for her father-in-law. When the peasants of the village launched a sharp attack against the family, which owned over 70 acres and had financed one member through the university at Peking, Chunshi protected them in every way that he could. When this property finally was divided, the daughter-in-law went out to work as a nurse. Only then, when the family could no longer afford to hire him, did Chunshi return to his mother's home in Longbao. But he took no part in the struggle. He refused to accept any land, houses, or other property in the division then going on, and persuaded his mother not to make any accusations because, he said, the Kuomintang would soon be back and punish them all. This type of seduction was repeated many times with many variations. Even though a number of small exploiters were attacked in Longbao, there was one rather wealthy family whose property was never seized. This was the family of the widow Pu Ho. There were many reasons for her miraculous immunity, but not the least of them was her very beautiful daughter, Puchao. This girl had married a poor peasant from a distant village, a former puppet trooper who volunteered for service in the 8th Route Army. After he left for the front, she returned home to stay with her widowed mother. As a soldier's wife, she was entitled to help from the peasants of Longbao village. She lost no time in getting acquainted with the village leaders. She carried on flirtations and liaisons with a number of them simultaneously and even bore a son. No one knew who the father was, but since the baby died within a few days, his parentage never became an issue. Disarmed by her status as a poor peasant's wife and soldier's dependent, and personally fond of her, the Cotters made no move to confiscate her mother's property. A further twist to this motif was the man trap. The landlords used their daughters-in-law to entice the village Cotters, encouraged them to sleep together, and then exposed the whole affair to the peasants in an attempt to discredit their leaders and destroy their prestige with the people. Carrying this one step further, they spread rumors about liaisons that did not in fact exist. Simple bribery was another often attempted method. How Sheng Qingho came to Kitsai and San Ching with a bag of white flour has already been related. Other landlords did the same, but on a more massive scale. They invited every Cotter in the village into their homes to eat wheat, definitely a luxury meal, and thrust gifts of clothing, leather shoes, and watches at them. In Longbao such invitations were not too successful, due in large part to the influence of Tianming, but in Wang village, in the same district, a large proportion of the young men newly catapulted into leadership compromised themselves in this way. Here again, when the gentry were not successful in bribing leaders, they spread rumors to the effect that the leaders had been bribed, mentioned valuable things which they claimed had disappeared from their homes, and in every way tried to discredit the young Cotters and cause friction between them and their followers. In Longbao a big issue was made of the altar lamps, cloth, and candles that were confiscated from the church. Rumor had it that the altar lamps were made of solid silver, some said gold worth hundreds, perhaps thousands of dollars. Once they left the church they were seen no more, yet no equivalent sum of money or grain found its way into the wealth available for distribution. The truth of the matter was that the lamps were made of brass, not silver or gold. They brought only a modest sum in the Changchi market, and the money had immediately been spent on ammunition and rifles for the militia. In regard to other items that rumor claimed missing, there were also explanations. The cloth had been made into shirts and quilts which were presented free to every volunteer who enlisted in the army. The wax candles were burned by the militia in their temple lodgings since they had no other source of light. But in the absence of a clear accounting, rumors of misappropriation gained wide currency, and the reputation of the village cottars was tarnished accordingly. The most sophisticated tactic used by the gentry was infiltration. Able young men posed as revolutionaries, won the confidence of local party organizations and village governments, and then carried on their wrecking activities from the inside. Although such infiltration was common in the Taihang region, in Longbao no member of any wealthy family attempted such a thing. To the methods of disruption mentioned above must be added the power of the landlord's religious and superstitious authority. As has been pointed out, Confucianism and ancestor worship were deeply ingrained in the consciousness of the majority of the peasants. By claiming that their land and property came from their ancestors and therefore should remain inviolate, the owners caused many a peasant to hold back in the struggle. They also summoned fate to their side once more. If you are poor, that is your fate. That is determined in heaven and no man can go against heaven, they declared, or, if you are poor, that is because your father's tomb is poorly located. No one can defy the influence of air and water. In the face of adversity they preached patience. If one went bankrupt, one could only wait for one's luck to change, select a more suitable spot for one's own grave, and hope that the 8 ideographs of earth and heaven would be in better conjunction when one's son was born. They also prophesied destruction from on high of all those who struggled against the existing order. They said the gods would punish all rebels for their temerity. Can the sun rise in the west, they cried once again, and pointed to the strikingly red sunsets in the summer of 1946 as a portent of the destruction of the Communist Party. To lend weight to such ideas they used the spirit-talking technique for all it was worth. The return visit and the distant view turned out to be highly political. Those peasants who could be enticed into a séance together held up a tray that was sprinkled with a coating of sand. Then a medium, usually a young girl in an induced trance, held a chopstick suspended in her outstretched hand so it just touched the sand. As both the tray and the chopstick moved, lines were drawn in the sand which were immediately interpreted by the master of the séance as ideographs prophesying doom for those who raised their hands against the owners of property. Chiang Kai-shek will return, was another common message. This last idea was the most persistent theme of the landlord's propaganda activity. By spirit talking, by rumor, in conversation, and in public announcements, the gentry stressed over and over again the inevitable return of the Kuomintang and the swift punishment in store for all active participants in the revolution. Weight was given to their words by the activity of the Home Return Corps, a semi-military organization created to take over and hold any area won back from the liberated areas by the nationalist offensives. This corps, composed of landlords' sons, their dogs' legs, hired thugs, and miscellaneous adventurers, instituted a white terror in the wake of the central troops wherever they returned. They hunted down and killed not only active cottars but also their wives, children, and relatives, buried whole families alive, flayed people, and cut off their heads. The Home Return Corps also sent individuals deep into the liberated areas to carry out assassinations, poison wells, loot, kill, and spread panic. Assassinations, carried out at night, were common enough to acquire a name of their own, Black Shots, and there was no person in the revolutionary ranks, no matter how brave, who did not feel a twinge of fear when stepping outdoors after dark or traveling at night on deserted paths between one village and another. To coordinate and direct all the elements of this offensive, the gentry built and rebuilt the Kuomintang party and tried to maintain underground branches in every village. It was through the party organization that information was gathered about developments in the countryside, lists of active revolutionary leaders and their peasant supporters were drawn up, money distributed where it would do the most good, and the overall strategy and tactics of the conflict planned and put into practice. This whole effort depended for ultimate success on victories on the field of battle. Such victories could only be won by a strong, well-trained, militant army. With all the manpower of South, Central, and West China to draw upon, with thousands of American officers to train the conscripts, with all the surplus weapons of the Pacific War as their basic armament, and with the arsenals of America pouring in new arms all the time, the gentry felt confident of the future. Should all these fail, America still had, did she not, a monopoly on the atomic bomb? If they could not hold China, then they could destroy her. To meet this many-sided offensive of the gentry, the peasants had one basic weapon: unity, a weapon which, in the past, they had never been able to forge. That the peasants were able to forge such a weapon after the Second World War and employ it in the face of landlord disruption, terror, and massive, foreign-supported military mobilization was due to one primary factor: the leadership of the Communist Party. 18. Founding the Village Communist Party branch. The Communist Party of China is the organized vanguard of the Chinese working class and the highest form of its class organization. The party represents the interests of the Chinese nation and the Chinese people. While at the present stage it works to create a system of new democracy in China, its ultimate aim is the realization of a system of communism in China. Constitution of the Communist Party of China, 1945. One night in April, Tianming, the former underground worker now in charge of public security, and Kitsai, the vice leader of the village, stood guard together on the road that led south out of Longbao toward the walled town of Changchi. Under the soft light of a full moon they walked up and down in silence. Several times during the first hour Tianming slowed down his pace and turned toward Kitsai as if prepared to say something, but apparently he thought better of it and walked on as briskly as before. Finally, he did speak. "Comrade," he said, looking Kitsai straight in the eye. "In regard to the 8th Route Army, what are your thoughts?" Kitsai was a little taken aback. "What are my thoughts?" he exclaimed, hoisting his rifle onto his other shoulder. "What should my thoughts be? In the past I had nothing. I had an empty bowl. Now I have FANSHEN. Everything I have the 8th Route Army gave to me. Wherever the 8th Route Army goes I will follow." "And the Communist Party?" asked Tianming. "The Communist Party," said Kitsai, drawing his heavy eyebrows together so that a crease ran up the middle of his forehead. "The Communist Party and the 8th Route Army, it's all the same, isn't it?" "No, not exactly," said Tianming. "The Communist Party organized the army. In the army there are Communist Party members. The Communist Party directs the army, but there are many soldiers in the army who are not in the Communist Party. And it is the Communist Party, not the 8th Route Army, that leads us in the battle against the landlords. It is the Communist Party that leads our FANSHEN." "I understand," said Kitsai, still not too clear as to just what the Communist Party was. "If only we follow the Communist Party the working people will certainly win victory. We will overthrow the old capital holders and we will become masters in the house," said Tianming, starting to walk again, this time very slowly. "Where is the party then?" asked Kitsai. "I want to see it. It's far away, but there are party members in the army and also in the countryside. I too would like to see the party. Will you go with me to find it?" "Yes," answered Kitsai without a moment's hesitation. "Let's go as soon as possible." After that, every time Kitsai found Tianming alone he asked him when they would start out, but Tianming put him off several times. Finally Tianming said, "Why are you so anxious? Don't you know that it is a long journey, and a very difficult and dangerous one?" Never mind how difficult or dangerous it is, said Kitsai impatiently. You say the Communist Party leads us to FANSHEN. There is no other way out for us except with the Communist Party, so let's go find it. Think it over some more, said Tianming. Are you willing to risk your life for the party? In the future there will be many dangers, many hardships. You must be willing to sacrifice even your life, maybe even the safety of your family. I have already made up my mind, said Kitsai. Why do you keep talking about dangers, as if we weren't in danger already? In that case, your journey is over, said Tianming, smiling broadly. The party is right before your eyes. I am a member of the Communist Party. Kitsai was astonished, but he was also angry. Why did you trick me? He asked. Because the Communist Party is a secret organization. If the enemy should ever come back, we would all be killed. No one is allowed to tell of his membership. Even if you are arrested and beaten to death, you should never tell. You can say you belong to the 8th Route Army, but never that you belong to the Communist Party. Thus did Kitsai first come into contact with the Communist Party. He was formally enrolled as a member a few days later. Tianming, who recruited him, had only been a member for a few weeks himself. He was picked as the first party recruit in Longbao village by district leader Liang when it became obvious that without a party branch in the village itself the work of the revolution could not progress. The gentry had made it very clear that their strategy was to split the peasants, set them to quarreling with one another, undermine their morale, frighten them into inaction, isolate them from their political allies, and undermine the leadership of the Communist Party. The strategy of the peasants therefore had to be to unite all working people, overcome differences in their ranks, instill confidence in ultimate victory, isolate the gentry, and undermine their political leadership, the Kuomintang. Such a strategy required a far-sighted, politically conscious, guiding core of individuals with close ties to the masses of the people at every level. None of the existing organizations in Longbao could satisfy these requirements. The village government was essentially an administrative organ in the service of the FANSHEN peasants. The village functionaries had their hands full solving the daily problems of the people, and acting as a two-way liaison between the village and higher levels of government. The people's militia was the peasants' own armed force. On the local level, it was their chief guarantee that their will would be carried out, but the militia did not determine what that will was. It was the servant, not the leader, of the peasant community. The problem was to keep it that way, for there was a strong tendency for those with arms in their hands to become an independent political force and follow the road to banditry and militarism. The Women's Association, organized to represent and mobilize half of China, could not very well be the guiding force for the other half, the males. The Peasants' Association was the militant popular organization of both men and women formed for the express purpose of carrying on the struggle against the gentry. But just because it was a popular organization open to all working people, it required a core of conscious, disciplined, dedicated people able to give guidance and unselfish service as leaders. There was no guarantee that such a core of leaders would be generated spontaneously by the struggle itself. Nor was there any reason to think that if such a core did develop it could break through the limitations imposed on the average peasant consciousness by the small-scale, fragmented private economy of which it was a product. With 4 important organizations in the village, a further problem arose, the problem of coordination. How could the village government, the People's Militia, the Women's Association, and the Peasants' Association maintain a unified outlook? How could the contradictions that arose between them by virtue of their different functions be adjusted? Only a political party that drew its membership from among the leaders and active rank and file of all 4 of them could guide and coordinate the many-faceted revolutionary movement and solve the problems that faced the peasants in their drive to FANSHEN. This was exactly the role played by the Communist Party in every village in which a party branch existed. In the absence of such a party organization in Longbao, District Leader Liang, a Communist Party member of several years' standing, guided the work of the young cadres for many months. Since his headquarters were in the village, he was often on hand when they needed him. But Liang was only one person. His presence was demanded in a dozen places every day. As the responsible leader of a whole district, he could not possibly keep in close touch with all the problems of any one village. Even if he could have done so, no individual, no matter how brilliant, could match a dedicated collective body in wisdom. As the peasant uprising in Longbao developed momentum, it became imperative to organize a Communist Party branch that could guide it from within. As soon as District Leader Liang and Secretary Liu of the 5th District Committee of the Communist Party of Lekang County decided that the military situation was relatively stable and that a reliable group of vigorous young leaders had emerged in Longbao, they moved to recruit them into the party and set up a village branch. Tian Ming, the most mature and experienced of the village cadres, was an obvious choice as the first member. As Tian Ming related it later, this is how he himself was recruited. I heard about the Communist Party when I was in Hangtung as a carpenter in 1940. At that time there were many underground workers not 5 li 1 li equals 1/3 mile from the city. They often talked to us carpenters, but I didn't understand the difference between the Communist Party and the PALU, the 8th Route Army. I thought they were the same thing. Once a cadre told me that they were not the same, that though the 8th Route Army was under the leadership of the Communist Party, it was not the Communist Party itself. Though I didn't understand how this could be, I knew anyway that the party was to serve the poor and overthrow the wealthy. When I returned to Longbao and worked as an underground cadre, I heard more. After the liberation, toward the end of the year, I once asked District Secretary Liu, what is the party and what is the connection between the party and the army, and can I join the party? He said, you had better work hard and later we will talk about this again. So he observed how I worked and that I was very steadfast in the struggle. Then he called me aside one day and said, a Communist Party member is not the same as an ordinary person. He must make up his mind to sacrifice his life for the working people and struggle against the owning classes. Then he told me something about the bright future of the proletariat and the party. If all the dispossessed unite together and work hard, the future belongs to us. But if you want to join the party, you must remember that every Communist Party member must fight for the working people forever and never compromise. In April 1946, I was finally accepted as a member in the Communist Party without any period of probation, and after that I worked even harder, both in the struggle and in the work of supervising and educating the other cadres so that they would not falter, take graft, or ask for more than their share of the fruits. Tian Ming's first big task after he joined the party was to develop a local branch and bring in other members. The basic requirement for new members was that they be of poor peasant origin. In addition to that, they must be active in the struggle against the landlords and have prestige with the people. Tian Ming picked Kitsai as his first recruit. Others whom he approached were not so easily mobilized. There was, for instance, the young hired laborer Hsin Fa, a man who had owned neither land nor house in the past. He was brought up by a stepfather and ill-treated at home for many years. When Longbao was liberated, he was working in another village and returned only after the struggle with the landlords had begun. He immediately joined the militia, was honest, hard-working, and well-liked. The young cadres decided to make Hsin Fa educational director of the militia, but he was worried about his past record and did not think he was fit to be a leader. What worried him was the fact that he had once illegally transported heroin for the landlord Tiang Hsun, a man who, in addition to supervising his many tenants in another village, led a gang of bandits. This gang smuggled heroin through the Japanese lines, and Hsin Fa, who was nothing but a hired laborer, was ordered to transport it. The first time he made a smuggling trip, he didn't know what was on his cart until he reached his destination. After that it was too late. He was already implicated and was forced by the gang to transport heroin many more times. Since I myself committed such crimes, how can I lead others? Asked Hsin Fa. But Tian Ming said, never mind, the main thing is to tell the truth about it and to try and understand the root of your mistakes. Even if you had killed someone, there might be a reason for it, a reason that would explain it, and the 8th Root Army will pardon those who speak frankly and are sincere with their comrades. So Hsin Fa told the whole story of his smuggling, and Tien Ming said to him, "Think how dangerous it was for you. You carried the heroin but they got the money. If you had been caught by the puppet police, it would have been your head that came off, not theirs. You risked your life and got nothing. You did not want to go. This was not a great error." "That's true," said Hsin Fa, greatly relieved. "It was so dangerous that even now, whenever I think of it, I break into a sweat. But now the Palu have brought me not only land and a house, but they have also made me see clearly and relieved my mind of a great burden. I always thought that was a black mark against me, but now I understand that it is not my fault but that turtle's egg of a landlord." After Hsin Fa accepted a position of leadership with the militia and had worked as a leader in education as well as in action, Tien Ming decided to bring him into the Communist Party. "What do you think of the Communist Party?" he asked Hsin Fa one day. "The Communist Party is good. It has led us to turn over, and I myself have turned over. What do you think?" "I agree," said Tien Ming, "and I want to go find the Communist Party. Will you go with me?" "Well," said Hsin Fa, "I understand that the Communists are good, but that word party, I don't like it. Now we all fight so hard against the Nationalist Party, Kuomintang, and everyone hates the Nationalist Party. Maybe afterward they will hate the Communist Party just as they hate the Nationalist Party now. If you want to go, go ahead, but I'm happy with my present position. Later, if I should be arrested by the Kuomintang, I can tell them that I am just a villager, and though I worked for the 8th Root Army, I am not a member of the Communist Party." This was honest talk. Tien Ming respected Hsin Fa for speaking frankly, but he still hoped to convince him that he should join the party. He warned him never to mention their conversation to anyone, and later sent Kitsai to talk with him and test him out. "I heard that Tien Ming visited you and talked with you about joining the party," said Kitsai. "No, Tien Ming never said anything to me," Hsin Fa answered. Tien Ming sent 3 others to test him in the same manner, but he told them nothing. They asked him if Tien Ming was a member of the Communist Party, but Hsin Fa answered, "I know nothing about it." Tien Ming decided that Hsin Fa could keep a secret and that he was very honest. If only he understood the Communist Party, he would join. Having gone so far, he could not stop in the middle in any case. He sent other members to talk with Hsin Fa. They reviewed the past with him, asked him how he had FANSHEN, and if it was not true that the Communist Party had led him to his new life. "Yes," said Hsin Fa. "I know the Communist Party is good and leads us to stand up, but I still don't think I want to go and find it." Then Tien Ming went again himself. "I have already found the Communist Party," he announced. Hsin Fa was amazed. "You have found it? Where did you find it?" "Since you have found it, I will go with you, as long as I am not the first." "Think it through," said Tien Ming. "Prepare some food and some money, and when you are ready we will go." "How much do you think I will need?" asked Hsin Fa eagerly. "You'd better think it over thoroughly. We don't want to make any decisions that we will regret later," cautioned Tien Ming. But this time Hsin Fa was not to be denied. The very next day he appeared at Tien Ming's door with food and money for a long journey. "Don't be anxious," said Tien Ming. "The party is right here." "Where?" "I myself am a member," said Tien Ming, looking closely at Hsin Fa to see if he would get angry as Kitsai had done. But Hsin Fa was a much more easygoing man than Kitsai. "Well," he said, "if you are a member, of course I want to join. Maybe there will be more like us. I'm not the first, but neither am I the last." With that Hsin Fa too became a member of the Longbao branch of the Communist Party of China. As the party branch grew, women were recruited into it as well as men. Within a year more than 30 peasants joined, of whom 7 were women. One of the first women to become a communist in Longbao was a former beggar, Hopi-born Hu Shuai-chen, a stocky mother of great physical strength and stamina. Her square jaw, prominent nose, and swarthy skin gave her a masculine appearance which was heightened by her bobbed hair and the loose hanging pantaloons typical of male attire which she wore. She was the first woman in the village to bob her hair and discard the tapered trousers which most women preferred. For 28 years prior to the liberation she had lived a life that could only be described as a nightmare. As a young girl her father almost sold her to settle a debt. She talked him out of it, only to be married against her will to a pauper. She was then 16. Harried by famine from Hopi efficiency, she was forced into beggary when her husband became a gambling addict and sold everything in the house, including their only quilt, for gambling stakes. She watched her first 3 children die before her eyes. One was trampled to death by a Japanese soldier, the second died of parasites and distended belly in the famine year, while the third wasted away in her arms when her own breasts shriveled from starvation. When the fourth, a girl, was born to her she finally drove her thieving, good-for-nothing husband out and managed to survive the last years of the anti-Japanese war by begging, gleaning in the fields after the harvest, spinning cotton for others, and hunting herbs in the hills. Without a quilt for a cover she and her daughter slept in a pile of straw through sub-freezing winter weather and somehow survived. Liberation and the settling accounts movement were to Hu Shuai-chen what water is to a parched desert. She won clothes and threw away her rags, she won a quilt and burned her pile of flea-infested straw, she won land and gave up begging, and she won a roof over her head and set up a home for her little daughter. Knowing that all these gains were the result of struggle and not gifts from heaven, she attended every meeting and supported those who were active, even though she herself was afraid to talk in public and afraid to step forward and beat the bastard landlords herself. Then she met a remarkable revolutionary cadre who helped to make her FANSHEN complete. This man, the doctor in charge of the infirmary at the anti-Japanese political and military college which made the village church its temporary headquarters, was also from Hopi. His home village was only 10 miles from the one where Hu Shuai-chen was born. He was first attracted to her when he heard the familiar broad accents of his parents on her lips. He came to pay a call. They talked about old times and familiar places. Soon thereafter, through a third person, he asked for her hand in marriage. Hu Shuai-chen hesitated. She asked for a conference in order to make known to him the whole story of her past. She told him she could not stand any more suffering or oppression at the hands of a man. He, in turn, told her of his own life, how he had been driven from home at the age of 14 by a stepmother who hated him, how he had gone to Peking to work in a shop and later, when the Japanese came, had escaped into the Western Hills and joined the 8th Route Army as an orderly or little devil in the medical corps. All the medicine he knew he had learned in the field caring for the casualties of the kill all, burn all, loot all campaigns. He persuaded Hu Shuai-chen that he was a man of principles and standards far in advance of the peasants whom she had known all her life. Most important to her was the fact that, as a product of the Revolutionary Army and its communist education, he believed in equality for women. They were married in February, 1946, and Hu Shuai-chen never regretted having taken this step. Far from opposing her taking an active part in village affairs, her husband encouraged it. He even cooked supper for himself and the little girl so that his wife could attend meetings, a practice unheard of in Longbao. He talked with her for hours at a time explaining the whole Chinese Revolution, its past and present, and described for her the society called communism that they would eventually build. When the struggle against the gentry reached its height, Hu Shuai-chen's new husband saw that she hesitated to lead, dared not speak in public, and dared not join in beating those under attack. He criticized her gently and asked if she wanted to save face for the landlords. You must know that only after the destruction of the feudal system and the overthrow of the landlords can we poor peasants FANSHEN. From whence do the fruits come? Only through struggle. You ought to work hard and lead the movement to help win FANSHEN for everyone. She became more active then, overcame some of her fear and shyness, and was elected a group leader in the Women's Association. This made her husband very happy. He encouraged her to do even more, saying, "I have heard all about your hard life and suffering in the past, so now you should think, where did my FANSHEN come from, my land, my house, my freedom to talk, my freedom to marry? Was it not because of the leadership of the Communist Party?" A few weeks later the infirmary of the military college was transferred to the village of Cow Settlement, about a mile to the northwest. Thereafter, the doctor came home only once a week. But when he came he always inquired how his wife's work was going, and, as before, offered to cook supper so that she could be more active. He said, "Now I work outside and you work at home. You serve the people in your way and I will serve them in mine. Later, when we have time, I will teach you to read and write, just as the army taught me, and in the future we can help each other a great deal." In late 1946 the anti-Japanese political and military college moved away altogether. As long as he was in the army, Hu Shuai-chen's husband had to move with it, but he regularly wrote letters asking after his wife's welfare and urging her to work hard. "When you run into trouble don't be gloomy," he advised. "For there can be no trouble to compare with the past." She took what he wrote to heart and became more active than ever in all the affairs of the village. When militiaman Ta Hung nagged his wife into resigning as secretary of the Women's Association so that she would pay more attention to her home, Hu Shuai-chen was elected to take her place. Soon after she took up her new duties, Hsin Fa came and asked her which was better, the Communist Party or the Kuomintang Party. "Everyone knows the answer to that," said Hu Shuai-chen. "It was the Communist Party that liberated us from poverty and led us to FANSHEN. It was the Communist Party that liberated us from the Kuomintang. As for me, I got house and land while in the past I was nothing but a beggar. I could find no more than half a bowl of millet to eat every day and my children died of starvation. So how could I forget the Communist Party and the Eighth Rooters?" Later Tien Ming himself came to talk with her. He asked her if anyone had spoken to her about the party. She knew that the party was supposed to be secret, so she denied that anyone had come, even though Tien Ming asked her several times. A few days later he returned with an application blank and helped her to fill it out. While doing this he asked her if she would give her life for the party and obey the discipline of the party and its leaders. "If you should by chance be captured by the enemy, could you keep silent even when threatened with death?" To all this Shuai-chen answered with a firm "I could," and so she too was enrolled into the party to which her husband, unknown to her, had long belonged. The other women recruited into the Communist Party at this time included two of Hu Shuai-chen's assistants in the Women's Association, two wives of leading cadres who were brought into the branch by their husbands even though they were not active leaders among the women, and two rather remarkable young women, each of whom, though already married, had fallen in love with a cadre and party member. They were recruited into the organization by their lovers. One of these was village head Fu Yuan's paramour, Shi Xiumei. Her husband, a local carpenter, had left Longbao several years before and had never returned. Chang Eileen, whose husband, Man Sang, had been beaten by the Women's Association, was the other. Man Tsang had since died from an illness and Chang Eileen had married the poor peasant Chin Sui. She had driven a hard bargain with the latter, refusing to take his name and retaining under her own control all of Man Tsang's property. Mistress of her own fate at last, she came and went to suit herself and dispensed her favors as she pleased. Of the 30-odd members of the Communist Party branch in Longbao as it was finally constituted in that period, 80% were land-poor peasants or landless tenants and hired laborers, and about 20% were land-owning peasants such as Fu Yuan. There were no members of rich peasant or landlord origin and there were no industrial workers. 19. Peasants or workers. Experience shows that after joining our party on our terms, most of them, peasants and intellectuals, did seriously study and accept the party's education in Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong's theory of the Chinese Revolution, observe party discipline, and take part in the practical revolutionary struggles of the people. In the course of doing this they changed their original character and became Marxist-Leninist fighters of the proletariat. Many of them have even sacrificed their lives for the party's cause, the cause of communism in China. Liu Xiao-Chi. At all times and on all questions, a Communist Party member should take into account the interests of the party as a whole, and place the party's interests above his personal problems and interests, wrote Liu Xiao-Chi in 1943. He went on to say, if a party member has only the interests and aims of the party and communism in his ideology, if he has no personal aims and considerations independent of the party's interests, and if he really is unbiased and unselfish, then he can show loyalty and ardent love for all his comrades, revolutionaries and working people, help them unconditionally, treat them with equality and never harm any one of them for the sake of his own interests. He will worry long before the rest of the world begins to worry, and he will rejoice only after the rest of the world has rejoiced. Both in the party and among the people he will be the first to suffer hardship and the last to enjoy himself. He never minds whether his conditions are better or worse than others, but he does mind as to whether he has done more revolutionary work than others or whether he has fought harder. He is capable of possessing the greatest firmness and moral courage to resist corruption by riches or honors, to resist tendencies to vacillate in spite of poverty and lowly status, and to refuse to yield in spite of threats of force. He is never afraid of truth. He courageously upholds truth, expounds truth to others and fights for truth. Even if it is temporarily to his disadvantage to do so, even if he will be subjected to various attacks for the sake of upholding truth, even if the opposition and rebuff of the great majority of people forces him into temporary isolation, glorious isolation, and even if on this account his life may be endangered, he will still be able to stem the tide and uphold truth, and will never resign himself to drifting with the tide. So far as he himself is concerned, he has nothing to fear. He takes care not to do wrong when he works independently and without supervision, and when there is ample opportunity for him to do all kinds of wrong things. If for the sake of certain important aims of the party and of the revolution he is required to endure insults, shoulder heavy burdens and do work which he is reluctant to do, he will take up the most difficult and important work without the slightest hesitation and will not pass the buck. Such were the standards set for all communists by the leaders of the party. Communists were expected to give serious attention to these standards, not merely lip service. If it could be said that few attain the level of selflessness and objectivity described, still hundreds of thousands strove to live up to these ideals and honored those individuals who most closely embodied them in real life. Raw recruits from China's isolated countryside quite naturally fell short in many important ways. In examining the motives which brought these peasant recruits to the party, Liu Xiao-Chi found some who from the beginning wanted to fight for the realization of communism, for the great aim of emancipating the proletariat and mankind. But others had a variety of more personal, more selfish reasons for taking this important political step. As Liu Xiao-Chi wrote, some peasant comrades regarded as communism the striking down of the local despots and the distribution of the land which we carried out in the past, and they did not understand genuine communism as meaning anything more when they joined the party. At the present time quite a few people have joined the party chiefly because of the Communists' determined resistance to Japan and because of the anti-Japanese National United Front. Certain other people have joined the party as a way out because they could not find a way out in society. They had no trade, no job, no school to attend, or they wanted to escape from their families, or from forced marriages, etc. Some came because they looked up to the prestige of the party, or because they recognized, though only in a vague way, that the Communist Party can save China, and finally there were even some individuals who came because they counted on the Communists for tax reduction, or because they hoped to become influential in the future, or because their relatives and friends brought them in, etc. It was very natural that such comrades should lack a clear and definite communist outlook on life and world outlook, should fail to understand the greatness and difficulties of the communist cause, and should be unable to take a firm proletarian stand. A more apt analysis of the motives of the Communist Party recruits in Longbao could hardly be drawn up. Striking down the local despots and the distribution of the land were no doubt the main things that drew these young people to the party, but other motives were also prominent. Some saw in party membership a chance to become influential. Militiaman Wang Manshi said when his reasons for joining the party were later questioned, "I thought to join the party was glorious. If one joined the party one could get position and power. I went to the district secretary to fill out the form, but really I knew nothing about the party at that time." The secretary explained the requirements: serve the masses, devote your life to their interests, never compromise with the enemy or submit to difficulties. But, after I joined I was proud. I thought I had found a screen to protect myself and I did every bad thing. Chao Chhuani, an attractive young woman with a willowy figure, joined the party primarily to protect her husband and her brother-in-law at a time when they were in danger of attack from the Peasants' Association. She was a daughter-in-law in a well-to-do household that owned land both in Longbao and in the western mountains many miles away. Because the family hired at least one year-round laborer, its members were regarded at the time as rich peasants. To ward off the attack, Chao Chhuani sought out the young cadres of influence, carried on affairs with several of them, and was invited by them to join the party. By the time she actually did so, there is no doubt that her motives had undergone a subtle change. She had unintentionally caught some of her suitors' enthusiasm for the revolution. Her desire to protect her family remained basic in her decision to become a communist, but it was tempered by the hope of something better for China and especially for China's women: a free choice in marriage, the right to own property, the right to be treated as a person and not simply as some man's chattel. Among the Longbao Communist Party members were also those who joined simply because their relatives and friends brought them in. This was certainly the main reason why militia captain Li Heng-er's wife, Wang Manying, militiaman Shen Tianxi's wife, Chen Tung-er, and militiaman Xiao Wenhsu's wife, Zhen Hochue, originally made application. Nevertheless, they all answered questions as satisfactorily as Hu Shuechen and were potentially as good communists as she. The relative short-sightedness, subjectiveness, even opportunism of the Longbao peasants' motives should not be exaggerated, however, for there were in the village a substantial number of young men who had had industrial experience and hence some knowledge of and sympathy for working-class concepts of solidarity, the all-for-one, one-for-all basis of trade unionism. These men were semi-proletarian not only by virtue of being propertyless poor peasants who had worked much of their lives as hired laborers, but also by virtue of the fact that bankruptcy, famine, and war had forced them to leave home and seek employment in distant parts of the country, where they became for a time either members of the industrial working force or employees closely associated with this group. 10 of the early members of the Longbao Party branch had, at one time or another, worked in industry, transport, or large-scale construction jobs far from home. Tian Ming's father was a bronze smith who labored for wages in Peking. Tian Ming himself had worked out as a carpenter in a railroad center in southwestern Shanxi, and he first heard of the Communist Party from a fellow carpenter on the job. Hsin Fa, forced to flee from home in the famine year, worked for 2 seasons as a coal hauler in a Taiyuan steel mill. Zhou Chenglo, a communist recruited from among the village militiamen, had worked as a shepherd from the age of 6, but he too spent 2 years as a steel worker when drought destroyed Longbao's crops. Cheng Keiyuan, the ex-Catholic chairman of the Peasants' Association, was employed for years as a teamster by the cathedral in Changchi, where he came into contact with iron workers and railroad men. Li Heng-er, who became captain of the militia when Chang Changzi, the organizer of the corps, joined the army, served as an apprentice in a spinning and weaving factory starting when he was 11 years old. Fu Yuan worked in a carpentry shop in Taiyuan that employed 90 men. All of these men knew what it was to work for wages. They had traveled on trains, seen modern mines and mills, and heard something of unionism. When the party leaders spoke of the working class, its unity and discipline, these men recognized what they were talking about, admired it and tried to emulate it. What then of the idiocy of village life and the short-sightedness and lack of social experience of its victims which were stressed in an earlier chapter? The answer is that the isolation of thousands of out-of-the-way rural villages such as Longbao was modified to some extent by the crisis of the 1920s, 1930s, and 1940s. The setting up of large-scale industries along the coast and the Yangtze River and even in hinterland capitals like Taiyuan, the penetration of internal markets by manufactured goods, the 10-year civil war in South and Central China, and above all the anti-Japanese war, imposed an unwanted, a violent, and often a tragic mobility on a basically stagnant society, but a mobility that was nevertheless invigorating. The Great Famine of 1942 to 1943 also played a major role. This famine probably did more to lay the groundwork for a revolution in the Taihang Mountain region than any other single event or influence. First, because the terrible toll of lives it took reinforced widespread doubts as to the viability of the old way of life, and second, because it drove so many of the poor and dispossessed onto the roads. It forced them to travel to distant places, there to meet and talk with other disaster victims and persons of entirely different backgrounds. It forced them to hear new ideas, to open their eyes and ears, and eventually to return home remolded to a degree by their own experiences. When county leaders talked of Marxism, these returnees recognized that their words touched reality. They welcomed what seemed to them good sense and were eager to hear more. Those who had traveled and worked in industry greatly influenced those who never left home. At least some of the broader outlook they brought back rubbed off on friends and neighbors. In this sense they acted as the yeast that causes the dough to rise. Regardless of whatever motive or motives loomed largest in the decision of any given individual to become a communist, all of the Longbao recruits were influenced, at least to some extent, by the extraordinary prestige of the 8th Route Army, which they identified with the Communist Party, and the even more extraordinary prestige of the party's national leader, Mao Zedong, who appeared to them as nothing less than the savior of the nation. They wanted to be communists because they admired Mao Zedong and trusted his leadership. If they won victories they attributed them to Chairman Mao. They said, Chairman Mao gave us land, even though they themselves had built the Peasants' Association, manned the militia, and actively dispossessed the gentry. Failures and injustices they also attributed to Chairman Mao. Chairman Mao should not be like this, said a man who had been beaten because he continued to go to church after the local priest had fled. In either case, it was taken for granted that Chairman Mao, whose name was synonymous with that of the revolution, was responsible for every facet of the government, great or small. It was an enormous compliment and an equally enormous responsibility. The small producer social origin and outlook of the new party members, their subjective, short-sighted, often selfish, and certainly mixed motives for joining the core of the revolutionary movement did not discourage the party leaders. That certain people come to rely upon the Communist Party, come to the party to seek a way out, and give support to the party's policies, all this cannot be regarded as wrong. They are not mistaken in having sought out the party. We welcome such people, said Liu Shaochi. He made it quite clear that the non-proletarian social origin of so many of its members and their subjective, one-sided motivation did not determine the class character of the party as a whole. The party remained a working-class party which transformed its non-working class recruits rather than allowing them to transform it. The determining factors are our party's political struggles and political life, its ideological education, and its ideological and political leadership. Through Marxist-Leninist education, party members of petty bourgeois, peasant, origin have undergone a thoroughgoing ideological reform, which changes their former petty bourgeois, peasant, nature and imparts to them the qualities of the advanced fighters of the proletariat. The principal problem in building the party in the village was thus frankly recognized as a problem of ideological remolding the education and reformation of revolutionary-minded peasants. The first duty of every party member, as laid down in the constitution of the party adopted in May 1945, was therefore to endeavor to raise the level of his consciousness and to understand the fundamentals of Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong's theory of the Chinese Revolution. The other three duties were: 1. To observe party discipline strictly, to participate actively in inter-party political life and in the revolutionary movement in China, to carry out in practice the policy and decisions of the party, and to fight against everything inside and outside the party which is detrimental to the party's interest. 2. To serve the mass of the people, to consolidate the party's connection with them, to learn their needs and report them in good time, and to explain the policy of the party to them. 3. To set an example in observing the discipline of the revolutionary government and the revolutionary organizations, to master his own line of work and to set an example in various fields of revolutionary work. In the long run, the educational program of the Communist Party, the patient, reiterated efforts to reform, remold, and inspire the peasant recruits was effective. Regardless of their social origin, regardless of their original motives for joining, the overwhelming majority of Longbao's party members ended up wanting to be and trying to be good communists. It was a long, hard road. To want to be a good communist and actually to become a good communist were two different things. Chairman Mao wrote that it took 10 years to remold an intellectual of peasant, small business, or professional origin, 10 years to rid him of conceit, personal selfishness, individualism, and contempt for manual labor. Peasants, according to this view, had less to overcome than intellectuals. At least they were not strangers to manual labor, but even peasants found that it took years to remold themselves. To master Marxism-Leninism, to expand each individual's political consciousness, to overcome subjectivism, reduce unprincipled vindictiveness, uproot that small producer's tendency to take advantage of others for personal profit, and unite to build a new world. This was the struggle that began in April 1946 in Longbao with the founding of the Communist Party branch there. The struggle continued year after year, with varying intensity and success. No doubt it still goes on. The vitality of this effort was due to the fact that at all times the transformation of the party members' outlook was linked to the actual struggle going on in the village to transform the peasants' miserable way of life and forge something better. From the very first day that the branch was set up, its members undertook to lead the village to FANSHEN, and lead they did, for better or worse, thereafter not in isolation, of course, but as a basic unit in a nationwide party of over 1 million members. The district committee, the county committee, the border region committee, and the central committee with Chairman Mao at its head, all gave them guidance, but in the last analysis they had to do the work and they were responsible for its success or failure. The leadership exercised by the Communist Party in Longbao was not of the kind that most people in the West imagine. The party could not and did not simply issue orders that the peasants had to obey, even though at certain times and on certain issues a strong tendency toward this type of commandism, as it was so aptly called, arose among the leading cadres, communist and non-communist alike. The party led the village by virtue of the fact that its members held leading posts, but by no means a monopoly of them. In all the village organizations, won considerable prestige by the example they set, seriously studied problems collectively, and spoke and acted together once they decided on a solution. All this, it should be made clear, must be taken as having been accomplished in a relative sense, for not all the members of the party were able to win prestige, some won notoriety instead. Also, the decisions of the party branch were not always taken collectively, the whole membership did not always carry out the decisions when made, and sometimes the decisions that were made were quite wrong, as will be seen. Nevertheless, the party branch was the best organized, the most active, the most serious and dedicated group in the village, and it tried to lead by example and persuasion, not by force. The branch itself was divided into 5 groups, each with its own leader. Before any decisions were taken, before any campaign was launched, these groups first met, discussed the matter at issue, and formulated their estimate of the situation in the village and the temper of the people. The 5 group leaders, who made up the executive committee of the branch, then met to work out policy. When they agreed on a course of action, they took their decision back to their small groups. In case of need, the whole branch could be called together for a general membership meeting, but since this was likely to arouse the curiosity of the whole village and expose the existence of the party, membership meetings were not lightly undertaken. Most of the work was done by the small groups and the executive committee. From the day of its founding in April, 1946, the whole branch operated in the strictest secrecy. The danger of the possible reconquest of the area by the Central Armies and the certain reprisal that would have been visited upon all communists if this had taken place, made this absolutely necessary. Because of this enforced secrecy, many elaborate excuses had to be made at home to account for the frequent absence of branch members from family chores and family gatherings. This was particularly true of the women, whether or not their husbands were also in the party, for women were traditionally not supposed to go anywhere, speak to anyone, or have any business outside the home. All self-respecting families enforced these bans quite strictly. Fortunately for the party, among the very poor who had no property to protect or to pass on, families were not so well established. The poor peasant women who had to fend for themselves in order to eat came and went of their own volition. Strict secrecy in regard to the party also meant that whatever prestige individual party members earned by their good work and whatever notoriety they won by their mistakes was reflected not on the party as such but on the administration, the whole group of active cadres, party and non-party alike, who served as responsible leaders in the village office, the militia, the Peasants' Association, and the Women's Association. There was no question but that the party members were the backbone of this whole structure, but since the average peasant did not know this, it was the whole structure that took the credit or the blame and not just its guiding core. How important a role the party played can be seen by an examination of the activity of the party members in the main village organizations. All of the branch members belonged to the Peasants' Association. Chen Kayuan, one of the first recruits to the branch, was its chairman. The vice-chairman, Wang Yulai, was not a communist. All the women party members belonged to the Women's Association. A woman comrade, Hu Shuechen, was its secretary. 3 other party members were group leaders among the women. All the male communists were enrolled in the militia. Li Heng-er, a party member, was its captain. Hsin Fa, whose recruitment into the party was described in the preceding chapter, served as educational director of the militia. As for the village government, its cadres were divided about equally, half of them party members, the other half not. A communist, Fu Yuan, was village head. Another communist, Kitsai, was assistant village head. The secretary, San Xiaching, was not a party member. Tianming, secretary of the party branch, was in charge of all police work. The rest of the party members, more than half the branch membership, held no leading posts at all. They were simply rank-and-file peasants who were expected to take the lead in any work they were asked to do, inspire others to greater effort and study, and make known the needs of their colleagues and neighbors. 20. Contradictions, internal and external. Comrades. If the masses were all conscious, united, and free from the influences of the exploiting classes and from backward phenomena as some people imagine, then what difficulties would still remain in the revolution? Such influences of the exploiting classes not only existed long before the revolution but will continue to exist for a very long time after the victory of the revolution and after the exploiters have been kicked out of their position of political power by the exploited classes. Lu Xiao Chi. To lead successfully the struggle against the gentry, the Communist Party in Longbao had to combat not only the splitting tactics of the enemy, but also the centrifugal tendencies constantly generated among the people, the landless, the land poor, and the middle peasants. Combating enemy disruption proved to be the easier of the two tasks. Once the party members realized just what the gentry was doing and why, they were usually able to neutralize its effects by education among the people or by a change in policy. When the question of air raid shelters became serious, District Leader Liang, who was in touch with the work in 18 villages, soon realized that attacking poor families who had been persuaded to hide property only played into the gentry's hands. As soon as he convinced the communists in Longbao of this, they persuaded the Peasants' Association to change its tactics. Thereafter, instead of suffering attacks, the air raid shelters were rewarded for turning over hidden property with a share of the property itself. Those who had already been punished were given compensation for the damages. As soon as this was done, quantities of clothing, jewelry, and other goods that had once belonged to landlords were brought to the Peasants' Association headquarters without a struggle, and the ranks of the peasants were strengthened rather than split. In those incidents where rank-and-file peasants had been seduced or bribed into a lenient attitude toward some exploiting family, the party also advised education and persuasion rather than punishment and ostracism. Chang Chun-shi, the hired laborer who was so infatuated with his former employer's daughter-in-law that he would not join in any attack on the landlords of Longbao, was chosen to attend a district-operated training class for just such backward elements. There the students studied the feudal system by recalling their own past lives. Listening to classmates whose situations had been so close to his brought all the bitterness of Chun-shi's past before his eyes. He remembered how he had been forced to drive his own mother away from the gate in the famine year, and wept. Seeing this emotion, the other students focused their attention on him. They ridiculed his love for the landlord's daughter-in-law. They pointed out what a shame it was to fall for a girl who had treated him like dirt in the past and now used him only as a shield for her family. In the end he resolved to give her up. When he returned to the village, he joined actively in all the campaigns that followed, and before long was himself enrolled into the party branch. Toward party members and village cotters who wavered in their stand, the attitude of the party was more strict than it was toward the rank-and-file peasants. Inside the branch much time was spent analyzing the class position of those who, out of lust for material gain, or just plain lust, gave protection to their class enemy. They were asked to change their ways. Seeing how despicable their actions appeared to others, some members voluntarily confessed to illicit affairs with gentry women and broke off such relationships. Others continued these affairs in spite of this education, the most notorious being Hinton, who could not bring himself to break completely with Puchao, the rich widow's daughter. He rationalized this on the grounds that she was herself a poor peasant by marriage, even though it was obvious to others that by the favors she granted him she helped protect her mother from attack and expropriation. Since Hinton was by that time a leading member of the branch, he went his own way in spite of sharp criticism. Finding superstition still a powerful weapon in the hands of the landlord class, the Communist Party organized a special campaign throughout the district to free the minds of the people from bondage to geomancy, astrology, spirit talking, and mud idols, and to convince them that they themselves could remold the world according to their own desires. An important breakthrough in this campaign came in Sandbank, a village several miles northwest of Longbao. There stood a shrine to the god Hinton, a very powerful Buddhist deity who, when displeased, could curse one and all with dysentery. Since people only too often died of this disease, Hinton was greatly to be feared. Many a stick of incense was burned before his image, and many an offering of food was left for his spirit to eat. The party members of Sandbank decided to attack Hinton just like any landlord. They figured up just how much money they had spent humoring him over the years and discovered that it was enough to have saved many lives in the famine year. When they took these calculations to their peasants' association, many young men and women got very angry. They went to the temple, pulled the god out of his shelter and carried him to the village office. Before a mass meeting they settled accounts with him by proving that he had squandered their wealth without giving any protection in return. Then they smashed his mud image with sticks and stones. Some of the older people tried to stop them. They prophesied that everyone involved would die of dysentery within a few days. But the young men and women went right ahead. When no one fell ill that night nor throughout the whole of the next day, the hold of Hinton on the village collapsed. Only a handful of old women ever burned incense before his ruined shrine again. News of this victory quickly spread to other villages. When the party members in Longbao heard of it, they decided to deal with a similar god of their own, a god who was supposed to have the power to cure sickness. His image sat in a little temple on the southern edge of the settlement. Sick people traditionally burned incense before him, made obeisance by touching their foreheads to the ground, and then scraped up a little dust from around his feet, mixed it with water, and swallowed it. His devotees were lucky if they did not add dysentery to their other ailments after this cure. The Communists first freed their own minds of dependence on this god by a long discussion in the branch and then led a similar discussion in the Peasants' Association. Before long everyone was laughing at the muddy water cures of the discredited god. When a militiaman knocked the god's mud head off, only a minority of old people were dismayed. By such means the bonds of specific superstitions were broken down. The success of the settling accounts movement had a general effect that reinforced these intensive efforts. Once the gentry had been overthrown, it became obvious even to the slow-wit that the configuration of the 8 ideographs at birth or the position of one's ancestral graves no longer determined one's fate. People took less and less stock in ancestral spirits who prophesied the immediate return of Chiang Kai-shek or in rumors that red sunsets symbolized the decline of the Communist Party. As their faith in superstition declined, their trust in the Peasants' Association, the Eighth Route Army, and the Communist Party increased. Since Longbao was not a border village, the local party branch did not have to mobilize people physically against those murderous forays of the Home Return Corps that in many places lent substance to the dire prophecies of the gentry. The Longbao Communists, however, did combat the fear of a change of sky by reporting the victories of the armed working groups organized by the party in border counties where the revolution had no recourse but to meet the white terror of the gentry with a red terror of its own. Dressed in civilian clothes, the bravest and most skillful guerrilla fighters on the borders raided Kuomintang-held villages at night. Notorious counter-revolutionaries and landlords who had been responsible for the assassination of underground workers were kidnapped from their homes, tried in the fields for their crimes, and executed on the spot. This irregular war on the borders grew in bitterness and scale as time went on in spite of the fitful peace that prevailed on most of the battlefronts under the auspices of the Marshall Mission. The situation resembled very closely the border war in Kansas in the days of John Brown, and the peasants of Longbao took as much heart from reports of small successes as did certain abolitionists of New England when they heard the news of Osawatomie. Everyone realized that the real test would come if and when the truce ended without an agreement on peace. Then the future of China would be decided by the armies in the field. Thus the strengthening of the Eighth Route Army, renamed the People's Liberation Army in mid-1946, became a major concern of the Communist Party in Longbao. A second area-wide recruiting drive was launched in the spring, and party members were urged to lead the way by volunteering themselves or getting other members of their families to volunteer. 3 party members went in the second drive. Kuo Chengke-yuan got his brother to go. Tianming did the same. Li Heng-er saw both his brothers off. Cheng Eileen, who had stopped her husband's blows by going to the Women's Association and who was now a communist, persuaded her new husband Chin Sui to enlist. Altogether another 25 young men signed up. Again several were sent back because of ill health, but more than 20 were accepted and went on to become fighters in a rapidly growing army of peasant volunteers who had won land at home and meant to hold onto it. This time, not only did the village government give the volunteers a grand banquet and a musical send-off, but each man was also given a brand new shirt and a brand new quilt, and a lacquered plaque was hung beside his front door with the words "Glorious Army Family" written large upon it in ideographs of bright red. Many poems composed on the spot and recorded with free-flowing grass characters on large sheets of rice paper were pasted to the adobe walls beside these plaques. A typical one read: "Glorious are those who volunteer to throw down tyrants. March to the borders when the millet sprouts. Fight for the people. Defend our homes and lands. Most glorious are the volunteers." The biggest problem in recruiting for the army was not to overcome fear of enemy bullets or the hardships of campaigning, but to convince the men that their families would be well cared for and their livestock and crops well tended. The village government undertook to see that this problem was solved by organizing a preferential treatment committee which set up a system of taekung or substitute tillage. Under this system every able-bodied man in the village was asked to do his share of work for the more than 40 men who had left for the front. Here again the party branch played a big role. It was the communists, with individual exceptions, who guaranteed the success of the system by doing their share, or more than their share, and inspiring others to do the same. On the Preferential Treatment Committee they led the way in establishing a system of inspection to make sure that all substitute tillage was well done and that all complaints by wives and mothers were promptly looked into. It was preferential treatment for soldiers' families that really made possible a volunteer army in the first place and gave such a solid base to morale in the field. One young woman wrote to her husband, "Since you joined up, the neighbors often come to visit me. The three Wangs have all volunteered to do some work on the land. I suppose what worries you most is my pregnancy and you are afraid that there will be no one here to take care of me. But it is already arranged that beside my mother, our neighbor's wife, who is a member of the Women's Association Committee, is to live here with me. And if we haven't enough millet to get through the year, the village office will supply us. So don't be downhearted about home." Checkmating each new move of the gentry was not enough to guarantee victory. The party branch in Longbao had to make sure that the ranks of the people did not break down due to conflicts of interest and quarrels between the various groups and cliques that made them up. Since the main strength of the peasants lay in their numbers, it was important that their ranks be as broad and solid as possible. Where analysis showed an objective community of interest, the party tried to bring people together regardless of the subjective animosities and suspicions that divided them. Here the main criterion was class interest. The basic principle taught by the party was that the class interests of all the poor and middle peasants, while not completely identical, were certainly mutually dependent, and that this must, in the long run, override all other considerations. It followed that all poor and middle peasants could be united in a movement for FANSHEN in spite of splits and divisions arising out of family and clan ties, religious affiliations, erstwhile collaboration, past criminal activity, present illicit love affairs, or any other factor. A most serious cleavage was that which existed between the minority of the peasants who had been attacked for collaboration and the majority who had attacked them. Once branded as traitors, the minority earned universal contempt, were often taken advantage of by their neighbors, and treated as second-class citizens by the village government. If such treatment were to continue indefinitely, the collaborators would have no choice but to join forces with the gentry. At the suggestion of the district secretary, the party branch studied this problem and decided to remove the stigma of collaborator from all those whose role in the puppet regime was minor. This included all the Lu and Chia leaders, the rank-and-file members of the puppet Self-Defense Corps, and the members of the counter-revolutionary Love the Village Corps who had taken refuge in the fort during the liberation battle. Tien Ming mobilized every party member to take part in solving this problem. Communists visited each collaborator personally, discussed the past with them, and offered a constructive role in the future to all those who realized their mistakes and sincerely indicated a desire to join the revolutionary ranks. "We are all poor brothers," the communists said. "The only difference between us is that you were deceived by the puppet officials. Think it over. For whom did you carry the guns? Was it not for the landlords? How come they sat comfortably at home and enjoyed life while you faced the bullets? They feared the Eighth Root Army. They knew that when the Eighth Root Army came, the rich had entered upon their last day of rule. So they tricked you and deceived you and sent you to the fort to defend their power. Think it over. Who died when the bullets spattered the fort? Was it the rich or the poor?" This was just what most of these young collaborators had been waiting for. They were not at all proud of the role they had played and wanted very much to be forgiven and invited to join the Peasants' Association. Each was asked to go before the executive committee, speak frankly about his past errors, and explain what was in his mind when he went to the fort. All those whom the committee felt to be sincere in their repentance were admitted to membership in the association and included thereafter in the grades when confiscated property was distributed. In the end, no one was rejected. The party branch had no cause to regret this action. Not only did all of these young men actively join the Peasants' Association, but many of them also became members of the militia, and several eventually joined the party as well. Among them were Shen Tianxi, who had served in the puppet Self-Defense Corps, and Xiao Wen Hsu, who had been a soldier in the 4th column. The split between the Catholic clique and the rest of the community was far more difficult to overcome. For one thing, the quarrels and mutual suspicions were deeply rooted, tracing back to the years before and immediately after the Boxer Rebellion, when the Catholic hierarchy lorded it over the people and imported converts from as far away as Hopi to settle in Longbao on church lands. This historical division was greatly aggravated by the anti-trader movement because of the predominantly Catholic nature of the puppet regime. By making peace with all rank-and-file collaborators, some of these wounds were healed, but the struggle against the church itself opened new and deeper ones, particularly among the older believers. For one thing, charges of disloyalty arising out of the escape of Father Sun continued to be pressed with vigor. The three who had originally been arrested for aiding him, Lu Xianpao, Wang Husheng, and Fan Mingxi, were released from the county jail after 8 months, but since they themselves confessed that they had helped the father escape under orders from the Kuomintang leader, Wang Anpao, they were kept under surveillance. Fan Mingxi, the landlord's son, decided that his life was not safe. He met with Xianpao and Husheng and suggested that the three of them join forces, assassinate 1 or 2 leading cadres, and flee to Hungtung. When he went to Horse Square to raise money for this flight, Tianming became suspicious and ordered his arrest. Before a large public meeting, Fan Mingxi admitted his plans and was beaten to death by the militia. Husheng and Xianpao lived on in Longbao under a heavy cloud of suspicion thereafter. A small group of believers who continued to attend Mass also aroused suspicion. By that time the only services held in the district were held in Horse Square. There, 1 mile to the north of Longbao, a Catholic priest still lived. The cadres wondered, often out loud, if those who walked the long mile every Sunday morning really did so only to worship God. On Easter Sunday in the spring of 1946, an incident occurred that fanned all the latent suspicion and hostility into flame. Because of the religious importance of the day, more than the usual number of Catholic peasants went to Horse Square that Sunday. After the services, some of the Longbao contingent gathered in a Catholic leader's courtyard. A man whom everyone said had led Father Sun to Hungtung was also there that day. A rumor started that he met in secret with the peasants. When those who had come from Longbao returned home, every one of them was arrested and questioned and, in the course of the questioning, beaten. Not only were they believers in an agent religion, not only did they support a church tainted with collaboration, not only were they present at a meeting with a notorious agent, they also went to Horse Square without applying for travel passes. Because they went to Horse Square without passes, Tianming crowned all the Easter Sunday worshippers with agents' caps, i.e., he charged them with being Chiang Kai-shek's agents and enemies of the liberated areas. After that, those who still wanted to go to church were afraid to ask for passes. When they went secretly without passes, they aroused even sharper suspicion than before and were beaten whenever they got caught. Among those who, in spite of all this, continued to go to Horse Square whenever they found a way to leave the village undetected were 3 whom the village cadres especially distrusted. These were Li Tiongzhen, former assistant village head under the puppet regime, his brother, Li Hozhen, also a minor puppet official, and their close friend and neighbor, Shen Chuan-te. Each time they were detained and questioned they insisted that they only went to attend the Mass, but rumors of meetings that had nothing to do with religion persisted and kept the issue very much alive. The suspicion under which these practicing Catholics lived deepened the traditional rift in the community. A clique grew up, with Li Hozhen at its center and Shen Chuan-te as its mouthpiece, that hated the revolutionary cadres, opposed the work they were trying to do, and developed in time into a potential center for counter-revolutionary activity. That this potential never flowered was not due to the efforts of the party branch at the time. On this question they were unable to rise above the prejudices of the past and the fears of the moment and consequently took no effective remedial action. In the meantime, among the majority of the non-Catholic peasants in Longbao, the Easter affair and the continued illegal travel to Horse Square only confirmed the already deeply rooted suspicion that the Catholics were in fact agents who were not to be trusted. The popular reaction to the emergence of the Li Hozhen clique was to spread rumors that isolated its members even further. This widespread suspicion did not touch, or touched only slightly, the many ex-Catholics or nominal believers like Chen Kai-yuan, who joined wholeheartedly in the struggle against landlord domination and against the Catholic Church as one of its aspects. Wang Yulai, vice chairman of the Peasants' Association, and his son, Wen Te, both of whom were ex-Catholics, actually took the lead in denouncing other Catholics as agents and traitors, an activity which won them the confidence of the other cotters and the intense hatred of the Catholic community. The most serious rift in the ranks of the peasants was that which began to show up in the course of the settling accounts movement between the land poor on the one hand, and the independent smallholders or middle peasants on the other. It was serious because of the numbers involved. Even if the Catholic community as a whole had been alienated by the attack on the church, which it was not, this would have involved, at most, 1/5 of the village. The smallholders made up 2/5 of the village. Since the poor peasants were in no position to go it alone, a split between them and the smallholders could doom the revolution. The anti-traitor movement made a solid alliance of all peasants difficult because there were smallholders among the collaborators who were dispossessed. The attack on the Catholics as agents greatly aggravated the difficulty because among them there were also smallholders. The settling accounts movement threatened the very basis of cooperation between the two groups because no clear line was drawn between friends and enemies, between the peasants and their exploiters. Many prosperous peasants who owned their own land did not see much difference between their economic status and that of certain objects of struggle. They remembered loans given out to neighbors in the past and the hiring of help during the harvest season and broke into a cold sweat. "Maybe we are exploiters too," they said to one another. They quietly withdrew from active participation in village affairs, could be brought to meetings only if the militia went knocking on doors and ordered them out, and were often overheard making sarcastic remarks about FANSHEN. The leaders of the party branch saw this change in the attitude of many families, heard the warnings issued constantly by higher party and government bodies against damage to middle peasant interests, and decided to do something about it. Through the Peasants' Association, special meetings were held to talk things over with the independent tillers. They were urged to speak their minds. One who had been attacked as a puppet block leader said, "I have already been punished. If things go on this way, I'm afraid the same thing will happen all over again." Another asked, "What is going to happen when you equalizers run out of oil, landlord and rich peasant property? Who will be next?" Others asked why they had not been in the grades. Even though they had many difficulties, lacked implements, stock and tools, they received nothing from the fruits. "Why," they asked, "should we be active in the struggle?" All welcomed the cancellation of debts and the new progressive tax system designed to reward hard labor. But they feared that if they took advantage of it by laboring hard, they would eventually be cut back like chives whose flat green leaves were cut off for food each time they pushed their way above the soil. Was this to be the ultimate reward of thrift and hard labor? In order to dispel the chive-cutting outlook, branch members urged the Peasants' Association to open the grades to all families who lacked anything vital to everyday welfare, and even to those who really had everything they needed, as a demonstration of solidarity. Furniture, grain, and clothing were then handed out much more widely than before. 210 out of 252 families in the village received at least something in the later distribution. This relieved the fears of the more prosperous to some extent, but it did not solve the problem because there were still tremendous pressures from below for further expropriation. Since all the really wealthy people, the well-known money bags, had already been cleaned out, the moderately prosperous could hardly feel safe. In the summer and fall of 1946 the worst fears of this group were realized, for during these months a new wave of struggle was launched. 21. All-out war retreat. Those who advocate halting the enemy beyond the gate oppose strategic retreat on the ground that retreat means losing territory, endangering the people, breaking up the pots and pans, so to speak, and creating an unfavorable impression on the outside world. If we will not let the pots and pans of a section of the inhabitants be broken for once, then the pots and pans of the whole population will go on being broken for a long time. Mao Zedong. In the summer of 1946, the fragile truce between the Communist Party of China and the nationalist government of Chiang Kai-shek broke down completely. The truce agreed upon on January 13 was for 6 months only. It officially expired June 30. Although both sides acted to extend it pending further talks, spreading battles in July made this impossible. Civil war began in earnest during that month. Both sides blamed the other for the breakdown of the truce. General Marshall, in his report to President Truman, tried to apportion the blame equally between the two Chinese parties and thus absolve himself and his government completely, but it soon became obvious from the trend of the war, if from nothing else, that the truce came to an end because Chiang Kai-shek and his American advisers thought they had accumulated enough strength in North China and Manchuria to wipe out the liberated areas. During the entire 6 months of the truce, military supplies poured into nationalist-held ports for allocation to armies being trained by American officers and transported to strategic positions in North, Northeast, and Central China by American ships and planes. This was done under the innocent cover of delivering Lend-Lease supplies already in the pipeline and completing the 39 Division program inaugurated while the anti-Japanese war was still in progress. Between VJ Day and the end of July, over $600 million worth of Lend-Lease supplies reached China, more than had come in throughout 8 years of international war. In addition to this, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of surplus property, abandoned in the Pacific Theater by the American Army, Navy, and Marine Corps, were turned over to Chiang Kai-shek. This included over $17.5 million worth of guns, ammunition, communications equipment, and miscellaneous supplies owned by SACO, Sino-American Cooperative Organization, a joint espionage and sabotage operation carried on by the American Navy and Jiang Security Police under the notorious Tai Li, China's Himmler. By the time the truce expired, most of the 39 American-equipped and trained divisions, plus 167 rearmed regular divisions of Jiang's army, were ready for battle and strategically placed throughout the north. They moved confidently for a showdown. In the campaigns of that summer and fall, it was Jiang's armies that took the offensive and Mao's armies that were on the defensive. The white paper issued by the American State Department in 1949 makes this quite clear. During the period of General Marshall's mission in China, the government considerably improved its military holdings. Government armies in mid-1946 comprised approximately 3 million men, opposed by something over 1 million communists, of whom an estimated 400,000 were not regular troops. During the latter part of 1946, the nationalists made impressive gains, clearing most of Shenzi, Kansu, North Shenzi, South Shahar, part of northern Hopi and Jahal, and nearly all of Kiangsu. The government seized Kalgan, Tatung, Jingt, and gained control of the Pingsui Railroad. In Shantung, the nationalists achieved a major advance, clearing much of the Tsinpu Railway, Shenzhen Pukao. Communist gains during this period were limited to minor advances into Honan and Hubei, and infiltration around government positions in Manchuria. By the close of 1946, the superiority of the government's forces was in most areas as yet unchallenged. The pressure exerted by Chiang Kai-shek's American-backed offensive increased tension throughout the liberated areas. No attempt was made to conceal the gravity of the situation, as important cities and railroad lines on all sides of the Taihang region fell to the enemy. The reaction of the peasants in Longbao was mixed. Some were badly frightened and wondered if they ever should have begun the struggle. Others strengthened their determination to win in the end, come what might. The national leaders of the Communist Party took the forced withdrawals calmly. This was but another encirclement similar to the 5 that Chiang Kai-shek had mounted in the 1930s and to countless others carried out by the Japanese during 8 long years of occupation. With many years of experience to draw on and a vastly stronger position than they had ever held before, the members of the Central Committee were confident that the encirclement could and would be smashed. Such an outcome depended, in the last analysis, on the kind of support which millions of peasants were willing to give to the revolution. The crux of the matter lay in the land question. With land in their own hands, the peasants could be counted on to volunteer for service in the regular armed forces by the hundreds of thousands, to support the front with transport columns and stretcher brigades, and to organize irregular fighting units in every corner of the liberated areas. Land ownership was capable of inspiring both at the front and in the rear the kind of determination among the rank and file that no terror could shake and no reverses deter. Land ownership could also release among the people that infinite capacity for concealment, harassment, ambush, and surprise attack that is the despair of enemy commanders. It could serve as the foundation for a wall of silence capable of sealing the ears and stopping the eyes of the enemy's offensive intelligence so that both the regular and irregular forces of the revolution could concentrate and disperse, attack and retreat with relative freedom. In short, only the satisfaction of the peasants' demand for land could provide during the coming period of civil war the kind of inspiration and cohesion that the spirit of resistance to national subjugation had provided during the war against Japan. Furthermore, land to the tiller was a necessary step in the transformation of China, the key to the destruction of the old pattern of society and its replacement by an independent, modern industrial society. In the land question both the short and the long-range interests of the people coincided. In order to ensure that the full potential of the people for victorious defense against the impending nationalist offensive was aroused in good time, the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party had already issued a directive which reversed the wartime policy of double reduction and called once more for land to the tiller inside the liberated areas. This policy declaration, issued on May 4, 1946, came to be known as the May 4 Directive. It was at one and the same time both a call for all-out land equalization wherever such a program had not yet been attempted and a recognition of the kind of struggle that had already taken place on the initiative of local poor and hired peasants' leagues and peasants' associations in the Taihang Mountains and elsewhere. The directive said, in part, in the struggles of opposing traders, settling accounts, reducing rent and interest, the peasants have been acquiring land directly from the hands of the landlords and have thus been carrying out the system of land to the tiller. Under these circumstances our party must of necessity have a consistent policy. We must resolutely support the direct action adopted by the masses to carry out land reform and assume a planned leadership so that in every liberated area land reform may be quickly accomplished in accordance with the scale and intensity of the development of the mass movement. In line with the defensive aim of all policy at this stage, the provisions of the May 4 Directive were relatively mild. Rich peasants were to be subject only to rent and interest reduction. Expropriations were to be carried out against landlords but, as David and Isabel Crook have pointed out, distinctions were to be made between tyrants, traders, and big landlords on the one hand and ordinary small and medium landlords on the other. Wherever possible the latter were to be dealt with by negotiation. It goes without saying that even the former were to be left with means of livelihood. Commerce and industry, even that belonging to landlords, was to be protected, and in general a policy of magnanimity was to be pursued, with no physical violence and above all no taking of life except by formal legal procedure. All, including people of the landlord class, who had cooperated in the struggle against Japan were to be treated with consideration. Together with the various non-peasant elements, they were, so far as possible, to be drawn into a united front against feudalism and Kuomintang dictatorship and for peace, democracy, and national unity. In regard to the status of middle peasants the May 4 Directive was unequivocal. Middle peasants were to be drawn into the movement as allies, encouraged to participate fully in all decisions, and under no circumstances were their lands or their interests to be harmed. The May 4 Directive reached Lukang County after the Civil War had already reached flood tide. In the heat of a defensive campaign, with a large nationalist army advancing to within 50 miles of the county seat, its moderate proposals were honored more in the breach than in the observance. The struggle that actually developed became even sharper and more violent than that which had gone before. The County Committee of the Communist Party called for San Tou, Suyu, Wu Pu Lu, which meant 3 things thorough, 4 things possessed, and 5 things resolved. The 3 basic goals were to accuse thoroughly, to struggle thoroughly, and to FANSHEN thoroughly. Food to eat, clothes to wear, land to till, and houses to live in were the 4 things to be possessed by all landless and land-poor peasants. Let no poor peasant remain poor, let no backward element remain backward, leave no question between the people be unresolved, leave no feudal remnants in the people's thinking, and leave no landlord in possession of his property, were the 5 problems to be resolved. These slogans summed up the whole agrarian revolution in one sentence and inspired the young cotters to complete the transformation of their society within a few weeks. The campaign that resulted was based on 2 assumptions: first, that serious feudal exploitation still existed in the county, and second, that large numbers of peasants had not yet FANSHENed. Since almost every family of wealth and position had already lost most of its open holdings, land, houses, draft animals, and farm implements, and at least some, if not all, of its hidden wealth, buried silver and gold, the first assumption might well have been questioned. On the other hand, since there were thousands of poor peasants in the village who lacked much that was necessary to make them independent producers, it seemed obvious that the confiscations had not been complete enough. In practice, the stubborn persistence of poverty was taken as proof of both assumptions and provided the rationale for a new assault. If the poor were ever to FANSHEN, and who dared say they should not, more wealth would have to be found. But where was the oil to come from? Who would provide the fruits? On the one hand, all the remaining hidden wealth of the gentry must be dug out; on the other, all those families who tried to pose as ordinary peasants but who were in fact in one capacity or another exploiters must be expropriated. The attack, in other words, had to be deepened and the target had to be broadened. One way to broaden the target was to examine not only the exploitation of the recent past, but to go back through the generations and seek out all the wealth which had originally been acquired from the blood and sweat of tenants and hired laborers by the fathers or even the grandfathers of the small holders of 1946. This was called seeking out the feudal tails. Tracing back 3 generations did indeed unearth many new objects of struggle who possessed feudal tails. So great had been the inherent tendency of Chinese society toward the dissipation of wealth through the practice of equal inheritance that very few persons could claim with confidence that their families were free from the taint of past exploitation, that they possessed nothing that was not earned by hard labor. Those who had inherited the divided estates of recognized landlords were especially vulnerable. They were automatically designated as landlords themselves. And this was so even though they worked every day in the fields, for these very fields were considered to be feudal tails. With such an approach, the cotters and poor peasants of Longbao began a second whirlwind campaign to expropriate for the poor the fruits of exploitation, past and present. The campaign lasted 20 days. Since the heads of most of the well-known gentry families had already either fled the village or been killed, wives, sons, daughters, and relatives were brought before public meetings to answer accusations. Not the leading male representative, but whole families became the object of attack. The militia took advantage of the divisions and hatred within families. By individual cross-questioning, by playing off one against the other, by severe beatings and threats, many more silver dollars, a number of gold boats, an ancient form of money, and large quantities of fine clothes were unearthed. After dealing thus for the second time with the gentry, the militia moved on to the feudal tails. One such family, with the surname Wang, was all but wiped out. Wang Xiaonan and Wang Huanan were well-to-do peasants who had not divided the 6-acre holding which they inherited from their landlord father. They lived in one courtyard with their wives and their aging mother. The elder brother, Xiaonan, had a son. Huanan was childless. When the second wave of confiscation began in Lekeng County, their married sister, who lived in North Market, about a mile to the northeast, came home one day with 2,000 silver dollars which she begged her mother to hide for her. This represented a great part of her landlord husband's family savings. At a secret consultation which Huanan and his wife knew nothing about, Xiaonan and his mother agreed to bury the treasure behind their house. In all of Longbao only the 2 of them knew that there was such a sum of money and where it was hidden. Neither of them told. But the sister in North Market, when pressed by her husband's own tenants, confessed to the cache. A greater part of the population of North Market thereupon marched to Longbao in triumphant procession, dug out the money and carried all of it home with them. So elated were they at finding such a huge sum that they hired a drama corps to stage a Chinese opera and celebrated with food and drink for 3 whole days and nights. The young men of Longbao, taken completely by surprise, and angered by the removal of so much wealth from under their very noses, attacked the whole Wang family as landlords and landlord protectors. They reasoned that if 2,000 silver dollars had been successfully hidden for so long, perhaps thousands more still lay buried in the ground. When Xiaonan could not lead them to a second cache, they beat him cruelly. They would have done the same to Huanan but for the fact that he was away from home hauling grain. When Huanan could not be found, the enraged peasants seized his wife and beat her in his stead. The beatings served no purpose other than punishment, for no further wealth was ever found, but both Xiaonan and Huanan's wife died of the injuries they received. 5 of the family's acres were confiscated as were most of the sections of their house, and all of their personal property from clothes to the round-bottomed pot they used for cooking. When Huanan returned, a few days later, the excitement had died down. The peasants let him live, but with no property left in the family he had to work out as a hired laborer in order to feed himself, his sister-in-law, her son, and his old mother. By the time the millet ripened in the fall of 1946, the military situation had become more critical than at any time since the Japanese surrender. Not only were the Central Armies taking back strategic positions on the fringes of the liberated areas, but a strong detachment of Yan Shishan's provincial army was simultaneously driving across the heart of southwest Shanxi in an effort to seize as much of the autumn harvest as could be carried away before the peasants had a chance to hide it. This detachment had already reached Hsinchang, only 45 miles to the south, and was expected to attack Changchi within a matter of days. The People's Liberation Army, heavily engaged on other fronts, let Yan's troops come. This was one of the successful tactics for breaking encirclement worked out by Mao Zedong in the 1930s. Armies that could not easily be smashed by frontal attack were allowed to drive deep into a liberated area, tempted to overextend themselves, and then, under constant and clever harassment, forced to withdraw or face piecemeal annihilation under the combined attacks of local and regular forces quickly concentrated for the counterattack. Villages in the path of such a drive prepared for temporary occupation by hiding all grain and valuable property, by sending their women and children deeper into the mountains, and by mobilizing their young men for harassing action. Experienced leaders had seen this work out time and time again, but peasants, facing reoccupation for the first time, could hardly help but feel nervous. The gentry, on the other hand, assuming that the advance of their armies signified a turn in their fortunes, openly threatened people with reprisal, arranged to fire black shots in the night, and joyously looked forward to a change of sky. Strange happenings set the whole village on edge. A militiaman left a meeting early one night because he was not feeling well. As he stepped out onto the main street, he found the village lying quiet under a crescent moon. Only the lone sentries, out of sight at the edge of the field, still moved about. Looking south, the sick man saw, or thought he saw, a figure squatting in a dark corner where a side alley ran off from the street. He walked toward the place. Nothing moved. He shouted. There was no answer. Then he took his gun from his shoulder, cocked it with a loud click, pointed it at the man, or the shadow, he wasn't sure which, and called out, "I'll shoot." The shadow suddenly came to life. Before the militiaman could move a muscle, the sound of running feet in the alley made clear that a hostile intruder had escaped. A few days later, the majority of the militia went to Li Village Gulch for a training session. 7 men stayed behind. 4 of them kept watch in the north, south, east and west, while 3 who were sick slept in the temple that was their headquarters. These were Kitsai, vice head of the village, who had syphilis, and 2 rank-and-file corpsmen who suffered from itching sores of the skin. In the middle of the night, Kitsai heard loud knocking on the street side of the wall. He moved quietly to the compound wall, slid along it, and peered through the crack between the 2 halves of the wooden gate. There stood a man carrying at his waist a bright object that looked like a pistol. Kitsa, I asked the man why he knocked. The reply came in a dialect that was unintelligible. Kitsa, I repeated the question twice but received no further answer. Then he ordered the man to leave. The stranger made no move to go. Finally Kitsa pulled the pin on a grenade and threw it over the wall. The nocturnal visitor left in a hurry and was never seen again. Unable to explain these incidents and fearful lest the gentry, with the help of enemy infiltrators, might actually be preparing a conspiracy in the village, Tian Ming ordered a nightly check-up of the homes of all rich peasants and landlords, all important ex-collaborators and all Catholics implicated in the escape of father-son. In the middle of the night militiamen made their rounds in pairs, knocked on the doors of all suspects, ordered the occupants to let them in, and searched the premises for unregistered guests, leaflets, weapons, or other signs of counter-revolutionary activity. At the same time the village government, under instructions from the party and government leaders of Lukeng County, launched a hide the grain movement to prevent seizure of the autumn harvest should the enemy troops advance that far. Thousands of families dug pits in the ground or found caves in the hills where they could store their crops and possessions. They also arranged with more isolated villages for temporary shelter for their women and children. Some peasants went even further. They were so frightened that they secretly sent back to landlord families the property and clothing they had received in the distribution, or they began to pay a little rent for the use of expropriated land. The wife of one village chairman even hired herself out as an unpaid servant in an ex-landlord's household in return for a promise of protection when the gentry again took power. All this was known as Ming Fen and Pu Fen, or take the fruits in the light, return them in the dark. In the face of this spreading panic, the Communist Party took steps to strengthen morale and prevent the return of fruits in the dark. Through the Peasants' Association they extended the Hide the Grain movement into a movement to examine FANSHEN. The situation of every family in regard to land and property was again reviewed. Those who had secretly returned property were urged to take it back. The method of breaking an encirclement by temporarily yielding territory while mobilizing all the forces of the people to combat the enemy was clearly explained to all. Unity will certainly defeat the counter-offensive became the slogan of the day. What began in the fall of 1946 as a defensive move was soon transformed by the village cotters and more active poor peasants into a third-grade offensive against the gentry. Under the slogan Pu Ta Lo Shui Kao, Paochi Lai Yao Liao Shao, if you don't beat down the drowning dog, he'll jump out and bite your hand, all the remaining members of the families already under attack were again brought before public meetings. Their last remaining wealth was demanded. With the enemy troops so close at hand and the threat of counter-revolution growing day by day, the campaign was more than ever charged with emotion and marred by excessive violence. Since, by this time, there was no more land, housing, or ordinary property left that could be confiscated, buried silver and gold became the main objective of the active peasants. This time the ancestral tombs of all the prominent families were dug open and searched for valuables. The tireless treasure seekers left the yellow subsoil piled in scattered heaps around the gaping holes where underground vaults had been found. Carved obelisks of granite and marble lay like scattered dominoes where they fell. So numerous were the rifled tombs that the whole countryside seemed to have been bombarded at random by huge shells. These scars inflicted on the land itself in bold defiance of all superstition demonstrated to all who passed that the poor had indeed turned over. To the gentry, this earthly resurrection of their ancestors was an affront which in their wildest nightmares they had never dreamed possible. But it was the living, not the dead, who really felt the bite of the poor peasants' angry blows. In many cases the living, at least those among the living who still remained in the village, were women. Hence it was they who bore the brunt of this final attack. The gentry wives astonished the peasants by their fierce resistance and contempt for pain. All you had to do to make a man talk was to heat an iron bar in the fire, a militiaman told me years later, but the women were tougher. They would rather die than tell us where their gold was hidden. Burning flesh held no terror for them. If they weakened at all, it was in the face of threats to their children. In the long run, however, even the gentry women were no match for the aroused peasants. One after another they were forced to confess where they had hidden the last of their family wealth. Cache after cache of money, silk, embroidered clothes, and jewels was discovered. Each new discovery so angered and excited the people that the campaign mounted in intensity with each passing day. In January, the wealthy landlord Sheng Qingho had himself turned over to the peasants over $500 in coins. Then he ran away. In July, his wife surrendered another $400 and a golden boat. Then she fled with her children. Only the sister-in-law remained in the village. During this third campaign she yielded up another $1,000. Nobody believed that this was the full extent of Qingho's buried wealth, but the sister-in-law, even when tortured, would reveal no more. $200 were confiscated from Zhou Meisheng, the chief of staff of the puppet government, before he too ran away. No gold, but quantities of fine silk and woolen clothes were found in the vaults that belonged to Hsu Chenpiang, the absentee general. His sister led the peasants to them to save her own life. The enemy advance that created the extraordinary tension of this third wave of assault did not get beyond Hincheng after all. As the military crisis eased, the Peasants' Association in Longbao, frustrated by the fact that no major new sources of wealth could be found and unable to single out any more families that could legitimately be called exploiters even under the three-generation rule, gradually dropped the campaign altogether. This brought an end to the expropriations inspired by the May 4 directive. The land equalization campaigns of the summer and fall of 1946 were disappointing to the poor peasant activists who had manned them. When all the fruits were divided, there were still many families who felt that they had not truly FANSHENed. Nevertheless, the shared wealth did strengthen to a certain extent the ability of the community to produce. The land poor gained approximately 80 acres of tillable soil and scores of sections of housing. More important than real estate, however, was the treasure unearthed. The silver, the gold, and the jewelry extracted from the once affluent gentry amounted to over $4,000 in value. When distributed among 200 families, each got approximately $20, or a year's earnings for a hired man. Most of this money was immediately converted into means of production by the peasants who received it. An indication of this was the sharp rise in the number of draft animals in the village. Within a few months, large livestock increased from 71 to 103 head, a 45% jump that was the result of cash-in-hand expeditions to other regions to buy stock. Carts, plows, seeders, and other implements also increased. Checking on the accomplishments of the land reform movement at this time, the Communist Party Committee of Lekeng County found that feudal landholding and feudal political power had been effectively destroyed throughout the 5 districts under its supervision. It also found that the means of production had been broadly redistributed and was consequently satisfied that the goals of the May 4 directive had been achieved. The county committee therefore turned its attention to the next big problem on the agenda: how best to put the liberated wealth and resources of the county to work, how best to stimulate production. The general welfare of the people, the ability to provide sufficient support for the armies defending the revolution at the front, and the ability of the economy to survive the strains of the blockade imposed by Chiang Kai-shek, all this depended on the success of the production movement. 22. Organizing production. For thousands of years a system of individual production has prevailed among the peasant masses, under which a family or household makes a productive unit. This scattered individual form of production was the economic foundation of feudal rule and has plunged the peasants into perpetual poverty. The only way to change the state of affairs is gradual collectivization, and the only way to bring about collectivization is, according to Lenin, through cooperatives. Mao Zedong. Splashed on a Longbao wall in whitewashed ideographs larger than a man was the slogan, "The battle for production is as vital as the battle at the front." In a courtyard behind these words 4 women wound the warp on a loom. From a nearby doorway came the Perry's tent hum of spinning wheels in motion. The sound was created by a mother, 2 daughters, and a small son sitting cross-legged on grass mats and spinning as if their very lives depended on it. An older woman in the same room threw a shuttle back and forth over a clacking wooden loom. She caught the tapered block as it emerged and tossed it back again almost faster than the eye could register. Out on the street numerous small children wound thread on shuttles as they ran about. In their wandering they had to duck between clusters of donkeys and mules that almost blocked all traffic through the village center. These animals, equipped with pack saddles, were about to be led off to the mines at Yellow Mill. There they would pick up coal and haul it to Changchi. In charge were two peasants of a mutual aid production group whose members made the animals available for transport work while they themselves were preoccupied with other tasks. Keeping a watchful eye on the pack animals were several boys with small iron forks and wide wicker baskets shaped like clam shells. Into these baskets they deftly gathered any manure dropped by the animals and carried it off to their father's cistern where it supplemented the family store of night soil and promised an increase in next year's crop. Peddlers pushed with difficulty down the crowded street. Here a man with a heavy load of pottery balanced on a high-wheeled barrow sold the produce of a mutual aid group in Lycan, a county town more than 40 miles to the east. There a lean hawker shouldered a carrying pole laden with slabs of ink individually wrapped in coarse yellow paper. He too represented a mutual aid group made up of 10 poor peasants in Wuhan County who made writing materials in the slack season. In the village square, carts from the mountain counties laden with coal, ore, hemp, dried persimmons, walnuts, live pigs, wool, and other highland products on their way to southern markets locked hubs with similar carts from the Yellow River Valley laden with reed mats, bamboo chairs, raw bamboo poles, and other lowland produce bound for the mountains. Every table in the village inn was jammed with carters. They consumed great bowls of broth in which floated strips of mutton and fat cracklings obtained from the fat-tailed sheep that were the property of still another mutual aid group. By marketing their meat locally the group members earned far more than they would have by taking it to the county town. The men eating the broth carried with them tales of production achievements from widely scattered villages and unconsciously stimulated further mutual aid efforts in the communities through which they passed. Such variety and intensity of productive effort had never before been experienced, certainly not within living memory. The boom could be attributed to two main sources. On the one hand, it was the natural result of the fact that every peasant had, at last, some land to till, some equipment with which to work, and the prospect of a good crop. The fact that the crop would go into his own jars and bins and not into the storerooms of some landlord or usurer greatly enhanced the incentive to produce. The increased yields that resulted expanded per capita income and with it purchasing power. This in turn stimulated the rebirth of hundreds of slack-season handicraft products which again in their turn increased both income and purchasing power. On the other hand, the boom was stimulated by the planned policies and determined organizing effort of Communist Party committees, government administrators, financial institutions, and the leaders of mass organizations at all levels. Mutual aid groups for labor exchange on the land and the pooling of resources for subsidiary occupations did not simply appear. They were organized and promoted on a vast scale. The whole purpose of the land distribution, as envisioned by the Communist Party, was to remove the fetters that bound production, to release the energy and enthusiasm of the peasants, and to lay the basis for a transition from individual labor based on an individual economy to collective labor based on a collective economy. Once the question of land ownership was settled, the mutual aid movement, the embryonic form of cooperation in production, was considered to be the key to progress in the rural areas. Mao spoke many times of the two great organizings, organized to overthrow feudalism and organized to increase production. One without the other was futile. Mutual aid, labor exchange, and cooperation in production were impossible on any large scale as long as landlord-tenant relations predominated. Where one man owned all the means of production, the land, the implements, and the draft animals, and the other man owned only his own two hands, there were no grounds for getting together. There was no basis for exchange. The rich man simply hired the poor man. Once the sharp attack on the landlords and rich peasants had created a community in which all families held approximately equal amounts of land, implements, and livestock, mutual aid, labor exchange, and cooperation began to sprout up on every side. In the Taihang Mountains in 1946 and 1947, mutual aid was not only relatively easy to initiate, it was absolutely necessary if the peasants were to produce at all. There simply were not enough carts, donkeys, oxen, cedars, or even iron hoes to go around. In order to produce, people had to share. Mutual aid was necessary for still another reason. Primitive as the means of production were, no family could afford to have a complete set of the implements and draft animals necessary for production. One good mule could farm 20 acres. But no family owned as much as 20 acres, or even half that much. The largest holding in all of Longbao was a little more than 8 acres for a family of 9 people. Even this large family could not use all the productive capacity of one mule. If they had tried to keep a mule and a cart and a plow and a harrow and a seeder, the capital investment would have been grossly out of proportion to the production possible on 8 acres of land. Therefore a family that owned a mule was not likely to own the other essential implements, not even a cart, even though the latter was used as much for transport on the roads as it was for agriculture. Since there were not enough draft animals and implements to go around, and since the land holdings were too small to engage efficiently any complete set of equipment, it was essential that people get together, swap and share what they had, and help each other out. Labor exchange, which had existed in China for thousands of years on a spontaneous but limited basis, suddenly became a great agricultural movement. Yang Chengsheng, a landowning Longbao peasant with a large family to feed, led the best organized local mutual aid group. Starting with 5 families who joined together of their own accord in 1946, it soon grew to include 22 families who owned a total of over 80 acres of land. Among the earlier members were 4 soldiers dependents and 2 families without able-bodied members who had been left out by other groups. But even this dead weight did not dampen enthusiasm. The group produced so well that new families constantly applied for membership. As finally constituted, the 22-family constellation mustered 12 able-bodied men, 2 half-labor power children, and 2 half-labor power old people for field work. In spite of the fact that they had a very large area to till per man, they were always the first to finish any work, whether planting, plowing, hoeing, or harvesting. This was because they got along well and helped each other out, not only in the fields but also in solving all problems of livelihood. For example, Li Pianming, the peasant who was director of public affairs for the whole village, fell sick just at planting time. He was not able to get up off his kayang. The group met to discuss what to do and decided that they would tend his land without asking anything in return as long as he was sick. They agreed that they would not even accept meals in his home. At the same time, because Li Pianming was short of grain, the group loaned him enough to tide him over until the summer harvest. Before Li got well, the first hoeing had been completed. The group told him that he could pay them back another year if he wanted to, but in fact they never recorded the work done and never demanded payment. Thus all of Li Pianming's problems were solved. This greatly encouraged the other members of the group, for they realized that if they were ever in trouble they too could get help. Their morale rose. They all worked harder than before and at the end of the year were chosen as the model team in the village. Aside from the fact that the members of Yang Chengsheng's team were good friends to begin with, they attributed their success to the fact that they organized well, met often, discussed every problem thoroughly and worked out a good system of keeping records so that the exchange of labor time balanced out in the long run. Yang never tried to tell the group what to do. When they met they talked things over and only when they agreed did they act. They always tilled the land of soldiers' dependents first, asking only their meals in return. Families without manpower paid wages for all work done, but the group did not demand that these wages be paid at once. Those who had no grain could wait until after the harvest to settle up. A committee of 4 was elected to report on all hours put in and on all exchanges of implements and draft power. One member who could write and figure on the abacus was appointed to tally up the accounts. At the end of every period, that is, planting, hoeing, harvesting, etc., a balance sheet was drawn up and a settlement made. Everyone paid up what he owed except those who were in difficult circumstances and needed more time. This satisfied all participants and helped to maintain morale at a high level. The group met briefly every evening to plan the next day's work. When the cocks began to crow before dawn, no time was wasted in consultation. Everyone went straight to the field without having to be called. When the 6 animals possessed by the group members were not needed in the fields, they were taken by their owners on transport work that was individually planned and executed. In other words, the group did not try to pool all the activities of its members. They worked together where the advantage was greatest and went their separate ways where that was more suitable. To add to their winter production, they pooled their resources to set up a bean curd plant. They hired an old peasant, Chun, who had just come from the old people's home in the Catholic compound at Cow Settlement, to work there full-time. In the fall of 1947, elections were held throughout the Taihang for model peasants and workers. Among the 6 chosen to go from Longbao to the district elimination meeting was Yang Chengsheng. None of the Longbao contingent was chosen to represent the district at the county or border region level. Nevertheless, the meeting did inspire them to organize further production groups. When Yang returned, he and the Longbao blacksmith, Huan Chao, helped to set up a cooperative carpentry shop. The village still held a sizable quantity of wood that had been confiscated from the gentry but had not been distributed. It also had available more than 100 pounds of iron. This wood and iron, plus some tens of thousands of border region dollars, 1,000 equals $1, US currency, were loaned by the village office to Chengsheng and Huan Chao as operating capital. All the carpenters in the village were invited to join them. 11 of the 14 agreed to come in. Together with Huan Chao the blacksmith, and Li Laosu the stonemason, this constituted a membership of 13. Whenever work was slack on the land, these 13 gathered in one of the big empty rooms of the foreign house, as the big brick compound formerly owned by absentee General HSU was known, and fashioned things of wood: shovels for use in winnowing grain, hubs for cart wheels, cart bodies, chairs, tables. At first they were not able to make whole wheels because Huan Chao did not know how to fashion or shrink on the iron hoops that held the wheel together. But a request for help was sent to the County Workers' Union and 2 experts were immediately assigned to Longbao to teach Huan Chao all that he needed to know. They stayed for a month, made sure that the blacksmith learned the whole process from beginning to end, and then returned to Lekang. The co-owners of the carpentry shop were paid on a point system according to their skill. The blacksmith got the most points, 98. The seasoned carpenters got 80 points. Li Laosu, who was really a stonemason, got 79 points, they were lenient with him because he was poor, and one young apprentice got 48. From the total gross income of the shop, expenses were first subtracted. These included the wood, the iron, and the other materials used to make implements and carts, plus the food and fuel used to make the meals which the men shared while at work. 20% of the net income was then turned over to the village in payment for the capital put in from public funds. The remaining money was divided according to the points allotted each man. When the accounts were settled, the members found that they made only about 3 sheng of millet a day as against the 7 that could usually be earned by a good carpenter working on his own. This did not make them very happy, but they reasoned that anyway they had steady work. Many a carpenter, though he got 7 sheng a day, could not find work each day, and so in the long run came out no better. Granting credit also lowered their earnings. Since the purpose of the carpentry shop and of the whole production movement was to help poor peasants FANSHEN, these poor carpenters undertook to build carts and implements for many families that could not afford to pay cash. As a result, they had many accounts outstanding in both Longbao and other nearby villages. If they could collect all these funds, their earnings would almost double. There were even a number of prosperous peasants who had bought things that they could afford to pay cash for but hadn't because, they said, others don't pay, why should we? In spite of all these problems, the carpentry shop flourished, technique improved, orders grew, and more products were turned out each month. Wood supply soon ran low. Then the cooperators had to make a journey to Fu village in the distant western mountains, where they bought standing trees, cut them down with hand tools, and hauled them home by cart. Later, the logs were cut into boards and billets with buck saws, one man standing high in the air on top of the braced log while another man stood on the ground below him. Each day spent on such work earned the worker 3 sheng of millet. Mutual aid type organization was not confined to work on the land or to the labor of male craftsmen. Women also organized mutual aid groups, most of which concentrated on textile production. Because of the inroads of machine-made textiles in the previous decades, many wives and mothers no longer knew how or had never learned to make cloth from raw cotton in the home. The Women's Association therefore had to start from the beginning with a spinning and weaving class whose students, coming from dozens of families, lived together in the foreign house of General HSU, and learned by doing. Once the students became proficient, they transformed their class into a spinning and weaving group rather than return to their homes for individual production. This was because the women, young and old, found it much more congenial to work together in a large group than to sit isolated in their homes endlessly spinning or pushing a shuttle. Also, when one worked alone at home, it was easy to fall asleep early in the evening and thus shorten the hours of work. By meeting together, exchanging gossip, studying, and singing, the long evenings passed quickly and productively. Some husbands and fathers soon complained over the absence of their women from home for such extended periods. When complaints could no longer be ignored, the women compromised by working at home during the day and with the group in the foreign house in the evening. I have no record of the amount or value of the cotton cloth which this one large Longbow group created, but a similar group of 70 women in another Taihang village won region-wide recognition by producing enough textiles in one season to buy 55 sheep, 35 pigs, 2 draft animals, and farm implements worth $335 in U.S. currency. Almost as important as mutual aid in stimulating production was the new tax system introduced on the heels of land reform by the border region government. The new regulations, as they finally crystallized out of a very confused situation, constituted what was known as the proportionate single tax system with exemptions. The old tax system, when it did not simply take everything that police and troops could find, penalized the conscientious producer by demanding a fixed proportion of the actual crop harvested. The bigger the crop, the bigger the tax. The new tax system reversed this and rewarded the conscientious producer by basing its demands not on the actual crop harvested in the current year, but on the average amount harvested in previous seasons. What was taxed was not the land as such or the crop as such but standard mao. A standard mao was defined as any amount of land that yielded 10 TOU, 1 TOU equals 0.285 bushels, of millet. To determine how many standard mao a man possessed, one only had to calculate his annual average yield in TOU and divide by 10. The tax that he paid was set as a proportion of this standard. Anyone who worked hard, applied new methods and increased his yields, paid no tax on that part of the crop exceeding the fixed standard no matter how large it was, and this was true for a definite number of years. If, for instance, a peasant dug a well, irrigated his fields, and thereby doubled his crops, this made no difference at all to his tax base until 3 years had passed. Similar provisions rewarded other forms of effort such as reclamation. All crops grown on virgin land, land uncropped for more than 6 years, were tax-free for 3 years. Crops grown on reclaimed land, land uncropped for any period up to 6 years, were tax-free for 2 years. To guarantee that all families retained enough grain after taxes to survive, a matter with which the old regime had never concerned itself, the yield from 1 standard mao, or 2.85 bushels of millet per capita, was entirely exempted from all taxation. These exemption provisions were similar to the $600 exemptions of the United States federal income tax law. However, the border region tax regulations went the United States one better in this respect. Oxen and donkeys were granted an exemption equal to 40% of a standard mao, or 1.14 bushels of millet, while horses and mules were granted 70%, or 1.9 bushels, thus guaranteeing a minimum of food for livestock as well as for their masters. The proportional features of the law also paralleled the United States income tax provisions. Families harvesting an average amount of land per capita paid 25 caddies of millet, or approximately 20% of the yield on all taxable standard MAU, but families who held more than the average amount of land and hence harvested more than the average paid a proportionately higher tax. Those who harvested twice the per capita average of the community paid as high as 40% of their income in taxes. Above this the rate did not go. A higher rate was hardly needed. After land reform there were very few households that harvested more than twice the per capita average. All of these features together, the exemptions, the standard MAU method of calculating the tax base, the deferred taxation of improvements and the proportionate increases for higher incomes combined to develop a tax system reasonable in the eyes of the peasants. It was clearly designed to guarantee subsistence, reward effort, and discourage laziness and neglect, and it definitely helped to stimulate a tremendous movement to improve and reclaim land and raise production. Before mutual aid and the new tax regulations could stimulate a truly mass movement, other important subjective and objective problems had to be overcome. Some people had to be convinced of the need for winter work. Having harvested from their own land more grain than they had ever seen before, they tended to be complacent. One peasant said, "In the past when I earned 2 bushels of millet and 3 of corn I thought I was well off. This year I harvested between 15 and 20 bushels and I said to myself that I would relax for a few months and enjoy myself and stop worrying about food and clothes." But a group of neighbors meeting to figure up family accounts soon stripped him of any illusions of prosperity. They found, after careful calculation, that in order to live until spring he would need at least 5 bushels more than he had. A second peasant said, "There's no use figuring for me. There's no question but that in 1 year I have harvested enough food for 2. Skeptical neighbors added his totals and found that he hardly had enough grain to last the winter, not to mention salt, cooking oil, and other essential staples which still had to be bought. Other families, fully convinced of the need to produce, were discouraged by lack of capital. Here mutual aid, by pooling the meager resources of several poor families, solved part of the problem. But credit from the local co-op or the newly organized People's Credit Bank of Lukeng County was also important. The bank didn't wait for the peasants to come to it. Bank managers and clerks traveled through the villages of their neighborhoods and made first-hand surveys of the people's needs. The limited funds which they had to lend were thus channeled into the hands of those who needed them most. Traditional banking practices, such as loaning money only to good risks who could guarantee collateral, were sharply condemned by the revolutionary press, which gave wide coverage to the experience of Comrade Tzao of the Pingsoon Credit Bank. This energetic man personally visited every village served by his bank. In one hamlet he found 8 families who, although they had received some land and housing in the distribution, had no surplus whatever that they could use for winter production. 4 of them were soldiers' dependents and 2 were widows with children. He loaned each family 100,000 border region dollars, $35. They immediately invested these funds in a hemp shop and a transport brigade that provided work for all. They told Tzao, "Our government is really concerned with people. Now bankers bring money right to our homes and see to it that our problems are solved. We will do our best to produce." Just as the provision of credit was not left to the profit calculations of private entrepreneurs, so the supply of raw materials for spinning and weaving was not left to the vagaries of local weather and its influence on the cotton crop or to the ability of women and children with scant resources to purchase fiber. Ginned cotton from the plains of Hopi was advanced to mountain communities through their women's associations, thus guaranteeing a large spinning and weaving movement wherever hands lay idle. At the same time, the dampening influence of middlemen's high profits and speculatory manipulations was mitigated by the creation of a vast network of village-controlled and financed consumer cooperatives. These popular institutions provided staples at low prices and an outlet for rural produce at a fair return. An expanding market was also greatly aided by the growth of transportation facilities. Easy credit stimulated transport by carrying pole, wheelbarrow, bicycle, pack animal, and 2-wheel cart. So did the improvement of roads and highways. Most striking of all was the construction of a narrow-gauge railroad which, under the direction of the embryonic Railroad Bureau of the Shanxi Hopi Honan-Shantung Border Region government, pushed halfway through the Taihang Mountains from the east. The new railroad was not the only form of public enterprise that grew up alongside the extensive private and cooperative forms already mentioned. The government also went heavily into mining, smelting, and munitions manufacture, to mention but a few important areas of public production. Even in Longbao a munitions plant was established that soon rivaled the community's two distilleries in size and volume of output. This produced nitrates from organic ash. The nitrates were used to arm the explosive shells that the People's Liberation Army was demanding in ever-increasing numbers. Changing tides at the front had brought massive windfalls of captured American equipment. Gradually the peasant-style rifle and hand grenade army was being transformed into a modern force that boasted both tanks and artillery. Twice a year, by government decree, every peasant in the 5th district was required to bring 5 caddies of ash to the new plant housed in an empty building on Longbao's eastern rim. For this ash the peasants were paid a standard price. The demand for organic ash soon mushroomed far beyond anything that could be satisfied by the embers of the peasants' cooking fires and stimulated an endless search for waste material. Over the hills and valleys of the district arose wisps of smoke that were visible for miles, as young and old burned the leaves, weeds, roots, and trash that would make it possible to blast Chiang Kai-shek, the old route of reaction, right out of Nanking. Whether or not Chiang Kai-shek could ever actually be blasted out of Nanking depended in large measure on the uninterrupted progress of this production movement and the solid basis which it alone could provide for a new politics and a new culture. Yet, as the months passed, many signs indicated that all was not entirely well on the home front. The full potential of the economy was being undercut by several negative trends, all of which arose from the same source: the very thoroughness with which the drive of the poor to FANSHEN had smashed down all feudal barriers and then gone on to level the tops and fill the holes. One of these trends involved a clear violation of policy. In spite of repeated warnings by the Central Committee, in spite of the clear language of the May 4 directive, the expropriation proceedings against the gentry had not stopped with feudal property. To the young activists in the villages, a landlord was a landlord, a rich peasant was a rich peasant, and an exploiter was an exploiter. They did not recognize any such phenomenon as a dual personality, a landlord capitalist, or a capitalist landlord. When they attacked, they took everything: land, housing, stock, tools, buried treasure, and also business ventures. As a consequence, in the whole of Lekeng County, very few enterprises of a private nature survived the 1946 campaigns. Most of them had either been destroyed by a division of their assets or had been taken over by various mutual aid groups to be run as cooperatives. The overall effect of such expropriations was to stifle private initiative, a drag on production which the underdeveloped state of the economy could ill afford. While cooperative efforts filled a great need, they could not, on their own, provide all the capital and incentive necessary to an all-around development of production. For this, private enterprise was considered essential. An even more serious drag on expansion was the growing reluctance of those families who had been attacked as exploiters and those of their more prosperous brethren who feared such an attack, to produce with zest. While the poor who had FANSHEN went at production with unprecedented enthusiasm, those who had helped to make their FANSHEN possible, or feared that they would be called upon to contribute to it later, hung back. The chive-cutting thought that had sprouted in the spring of 1946 spread with accelerated speed in the following fall and winter. At a time when the majority were doing their best to create wealth and make themselves as rich as Li Sun Ta, a substantial minority hesitated. They did only as much as was necessary to feed their families and guarantee another year's crop. In the meantime they waited to see what the shape of the future might be. Most serious of all was the political friction which the deepening of the expropriation drive and the broadening of its target produced. The excesses of the movement divided the peasants as surely as its overall objectives had united them. and it was this tragic division which served as seedbed for the growth of all kinds of abuses of power and arrogant misbehavior on the part of some leading cotters and militiamen when they began to be confronted with apathy and opposition from unexpected quarters. 23. Abuses of power. Some comrades have committed mistakes of commandism, adventurism, and closed-doorism. They did not believe that it was the masses who were emancipating themselves. Instead they stood above the masses to fight in their stead, to bestow emancipation on the masses, and to issue orders. Especially when doubt and dissatisfaction had arisen among the masses because of slogans that were too advanced or policies that were too left, they tried all the harder to carry on the work by issuing orders, by coercion, or even by punishment. Lu Xiao-Chi, May 1945. One autumn evening when the Beat Down the Drowning Dog campaign was at its height, the poor peasant Kuo Yuen Lung worked until after sunset on a plot of land in the middle of the fertile flat southwest of Longbao. This was the first piece of earth the lean young man had ever owned, and he spent every spare minute on it. On this particular evening he was busy pulling the stubble left behind from a crop of millet that had already been harvested. After uprooting the stubble clusters from the ground, he shook the dirt from the roots and piled the truncated clusters together so that he could carry them home for fuel. At the end of a row he straightened up to rest his tired back and heard KITSAI's megaphone magnified voice announcing another meeting. The strange sound came, as always, from the top of the church tower. What the meeting was about, who was to be settled with this time, it was difficult to make out. The only words that came clearly across the open fields at that distance were "Come to the meeting, everybody out meeting tonight." Your mothers, said Yuen Lung. Another meeting. Will there ever be an end to meetings? And he hummed a little jingle that he had heard that day from the disgruntled Li Hojian, Kuomintang Shui Tu, Kung Chantang Hui Tu. Under the nationalists too many taxes, under the communists too many meetings. They can meet without me tonight, he muttered. What's to come of all this anyway? There's nothing left to dig up, no oil left to find. We shake the trees again and again, but the fruits and nuts have already been knocked down and the branches are bare. Now that I have land I'd rather work it. Besides, I'm tired, he added as he leaned down to pick up the last pile of stubble and roots. He carried it across the field and added it to the huge bundle he had been collecting all afternoon. Swinging this enormous burden onto his back he headed down the path toward the village. In the semi-darkness, with only a faint glow in the sky behind him, Yuen Lung and his load looked like a haystack that had suddenly grown legs and started to walk. When he reached his own house, a low mud hovel on the very edge of the settlement, he dropped the roots and sat down for a moment to rest. He took a deep breath and shut his eyes. When he opened them, Wang Manshi, the militiaman, was standing in front of him. Didn't you hear the call to meeting? Asked Manshi in a menacing tone. I heard it, but I couldn't leave the stubble, said Yuen Lung, standing up and moving warily back a step. If you heard it, why aren't you there? Come along now, we want everybody, growled Manshi, moving toward Yuen Lung as Yuen Lung moved back. But I haven't eaten. Eat your mothers. A struggle meeting has already begun and you talk of eating. I'll teach you to eat, and with that Manshi hit him across the chest with the flat of his hand. Come on, get going. Manshi, though shorter than Yuen Lung, was far stronger. Over his shoulder he carried a rifle. Yuen Lung had no choice but to obey. He started out the gate. As he did so, Manshi gave him a kick and fell in behind him, swearing loudly. You donkey's penis. As if we didn't have trouble enough without rounding up slackers like you. Where do you think your FANSHEN came from? The Lord of Heaven. They had not gone far when Manshi told him to stop. The militiaman ducked into another courtyard and soon came out with a second poor peasant, old Pao, who had obviously been asleep. Under Manshi's orders the two proceeded down the alley. By the time they reached the main street, Manshi had collected 7 peasants. As they turned the corner and headed toward the square, they met another militiaman, Kunhsin, who came from the other side of the village with 5 more. In this manner a large crowd was brought together that night. What had happened? Why did the militiamen have to go out and round up a crowd? If the struggle was in the interest of the poor peasants, surely they would have been in the very front ranks of the gathering. A year earlier one could have attributed their reluctance to change of sky fears, but to say now that they were afraid would have been only a part of the story. Almost all these people had been very active during the winter and throughout the spring and summer. Why did they hang back in the fall? The reluctance of a growing number of landowning peasants and even many poor peasants to continue the struggle grew out of uncertainty in regard to the future. The tremendous gains brought by the anti-trader movement in 1945 and the settling accounts movement in early 1946 had not been matched by the campaigns of the following summer and fall. The expenditure of a vast amount of time and energy had pried loose a few much-needed dollars, but these dollars had by no means solved the problem of poverty or made any radical change in the overall FANSHEN situation. Many felt that the effort expended in mass meetings, interrogations, tearing down kyangs, and opening up tombs could more fruitfully have been spent weeding and hoeing, digging privies, and sinking wells. At a time when the Communist Party members and cadres of the village government might have been leading a production movement, they had been absorbed in a treasure hunt. Though the rewards of this hunt were not negligible, still the costs seemed far out of proportion. The damage inflicted in terms of people killed, households disrupted, buildings demolished, and graves uprooted could not be shrugged off. Meanwhile the tendency to lop off feudal tails raised specters that refused to be laid to rest. Where would it all end? Was anybody really safe? The peasants supported violence in smashing the old regime. But violence for loot alone, violence that was basically punitive, violence that turned on those who practiced it, turned out to be stark, senseless, repellent. Though no one in the village put it thus in so many words, such thoughts undoubtedly lurked in the recesses of their minds and made them draw back. Yet as more people drew back from active participation in new campaigns, the leaders began to push harder, and so a crack appeared between the dedicated revolutionaries and many rank-and-file peasants who had supported them wholeheartedly up until that time. The style of work that developed out of the cadres' attempt to keep things moving in spite of this growing rift was called commandism. Without realizing what was actually happening, many leading cadres in Longbao began to issue orders instead of educating and persuading people, and because most people obeyed these orders, some because they too thought the redundant attacks necessary, some because they always followed orders, and some because they dared not do otherwise, the leaders did not realize how much support they had lost. Those peasants who did not obey they condemned as backward swan lulute, or sour and slippery troublemakers who needed to be taught a lesson. Some of these were arrested, beaten, and punished with extra work for soldiers' families, or extra terms of rear service such as stretcher bearing or transporting supplies to the front. Some were even sent off to join the army, but since they went unwillingly the army wisely rejected them. The towering war tension of those months coupled with this emerging commandism created an atmosphere in which all the other weaknesses of the peasant cadres as revolutionary leaders took root and grew apace. The individualism, the lack of vision, the impetuosity which characterized these men and women as small producers began to manifest themselves in many of the ways Mao Zedong had outlined 20 years earlier. That strange dichotomy, slack discipline within the revolutionary ranks coupled with harsh measures to enforce obedience among the people as a whole, mushroomed to alarming proportions, and with it, vindictiveness, cliquism, loyalty to persons rather than to revolutionary principles, and ultimately hedonism leading to petty theft, evasion of public duty, widespread philandering, and even rape at the point of a gun. Abuses of power characteristic of the political machine of the old regime re-emerged, albeit still in pale reflection. But without that patina of wealth, leisure, culture, and tradition which had long served to obscure the basic violence of gentry rule, these new abuses paraded in stark relief against the background of the people's utopian dreams. The militia, on whom the main burden of each campaign fell, were quick to slide into certain habits well known to traditional upholders of law and order. They developed among themselves a battlefront psychology that served as justification for everything they were tempted to do. Since they spearheaded every drive, led in beating the struggle objects, poured out their sweat to dig up the kayangs, courtyards, and tombs of the old money bags, and above all, risked their lives through the long cold nights as they stood guard against counterattack, they felt entitled to special privileges. Many of them thought it unfair to receive no return for service to the people beyond the FANSHEN in which all shared. Among them were some who also thought it unfair to be judged by ordinary standards of morality. As heroes of the hour, these began in small ways to help themselves. When some article among the hundreds confiscated from the gentry caught their fancy, they took it when nobody was looking. If some comely woman aroused their passion, they seduced her if she was willing. If she were a struggle object, they took her whether she was willing or not. When asked to do their share of labor service, these men began by thinking up all kinds of excuses and ended up with outright refusals. They even shirked work for soldiers' families and prevailed upon their neighbors to go in their stead. Perhaps the most notorious practitioner of this type of abuse was Wang Manshi, the rank-and-file militiaman and Communist Party member who was known as the King of the Devils for his readiness to beat up the people's enemies. He had played a very important part in the anti-trader movement and the campaign against the gentry. Now, like the cop in the city marketplace who helps himself to the fruit in the stalls, Manshi took it for granted that the people owed him a few extras. The nighttime check UPS of the campaign against counter-revolution gave him ample opportunity to tip the scales in his own favor. Since the homes which he entered were almost all homes of struggle objects, he had no qualms about carrying off whatever suited him. He took 2 caddies of hemp seed from Li Paochin's house. From a widow's garden he helped himself to garlic and chives. He liked the fruit on Yu Xian's tree so well that he came back several times for more. In Xiao Lapchang's yard he not only picked ripe plums, but broke off a whole branch and carried it with him on his rounds. From Kuo Fukai, ex-puppet police chief, he took a beautiful dry gourd because it was so pretty. From another ex-puppet he took a ripe watermelon. When the man protested, he shut him overnight in the village lockup. When Manshi found a woman of gentry origin alone he took full advantage of his good fortune. Saying, "Bastard landlords, they took our women, why shouldn't we take theirs?" He raped one landlord's daughter, a visitor from another village, in the back court of his newly acquired home. Later he and another militiaman ordered the daughter-in-law of a local moneybags out of her neighbor's house on the grounds that no one was allowed to sleep away from home. Then they took her to an empty yard and forced themselves upon her. Manshi, on his own, approached the wife of the fugitive Qinming several times, threw stones over her wall, questioned her about her husband, and ordered her out to village meetings. He only failed in his plan to possess her because her neighbors lived so close to her back wall that they could hear every noise in her house. From being the scourge of the gentry it was an easy transition for Manshi to become the scourge of the average man. By rapid stages he developed many of the habits of the traditional village bully. When Li Pianming, the peasant in charge of public affairs, asked him to do rear service, Manshi swore at him, claimed that his ox was sick and sent him to see the poor peasant Lao Tsun instead. When Lao Tsun, for his part, also refused to transport grain, Manshi beat him up as a shirketer. Another time, when asked to transport grain, Manshi went grudgingly, took the straw and beans another man had set aside for the trip and, by depriving the other man's animal of feed, caused it to founder on the road. On that same trip he beat an honest poor peasant and threw his quilt on the floor because the fellow had the nerve to take for himself the only empty spot on an otherwise crowded kayang in the only inn in the village. Manshi refused to do his own share of work for soldiers' families, but became very angry when others were slack in this respect. He beat them and brought them to the village office for questioning. When it was his turn to stand guard over the fruits, Manshi also took a few items from the public warehouse. He stole a small mirror, a sickle, an umbrella, and a pack basket suitable for hauling grain on the back of a donkey. Later, when others wanted to borrow this basket from him, he refused to lend it, saying to himself, "Easy come, easy go." A militiaman who rivaled Man Shi for stubborn misbehavior was Shen Yusheng. He was a tall, raw-boned man with a dour disposition and a sad face already deeply lined before the age of 30. Although his father was a lifelong hired laborer, Yusheng had somehow managed to study 6 years in the village school, had learned to read and write, and had then peddled sugar for a living through several mountain counties. During the famine year, without any money with which to buy sugar, he worked in an industrial plant in Taiyuan. When Longbao was liberated, he was far from home. He returned empty-handed with nothing but rags on his back and not even a single quilt for a cover. Everything that he later acquired he owed to the revolution. From the Peasants' Association he first borrowed a pair of pants and a jacket. In the redistribution of collaborators' property he was given a quilt. When he went to the front as a stretcher-bearer, a women's sewing group made him the first pair of shoes he had worn in over a year. As the settling accounts movement gathered momentum he did well. He added an acre and a half to the original half-acre inherited from his father and received 4 sections of housing. He very early joined the militia. In the spring of 1946 he also joined the Communist Party. He did this because some of his closest friends were already members. Sudden prosperity, membership in a powerful party, and a rifle in his hand went to Yusheng's head. Like Man Shi, he craved women. A prostitute who had slept with him for money in the old days refused him when he came to her empty-handed. He twisted her arm and took her anyway. When a landlord's daughter rejected him, he arrested her and took her to the village office on charges of spreading false rumors. One night he broke into a poor peasant's home by prying open the lock with his knife and seduced the mistress of the house, who was sleeping there alone. The object of his attentions was Chin Chu's wife, an earthy woman of loose morals who had had many lovers over the years. Her husband was strong but cowardly, very slow-witted, dirty, and quarrelsome. It became almost a game in Longbao village to cuckold the heavy-browed, unhappy laborer and then taunt him about it afterward. In his rage all he dared do was beat his wife, a routine duty which he performed with gusto. For this harsh treatment she repaid him with never-ending nagging, quarrels over trifles, and continued unfaithfulness. Yusheng, who was still a bachelor, took a liking to Chin Chu's wife after that first night. He tried to persuade her to leave Chin Chu and marry him, a very serious crime in the eyes of the villagers who were willing to overlook much licentious behavior, but never the breakup of a marriage. In order to have time alone with Chin Chu's wife, Yusheng ordered Chin Chu out to all public meetings and then slipped back to the house himself. When there were no meetings, he brazenly carried on his flirtation in Chin Chu's presence. One winter night he broke the door open, complained that his hands were cold and put them under Chin Chu's quilt to warm them. There he kept them for more time than it takes to eat a meal. When Yusheng left that night, Chin Chu beat his wife so cruelly that she woke all the neighbors with her cries. Although Shen Yusheng was himself head of the production committee of the Peasants' Association, the more important he became, the lazier he got. He swore at others when they worked badly on cooperative projects, but did as little as possible himself. Once he was asked by Fu Yuan, the village head, to organize a group to work on the land of a soldier's family. The soldier's mother sent hot food to the field early in the morning so that the men would have something to eat when they arrived, but nobody came to eat all day. Yusheng had simply ignored the request. When the peasant Chao Chun refused to loan Yusheng his cart, the latter attacked him and took it anyway. Whenever Yusheng saw Chun, manager of the bean curd plant set up through mutual aid, peddling bean curd on the street, he popped a piece of the curd in his mouth to try out the flavor, but he never bought any and never paid for what he ate. When Chun finally lost patience and refused to give him any more free samples, Yusheng felt insulted. He broke into Chun's home at night and stole several pounds of the newly made curd. The other members of the mutual aid group thought Chun himself had stolen it and questioned him sharply. The quarrel that ensued almost broke up the group. Both Yusheng and Man Shi were rank-and-file militiamen. Though they were the worst behaved, they were not the only ones who did as they pleased. The question arises, why didn't the Corps keep its members in line? Why didn't the militia captain call them on the carpet and discipline them? If Chiang Chang-tzu, the founder and first captain of the Corps, had remained in the village, he might well have done so, for he was a dedicated and conscientious man. But this very dedication caused him to volunteer for the army in the very first recruiting drive. When he left for the front, Li Hung-er took his place as captain. Li Hung-er was young, active, and eager. He was a brave leader of men in action, but like many in his command felt entitled to special privileges after having faced danger. This weakness was aggravated by a liking for high living and beautiful women that was stronger even than that of his most susceptible subordinate. Since he himself spent his evenings courting other men's wives, it was unrealistic to expect that he would hold his colleagues in check or maintain high personal standards before the Corps in other respects. Hung-er, with a German lugger on his hip, a white sash around his waist, and a sparkling white towel on his closely shaven head, cut a dashing figure. He knew well how to charm young women and also how to bully them when necessary. He courted 5 or 6 mistresses at a time and kept them in line by making them jealous of one another. One of his first affairs was with Chow Chhuani, the young wife who feared that her family would be attacked as rich peasants. Since her husband was away most of the time working the family holdings on the western mountains, she had plenty of opportunity for casual flirtation. Later Hung-er took a liking to Tzuying, the very attractive bride of a recent recruit to the People's Liberation Army. Since it was an arranged match between two young people who had never set eyes on each other, the bride had no particular attachment to her soldier husband and was much flattered by Hung-er's attentions. Hung-er arranged for her to move out of her in-laws' one-room house into the quarters of a second soldier's bride who had a room of her own. There he visited her night after night. For variety he seduced the hostess too. The latter was afraid to protest because, as Tzuying said, Hung-er is a king in this village. If you displease him he might mobilize the whole of Horse Square against your father's family since they are so prosperous. Later, still another young woman caught Hung-er's eye. Her name was Fui and her husband was a member of the militia under Hunger's command. Hung-er arranged for him to depart on a long trip and then went to Fui with the announcement that now everything is convenient for us. When the girl's aunt came to stay, Hung-er sent her home. When Fui remonstrated that this open flaunting of convention might arouse the village against her, Hung-er ordered her to be happy. When she wept instead, he beat her. When Fui's husband returned, Hung-er arranged for her to join the weaving class sponsored by the Women's Association. Since the students all lived and worked together in the foreign house at the south end of the village, Hung-er was able to visit his mistress there every night. When the girl expressed fear that Hu Shuechen, the head of the Women's Association, might discover their liaison, the militia captain said, "She dare not oppose me. She's in the palm of my hand." In order to cut a more dashing figure, Hung-er was not above taking a few items from the public warehouse. Chief among these was a pair of spectacles which he thought made him look cultured, an attribute he most certainly lacked at the time. He also took a fountain pen and a pair of brightly colored socks. Gifts for his favorites of the moment cost money, and since in the winter he had little produce that he could sell for cash, he took what he needed from the village stores. Once he took a large jar of salt. Salt, in that saltless region, was as good as silver dollars. The salt taken by Hung-er had been confiscated from Chief of Staff Zhou Meisheng, who had himself grafted it from the public supplies when he was a puppet official. When the keeper of the warehouse found the salt missing and raised a hue and cry, Hung-er lined up the whole militia and demanded to know who had stolen the salt. Since Manshi had stood guard that day, the weight of suspicion fell most heavily on him and no denial on his part did much good because of his already established reputation for carrying away property. Thus did Hung-er, to cover up his own misdeeds, reward Manshi, his most active corpsman, faithful follower and partner in many an amorous escapade. Hung-er and Manshi were so close, in fact, that they had swapped sisters in marriage. With such close personal and family ties, one could hardly expect that Hung Er would supervise or correct Man Shi's behavior or vice versa. Hung Er, Man Shi, and Yuxing were not only militiamen, they were also communists. Why didn't the party branch criticize them, make them correct their behavior, or expel them? As a matter of fact, Fu Yuan and Tian Ming did make efforts to reform all the wayward and especially to reform Hung Er, who was setting a bad example for the whole militia. Several times he was brought before the branch executive committee and criticized for his rascal affairs. When confronted with his transgressions in open meeting, Hung Er was very contrite, apologized for bringing disgrace to the party, swore that he would correct his behavior and promised to hold the militia in check in the future. But within a few days he seemed to forget his promises and returned to his old ways. When Tian Ming criticized him privately, Hung Er became angry and swore at him for a meddler. Both Tian Ming and Fu Yuan found it hard to make a big issue of loose morals because they themselves were also involved in illicit affairs. Until they found the strength to give up their own liaisons and learn to lead by example, they could not hope to have too much influence along such lines. Yu Lai, the deputy leader of the Peasants' Association, made this point clear. This very selfish and quarrelsome man took over a privy that had already been allocated to another peasant, Enfeng. When Fu Yuan criticized Yu Lai for occupying Enfeng's privy, Yu Lai retaliated with direct action. He came to Shi Xiumei's home at night with several of the militia and arrested Fu Yuan as he slept with her on the Kiang. Thus was Fu Yuan ridiculed before the whole village. He found it difficult to criticize others after that. 24. The blackmail of Wang Yulai. Certain persons, when solving all kinds of concrete problems, place their personal interests above the party's interests, or they are always worrying about their personal gains and losses, weighing their personal interests, or they engage in jobbery, taking advantage of party work to achieve certain personal aims, or they attempt to pay off their personal grudges against other comrades on the pretext of a question of principle, or of party interests. Lu Xiao Chi, 1942. Ironically, it was Wang Yulai, vice chairman of the Peasants' Association, who was responsible for the worst abuses of power, abuses which were of a very different order from the petty transgressions and excesses of a Man Shi or a Yuxing, however crude these might be. The ex-bandit, ex-Catholic Yulai developed a system all his own for gradually extending his power and influence until he became the most hated man in liberated Longbao. His method was as old as politics, the witch hunt. Even though Tian Ming, chairman of the party branch and director of public security, was responsible for all anti-agent work and asked no help from Yulai, the latter, who was neither a communist nor a policeman, set himself up as a one-man investigation committee, security guard, and arbiter of political loyalty. He prowled around alone at night checking on the state of law and order and accused all those with whom he quarreled of having secret liaison with the Kuomintang. It was he, more than any other cadre, who put the agents' caps on Catholics' heads and then used these caps and the threat of punishment that went with them to buttress his own position. By such activity Yulai impressed the district leader, a worried man who was glad to see such zeal, especially from an ex-Catholic. At the district leader's suggestion, Yulai's son, Wen Te, was transferred from the militia to public security work. In the fall of 1946, Wen Te became Tian Ming's assistant. Thus, through the back door, Yulai gained a foothold that he had been unable to establish through the front door, an official connection with police work. Since his son, Wen Te, was very much under his influence, it was as if Yulai himself had been appointed to assist Tian Ming. Like most self-appointed guardians of political purity, Yulai apparently believed that he was really saving the community from counter-revolution. When he went to the county seat on an animal buying expedition, he boasted that he had single-handedly turned Longbao upside down. "I can discover enemy agents without even putting on my spectacles," he declaimed, before a skeptical audience at a street corner mutton soup stand. "My beard is a high official's beard, and whoever is ordered by me to die must die." So saying, he scowled the fierce, eyebrow-clashing scowl for which he was famous, and looked intently at the faces in the crowd in front of him as if about to pick out an enemy agent right then and there. During those fateful months of late 1946, when nationalist troops were driving on Changchi and many persons truly expected a change of sky, there was some truth to Yulai's boast that he had turned the village upside down. More than 20 peasants came under suspicion through his efforts alone, and though none of them was officially investigated, charged with any crime, or sentenced to punishment, they were subject to constant harassment, detentions, questioning, and discrimination in day-to-day affairs. If Yulai had any doubts about his self-proclaimed mission, they were easily stilled by the gains that accrued to him personally while his anti-agent campaign lasted and his colleagues still believed his accusations. He silenced all critics and solved all personal problems in the same monotonous manner. When he was criticized for refusing to do rear service, he attacked his critic as an agent. When one of his neighbors questioned some joint production accounts, that neighbor was declared an agent. When the parents of his sons bought and paid for fiancé tried to delay the wedding because their daughter was underage, he called them agents too. This latter accusation and the forced marriage that resulted became a famous case in Longbao and led eventually to Yulai's own removal as a cadre. The girl, Shen Qianyi, was without question the most beautiful teenager in the village. She had perfectly proportioned features, lips like twin cherries, jet black almond eyes under thin arched brows, a glowing olive complexion set off by a delicate cascade of bangs that reached halfway down her forehead and a long black braid that hung to the middle of her back. Her feet, though unbound, were small as many bound feet, and her hands, delicate and slim-fingered, moved with the grace of a butterfly in flight. Animating this outward beauty was an irrepressibly saucy spirit, full of song, laughter, temperament, and mischief. Qianyi was like some mountain flower, exquisite in shape and bright in color, that had somehow blown in and managed to blossom amid the dirt and squalor of the dilapidated, war-wrecked community. There was no man so old, so sick, or so busy that he did not turn his head when she went by. Yulai did not need his glasses to spot feminine beauty any more than he needed them to unearth alleged subversion. He had picked out Qianyi for his son during the famine year when she was still a little girl and had offered her father, Shen Shili, $90 and 40 caddies of millet in return for a promise that she would become Wen Ti's bride when she came of age. On that money and grain Shili kept his family alive through the terrible winter of 1942. In 1946, although the girl was still only 14, Yulai demanded that she marry his son without delay. Shili refused to let her go. Yulai demanded his money back with interest. Shili set out to raise the money. Afraid of losing the girl, Yulai changed his tactics and accused Shili of being an enemy agent. Since the poor man had actually helped father's son escape and was among those Catholics who returned to the church at Horse Square for Mass on that famous Easter Sunday, it was not hard to make this accusation stick. Yulai arrested Shili, strung him up and beat him with a mule whip until he himself confessed that he was in fact an agent. To make doubly sure, Yulai also arrested Shili's nephew, He Xiao, a boy from Huaquan, where Shili had originally lived and where his daughter, Qianyi, was born. He Xiao was beaten by Wen Ti until he confirmed the story told by his uncle. Then Yulai put it up to Shili either give up his daughter or face investigation by the county police. Shili agreed to the match. When Wen Ti took his fiancée to the district office for a marriage license, he told her to lie about her age if she valued her father's life. She said she was 16. The license was issued and the marriage duly consummated by carrying the bride to her husband's home in a red sedan chair. Once they had her there, her husband and father-in-law never let the captive beauty out of the house. They worked her like a slave in the traditional manner and beat her frequently. Because Yulai had such power in the village, even the Women's Association dared not intervene. Yulai's closest neighbor, Chouhar, had reason to believe that the father and son beat the young bride most severely when she rejected her father-in-law's advances. Chouhar told some of his cronies what he suspected. When wind of this got back to Yulai, he sent his son, Wen Ti, to thrash Chou Har. The son did his job well. He beat the old man with a plow handle until he fell unconscious, and when Chou Har came to on the ground, Wen Te beat and kicked him some more. From that day onward Chou Har also wore an agent's cap. Seeing just how ruthless Yu Lai could be, the Cotters all gave him a wide berth. Since nobody could positively prove that his charges were false, and since it was common knowledge that counter-revolutionary conspiracies did exist, Yu Lai's growing blackmail went unchallenged for a long time. When the vice-chairman of the Peasants' Association issued orders, people thought twice before refusing them. Early in 1947, Chang Tianming, Shi Fuyuan and Chang Kitsai, the three most able and experienced cotters in the village, left Longbao to help organize land reform and winter production in other communities. The promotion of these three to full-time district work no doubt strengthened the administration of the 5th district as a whole, but it was a severe blow to progress in Longbao itself. The men who replaced the three all lacked prestige, experience, and political understanding. Either they were wanting in strength of character or else they were very self-interested. Not only did they prove unable to reform the political climate, but under their novice leadership all the excesses, transgressions, and abuses of power characteristic of the militia under Hung Er, and the political blackmail carried on by Yu Lai and his son grew to even more alarming proportions. The tall, handsome Hsin Fa, who had for some time been educational director of the militia without achieving any remarkable results, replaced Tianming as secretary of the party branch. Unlike Tianming, however, he did not have the prestige of an underground anti-Japanese fighter to draw upon in leading the people. Nor was he strong-willed enough to make a fight for the principles in which he believed. He preferred rather to keep on good terms with everyone and become known as a Lao Hao Gen or Old Good Fellow. Chun Shi, the hired laborer, who had refused for a long time to join the attack on the gentry because of his love for his former employer's daughter-in-law, was chosen to take Fu Yuan's place as village head. He not only lacked prestige, he lacked confidence in his own ability, wanted above all the good opinion of others, and therefore, although he worked hard, was unable to criticize, correct, or lead others. An older man, Wang Shiyu, a close friend of Wang Yulai, replaced Kitsai as deputy village head. Shiyu had been active in all the campaigns of the settling accounts movement but at heart was a self-seeker. His father had exploited the whole village in the old days as a licensed middleman, a person officially designated to act as a go-between in business transactions, extracting a commission whether or not he performed any service. Perhaps because of this background Shiyu still exhibited a strong tinge of middleman's opportunism on which he relied to advance his personal fortunes at the expense of the rest of the community. Yu Lai's son, Wen Te, by a natural promotion, took Tianming's place as head of public security. He was very young, very strong-willed, very interested in women. He outdid even Hung Er with his liaisons and very much under the influence of his father. With Wen Te's promotion, Yu Lai's foothold in police work soon became a stranglehold upon it. Hung Er, with all the faults previously mentioned, remained captain of the militia. This left Wang Yulai, still deputy chairman of the Peasants' Association, as the oldest, most experienced, and strongest-willed of the cotters. Even though he was not a communist, he easily dominated the others and set the tone of public life. The chairman of the Peasants' Association, the ex-Catholic Cheng Kayuan, the one man who by his rank and position could and should have kept Yu Lai in check, was no match for him. Cheng Kayuan was sincere, good-natured, hard-working, but he had no conception of the evil Yu Lai intended and was easily misled. He was the type of man known to the peasants as Lao Shi or honest. Wang Yulai well knew how to impose upon such honest peasants as Cheng Kayuan. With such a constellation of leaders it was hardly a coincidence that the Chinese New Year, which fell in February in 1947, began with a shocking incident. A large group of militiamen, who for convenience were still quartered in the North Temple, decided to celebrate the coming of the long-awaited holidays in the manner of old-time rural guards. They chose Man Shi to go to the puppet chief of staff Zhou Meisheng's home, seize his daughter-in-law and bring her to headquarters for their collective enjoyment. There in the temple they stripped her and possessed her, one after the other. It was likewise hardly a coincidence that after the promotions of January the spring recruiting drive degenerated into a farce which brought political life in Longbao to its post-liberation nadir. When the border region government issued its third call for an enlarged army, party members and militiamen were asked to take the lead as before. Hung Er, whose two brothers were already in the army, went to Chun Shi, the new village head, with a frown on his face. "Look here," he said, "you'll have to decide whether I should go or not." "Wait a minute," replied Chun Shi. "Don't get excited. Maybe there is some other way." Egged on by Yulai, who had old scores to settle and did not fancy sending his own son off to fight, they decided to fill the village quota with some of those sour and slippery characters who had given the new administration the most trouble from the very beginning. With Manshi's muscular help, the outstanding puppet leaders and the disaffected Catholics who wore invisible agents' caps were hauled to the village office and told to prepare for a trip to the recruiting office. Li Hojian, the leader of one dissident clique, had himself just returned from a term as stretcher-bearer at the front. He brought back with him a discharge paper stating that he had been sent home early because of illness. Despite this paper, Yulai charged him with deserting the stretcher corps and ordered him to enlist at once in the army. Shen Chuan-te, Hojian's mouthpiece and chief admirer, although well over 40 years old, was likewise instructed to report for duty. So was Qin Chu, the slow-wit peasant whom Yu Xing, for one, wanted out of the way, the better to court his free and easy wife. Qin Hung, a middle peasant whose career as a member of the puppet self-defense corps had been especially notorious, volunteered when Yulai said to him, "You were eager enough to serve the foreign devils, how come you are afraid of battle now?" Altogether a dozen or so sour and slippery characters were collected. Along with a few genuine volunteers, they were packed off to the recruiting office in Lukang. Old Shen, whose hair was already turning gray, looked around him as they marched off and said, "This is indeed a father and son army," a play on words which the local cotters did not find funny. The People's Liberation Army was commonly called by the affectionate title of Brother and Son Army. When the Longbao contingent arrived at the county seat, the recruiting officers were shocked by the advanced age and bedraggled appearance of the majority. They questioned the recruits closely and soon discovered that they were not volunteers at all. They thereupon sent them home together with an investigator whose task it was to find out how such a motley crew had ever been assembled in the first place. A second drive was organized with great difficulty. In the end another dozen young men were found who really wanted to go or were persuaded to do so. Among these was at least one who had little choice. This was Li Kaola, a young immigrant from a nationalist-held village in Hopi province. He had eloped only a few weeks before with a girl of the same surname who was a resident of his home village and a distant cousin. He had fallen in love with her, and she with him, but according to local custom the match was out of the question. Not only was a match between cousins considered incestuous, but both the young people had long since been promised to others. When they defied the whole community and ran away, they were sentenced to death in absentia. They fled to the liberated area of the Taihang Mountains and finally arrived in Longbao, where young Li had an uncle to whom he appealed for help. This uncle let the young couple live in his house temporarily, but word of their refuge somehow reached their home village. A representative was sent by the Li clan to bring them home for trial and punishment. When the representative arrived in Longbao, he went straight to the village office and demanded that the runaways be turned over to him. Chun Shi stalled for time by pretending that he had never heard of the two lovers. Then, hard up for recruits, he made a bargain with Li Kaola. If Li would join the army, Chun Shi would deny all knowledge of his whereabouts, send the clan representative home empty-handed, and recommend to the Peasants' Association that the pair be given land and housing in Longbao. With his life, his marriage, and his future assured, Li Kaola agreed. The army got a fine recruit. This recruiting drive only pointed up what had become increasingly obvious for a long time, that the revolutionary cadres and militiamen of Longbao were gradually alienating themselves from the people by arbitrary orders, indiscriminate beatings, the assumption of special privileges, and rascal behavior. Nor was Longbao the only community in the district where a relatively small number of active young men had mounted the horse, as the peasants so aptly put it, and were riding around to suit their own fancy. By the same token, the 5th district was not the only district where such things were occurring in Lukang County, nor was Lukang County itself an exception among the counties of the Taihang region. In the spring of 1947, the government and the party organization of the Taihang region took note of the critical situation and launched a Wash Your Face campaign designed to put a stop to all such tendencies, and to overcome the opportunist and hedonist attitudes that fostered them. The method adopted in this campaign was to set up a gate or council of delegates, elected by the peasants at large, before which all the cadres had to answer for their motives and their actions. The phrase "wash your face" came from Chairman Mao himself, who had many times explained that the thoughts of revolutionary leaders inevitably became spotted and stained by the corrupt habits of the past and the rotten social environment that surrounded them on every side, just as their faces became spotted and stained by the dust and dirt of the natural environment. These spots and stains had to be washed off frequently, just as people daily washed their faces to make them clean again. And just as one could not see the dirt on one's own face without consulting a mirror, so one could not clearly see one's own bad thinking and bad behavior without consulting the people who suffered as a consequence of both and could therefore reflect a truer image. Delegates were duly chosen by the peasants of Longbao, and the village cadres went before them to review their records and examine their errors, but the movement was not successful. As soon as the district leaders called for criticism, not only the honest majority but also the sour and slippery minority came forward with opinions. The opinions of this latter group were destructive, designed to overthrow rather than reform the revolutionary cadres. Those who raised them spoke without thought as to who might be found to replace the objects of their wrath. From such an overthrow only the landlords stood to gain. Instead of allowing this storm of criticism to rage and using it to educate the peasants to distinguish honest from dishonest opinions so that the cadres could reform and all the people profit from a living political lesson, the district leaders lost their nerve and retreated. They intervened on behalf of the cadres and in effect suppressed criticism, both honest and dishonest. As a result, although some cadres, getting a scent of things to come, changed their outlook to a certain extent and corrected some of their faults, others, such as Yulai, only became more arrogant than before and retaliated against those who had dared to criticize them. Clearly something more drastic was needed if the tendencies which were already alienating the leaders from the people and undermining not only the village administration and the Peasants' Association, but the Communist Party branch as well were not seriously to undermine and compromise the revolution. In January 1948, the future of the whole movement, in spite of its extraordinary successes, was far from certain. In Longbao the upheaval had swept like a whirlwind through the village, had broken up the old landlord-tenant system, and smashed it beyond repair. It was mourned, if at all, by only a small minority. But only bits and pieces of that which was to replace it had as yet been created. Exploitation and privilege, some of it new in form, still existed. Very little had been permanently settled. The oligarchy of the gentry, based on centuries of tradition and buttressed with all the sanctions of custom, religion, Confucian ethics, and the naked force of hired guns, had been replaced by an interregnum of young, formerly landless or land-poor peasants. They were bitter, creative, passionate, selfish, full of energy, full of hatred, full of yearning for something new and better, yet easily diverted down paths of pleasure and privilege. Suddenly thrust onto the stage, backed by the rifles of a 100-man militia and supported by the overwhelming majority of the people who had divided the fruits, what would they do with their new power? Did these leaders, who had climbed from the mud and slime and still carried with them the stains of their origin, possess the vision and the skill to correct the excesses that marred the movement? Could they abolish petty advantages won through the lever of leadership, lead all the poor to stand up, and unite the whole population around that vast program of private, mutual, and public production which alone could lift Longbao out of the miasma of the past? And if they did not possess such vision and skill, who did? Part 3. The search for the poor and hired. Since powerful imperialism and its allies, the reactionary forces in China, have occupied China's key cities for a long time, if the revolutionary forces do not wish to compromise with them but want to carry on the struggle staunchly, and if they intend to accumulate strength and steel themselves and avoid decisive battles with their powerful enemy before they have mustered enough strength, then they must build the backward villages into advanced, consolidated base areas, into great military, political, economic, and cultural revolutionary bastions, so that they can fight the fierce enemy who utilizes the cities to attack the rural districts and, through a protracted struggle, gradually win overall victory for the revolution. Mao Zedong. 25. Cosmic Way Chi. Oh, wait for the pure sky. See how charming is the earth. Like a red-faced girl clothed in white. Such is the charm of these mountains and rivers, calling innumerable heroes to vie with each other in pursuing her. Mao Zedong. Winter in North China is a radiant season. Clear skies often follow one another in unbroken succession for weeks at a time. Day after day the sun, no bigger than a $10 gold piece, slides across a translucent sky and bedazzles all the visible world with light so bright that one has the feeling of living at a great height, of existing on a high plateau from the edge of which one can well look down on all the less favored, nether regions of the universe. Adding substance to this feeling is the barrenness of the landscape. Surely, only on the moon are such vast expanses of hill and mountain so desolately bare of trees, so stripped of brush, so plucked of thorn or scraggly heather. In the lowest regions of the Yellow River bend this otherworldliness is accentuated by the contouring and terracing by means of which men, through countless generations, have transformed the dome-shaped heights. Like the drooping petals of many-petaled flowers, the fields of loess overhang each other. And though, in reality, they are all made up of the same ochre-brown, wind-blown soil, the play of light and shadow on the many-surfaced knolls and ridges brings to the countryside an ever-changing pageant of color. A stranger traveling here is startled to see smoke rising from the ground. Is it possible that the blanket of loess on the earth's crust also serves as cover for volcanic furnaces? No. The smoke comes from the kitchen fires which the peasants have built in their cave homes. The cavernous native dwellings burrow horizontally into the perpendicular walls of earth that drop from the edges of the terraced fields and line the sides of water-gouged ravines. From the innermost recesses of these caves, flues rise to the slopes above, emitting smoke that bears witness to domestic life in places seemingly devoid of human habitation. From such a cave as this, lost in the badlands of North Shenzi, Mao Zedong, chairman of the Communist Party of China, surveyed the continent that surrounded him in the last weeks of December 1947, and discussed what he saw with those colleagues of the Central Committee who had remained with him on the western side of the Yellow River. Superficially, their position seemed perilous indeed. In March the nationalist general Hu Tizungnan, famous for his celibacy and his concentration camps, had invaded the Yan'an region with 300,000 men, all crack troops that had never been risked in battle against the Japanese. These forces quickly occupied Yan'an itself and then moved north to take Yanchuan and Suite. By autumn General Hu held most of the county towns and all of the main highways of North Shenzi. Mao, with a small headquarters group, played hide-and-seek with the enemy's scouts while the 25,000-man Northeast People's Army enticed the main body of the invading forces into a hare-and-hound's trek through the hinterland. To observers in Shanghai and Washington, this looked like the last of the annihilation campaigns of the 1930s, with the revolutionary forces completely encircled and the communist leaders in danger of capture. The balance of forces was assessed quite differently by the Communist Party. Mao summed up the party's estimate in an address entitled The Present Situation and Our Tasks, which was delivered on Christmas Day, 1947. Mao later called it a programmatic document in the political, military, and economic fields for the entire period of the overthrow of the Chiang Kai-shek ruling clique and the founding of a new democratic China. It was a speech so extraordinarily calm and confident in tone that it is hard to believe, even now, that it could have been delivered from hidden headquarters by a leader with a price on his head. In the preceding decades, Mao had covered most of China's 18 original provinces on foot. As he prepared this speech, he must have recreated, in his mind's eye, the whole sweep of his vast country and tried to envision entire, in all its variety, in all its contradictory and dialectical motion, the ebb and flow of the great struggle then in progress in China. In the context of such a panorama, the predicament of his headquarters group came into focus as only one facet of a many-sided nationwide campaign, the outcome of which could not possibly be decided in the Badlands of North Shenzi, but ultimately only on the plains of Manchuria and in the Great Basin of the Huai River in central China. In order to clarify the military aspects of China's Revolutionary War, Mao had more than once compared the Chinese subcontinent to a vast board marked out with intersecting mountains and rivers as if for a game of Wei-Chi, known in Japan as Go. In this game, which is played with hundreds of uniformed ships, enclosures may be formed not only around unoccupied spots but also around the adversary's unprotected men, which are then taken, their empty places being transformed into conquered territory. In Wei-Chi, unlike chess, the interest is not concentrated in one spot, around the king, but is diffused all over the board. Every single spot is equally important in affecting the outcome and counts in the grand total, which represents the position of each side at the end of the struggle. Refusing to match pearls with the dragon god of the sea, that is to match force with superior force in head-on collision, Mao had traditionally maneuvered his relatively scarce red chips, the armies, brigades, and regiments under his party's command in such a way as to encircle and wipe out, one after the other, the enemy's far more numerous white chips, the armies, brigades, and regiments under Kuomintang, later Japanese, and then again Kuomintang command. Preserve ourselves, annihilate the enemy, such was the primary requirement of the struggle. As the civil war of the late 1940s spread across North China, even little children soon learned to grasp the lethal arithmetic of this strategy. Lists of enemy soldiers killed, prisoners taken, and guns and bullets captured were tabulated on conspicuous walls in every liberated village. As the tallies mounted, it became obvious that at a certain point all the terms of reference must change and that qualities must be transformed into their opposites. The few must become the many and the many must become the few. The weak must become the strong and the strong must become the weak. On front after front the defensive must evolve into the offensive, and the offensive must decay into the defensive. Eventually a dynamic revolutionary China must replace a stagnant, counter-revolutionary China. In the military sphere only one thing could undermine the success of the revolutionary forces: the abandonment of the Wei-Chi-like fighting tactics refined by Mao Zedong out of the raw experiences of 20 years of revolutionary warfare. As long as the commanders of the People's Liberation Army addressed themselves to the annihilation of enemy combat power and not to the capture of cities, as long as they avoided battles of attrition and obtained quick decisions by concentrating 3, 4, even 5 or 6 times the forces arrayed against them in any given battle, as long as they replenished their units with most of the manpower and all of the arms captured in such battles and thus made the front, as well as the rear, their recruiting ground and supply base, the People's Liberation Army was bound to win every major campaign and ultimately victory in the Civil War. Thus did Mao project the military future in his Christmas Day speech. But war is only an instrument of policy, a continuation of politics by violent means. Without a valid political line no volunteer army could long hold together, no military strategy long succeed. To the problem of overall policy, therefore, China's revolutionary leaders had always devoted the bulk of their attention. Applying Wei-Chi-like tactics to this sphere as well, the revolutionary forces aspired to occupy as much political space as possible, to win as large a section of the social fabric as could be won, to neutralize those sections that could not be won over, and so isolate the genuinely hostile sections that they could be overwhelmed. As Mao put it, the political line of his party was one of developing the progressive forces, winning over the middle forces, and isolating the die-hard forces. By progressive forces Mao meant the workers and poor peasants. By middle forces Mao meant the middle peasants, small independent craftsmen and traders, students, teachers, professors, and free professionals. He also meant all those capitalists who had not yet been swallowed up by the four big families of the Chang clique and the foreign business interests to whom they were linked. These two latter groups, plus the landlords, made up the die-hard forces.